Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 381 Entering the Ruins of the God War. Dunn's body trembled instantly, and he couldn't help but recall the pirates who were slowly chewed and swallowed by creeping hunger that night. Jermaine Sparrow. The flexible Dunn only dared to curse this name in his heart, while tidying up obediently, swearing that he would never forget today's experience, and would definitely make the other party taste a similar flavor in the future. The captain will definitely help me, he thought with anticipation. Glancing at Dunn, who was lost in thought, Klein didn't say anything more. He was concerned about the diseased admiral, partly because the Demonist sect, one of the masterminds behind the Backlund Great Smog, was behind her, and partly because he hoped to trace who had instructed Kalangos back then. Slowly getting up, Klein looked out the window at the endless blue sea in the distance, and the hazy mist at the end of the sea, which was the Bansi Island waters that all passenger ships intentionally avoided. As early as last year, Klein had learned the reason for Bansi Island's current state at the Tarot Club, but he didn't expect that a year had passed, and Pope Gate II of the Storm Church had not yet broken the power covering the sea area, allowing it to continue to exist. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Klein gave a self-deprecating smile. No matter what was inside Bansi Island, it was a contest between the Pope of the Storm Church and the Angel of Fate. What did it have to do with him, a mere Sequence 6? In 3 days, we will reach Byam, the capital of the Rosed Archipelago. From there, we will transfer to a ship to Suanya Island, and this pirate gathering will be held near the Abyss Vortex, directly north of Suanya Island. Including the transfer time, it will only take a little over a week. Well, I'll go and see the so-called pirate gathering and meet those powerful pirate kings. After making up his mind, Klein then looked at Dunn, who had already tidied up and was looking at him eagerly, and asked the captive to take the ticket and lead him to the first-class restaurant. Nation of Disorder, the deepest part of the magnificent palace. A transparent worm of time, shimmering with three-dimensional mysterious symbols, flew out from the dark gold double-leafed gate, gently twisting as if it had its own vitality, and a strange, crazy, and eerie feeling permeated the air. Aaron wrapped the spirit worm separated from Cavendish Lancer Pinto, and the blood essence that followed, in dark gold mist. After the dark gold mist was completely integrated and Aaron felt an invisible connection with this dark gold world, he threw them together into the prayer star symbolizing Morbit. Pulse alone cannot break through the isolation of the forsaken land of the gods. To ensure the smooth progress of the fate theft, it is necessary to use the Nation of Disorder's authority to allow Cavendish Lancer Pinto, whose fate is still sealed in the forsaken land of the gods, to interact with the outside world. After doing all this, Aaron stood up from the throne, his pupils turning crimson gold. The entire Nation of Disorder reacted, like boiling water. Vast power, like boiling steam, spontaneously activated and converged into a torrent, washing over a brilliant chaotic crown with a crimson gold eye embedded at its top. It was the most precious item in the Ghost Empire, the Chaos Crown formed by the Night Emperor's stripped Sequence 1 hand of order. Resisting the urge to aggregate from the depths of his soul, Aaron, using the Nation of Disorder's absolute suppression of the Chaos Crown, slowly and firmly stripped out the Sequence 2 balancer characteristic contained within. The power of the Sapphira was completely activated, and even the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic in the corner of the palace was swept into the dark gold torrent. Two completely different whispers intertwined and collided, and the entire palace began to collapse and shatter. In the boundless dark gold world outside, the illusory embryonic divine kingdoms also began to tremble violently. Time seemed to lose its meaning here. When everything subsided, an unhealable crack appeared in the center of the crimson gold eye at the top of the Chaos Crown, and the velvet curtain also seemed to lose its vitality, falling weakly onto the ruins. 2 blasphemy slates peeled off from his body. Aaron endured the tearing pain in his soul and controlled the stripped balancer and miracle invoker characteristics, preventing them from re-aggregating with their corresponding Sequence 1 characteristics. Ever since he advanced to demigod, especially after fusing all the remaining fragments of the Night Emperor's divine kingdom, Aaron had not felt the pain of spiritual exhaustion for a long time. But this was also the best method he could think of to quickly strip angel-level characteristics with his current authority. Constantly devouring the surrounding dark gold mist, Aaron, whose body had solidified again, slowly exhaled. After sealing the 2 characteristics, with a thought, the collapsed ruins instantly returned to their original state. Outside the safe passage of Suanya Sea, Aaron reopened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the storm not far away that seemed to connect heaven and earth. Beneath his feet was a huge crevice, where the azure seawater was severed, plunging vertically like a waterfall into the bottomless darkness, yet never filling it. This is the entrance to the Divine War ruins. Under the illumination of silver-white lightning, dense heavy rain danced with the wind, creating a scene like the end of the world. Such a terrifying disaster, however, silently vanished upon approach. Astarolfo slowly walked out of the spirit world, and a chilling wind, carrying his will, spread in all directions. I have already asked the 7 lights of the spirit world, and they did not sense the aura of seer or other rose school of thought angels. I also did not feel the aura of the bound god. Elven Gallo, stained with many white feathers and emanating death, withdrew his gaze from Astolfo, who was also an ancient bane, and looked at Aaron, who was deep in thought, adding, "It is very likely that the mother tree of desire intervened to block the perception. She cannot allow the last abomination characteristic to be lost. To be safe, I will return to the Ghost Empire first. Even if there is an emergency, I will have enough time to respond." As he spoke, his body showed signs of cracking, and a dense aura of death permeated the air. As the Ghost Empire, built with the full power of the Trunsoist Empire in its prime, it was in some respects no less than an ordinary sealed artifact of grade 0. Within the Gate of Rebirth that he carried as a vessel, there were also 365 vengeful spirits who had returned to their peak, all of whom were the most elite personal guards of the Trunsoist Empire. After more than 1,000 years of bitter waiting, they will reappear, not only symbolizing that lost history but also helping Elven Gallo fully unleash the power of the Ghost Empire. Aaron nodded and handed the golden token, which could directly lead to the Ghost Empire, to Elven Gallo. After a moment of thought, a 3-layered jewelry box reappeared in his hand. It was silver-black in color, with many intricate hollowed-out decorations on its surface, inlaid with various gemstones, making it appear quite luxurious. It was the Box of the Outer Deity, a trophy obtained from hunting the Saint of Secrets booties in Tingen City back then. With the immense size of the Ghost Empire, once it left the secret world of the Divine War ruins, where rules were broken, even if it hid deep within the spirit world, it would be extremely easy to discover if someone intentionally sought it. The affiliation of the Crown of Stars was not a secret in the eyes of those angels, making it easy to expose the true identity of the East Tucker family. The second layer of the Box of the Outer Deity records the fragmented divine kingdom controlled by the Sanguine. Once released, the holder and creatures within its effect range can directly travel to the corresponding area, avoiding possible interference and obstruction. Elven Gallo knew that this item originated from an Abraham family angel who died suddenly in the 4th epoch. He slowly reined in his death aura, took the Box of the Outer Deity, and his expression became solemn. Aaron then looked at the void not far away and said in a calm tone, "Time is almost up, we can begin." A faint light rippled in the void that even the storm could not shake. Worms of time, each with 12 transparent rings, crawled out from the fragments of light and shadow. The wriggling ball of light finally transformed into Paul Zoroast. A distant bell immediately echoed, as if piercing through history. An ancient, mottled stone clock phantom emerged, its face divided into 12 asymmetrical parts by gray-white and dark green. One of the 3 hands at the core of the stone clock twitched, and an indescribable invisible torrent surged forth, carrying Cavendish Lancer Pinto's spirit worm and blood essence towards a certain direction, where a historical rift image was emerging. Dong. Another bell rang, and on the gray-white and dark green clock face, another mottled hand jumped down several notches, making the bell echo more urgently. On the streets of Backlund, in a forest in the Pa River Valley, and in a valley in the forsaken land of the gods, Amon simultaneously looked up, a strange smile appearing on their faces. "So bold, Pauls, that's not like your style." Amon on the Gorgas Islands pushed his right monocle. He was also the closest of all the avatars to the Divine War ruins. The smile on his face remained unchanged as he raised his hand and grabbed at the void. Illusory insects emerged one after another, and the aura of this avatar gradually climbed, reaching angel level in a moment. At the same time, his right hand also dragged a viscous black liquid from the void, and an unimaginably terrifying whisper was constantly eroding this avatar. This was a wisp of power from the Chaos Sea personally stolen by the main body still in the forsaken land of the gods. The higher the sequence, the more susceptible one was to its influence, and it was the great gift he prepared for Pauls. The smile on his face became even more playful. This avatar didn't care about the body being eroded, instead, he deliberately allowed this angel-level avatar to nurture the wisp of Chaos Sea contamination. His perception became chaotic. Aaron, using that inexplicable connection, activated the Nation of Disorder to connect to the forsaken land of the gods. To avoid any accidents, he took out a ring box from his pocket. "I need a 6 for my judgment on Paul's theft." Aaron muttered in a deep voice, throwing the milky white probability dice. Amidst the clattering collisions, the probability dice tumbled a few times, and just as it was about to settle on a blood-red one, it suddenly shook and turned into a 6. Several brilliant lights flew out from the invisible torrent. As the bell stopped, Cavendish Lancer Pinto, almost indistinguishable from his main body, opened his eyes and stared blankly at the surroundings, a scene completely different from the forsaken land of the gods. Aaron cleared his throat, handed over the sealed Miracle Invoker potion, and instructed. "Your current state is quite special. Joanna and Pauls are maintaining your existence. You only need to lead the Ghost Empire back to reality and complete the ritual as soon as possible. Do not interfere with anything else." Knowing that time was short, Cavendish Lancer Pinto nodded silently, his figure becoming illusory, and he disappeared from the spot with elven gallow. Ignoring Paul's strange gaze, Aaron expressionlessly put away the probability dice again and followed Astolfo into the Divine War ruins. The ocean burning with golden flames was like the outside world, with only undulating water, empty and silent, seemingly boundless. Whispers carrying a strong sense of madness echoed. Stopping Astolfo from moving forward, Aaron poured his spirituality into the darkness mark on his arm and prayed in a low voice. The sky, which had always been in a state of midday, was suddenly completely enveloped by dense darkness. Silently, ripples emanated from the darkness mark. Aaron's body seemed to be embedded with specks of starlight, as if he had put on a layer of night. This night continued to spread outwards, enveloping the other two angels. Crossing this ruined ocean to the core area not only involved many indescribable dangers, but the time it would take was also unknown. The spirit world space corresponding to the Divine War ruins was even more riddled with holes, making it easy to get lost, like the undying of the numinous episcopate who was trapped in a certain dead end. The fastest way was to use the Divine War ruins, the essence of its broken order and mutated rules, to travel through the dream world, using chaos to create loopholes. One only needed to enter other dreams and awaken in the corresponding location, crossing that vast ocean of ruins. In the grey dream world, Aaron once again saw the Black Monastery and the epic and mythical projection of the Giant King's Court on the opposite cliff. He walked directly towards the Black Monastery gate, as the dreams contained within were the fastest passages. Pushing open one door after another and passing through different dreams, the deeper he went, the more terrifying the things shown in the dreams became. After Aaron pushed open another black wooden door, his expression paused slightly. Behind the door was a huge throne made of countless rotting heads of beyonder races that had long been extinct in the outside world, such as elves, giants, dragons, and demonic wolves. On every tiny facet of it, transparent faces of wraiths, phantoms, and vengeful spirits emerged, filled with hatred, malice, and unwillingness, as if they wanted to devour all living beings they saw. Ancient Death, Gregory. This name surfaced in his mind, but Aaron's expression remained unchanged. Although it was somewhat unexpected that the first one he encountered was the Ancient Death, it also indicated that he was already close to the true core area. Chapter 382 Sequence 2 Balancer. Around the enormous immortal phoenix on the throne of corpses, wings composed of pale flames swirled, and within its bronze eyes, layers of light flickered, as if hiding one illusory door after another. This Ancient Death that only existed in the dream did not pay attention to Aaron and the others who had suddenly intruded into the dream. Amidst sharp, insane roars, a quiet green light burst forth from its bronze eyes, rushing towards the top of the throne of corpses. Standing there was a colossal light shadow, bearing a radiant cross on its back, as if capable of supporting heaven and earth. As the entire dream trembled, the pure, blazing radiance could not be blocked even with tightly closed eyes. Enduring the soul-scorching high temperature, Aaron felt an indescribable gaze fall upon him. Before he could look up and meet the gaze of the ancient sun god, who only existed in memory, the already trembling dream world suddenly twisted, and Aaron's figure instantly became somewhat transparent. He then appeared directly in the middle of a golden ocean. Paul's and Astolf's figures emerged from the void a few seconds later. Was this the mark Adam left on me during our last transaction? So when the ancient sun god saw me, he directly twisted the rules and sent me to the core area. Even if Gregory has long been dead, that was still the final dream of an ancient god. To be able to influence his dream to such an extent, merely with an imprint from memory, is truly worthy of being half a pillar. With complex thoughts in his mind, Aaron looked at Astolf, who had followed him out of the dream through the loophole in the rules, waiting for him to confirm the exact location of the last abomination characteristic. He did not deliberately call Adam's name again. The strange behavior of the ancient sun god's memory imprint indicated that this angel of imagination might have already arrived at the God War ruins. The core area of the God War ruins was still a golden ocean, which had evolved from the divine blood of the ancient sun god after his fall. Even after his demise, his near-pillar-level authority still suppressed all residual divine power. These conflicting residual divine powers formed patches of sky, twisted by authority and symbolism, above the golden ocean, achieving a strange balance. Astolf directly activated his mythical creature form, and the surging black thorns were like continuously spreading tentacles. A mad and oppressive aura permeated the air, seemingly sensing something. Suddenly, in his blood-red eyes, a mass of pitch-black, viscous liquid appeared at the edge, and roars capable of halting thought and separating spirit from flesh abruptly rang out. Found it. Aaron's eyes lit up as he looked at the viscous liquid, which was repelled and restrained by other residual divine powers and unable to escape. His spirituality quietly poured into the night mark and the holy emblem of life, and the balance of power that had been maintained for thousands of years was suddenly broken. The starlit night and the lush, vibrant sea of flowers, emitting a strong aura of life, simultaneously contracted, leaving a gap that allowed the abomination characteristic to break free from its shackles. That sky, twisted by authority and symbolism, similar to the astral world, immediately began to riot. Undistinguishable whispers, one after another, raged like curses, and the already collapsing rules became completely chaotic at this moment. With the scene of a doomsday reflected in his pupils, Aaron suddenly threw the dice of probability to Paul Sullarast, and in his empty hands, the Justiciar card and the Balancer potion, enveloped in dark gold mist, appeared respectively. The advancement ritual for Sequence 2 Balancer requires contact with the abstract concept of order, rules, during the advancement process and being washed by endless chaotic order, thereby completely transforming into a complete mythical creature form, and constructing a certain degree of a divine kingdom prototype with one's own accumulated rules. The divine kingdom prototype, constructed by one's own rules, must completely replace the collapsed order of a chaotic area once, establish a new balance, and form a corresponding imprint in the spirit world. Aaron, who had already mastered the nation of disorder, had experienced the complete mythical creature form within the Sapphira. Furthermore, absorbing the remnants of the Night Emperor's divine kingdom fragments had already pre-constructed his divine kingdom prototype. The two most difficult steps for ordinary Chaos Hunter had already been completed by Aaron. He only needed to thoroughly unleash the chaos of the God War ruins to complete the final step. Essentially, the divine kingdom prototype, which reconstructs order, needs to undergo the baptism of chaotic power. Therefore, the higher the authority of the source of the chaotic power, the more solid and perfect the divine kingdom prototype will be after baptism, and the better the effect of the corresponding advancement ritual. Not only could the advancement ritual be perfectly completed, but even a portion of the Sequence 2 Balancer potion could be smoothly digested, saving a large amount of time. This was also the reason why Aaron painstakingly chose the God War ruins as his advancement location. Pressing the blasphemy card to his glabella, Aaron no longer suppressed or concealed himself, completely erupting with all his aura, and abruptly gulped down the bottle of Balancer potion. A cold sensation slid through his body, and Aaron's consciousness rapidly ascended, as if he saw a magnificent world, located in an unknown place, entirely constructed from dark gold mist. Cities rose from that world, one by one, carried by the wave-like dark gold mist, rushing down along some connection. Aaron's body instantly disintegrated into golden chains of order, and the chains, interwoven with numerous patterns, continued to disintegrate with tremors, completely transforming into masses of dark gold mist. The night mark and the holy emblem of life, which had been imprinted on Aaron's arm, were also stripped away at this moment, as if they had gained life, and each flew towards the corresponding residual divine power in the chaotic sky. Just as Astolph was about to obtain the abomination characteristic that had broken free from its shackles, and Aaron was at the most crucial moment of his advancement, one strange and defiled symbol after another silently emerged on the golden sea surface, instantly forming a still wriggling door of flesh and blood. A colossal tree, doused in oil, crawled out of the door of flesh and blood, its spreading branches sprouting numerous arms, and its many insane, wicked eyes rolled everywhere. Accompanied by a roar that pierced the spirit, the long-dormant abomination, Seah, manifested a bloody moon behind him, and a mummy wrapped in yellowed bandages, pierced by countless brownish-red branches, quietly reappeared. The mummy's mouth opened and closed, screaming incessantly, like a deliberately imposed curse. Astolph's body instantly stiffened in place, and the black thorns covering his body began to ooze black, viscous fluid. At this moment, one faint, star-like condensed orb after another emerged on Seah's forehead, like strange, bent insects, or like eyes peeking out at the outside world. This light cluster didn't even look at Astolph, who was stiff in place. It merged with a bloody tide carrying terrifying power that emerged from the blood moon, and directly rushed towards the location where Aaron's body had originally been. The mother goddess of depravity and the mother tree of desire had, at some unknown point, formed a secret alliance, using the abomination Seah as a medium, and with the help of Mr. Door's power, lay dormant in the God War ruins, waiting for prey to come to their door. Watching the bloody tide, imbued with endless aura of depravity, surge towards him, Paul's manifested Grozel's travels with its dark brown cover in his hand. Without any hesitation, he directly threw it towards the bloody tide. Just as the two were about to make contact, a dusty gray stone slab appeared in the middle, its surface marked with numerous mottled traces, appearing quite ancient. Engraved on it were characters that seemed to be the origin of all languages, writing down one sequence name after another, and one potion formula after another. The second, blasphemy slab, formed after the fall of the ancient sun god. Adam, with exceptionally pure eyes, grasped the Grozel's travels, which had suddenly begun to struggle, then looked at the bloody tide blocked by the blasphemy slab. A blood-red object, emitting pure radiance, as if it wanted to give birth to a brand new red moon, quietly emerged, carrying undisguised malice. Strange insects crawled out, seemingly wanting to open a portal connecting to an unknown place. The Grozel's travels in Adam's hand quietly disappeared, while the silver cross that had always hung on his chest fell towards the golden ocean beneath his feet. Like boiling water splashed into a hot oil pan, the golden ocean suddenly became illusory, replaced by blazing but illusory miniature suns, pulled by an invisible force and surging towards Adam. This scene was like a reverse of the ancient sun god's fall. Drop by drop of divine blood returned, and Adam's eyes suddenly became illusory. He abruptly grasped the second, blasphemy slab, and around him, a vast ocean, seemingly encompassing all colors and all possibilities, appeared. Some of the powers that had been previously wandering in the core area of the God War ruins, washing Aaron's divine kingdom prototype, were drawn and converged above Adam's head. Winds and waves intertwined and gathered, and a white tower with numerous brass eyes quietly emerged. With the return of the ancient sun god's divine blood and the blessing of the second, blasphemy slab, corresponding authorities and symbols filled Adam's imagination. In the end, the ancient stone slab, encompassing all colors and all possibilities, swelled up, and after merging with Adam, it expanded into a colossal light shadow, as if capable of supporting heaven and earth, and domineeringly enveloped the bloody tide. The eternal night that had enveloped the outer area of the God War ruins instantly shattered, and the dream world collapsed with it. Ammon, wearing a pointed soft hat, also fell from the dream world. The right side of his face, with a monocle, was playful and mocking, while the left side was gloomy, as if covered by a layer of shadow. Standing on the now normal-colored azure sea, Ammon gazed into the distant direction, a faint glint flashing across his monocle. I didn't expect that blasphemy slab to have such an ability. Visionary, TSK, truly enviable. Even if the authority is incomplete and far from the level of Father back then, it is still comparable to Sequence 0. When Father's divine blood is exhausted and that fanatic falls into weakness, I might just steal that blasphemy slab to play with. Manic, mocking laughter echoed, with a second voice faintly mixed in. Without the rapid traversal of the dream world, Ammon, being just a clone, could only rush towards the distant core area by deceiving distance. Watching with his own eyes as the radiant giant, transformed from Adam, swallowed the terrifying bloody tide, Paul's eyelids twitched wildly, but Astolf's condition did not allow him to think much. From his body, 12-section worms of time emerged, forming an ancient, mottled phantom of a clock, enveloping Astolf, and the black-green hand spun rapidly. The curse originally targeting Astolf was stolen and grafted onto Seah, who was madly rushing towards the abomination characteristic. Freed from his restraints, the blood red in Astolf's eyes surged wildly as he looked at the bound god who had lost the cover of the red moon. As a newborn vessel, Astolf and the bound god had a reciprocal medium. He could be cursed, but he could also in turn influence this body. Astolf completely opened his heart, and this thought was instantly stolen and known by Pauls. The already enormous clock phantom expanded again, encompassing Seah and the door of flesh and blood behind him. Seemingly sensing the provocation, the bound god's roars became even more mournful, and the brownish-red branches piercing his body began to surge, attempting to extend out of the door of flesh and blood. Just then, the milky white dice of probability flew out from the clock phantom, directly thrown towards the door of flesh and blood. Upon sensing the aura of the mother tree of desire, the dice of probability began to tremble gently, like a frightened, extremely angry child, stopping without hesitation at the vivid and bright one point. The soul-piercing roar abruptly ceased, and the countless brownish-red branches madly surging towards the door of flesh and blood also froze in place, seemingly having forgotten what they were supposed to do. Outside the door of flesh and blood, the abomination Seah, closer to the dice of probability, was more noticeably affected. The abomination characteristic was clearly within reach, yet he dramatically lunged in another direction. Having forcibly manipulated fate beyond its own limits, all the seals on the dice of probability shattered instantly. This uniqueness of the fate pathway was completely activated at this moment, but then fell into a state of paralysis due to the terrifying backlash of fate. Seizing this opportunity created at the cost of the dice of probability's complete activation, Astolf, while attempting to close the door of flesh and blood using his connection with the bound god, also successfully snatched the abomination characteristic with Paul's help. But with the dice of probability's paralysis, the manipulated fate returned to its original course. Seah became even more frenzied, and the door of flesh and blood, which had been gradually closing, also stopped. And at this moment, wisps of dark gold mist seeped out from the void, preventing the countless brownish-red branches behind the door of flesh and blood from moving forward another step. They then constructed Aaron's body. His eyes seemed to be filled with golden chains, and behind him was a divine kingdom prototype composed of phantom cities. With the assistance of the residual divine power of Night and Earth Mother, Aaron replaced the rules of this chaotic land with the divine kingdom prototype within the nation of disorder, and formed a corresponding imprint in the spirit world. Now, he had completely transcended the realm of humans and become a complete mythical creature. Chapter 384, The Birth of the Ghost Empire. Countless tawny branches lashed against the continuously wriggling flesh and blood door, but they couldn't advance an inch. The roars, powerful enough to tear apart spiritual bodies, originally contained the deepest malice and alluring desire, but at this moment, they also held a hint of anger and confusion. It couldn't understand why this human, bearing the aura of the nation of disorder, could advance so quickly, or how the embryonic divine kingdom formed in such a short time could be so vast. The meticulously prepared trap was completely disrupted by Adam's sudden appearance and this incredible speed of advancement. After completely losing its connection to the last abomination characteristic, the mother tree of desire, no matter how unwilling it was, understood that retreating as quickly as possible and minimizing losses was the most appropriate course of action. The originally extremely agitated Seora no longer frantically charged towards the retreating Astolfo. Beneath the illusory image of an ancient, mottled clock, the extremely slow, dark, viscous arms slowly retracted, wrapping around its trunk, tightly enveloping it. From a distance, it resembled a swollen fruit. The dark arms forming the branches gradually withered, while the fruit on the trunk continuously expanded, as if something new was being nourished and growing from the original body. As the fruit grew, a terrifying curse spread inch by inch, quickly infecting the mottled clock that enveloped Seora and the flesh and blood door with black curse. Countless golden chains spread out, and illusory cities emerged, collectively forming a nearly real continent. It quietly floated behind Aaron, seemingly carrying the oppressive weight of an entire world, and the rules of the entire God War ruins pressed down on the flesh and blood door. No matter what method the mother goddess of depravity used to borrow the power of Mr. Door to create such a gateway that allowed outer deities to infiltrate some of their power, this entity, at the apex of outer deities, was currently being held back by Adam. As long as this door was destroyed, it could at least cut off Seora's escape route. The oppressive feeling of a world, as real as it could be, falling seemed to have exceeded Pale's limit. The mottled clock, already suffering from the curse's erosion, completely collapsed at this moment. Illusory insects crawled out from the deep black cracks, recoalescing into Pales on the even more distant sea surface. He tightly clutched the dice of probability, which was still in a dead state. The countless tawny branches blocked behind the flesh and blood door seemed to foresee some danger. They stopped lashing at the dark gold barrier formed by rules and rapidly retracted, layering themselves over the bound god, forming a giant cocoon that continuously expanded and contracted. A terrifying roar, entirely different from before but even more terrifying, erupted from the giant cocoon. It pierced through the restraint of the rule barrier, echoing in every corner of the entire God War ruins. Despite reacting immediately due to the protection of the Nation of Disorder, Aaron was still affected by this roar, and the descending world paused for a second. A thought immediately arose in his mind. The eternal roarer, the god of lost mind. With this shriek from the mother tree of desire, Seora's body instantly collapsed when it expanded to a certain limit. Viscous, black liquid, condensed with the most venomous curses, raged outwards like a storm. The fruit on the trunk grew a dark brown vine, carrying the deepest malice and alluring desire, reaching towards the flesh and blood portal. At the most critical moment, the mother tree of desire made the most insane choice, sacrificing Seora, the abomination who had dominated the Rose school of thought for hundreds of years. Using the Sequence 1 angel's desperate self-detonation, working from both inside and out, it forcibly opened a crack in the barrier, allowing the heavily damaged Sequence 1 characteristic to return to the bound god. Being face-to-face with a self-detonating Sequence 1 angel, if it weren't for being in the ruins of a god war, where he could temporarily control the rules of this area and barely mobilize the residual divine power for defense, he would have been severely injured, if not dead, by the terrifying pollution, affecting the balance of his anchors. But even with the Nation of Disorder's emergency protection, after directly facing the terrifying explosion, the descending world was slowly, uncontrollably collapsing. The strongest strike, launched with the residual divine power accumulated in the God War ruins for over 1,000 years, was blocked. Aaron's expression remained unchanged, his eyes transforming into two surging dark gold vortices. Having become a truly complete mythical creature, he had completely taken control of the Nation of Disorder. With the Sequence 1 characteristic that he hadn't yet accommodated, he could, to some extent, be considered an enhanced version of the Hand of Order. This was also why he could mobilize the residual divine power immediately after advancing. As golden chains vibrated, an enormous object, only slightly smaller than the descending world, was dragged out. The dark brown vine, containing Seora's abomination characteristic, slammed heavily into the metal covered with dark gold divine patterns, and a muffled impact echoed. The incredibly vast ghost empire seemed to have transcended thousands of years of time, returning to reality at this moment, completely blocking the flesh and blood door. Standing at the very top of the black mausoleum, Cavendish Lancer looked at the personal guards of Trenos who had returned from the door of afterlife. A complex and indescribable excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he swallowed the miracle invoker potion without hesitation. Pales, who was already at the edge of the battlefield, suddenly changed his expression. Twisted worms vaguely crawled over his body. As the main orchestrator of fate stealing, the advancement of the stolen target would also affect him. Aaron, who had been staring intently at the flesh and blood portal, suddenly turned his head. An invisible force suddenly appeared, isolating Pales into another space. Where Pales had stood, a black-haired young man wearing a pointed soft hat suddenly appeared. He pinched the monocle over his right eye and muttered with a hint of regret. What a pity, just one step away. I really didn't expect your ritual to advance to an angel to be completed so quickly. A blazing, pure ball of light greeted this playful voice. Aaron held the scepter of sun and attacked directly without any unnecessary words. He could sense the changes in the order of this space. No matter how Amon tried to deceive the rules and conceal his tracks, he could clearly sense the arrival of this blasphemer and react accordingly. He also sensed the peculiarity of Amon's body, which was clearly just a clone. That feeling, as if it could encompass everything, yet also seemed to breed twisted will, was the aura of the Chaos Sea. What did this guy do in Chernobyl? Amon, bound by the rules, still wore an enigmatic smile. The other half of his face, not covered by the monocle, suddenly became sinister, and his pupils seemed to turn into black tides. Another almost overlooked battlefield also underwent an anomaly. The collapsing light spot suspended in the sky suddenly twisted, transforming back into a radiant human figure supporting heaven and earth. However, unlike before, one eye had turned into a chaos that seemed to encompass everything, while the other was stained with blood. The light behind him condensed into a radiant cross. A terrifying scene, like history repeating itself, emerged. This brilliant human figure was hung upside down on the radiant cross. No attack appeared, yet his body was being dismembered bit by bit. Dull golden blood fell back towards the azure sea. The trunk split open in the middle, but what emerged was not a dark infant embodying all evil, but a serene and composed priest. Adam raised his arms, looking at the gradually dismembered radiant human figure, as if embracing the sun. The colossal, brilliant radiant cross disintegrated, transforming into an ancient silver cross pendant, flying back into Adam's hand. Along with it, an eyeball stained with blood, seemingly gathering all energy, also flew back. The other eye, which seemed to encompass everything, twisted and changed as it flew back, forming an ancient, mottled stone tablet. However, in midair, it abruptly changed direction and was caught by the strangely behaving Amon. Adam did not stop him, watching Amon, who was smiling evilly, enveloped by a bright, blazing ball of light, disappearing with the second blasphemy slate. Within the Ghost Empire, Cavendish Lancer's figure also completely disintegrated into a mass of distorted, wriggling spirit worms at this moment. After leaving an imprint in the historical fog and reconstructing his body, he finally successfully completed the advancement ritual. Almost at the same moment, a three-layered jewelry box, silver black with various gemstones embedded, flew out from the depths of the enormous black mausoleum. Invisible forces manipulated the box of the old days, quickly opening the second layer, revealing the scene inside. It was pitch black, and even the surrounding barrier seemed to have merged into it, giving a sense of endlessness and bottomlessness. A moment later, countless specks of brilliance lit up in that pitch blackness, as if it had transformed into a miniature cosmos, a miniature universe. These brilliant light points rotated rapidly, causing the surrounding scenery to change multiple times within a second. Finally, it settled on a desolate plain covered in black thorns, and the most striking feature was a bright full moon hanging in the sky, completely different from the outside world. The sanguine Holy Land, Nation of the Moon. Worsted Archipelago's capital, Byam, the city of generosity. The clouds hung low, and the rain was continuous, as if endless. Klein rubbed his aching temples, looking at the extremely abnormal weather outside the window, knowing that the confrontation between the Church of Storm's Cardinal, the Punisher Senior Deacon Erodes, and the lingering sea god Kavituva was still ongoing. He had arrived in Byam 2 days prior. Through Danet's introduction, when he asked the local resistance fighters who believed in Kavituva to get 2 tickets to smuggle him to Sonia Island, he was contaminated. He didn't know if it was because he used the grey fog space and the blasphemy slate to clear Kavituva's pollution, or if the sea god's state just happened to be at its limit, unable to suppress the madness within. Since late last night, the entire Byam had been enveloped by a terrifying storm, and until now, the lingering sense of dread in his heart had not dissipated. High risk, high reward. With the help of that grey fog space and the blasphemy slate, perhaps I can do something. After much internal struggle, Klein finally made up his mind. He put on the creeping hunger, and, looking at the somewhat nervous Danetz, asked in an uninflected tone. Do you know the prayer words corresponding to the sea god? Unsure how long Byam's lockdown would last, Danetz, somewhat worried about missing the pirate gathering, was momentarily stunned by the question. But under the gaze of those indifferent eyes, he dared not ask more. He cleared his throat and replied. Yes, I've seen the resistance army perform rituals several times. Specifically, the favorite of the sea and the spirit world, protector of the Worsted Archipelago, ruler of underwater creatures, controller of tsunamis and storms, the great Kavituva. Oh, and the 2 times it was effective were when it was recited in Elvish. Before Danetz could finish speaking, he saw layers of grayish-white scales appear on the human skin glove on the crazy adventurer's right hand, and his figure disappeared. But spiritual intuition told Danetz that an invisible person stood before him. His words caught in his throat. Only when the heavy rain outside the window subsided did he tentatively grope around the room. Damn it. If not now, when? Confirming that Gehrman Sparrow had left, Danetz, beaming with joy, no longer cared about the Storm Church's lockdown and martial law in Byam. With multiple properties in Byam, finding a hiding place was not difficult for him. After destroying all his personal belongings, Danetz carefully avoided patrols and arrived at a 2-story attic. After preparing enough food for a month, he went to the basement. After sealing it with a complete wall of spirituality, Danetz, regaining his freedom, lay comfortably on the bed. No matter how strong you are, you'll still drink my bathwater. I don't believe this guy can stay in Byam for a month. Sigh, it's just a pity about the mission the captain gave me. Klein ignored Dennett's. Anyway, he had already placed a mark on his captive. If a mere wall of spirituality could block the perception of the gray fog space, then Klein would admit defeat. Using psychological invisibility to avoid patrols, he arrived at an abandoned warehouse in the slum. Just as he was offering a gold coin imbued with gray fog to Kavituva through a ritual, an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. Thin, grayish-white mist appeared before his eyes, and familiar yet painful whispers echoed. Klein almost instinctively looked up at the sky through the broken glass. Overcast, pouring rain, the sky, like before a storm, now strangely displayed a crimson moon, as if soaked in blood. Stars twinkled almost simultaneously, like countless eyeballs peering at the world, carrying boundless malice. This feeling was fleeting. The thin, grayish-white mist before Klein's eyes receded, and the eerie and terrifying crimson moon and stars disappeared with it. Only dense dark clouds were reflected in his eyes now. But strangely, the heavy rain that had enveloped Byam suddenly stopped at this moment, and the entire Worsted archipelago seemed to fall into an eerie calm. Chapter 384, The Fall of Kavituva. Under this eerie calm, the storm that had covered Byam for 2 days quietly ceased, but Klein's expression did not relax in the slightest. The contradictory feeling of knowing something was happening but not knowing why made him extremely conflicted. During the day, Kavituva was completely insane, creating a storm to unleash a tsunami to drown the entire Worsted archipelago, seemingly intent on dragging countless people to their deaths with him. However, after the appearance of the eerie blood moon and stars, not only did the sea god, who was about to fall into madness, choose to stop, but even the Sea King, Ain Kortman, who had been gaining the upper hand and pressing hard, also chose to halt his actions. The entire biome has been sealed off and interfered with by the battle of two demigods. The scene that appeared before my eyes just now should be the spontaneous reaction of that restored space. After pondering for a moment, Klein took a deep breath, went to a hidden spot in the abandoned warehouse, and took 4 reverse steps to ascend above the gray fog. Klein knew that he wouldn't be able to divine the result of something that could cause an abnormal reaction in this gray fog space, without even trying. All he wanted to do was to divine and confirm whether the Sea King, who had voluntarily given up the fight, was still in Byam at this moment. In the misty dream world, Klein saw an ocean that was changing from azure to pale gold, the solemn and majestic face of the true ruler of the Worsted archipelago, Sea King Ain Kortman, and further away, a fleeting, phantom-like giant ship. The hazy dream world, as if disturbed by some force, suddenly shattered, and Klein, who was sitting at the head of the bronze long table, suddenly opened his eyes. The Golden Ocean. Klein recalled the iconic scene he saw in his dream, and a name involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The Battle of God's Ruins. The source of the previous anomalous celestial phenomena was here. Klein, now somewhat enlightened, unconsciously tapped his fingers on the bronze long table. No matter what in the Battle of God's Ruins could attract the Sea King to temporarily put aside Kavituva, it indeed gave him an opportunity. Although the anomaly in the Battle of God's Ruins might interfere with his future plans to find the mermaid, if he could take advantage of Ain Kortman's departure to determine Kavituva's hiding place, he might have some unexpected gains after the two demigods' decisive battle concluded. With this thought, Klein's mood became somewhat excited. However, he was not reckless. To ensure his absolute safety, he only planned to summon his spiritual body for exploration. If he encountered danger, he could immediately dismiss the summon and return to this gray fog space. A moment later, Klein, having completed the ritual, returned to this gray fog space in his spiritual body form, incorporating the Azak copper whistle and the blasphemy slate door into his spiritual body. Intricate patterns spread across his body, and illusory doors appeared around Klein. His ethereal spiritual body had almost solidified. Hesitating for a few seconds, Klein then waved his hand, retrieving a blood-stained eyeball from deep within the pile of sundries. It was the Eye of Rusko, bestowed by the Evernight goddess. Gritting his teeth, and relying on the fact that he was still within this mysterious gray fog space, Klein incorporated this divine bestow object, whose specific use was unknown, into his spiritual body. An indescribable, peculiar sensation instantly filled his spiritual body, which even Klein himself couldn't articulate. However, the most direct feeling was a significant increase in his control over this gray fog space, and the constant whispers in his ears also disappeared at this moment. After sensing for a while with his eyes closed, Klein, who gained nothing, started to divine, somewhat disbelieving. Aside from receiving revelations that were not harmful to him, he could not divine anything else. It seemed that obtaining divinity was the most basic requirement to activate this item. Sighing, Klein closed his eyes, simulating the sensation of his consciousness falling, and returned to the abandoned warehouse where he was hiding. Dense starlight appeared, obscuring Klein's face. His spiritual body, almost solidified, directly took the creeping hunger from his main body, finding that this fellow was exceptionally quiet, subservient to the higher beyonder characteristic of the blasphemy slate. Klein finally brought the divining crystal to search for the gold coins sacrificed to Kavituva, which were tainted with the aura of the gray fog. Before he could spread his spirituality and enter the spirit world through meditation, the faint illusory doors appearing around him shimmered gently. The next second, Klein found himself surrounded by indescribably shaped ethereal transparent objects. All colors became vivid and distinct yet overlapped, while the hazy mist permeated and enveloped everything, fading to nothingness. In the depths, high in the sky, 7 clear lights of different colors slowly glided. They seemed to possess life, containing endless knowledge. This was the spirit world, completely overlapping with reality, omnipresent. This is so convenient. Maybe I should take some time to thoroughly explore the uses of this blasphemy slate. This thought flashed through his mind. Klein briefly distinguished the direction and then rapidly moved towards the location indicated by the divination. The core area of the Battle of God's ruins was already riddled with holes. After Adam and Aaron successively drew out many residual divine powers, this forbidden zone of life also seemed to have undergone some changes. The pale golden ocean, no longer as resplendent as before, surged and parted to the left and right, revealing a dark fissure with no visible bottom. The other parts of the radiant figure's body completely disintegrated at this moment, transforming into a chaotic tide that filled the deep fissure. Thus, in the middle of the pale golden ocean, a chaotic passage appeared, and vaguely, at the end of the passage, a structure existing only in myths and legends could be seen. One side was a spire, the other a round tower, with a main entrance far exceeding 10 meters, predominantly gray-blue, covered with symmetrical symbols, markings, and patterns. It was precisely the Giant King's court, and also the sleeping place of the Dark Angel, Sasra. Controlling his nascent divine kingdom, which had been peeled away from the core area of the Battle of God's ruins, Aaron glanced at the chaotic passage leading to the Giant King's court, guessing that this might be the passage left behind when the Dark Angel, Sasra, finally returned to the Giant King's court to slumber. He had no intention of exploring further. The emergence of the Ghost Empire had already interacted with the spirit world, and coupled with those 2 outer deities who tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing a handful of rice, even if Aaron had previously asked the 7 lights of the spirit world to provide some shielding, there could be no absolute silence now. Aaron only wanted to cast a giant stone into this turbulent world, but he did not want to become the target of all criticism, attracting the attention of the 7 gods. He finally glanced at Adam, who was still standing in place, clutching the silver cross pendant on his chest and praying in a low voice. His eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Before this, he had never imagined that Adam, with the beyonder characteristic of a king of angels, could exert power comparable to a true god, and how many such methods this guy had hidden. As for the second piece of the blasphemy slate stolen by Ammon, or more accurately, intentionally given by Adam to that Ammon's clone. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Aaron, along with Palez, appeared directly within the Ghost Empire without any hindrance. Cavendish Lancer also transformed into a ball of light at this moment, formed by various authorities and symbols, with a spirit worm revolving inside. Activating the Nation of Disorder once again, Aaron transmitted this Miracle Invoker characteristic, existing in a special form, to Cavendish Lancer's main body, which was still in the forsaken land of the gods. Confirming that Ammon had left, Palez Sorost, relieved, no longer had any reservations. He fully exerted his power, stopped the theft, and returned the successful advancement to Cavendish Lancer. All of this happened within a few breaths. The second layer of the box of the outer deity, which replicated and reproduced the sanguine Holy Land, Moon Kingdom, finally completely enveloped the Ghost Empire, which was comparable to a city, at this moment. Faint starlight spread, and finally, along with the brown vine that had absorbed everything from the abomination, Saya, it disappeared. In the Moon Kingdom, on the desolate plain covered with black thorns, the Ghost Empire suddenly appeared, and the clear moonlight in the sky emitted an even more brilliant silver light. The 3 sanguine dukes acted simultaneously, manipulating this divine kingdom to seal off all connections with the outside world, erasing the traces of the Ghost Empire. Handing the brown vine containing the abomination characteristic to these angels, Aaron retrieved the Dice of Probability from Palez and immediately returned to the Nation of Disorder with the box of the outer deity. As soon as these 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts were brought into the Nation of Disorder, the entire dark gold world underwent a change, like boiling water. Immense power spontaneously activated like steam, converging into a torrent that completely submerged the box of the outer deity, wrapping it layer by layer and binding it tightly. At this moment, the gem-encrusted silver-black 3-layered jewelry box seemed to have become a small insect in amber, with no room to move. The 3rd layer, which was originally affected and about to open, was also forcibly closed at this moment. After advancing to an angel and fully controlling the Nation of Disorder, Aaron no longer feared the box of the outer deity, which contained outer deity contamination, as much as before. He even dared to bring the Dice of Probability directly inside. Aaron threw the still somewhat restless box of the outer deity into the pile of sundries, into a puddle specially prepared for it, allowing this Grade 0 sealed artifact to vent its negative effects on the microorganisms. Only then did he look at the Dice of Probability, which was enveloped by a dark gold vortex. This uniqueness of the fate pathway had gradually recovered from its previous frozen state, slowly and steadily altering the Nation of Disorder's restrictions on it, bit by bit. Klein traveled through the spirit world, finding it truly chaotic. The 7 clear lights, which could have indicated locations, were always high up, covering the sky, yet he could often see them beneath his feet, in front and behind him. If not for the guidance of the divining crystal, Klein would not have been able to distinguish directions. Suddenly, a faint, ethereal gray-white mist appeared before his eyes, and brilliant light points within the mist revealed different scenes. Looking at the familiar gray-white mist, Klein cautiously stopped. He was about to bypass this suddenly appearing historical mist, not wanting to cause extra trouble, when his eyes fixed on the closest light point, at the very front of this historical mist. A giant black ship, like a city on the sea, lay across the pale golden ocean, and voices converged into a tide, continuously chanting a name. Trunsoist. That powerful empire that was destroyed in the 4th epoch. As this thought just surfaced in Klein's mind, the historical mist, which faintly resonated with the spirit world, vanished in an instant. Klein's expression changed for a while, then he gritted his teeth and continued towards the location indicated by the divination. Just 7 or 8 seconds later, a faintly discernible collapsed building appeared before him. Outside the building, many giant jellyfish-like spirit world creatures floated. They extended transparent tentacles covered in mucus, bringing the surrounding area into their territory. The tip of each tentacle had a white skull with deep eye sockets, constantly swaying with gentle and slow movements. Found it. As Klein looked at the faintly discernible collapsed building, this thought just surfaced in his mind when a series of either frantic or sharp whispers quickly echoed in his ears. What then came into his view was an unimaginably huge greenish-blue sea snake. Its scales were slippery, covered with patterns similar to the various symbols within the ruins. The maddened Cavatua, sensing Klein's aura, directly launched a full-power attack. Its gaping maw directly swallowed the spiritual body that was frozen in place. Upon returning to the ancient, dim ruins, Cavatua furiously thrashed its tail, stirring up terrifying waves and exaggerated ripples, making the entire ruin shake as if it were about to collapse. Its body below the head hung to the ground, coiled and occupying 1/3 of the vast hall, like an undulating greenish-blue hill. A shrill, painful howl, impossible to describe in words, echoed. Klein, with an uncertain expression, flew out from Cavatua's shattered chest, watching the unimaginably huge sea snake struggle in vain, unable to reverse its fate, only able to emit painful long hisses as it gradually faded away. Amidst the violent shaking of the ruins, the giant snake, which had originally coiled like a greenish-blue hill, finally left behind only a blood-stained, deep eye, the Eye of Rusco. This terrifying creature, capable of contending with the Sea King, even though severely wounded and mad, could be swallowed alive and without resistance by the Eye of Rusco, which was enough to demonstrate the horror of this divine gift. But Klein's eyes were somewhat dim. The roar containing Cavatua's mad will was nothing to him, who often traveled through the grey fog and endured those terrifying whispers. The reason he couldn't dismiss the summon and return to the grey fog space at that moment, and instead was swallowed by Cavatua, was precisely due to the influence of the Eye of Rusco. This item, bestowed by the Evernight goddess, was not merely alive, it could even, at certain moments, block Klein's perception of that mysterious grey fog space. Moreover, Klein had not forgotten the revelation he received when divining this item earlier. The prerequisite for truly activating the Eye of Rusco was to obtain divinity, and the swallowed Cavatua happened to be a demigod who had obtained divinity. Chapter 385, Reaching the Star Realm. Just as Klein was still hesitating, the deep pupils of Rusco's eye shimmered with points of cyan blue light, and a bone scepter flew out from within it. The tip of the scepter was inlaid with tiny cyan blue gems, some of which were stained with deep black and others with dawn. He didn't dare to directly touch Cavatua's remnants, but even so, layers of illusory pleas still echoed in Klein's ears. Illusions appeared before his eyes, showing countless devout believers prostrating and praying. As the layers of illusory pleas entered his ears, Klein felt as if he had a physical body again, and his head throbbed with sharp pains, making him want to violently bang his head against a wall to stop the pain with more pain. Those prayer scenes from different people caused him to experience an uncontrollable, extremely terrifying dizziness, as if he were walking on the edge of the abyss, ready to fall at any moment. Although Klein was already accustomed to responding to prayers, that was limited to the few members of the Tarot Club. He had never before dealt with the prayers of thousands of believers all at once. It was only because he had the blasphemy slate and Azek's copper whistle reinforcing his spirit body. Any other non-demigod sequence holder would have already lost control, collapsed in pain, and transformed into a monster or disintegrated into flesh and blood. What a terrifying sealed artifact. If I use it directly, I might only last a few seconds, but that's enough for me to end the summoning and return above the grey fog. There, I can effectively block these thousands of prayers and temporarily unknown negative effects, and it will also allow me to safely study what changes have occurred to that divine gift. Having made his decision, Klein began to clean up the mess. After finding the gold coin with the aura of grey fog that he had sacrificed to Cavituva, he only had time to record the remaining murals in the largely collapsed hall. Even if Sea King Arncourtman had temporarily left Byam, there must still be an unknown number of Grade 1 sealed artifacts stored in the Church of Waves, and the Loen Navy might be searching around the Rorstad archipelago at this very moment. Kavituva's death must have attracted their attention. Klein didn't know when the church and military personnel would find this place. In such a situation, he had to race against time and could not afford the slightest delay. Numerous starlight portals on his body flickered simultaneously. Amidst the echoing prayers and clear, numerous scenes, Klein suddenly grabbed the short-bone scepter that symbolized the sea god's authority. Splash! The seawater throughout the ruins surged violently, either swaying uncontrollably or collapsing into whirlpools. In the last moment before Klein's figure disappeared, Rusko's eye, which had been quietly suspended after devouring Kavituva, transformed into a faint light and entered the cyan blue gem at the tip of the bone scepter. When the familiar majestic palace reappeared before his eyes, the prayers in Klein's ears and the illusory scenes before him had already vanished. He sat on the high back chair belonging to the fool, raised his right palm, and examined the sea god scepter, which was inlaid with cyan blue gems and stained with some deep black and dawn. Around this sealed artifact, countless light points floated, each seemingly corresponding to a praying believer, causing the scepter's milky white body to glow with a dazzling, both illusory and sacred, radiance. But at this moment, at least half of the light points that originally surrounded the sea god's scepter suddenly extinguished. Klein's pupils sharply contracted. Under the strange perspective provided by this gray fog space, he finally saw clearly that they were not extinguished. Instead, they were entangled, engulfed, and devoured by invisible threads, and the culprit was the blood-stained eyeball floating out from the cyan blue gem at the tip of the sea god scepter. Klein looked at the sea god scepter, which had fallen into his hand, its divine aura weakened, and its luster dim. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Without that almost tangible aura of the sea and storms, he had already divined the sealed artifact's effects and negative consequences. At this point, he looked at Rusko's eye, which seemed to have eaten its fill, and tentatively extended his spirituality, while also preparing to cut off the connection at any time to avoid being drained like the sea god scepter. The anticipated resistance did not occur. A flood of complex memories and knowledge instantly appeared in Klein's mind. After a while, he reopened his eyes and met the gaze of the deep pupil. This ancient god's eye, which had absorbed Kavituva's divinity and activated prematurely, could, in addition to its inherent hidden effects, bestow misfortune through the form of prayer light point observation. These manifestations of the authority belonging to the Mother of Secrecy, Empress of Calamity and Fear, were not unexpected to Klein, but what surprised him most was that within this gray fog space, Rusko's eye could fulfill the holder's wishes proportionally by devouring divinity. Is this an ability derived from the ancient god's main body? Or is it a change caused by this mysterious gray fog space? Although there are no obvious negative effects, constantly devouring divinity is the biggest hidden danger in itself. I also cannot be sure what it will turn into if too much divinity accumulates. Sighing, Klein looked at Rusko's eye with some indecision, and finally, tentatively muttered to himself. I want to immediately advance to marionettist. After waiting for a few seconds, Klein frowned, unsure if his method of wishing was incorrect, or if this type of wish involving advancement exceeded his current capacity. After some thought, he changed to a simpler wish and continued. I want to appear next to blazing Danitz. This time, he did not linger above the gray fog but directly sank his consciousness back to the real world. But before he could even open his eyes, he heard a startled cry. Shit! You, how did you find me? Meeting Danitz's terrified eyes, Klein's face revealed a cold smile, and he uttered two words. Guess. Ignoring the trembling Danitz, Klein casually dispelled the spiritual wall covering the basement. After several tests, he had roughly analyzed some of the limitations of making wishes through Rusko's eye. Cities, almost real, stood in a world permeated with dark golden mist. Aaron stood atop the magnificent palace at the center of this world, overlooking his divine kingdom. After the Ghost Empire returned to reality and left its mark in the spirit world, a phantom of this massive creation also appeared in the Nation of Disorder. Aaron was gradually filling his anchors based on the Trunsoist royal guards in their undead state. The Rose School of Thought had lost Abomination, sire. Even with the help of the primordial moon believers, their strength was definitely greatly diminished. The Ghost Empire was too large a target. Once it openly appeared in the outside world, it would easily become a target for everyone. However, those undead royal guards could operate under the banner of the Numinous Episcopate to make some early arrangements in the southern continent. Suddenly, the palace beneath Aaron's feet trembled slightly. He pinched his brow, sighed softly, and had already returned to his throne, suppressing the dice of probability, which had become restless again. After advancing to Angel, with the Nation of Disorder in the Hand of Order characteristic, Aaron could forcibly sever the connection between the dice of probability and the spirit world, astral world, and the real world. The cost was that this already active uniqueness of the fate pathway required Aaron to constantly mobilize the power of the Nation of Disorder to suppress it, otherwise it would gradually affect the nascent divine kingdom that was being perfected. This was no small burden for Aaron, who had just advanced and was stabilizing his divinity and anchors. Aaron mobilized the power of the Nation of Disorder, briefly suppressing the dice of probability, a cluster of abstract symbols in his hand, and returned to the Moon Kingdom. The vast ghost empire had not changed. The undead royal guards grew stronger under the nourishment of the Moon Kingdom's massive and enriching power, but the brown vine containing the abomination characteristic had vanished. After greeting the three sanguine dukes, and learning that the characteristic still contaminated by the mother tree of desire was being suppressed in the core of the Moon Kingdom, Aaron had no immediate intention of retrieving it. After obtaining the last abomination characteristic, Astolfo immediately left the battlefield and disappeared into the depths of the spirit world. Even Aaron could only vaguely sense through the nation of disorder that his messenger was in the process of transformation. Reascending to the abomination sequence was also the limit Astolfo could currently reach. Although the contaminated history could serve as an anchor for high-level beyonders of the chain pathway, relying on it too much would make one susceptible to reverse erosion by the mother tree of desire, which controlled the main body of the chained god. Once Astolfo returned, Aaron would hand over this undead army to him, to gradually erode the faith belonging to the Rose School of Thought and the Numinous Episcopate in the southern continent. To prevent the mother tree of desire from acting recklessly, Aaron also specifically instructed the seven lights of the spirit world to pay attention to the spirit world area corresponding to the abyss. If the chained god showed any signs of approaching the abyss, they were to immediately pray for a warning. Taking back the Ring of Concealment from Jorna, Aaron directly summoned the projection of the Crown of Stars and directly roamed into the astral world. Having become a complete mythical creature, he could perfectly control the nation of disorder without attracting unnecessary attention. More abstract than the spirit world, as if encompassing all authority and symbols of the entire universe, a dark and mysterious portal emerged within the astral world. Aaron, wearing the crown of stars, stepped out and looked at the seven illusory kingdoms that seemed to gather all light. Aaron's gaze swept over those illusory kingdoms and lingered on a dark plain where moonflowers, night scents, and deep sleep flowers grew. He then lifted a trace of the nation of disorder's shield on the astral world, causing the darkness imprint to fluctuate and spread into the distance. Then, without resisting, he allowed his body to be concealed. Aaron opened his eyes again, standing on the dark ground, and looked at a figure not far away. She wore a layered but not overly intricate deep black long dress, adorned with countless dazzling points, like the embedded stars of the night sky. Aaron was silent for a moment, and a greenish-black giant's head appeared in his hand. The mad will contained within its single eye spread in the quiet night. It was the head of giant King Ormur, obtained from the depths of the spirit world, which also contained a sequence 2 glory characteristic. Gifts of fate would be secretly marked with a price, and self-interest was the fundamental principle that maintained alliances. Unilateral taking would only lead to a heavy price at some point. The borrowed water from the river of eternal darkness and the Evernight goddess's help during his advancement to angel, plus his current desire for the Evernight goddess to seal the dice of probability and strip away the river of eternal darkness's contamination contained within the conqueror characteristic, this glory characteristic was the payment Aaron offered. Looking at the several items that appeared one after another beside Aaron, the thin veil on the Evernight goddess's face rippled. 2 arms each grew from her ribs and waist, their surfaces covered with short, dark fur. The dice of probability, composed of abstract symbols, seemed to sense danger. The seal Aaron had placed immediately began to continuously disintegrate, but before it could completely break through, it was covered by surging darkness. A fully active uniqueness is still a burden for you. You do not possess the authority of fate and cannot completely seal it. After some time, Ariana will return it to you. The clear and melodious female voice echoed. The Evernight goddess grasped the head of giant King Ormur, and the red moon hanging high above the dark plain suddenly descended, merging into the greenish-black single eye filled with mad will. The mad will pervading the entire deep dark divine kingdom instantly vanished. A silvery white light, like a heart or a miniature sun, suddenly appeared in the darkness, glowing brightly and emitting a terrifying aura, but it was quickly submerged again by the surging darkness. Having completely stripped away the glory characteristic, the Evernight goddess returned the greenish-black head, now devoid of its characteristic, to Aaron, and said calmly. After the Night Emperor's fall, the Justiciar Pathway's uniqueness formed the Trunsoist brass book, numbered 0-02, and is sealed in St. Millen, in the God of Combat Church's Twilight Hall. Casually taking the ancient god's head, which was only a shell but still extremely high in essence, Aaron nodded lightly. He naturally knew the location of the brass book, but this matter was not urgent. Compared to considering the uniqueness, his main plan was how to recover the other 2 Hand of Order characteristics. His purpose in coming here this time, besides sealing the dice of probability and clearing the river of eternal darkness's contamination within the conqueror characteristic, was primarily to reach an agreement with the Evernight goddess on how to discreetly eliminate the god of combat and gain the maximum benefit. After leaving the deep dark divine kingdom, he would also secretly travel to the Earth Mother's divine kingdom. He had not forgotten the promise of help he received from this sanguine progenitor when he became a demigod, but he had to determine the extent of the mother goddess of depravity's infiltration into the Evernight plane. After all, during his advancement to angel in the Divine War ruins, the mother goddess of depravity, using Mr. Door's power, had projected a flesh and blood avatar onto Sire, openly declaring her target was himself, or more precisely, the nation of disorder on him. If not for Adam's crucial and powerful intervention, Aaron could not have predicted the final outcome of that battle. Chapter 386 Pirate Gala. The Dark Kingdom, filled with night-scented grass and deep sleep flowers, once again fell silent. The Evernight goddess said no more. Her arm, covered in deep black short fur, reached for the strange crown full of rust and bloodstains, while her other arm stretched forward, as if pinching a corner of the void, and lightly tugged. From the boundless darkness, an illusory feathered serpent flew out, covered in huge scales that were dark green and almost black, with pale yellow, greasy feathers growing from the gaps between the scales. Finally, it transformed into a strange monster statue with a wolf head and a snake body. Its 8 legs were covered in feathers woven from pale flames and mysterious patterns, and within its open wolf head was a profound darkness leading to an unknown place. It was precisely the bizarre statue that had collected the tributary of the river of eternal darkness in Calderon. A small section of an illusory, colorless, dark river faintly appeared. The Evernight goddess placed the strange crown in her hand into that section of the tributary. Indistinct roars of unknown meaning emanated, and the blood rust and bloodstains attached to the crown gradually flaked off under the pounding of the illusory tide, sinking uncontrollably to the bottom of the river, melting like frost. Just as this crown was about to sink to the bottom of the river, the arm covered in deep black short fur blocked the swaying, lightless waves and scooped it out. Handing this Conqueror Beyonder characteristic back to Aaron, the Evernight goddess showed no obvious emotional fluctuations, and said softly and soothingly, "This Beyonder characteristic has been held by the Augustus family since Tudor's fall, but no one has attempted to accommodate it. Tudor's lingering spiritual imprint is still strong. Part of it, along with the river of eternal darkness's pollution, sank into the tributary, while another part is mixed with the aura of the City of Calamity. However, this is not entirely a bad thing." Aaron nodded slightly. After fully controlling the nation of disorder, the Lord of Order had completely lived up to the title of a hidden existence and could also serve as a target for mystic praying rituals. Through the mystic praying ritual, Aaron could, at the most crucial moment of Varnawill's advancement to Sequence 1, completely activate the Nation of Disorder to suppress Tudor's residual spiritual imprint and the final pollution from the City of Calamity. With a general idea in mind, Aaron accepted the Conqueror Beyonder characteristic, then suddenly looked at a nearby spot with some surprise. The moonflowers and night-scented grass there suddenly grew larger, expanding wildly, and soon became as large as trees that had lived for thousands of years in a primeval forest, dense and obscuring the sky. Among these trees, a figure entwined with dark green vines and adorned with various herbs and flowers emerged. She was also as huge as a mountain, with a voluptuous figure, flowing robes, cradling an illusory infant. The Earth Mother. Or, more accurately, a divine power avatar of that being. The deep blue, almost black, night sea was tinged with faint crimson, more composed and quiet than during the day. The Azure Avenger was gently rising and falling with the waves, like a ghostly shadow, sailing towards the location of the red moon. Alger Wilson suddenly opened his eyes, finding himself standing at the bow, gazing at the distant waves. His heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained as steady as ever as he looked towards the cabin, where a cold-looking young man stood, none other than Klein, who was playing the role of a ruthless adventurer. Creeping hunger. Alger's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he subtly glanced at Mr. World's right hand, which emitted a profound glow from the human skin glove, and he lowered his voice. "Mr. World, the sea area we are about to enter ahead is the Abyss Vortex, directly north of Sonia Island." Klein nodded, not caring about Mr. Hangman's scrutiny. Anyway, his current identity was Gehrman Sparrow and a Beyonder of the Fool. He deliberately displayed the creeping hunger to guide Mr. Hangman, who tended to overthink, to attribute the killing of Kalangos to the Fool's subordinates. Looking at the dark sea, Klein couldn't help but feel emotional. No wonder the value of a ghost ship was so extraordinary. Sonia Island is located northwest of the Rorstad Archipelago, and it already takes nearly a week by boat, let alone traveling further north to reach the Abyss Vortex. After Capichuan's death, perhaps because the Church of the Storms and the military had no useful gains, the Rorstad Archipelago quickly lifted the maritime ban, but this still delayed Klein by 3 or 4 days. Even by taking the fastest steam passenger ship, it would be impossible to catch the pirate gathering that was only a few days away. Klein, who had originally planned to give up, suddenly remembered that Mr. Hangman seemed to command a ghost ship. With the idea that there was no harm in trying, Klein happened to contact Alger, who was also stranded in the Rorstad Archipelago due to returning to Byam for a report. Out of reverence for the Fool and curiosity about this Beyonder of a hidden existence, Alger readily agreed. After all, as the Church of the Storm's informant among pirates, he certainly couldn't miss an event like the pirate gathering. More importantly, Alger was not entirely at ease with the Azure Avenger, an ancient ship left over from the Tudor dynasty. Although he himself had gained control of it, a gut feeling always told him that this ship held many secrets, just like the Blood Emperor. Therefore, he wanted to use the ship to test the Fool's attitude and eliminate his worries. The only slight trouble was explaining to his crew why he allowed 2 pirates to hitch a ride, as his crew members could be considered the Church's mutual surveillance eyes outside. It was also considering this point that Klein communicated with Alger in a dream through his nightmare ability, avoiding the attention of those crew members. Thanks to you, I was able to make it here smoothly. Once we reach our destination, I'll have Danitz transfer the fare to you. Klein chuckled, and seeing Alger about to speak but hesitating, he added. Do you have any other questions? His expression froze slightly. Alger was silent for a moment, then asked with a somewhat dry voice. When I left Byam for my report, I heard some rumors within the church that the sea serpent did not fall at the hands of His Royal Highness the Sea King. Listening to this probing question, Klein smiled and interrupted Alger with a rather arrogant expression. A mere sea serpent dares to call itself a god. This is a blasphemy against my lord. Indeed. Even though he already had the answer in his heart, Alger still felt a tremor. If it was truly that ignorant sea serpent who offended the fool's majesty, then so be it, but if it was for the struggle over the authority of the storm. Alger immediately dared not think further, extinguishing those blasphemous thoughts in his mind. He cleared his throat and slowly said. I was already coming to attend the pirate gathering, and bringing you along is just a small favor. There's no need to mention the fair again. On the contrary, I have something to ask of you. As he spoke, Alger reached into his chest, only to grasp at air, realizing he was still in a dream. I have fully digested the seafarer potion. For the wind-blessed potion, I still lack a pair of dragon-eyed sea eagle eyeballs. I am willing to pay 1,500 pounds, please Mr. World help me find and purchase them. Such beyonder creatures are tightly controlled by the Church of the Storms, and materials circulating outside are very rare. Even if such materials appear at the upcoming pirate gathering, he cannot purchase them himself. After all, he is not the only one who goes to the cathedral for reports each time. If the church knew he was purchasing the main material for Windblessed, he wouldn't be able to keep some things secret then. It's a pity that after Mr. Azek killed Kalangos, the Windblessed Beyonder characteristic contained within that pirate general was not in creeping hunger. Understanding Alger's concerns, Klein thought for a moment before continuing. Do you still have the potion Mr. Moon sold you last time, the one that can put everyone on the ghost ship into deep slumber? Taken aback by the sudden change of topic, Alger nodded with some confusion, then saw a cold smile appear on the adventurer's face opposite him. Having left the dream world, Alger, according to Klein's request, used the potion to put all the crew members and Danitz into slumber. Then he looked at Klein, who was standing on the deck, with some confusion. Before he could ask, he heard a cold yet extremely confident voice. I hope a dragon-eyed sea eagle appears on the Azure Avenger. This. Alger stood rooted to the spot, somewhat bewildered, looking at Klein's back with a strange expression, wanting to say something but not knowing how to begin. Just then, a pleasant cry came from the dark clouds on the distant sea. A hawk, entirely dark blue with large, sharp eyes, charged straight towards the deck as if possessed. Alger's mouth unconsciously widened as he watched a pair of blood-stained eyeballs, radiating strong spiritual fluctuations, roll to his feet. That casual voice once again reached his ears. These are the dragon-eyed sea eagle eyeballs, 1,500 pounds in total. Looking at the absurd scene, Alger shivered inwardly, no longer knowing what his expression had become. He picked up the pair of bloody eyeballs somewhat helplessly, took a deep breath, and walked towards his small treasury in the captain's cabin. Manipulating creeping hunger to devour the dragon-eyed sea eagle's corpse, a blood-stained single eye slowly disappeared into Klein's palm. It was the Eye of Rusco. This divine artifact can not only merge with the spirit body but also directly parasitize a physical body, effectively keeping Klein under constant subtle aura interference. However, the most bizarre wish-granting ability of this ancient god's eye cannot conjure non-existent items from thin air. For example, Klein initially wished to directly become a marionettist without having the corresponding beyonder characteristic. Moreover, the scope of fulfilling wishes is currently only equivalent to the size of Tinjin City. Despite these various restrictions, controlling a beyonder creature with relatively low spirituality is not difficult. The unique nature of a ghost ship meant that it could reach its destination on its own, even without a crew. As the light of dawn gradually emerged from the horizon, Klein, having emptied Alger's small treasury, was in a good mood as he looked at a small island at the end of the sea. Numerous ships with masts and sails were docked there. The shouts and cheers of pirates were incessant, making the place seem like an ocean of revelry. Klein, seeing such a scene for the first time, couldn't help but marvel. Just as his thoughts drifted, the pirates on the ships and at the dock suddenly let out cries of alarm. Some ran into the depths of the island, while others hastily steered their ships away from the dock, as if fleeing from devils and plague. In just a few minutes, the previously bustling and noisy scene was left only with desolation and silence. A huge sailing ship appeared on the sea, its flag and eye surrounded by 10 stars, an eye without eyelashes. Admiral of Stars, Catilia. I heard she's also connected to Bernadette. Recalling the information in his mind, Klein nodded slightly without needing Alger's reminder, murmuring to himself. Immediately after, he saw the sky, already bathed in the morning light, suddenly brighten. Bits of brilliant starlight scattered down, condensing into a transparent long bridge in midair, extending from the huge sailing ship to the depths of the island. This pirate general stepped onto the long bridge and walked leisurely through the air. She wore a black classical robe, adorned with numerous symbols and magical sigils, the most prominent being a mysterious eye, an eye without eyelashes. At this lady's waist hung an astrolabe, a short scepter, and other items, just like the powerful warlocks active in the fourth epoch in folk legends. When his gaze fell upon the ancient astrolabe, Klein suddenly frowned slightly, and a faint, illusory gray mist appeared before his eyes. This is an item related to the gray fog space. Klein's eyes changed, and he looked at the pirate general who had disappeared into the depths of the island with a somewhat inexplicable expression. The effects of last night's sleeping potion had worn off. Danitz, pinching his somewhat dizzy forehead, was drawn by the sight of the Admiral of Stars entering the depths of the island and didn't notice Klein's playful expression. He merely froze for a moment, then let out a sigh of relief. We actually made it. I wonder how many important figures will come to this pirate gathering. Suddenly, their vision simultaneously darkened, as if clouds had drifted over, blocking all the morning light and plunging this part of the sea into darkness again. Klein instinctively looked out, only to see a huge, pitch-black sailing ship appearing in the distance at some unknown time. It was nearly 100 meters long, with sails hoisted high, and rows of broadside cannons. Danitz beside him revealed a complex expression of both admiration and fear, mixed with longing and aversion. He hissed, muttering in a dreamlike whisper. The Black Emperor. On this huge ship, near the cabin, there was a mottled stone chair 2 or 3 meters high, on which sat a giant lykeman. Even before he clearly saw the appearance of King of the Five Seas, Nast, Danitz couldn't help but lower his head, his body stiff, trembling, wanting to prostrate himself. Klein felt the similar majesty and deterrence to Mr. Emperor and did not force himself or stubbornly keep his head up, continuing to stare directly at King of the Five Seas, Nast. Because this would likely attract the other party's attention, thereby bringing unnecessary trouble. As someone with many secrets, it's still best to be low-key when necessary. Klein wisely averted his gaze, admiring the deck of the Azure Avenger, but his mind had already unconsciously begun to compare the most famous Black Emperor of the Five Seas with the incredible, city-like black giant ship he had seen in the spirit world mist. Chapter 387 Azek Awakens. The one revealed in the spirit world mist should be the legendary, Ghost Empire, that can be juxtaposed with the Death's Treasure. As this thought surfaced, Klein immediately felt his entire body relax, and the oppressive feeling, like a bone stuck in his throat, dissipated. Behind him, a series of gasps sounded in perfect synchronicity, and the previously silent, Azure Avenger, finally gradually filled with whispers. After listening intently for a while, Klein sighed inwardly, having gained no useful information. Looking at the shore, which was not far away, he was about to signal Danitz to leave with him when his gaze suddenly froze. In the dense forest on the shore, at some unknown point, swings woven from pea vines appeared, and a tall woman wearing a white Intis-style shirt and a dark black jacket sat upon one of them. She had an exceptionally uninhibited temperament, yet wore an old-fashioned black soft hat, with fine mesh gauze draped down to obscure her face, revealing only her deep blue and profound eyes. Such a peculiar and strange outfit stood out even among pirates, whose dressing styles were unconventional, not to mention those vines that seemed to possess life. Yet, not only the ordinary pirates of common strength, but even Admiral of Stars, Catilia and King of the Five Seas, Nastor, who had previously entered the depths of the island, seemed not to have noticed. And even without seeing her face, as soon as his gaze met those eyes as deep as the ocean, a name involuntarily surfaced in Klein's mind. Queen Mystic Bernadette. His tensed body slowly relaxed, and Klein imperceptibly let out a breath. One of his purposes in attending this pirate gathering was to meet this eldest daughter of Emperor Roselle. No matter what happened in the Divine War ruins east of the Sonia Sea, Klein was certain that no ship would be willing to take him there at this moment. The last hope of finding other possible mermaids could only rely on Bernadette, who had been active at sea for over 100 years and had even established a secret organization like Oravi Island. Morning Star. The King of Morning Star who killed the King of Undead, Agalito, is also here. A series of exclamations interrupted Klein's thoughts. Following his spiritual intuition, Klein subconsciously looked towards the sea in the direction of Sonia Island. A massive ship, several times larger than the future and only slightly smaller than the Black Emperor, was steadily advancing through the waves. But what truly caught Klein's attention was not the enormous hull, but the wave-like patterns carved on its surface. These were extremely similar, or rather, directly descended from, some of the patterns Klein had seen in the murals of Kavatuva's underwater palace. Ancient elven ghost ship. As this thought arose in his mind, Klein heard Danitz, who had walked to his side, click his tongue. As expected of a big shot who could take the head of the King of Undead, Agalito directly to Byam and successfully claim the bounty right in front of the Storm Church's Sea King. Hearing Danitz's words, Alger's expression subtly changed, and his mood became somewhat strange, but the eyes of the crew members behind him, who secretly believed in the Lord of Storms, all turned unfriendly. If you can't speak, then don't speak. Silently sending this thought to Danitz, Klein, maintaining the persona of a ruthless adventurer of few words, directly grabbed the still bewildered Danitz and, using the clown's ability, leaped from the deck to the shore. The hostile gazes vanished. Danitz, now steady on his feet, finally realized what had happened and coughed dryly. The people on that ghost ship just now aren't all followers of the storm, are they? Does a question from a captive need to be answered? Klein expressed his answer through his actions. Danitz, left to the side, took a deep breath, silently recited Emperor Rozel's maxim, "A moment's impatience can ruin a great plan," several times, then pretended to be busy and began to chat and exchange information with other pirates. Scanning the forest where he had just discovered Bernadette back and forth, Klein retracted his gaze with some disappointment. In just an instant, everything he had seen seemed to have vanished like a bubble. Queen Mystic was already nowhere to be found. This eldest daughter of Rozel must have noticed me, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to discover her whereabouts just now. With this thought, Klein looked back at the sea. Due to the limited view from the island, only a portion of the originally massive morning star could be seen, but he still noticed two figures leaping out from it. That giant should be the king of Morning Star, and as for that elf, this aura. There are actually two demigods. Klein's pupils trembled slightly. Rusko's eye had completely absorbed Kabatuva's divinity and was now dissolved within his body, making him extremely sensitive to the unique aura of beings who had obtained divinity. He instantly made his judgment inwardly. He was silent for a moment, then looked at Danitz, who was approaching him with a surprised expression, having apparently inquired about some news, and coldly asked, "How much was the bounty for the King of Undead, Agalito, who was killed last year?" Danitz was stunned for a moment, looking at this mad adventurer with a strange expression, and honestly replied. The last bounty for Agalito before he was successfully hunted down last year was 100,000 pounds. Then he excitedly began to recount the information he had just exchanged. Among the existing pirate kings, only Queen Mystic is absent. Among the pirate generals, only Vice Admiral of Disease, who disappeared a few weeks ago, and my captain are not here. So many pirate kings and pirate generals gathered together definitely counts as the grandest pirate gathering in recent decades. There will definitely be many good things appearing. Queen Mystic is already here, you just don't know it. Klein glanced at the somewhat excited Danitz and estimated that he currently only had a little over 2,000 pounds that he could use. If he encountered truly good items, it would probably be difficult to purchase them. The sailor pathway should be the most common sequence among these pirates. The mid and low sequence beyonder characteristics of the storm pathway precipitated from the loyal believers who died in Kabatuva's underwater palace can be sold at this opportunity. After some deliberation, Klein touched the human skin glove on his right hand and walked towards the depths of the island first. In the astral world, composed of various abstract authorities, Aaron's figure quietly emerged. He glanced at the initial barrier, which refracted the vast cosmos like a prism, and decisively dispelled wandering, returning to the real world. The Evernight goddess did not react much to Adam obtaining Grozel's travels, only reminding Aaron to restrain the Abraham family members who believed in the Lord of Order, so that they would not become a breach for the mother goddess of depravity's erosion. As for Lilith, who was disguised as the Earth Mother, her attitude was even more obvious and direct. As long as Aaron could retrieve a certain item from the depths of the Eternal Darkness plane, she would be willing to cooperate with Aaron to obtain the Sequence One Hand of Order characteristic from the Castilla family. Returning to Alusal, the capital of East Dongtak County, Aaron met the complex-looking Walner Will in the ancestral underground hall. As the true source of the existing Trunsoist remnant bloodline, after the Ghost Empire emerged and re-interacted with the spirit world, this weather warlock almost instantly received feedback, and his anchor became even more stable. Except for those naturally mythical beings, a 20-year-old angel is unheard of, even in more ancient times. Looking at this junior who had just advanced and whose aura was even deeper and more terrifying than his own, Walner Will slowly stood up from the black iron throne, his tone proud yet mixed with a hint of complexity. Aaron smiled, and in his hand appeared the strange crown, much of its rust and blood stains having fallen off. He said softly, "George III's ritual to advance to Black Emperor has probably been mostly completed. He is at least a king of angels now. The emergence of the Ghost Empire, at this time, who knows what changes it will bring, and even if I use the Nation of Disorder to disrupt my aura, he will certainly feel that a balancer was born simultaneously in the Divine War ruins. That blasphemer knows my true identity, so we must quickly increase our strength and prepare for the worst." Looking at Walner Will, whose expression had turned serious, Aaron pushed the Conqueror characteristic in his hand over, finally adding, "The pollution from the river of eternal darkness contained within this characteristic has been removed. The remaining spiritual imprint of Tudor is still very strong, but now your anchor is also more stable than before. You can try to gradually adapt to this characteristic by using that Red Priest card. Adam's desired future trend is a world-sweeping war, and this is also the fastest time for the Red Priest pathway to advance." Walner Will took the strange crown, feeling the rich, murderous iron blood aura and the unwilling, resentful roars of anger. Silver light flickered in his brown eyes, and he said in a deep voice, I will do my best to cooperate with you with the matters in the southern continent. After leaving behind the method for secretly traveling to the Sanguine Holy Land, Moon Kingdom, Aaron briefly recounted everything that had happened in the Divine War ruins and then directly teleported away. The rich, colorful blocks faded from his eyes. Stepping out of the spirit world, Aaron arrived in the hall of an ancient castle, simple in style and with architectural features distinctly different from the current styles of the northern continent countries. Even though it was old-fashioned, it was extremely well-preserved, though the murals faintly carved on the black-based walls were indistinguishable after the erosion of time. This was the very place where Azek had fallen into slumber to recover after being ambushed by High Priest Heidel of the Death Church in the Backlund Spirit World region. Unlike his previous visit, the aura of death here had become even stronger, and thin gray mist spread from the deepest part of the hall, ebbing and flowing as if a monster was breathing. As a complete mythical creature, even without the boost from the Nation of Disorder, Aaron was a genuine balancer. After sublimating his own nascent divine kingdom, wherever he stood, rules and order would be affected. As if sensing danger, the various coffins of different shapes and colors placed on both sides of the hall suddenly made some sounds, like rusted joints opening one by one. Silently, white bones emerged from each coffin, gushing like a fountain into the air, forming a dense, nearly 4-meter-tall giant skeleton army. Soul fires flickered violently in their hollow eye sockets, but these messengers nurtured by Azek did not retreat. Instead, they charged fearlessly towards Aaron. The air, permeated with thin black mist, rippled. A certain rule was quietly terminated by decree, and the hundreds of white-bone messengers, each at least at the mid-sequence level, that rushed towards Aaron instantly disintegrated into individual bones, falling into the death-filled hall. Aaron easily controlled these undead creatures, but he did not extinguish their soul bodies, as he was here to cooperate with Azek. Aaron walked past the hall filled with white bones, ignoring the coffins in the deeper parts that continuously made strange noises, and proceeded to the end of the hall. There, a pure black coffin, adorned with pale feathers, was placed. This was also the source of all Een power, absorbing the rich black mist imbued with death. Aaron observed for a while. What was reflected in his crimson-gold pupils was not the black coffin, but abstract, complex symbols, fused with the power that connected to the underworld, subtly forming the image of a coiled feathered serpent. This feathered serpent's image was incomplete, even though the face resembled Azek Egger's, there was an ancient, gold-crafted ornament within it. Its appearance was like a slender bird, surrounded by wings made of pale flames. Inside its bronze-colored eyes, light layered upon layer, forming a mysterious and illusory door. This was the source of the black mist that permeated the entire hall. It seems that even if I didn't come this time, you would have awakened on your own within a month at the latest, Aaron chuckled, and a drop of pure black liquid appeared in his hand, as if condensed from the deepest night sky. The fundamental reason Azek had to fall into slumber under the ambush of the half-crippled high priest of the Death Church, Heidel, was that Heidel had invoked the power of the artificial death. That half of the soul, fused with the death pathway's uniqueness, interfered with the fusion of Azek's incomplete soul and the golden ornament left by death. The drop of soul-calming power gifted by the Evernight goddess could temporarily eliminate that influence, allowing Azek to awaken from his slumber. Casually dispelling the thick black mist, Aaron directly flicked the drop of pure black liquid towards the feathered serpent at the deepest part of the abstract and complex symbols that formed the black coffin. Those illusory symbols, lingering with death, finally merged into the feathered serpent, transforming into the bronze-skinned Azek. He suddenly opened his eyes, his brown eyes deep and profound, as if connected to a silent, dark world. The black coffin instantly shattered. Azek stood in place, grabbing at the air with his right hand. All the underdeveloped white feathers scattered throughout the hall flew out, gathered into a ball, and fell into his palm. Azek simply squeezed gently, and these strange feathers vanished, seemingly becoming food for the desolate world in his eyes. Chapter 388, Plans Against the Spiritual Cult. Suddenly, a terrifyingly profound and indescribable aura emanated from Azek. The eerie spiritual entities hidden in the black mist fell to the ground one after another, and together with the zombies and skeletons that emerged from the coffins in the deepest part of the hall, they surged into Azek's glabella. There, mysterious symbols, painted in pale and dark green, appeared, interwoven together to form an illusory bronze door. The surrounding space collapsed inward, and after devouring all the undying creatures and spiritual entities, it transformed into a slowly rotating black vortex. This death consul, who survived the fourth epoch, closed his eyes, seemingly listening quietly to a call from an unknown place. A rich but not dazzling golden light emerged, forcefully closing the expanding black vortex. Azek's body trembled slightly, the lines on his face were no longer so tense, and his lips moved slightly. I saw myself sitting on a throne of skulls, and I saw countless beings dead before the throne. They did nothing wrong, they just died suddenly, and then one by one they rose up, turning into pale undying creatures loyal to me. And I watched coldly, without any emotional fluctuations, allowing such a disaster to spread to the ends of the continent. This makes me feel unlike myself, but I know very well that this might be my true self. Looking at Azek, who was completely different from when they last met, Aaron lowered his arm and sighed. It seems that the numinous episcopate's artificial death has already been able to actively influence high-sequence beyonders who have failed to advance or are in poor condition. Except for being unable to respond to prayers and rituals, it is extremely close to what they envisioned. Azek reopened his eyes, looked at this duke, who was so powerful that he felt a little unfamiliar, raised his hand to rub his forehead, and continued in a calm, flat tone. If you hadn't awakened me in advance, I'm afraid by the time I woke up on my own, I would have already become the person I was in my memories. Azek's reaction was so strong, it must be that the former numinous episcopate's high priest had tried to influence the artificial death again during this period. Thinking this, Aaron glanced at the somewhat confused and melancholic Azek, deliberated for a moment, and said, "The self in your memories was influenced by the out-of-control tendencies contained within the beyonder characteristic, and by the influence transmitted from the death from a high position. Conversely, each time you lose your memory and start a new life, you are truly the most authentic self, free from those influences. This is not a split personality, but a struggle against a mad spirit. Those new lives you started after losing your memories are your anchors, fixing yourself and preventing yourself from being dragged down by the beyonder characteristics out-of-control tendencies and the essence of madness. Never forget them, no matter when, they might pull you out of the abyss at a critical moment." Azek's expression was a mixture of contemplation and confusion, and after a long time, he sighed, a gentle smile returning to his face. "This might be an explanation, at least it makes the split and conflict at my spiritual level less intense. However, one day, I will go to the end of the black mist to see what is hidden there, why it is calling me, and what caused me to die and revive again and again, to lose my memory again and then gradually regain it. This has troubled me for over 1,000 years, troubled me in life after life. I want an answer." His gaze gradually cleared, and his tone, seemingly gentle, held an indescribable resolve. Aaron glanced at Azek and did not reveal the cruel truth. After all, he was only following the Evernight goddess's wishes to prevent Azek from being corrupted by the activated artificial death during this sensitive period. Shaking his head imperceptibly, Aaron calmly said to the now normal Azek, "Since the 5th epoch, you have been restarting your life in the northern continent. Since you want to find an answer, why not come with me to the southern continent?" Aaron chuckled lightly, then added, "Consider it payment for waking you up early." Azek did not refuse. A semi-tall silk top hat appeared in his hand, and he smiled gently as if he had thought of something. "How has Klein been recently during my slumber?" The illusory projection of the star crown appeared, and brilliant starlight surged forth. Several envelopes appeared in Aaron's hand, which he handed to Azek. These were letters from Klein that had previously been scattered around Azek's coffin. Aaron had intervened to save these letters, which should have been annihilated by the aftermath. "These are all letters he wrote to you. It's clear he respects you greatly." His eyes softened. Azek opened the letters one by one, letting the brilliant starlight pull his body into a door of starlight. Azek, who had just finished his roaming and was still reading Klein's letters, suddenly found that he had lost his perception of the spirit world. He subconsciously looked up and saw a pristine silver moon, completely different from the outside world and never before seen, as well as a massive black ship that had only existed in his memories. Trunsoist. Even though his memory was still incomplete, Azek subconsciously uttered the name. In his perception, auras belonging to undying creatures appeared on the giant ship, and among them were existences comparable to demigods. The figure of Elven Gallo, who had been guarding the Ghost Empire, slowly emerged. The door of rebirth, embedded in his torso, trembled slightly upon sensing Azek's aura, but quickly returned to calm. Looking at Azek, who was somewhat confused but also clearly surprised, Aaron dispelled the historical projection of the star crown and pointed to Elven Gallo and the death spirits flying out of the Ghost Empire nearby, explaining. Although the numinous episcopate is internally divided, it is still deeply rooted in the southern continent, not to mention the Rose school of thought and the Demonist sect. Therefore, they will accompany you. They might borrow your title as a death bloodline descendant, I hope you don't mind." Azek nodded slightly, glancing at the deep aura, blood-eyed man covered in thorns. He felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't find a specific impression in his fragmented memories. What surprised him even more was that he couldn't influence those powerful death spirits with his special abilities, and the source of each of those death spirits was actually within Elven Gallo. Just as Aaron was about to say something else, a respectful and majestic prayer suddenly reached his ears, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Inside the magnificent palace at the very center of the nation of disorder, dense dark gold mist gathered and surged, forming a colossal figure. The giant-like figure's face took on Aaron's appearance. He lightly raised his right hand, and a triple shadow crown adorned with specks of starlight flew out from a pile of miscellaneous items. It was precisely the sequence 2 beyonder characteristic, Duke of Entropy, obtained from the Solomon treasure in the Lost Nuens. After half a year, constantly permeated by the Sapphira, the spiritual imprint of the Solomon family's angel contained within this beyonder characteristic had been completely erased, replaced by the mark, or rather, the corruption, of the nation of disorder. Previously, Aaron had not advanced to angel and could not completely control the nation of disorder. To avoid unnecessary accidents, he had used the excuse of a test to prevent Nastor from advancing to Angel. As for now, those concerns no longer existed, but corresponding preventive measures were still necessary. If Nastor chose to use this characteristic to advance to Angel, the imprint from the Sapphira, contained deep within the characteristic, would turn into the most terrifying corruption if this king of the five seas betrayed him. A brilliant star on the palace dome grew brighter and brighter, finally transforming into a dark gold double door. Aaron did not hesitate, directly throwing the sequence 2, Duke of Entropy, beyond her characteristic into that portal. Southern continent, at the junction of Harvest Plains and Starry Highlands, a bronze door, infused with endless stillness and covered in mysterious patterns, emerged. An illusory, dark river flowed quietly, and a gloomy small boat sailed out from the deep portal. 3 figures stood on the boat, and the leader was Arces Eggers, the ferryman, a death bloodline descendant who had completely healed his physical ailments in the underworld. Looking at the rising sun, Arces Eggers's eyes flickered. He stood with his hands behind his back at the bow of the boat, not turning around, yet the words of the dead echoed. Karaman has been sent elsewhere by me. Is it time for the existence behind you to give me an answer to my last proposal? Sid Watson, whose Sequence 6 Spirit Guide potion had been completely digested and who was only a step away from becoming a gatekeeper, still felt his soul trembling, as if the river of death flowed through his heart. But as the current pillar of the slumbering faction, having experienced many things, he did not lose his composure. After exchanging glances with Dunsmith, who always wore a trench coat and had deep gray eyes, he slowly spoke. Although both were severely wounded in that pale disaster, the Demonist sect is different from the Numinous Episcopate. They have a genuine evil god standing behind them. The Great Lord of Order, who believes in equivalent exchange, wants that death console characteristic from the Demonist sect. The conditions you offered are not attractive enough in his eyes. Arces Eggers frowned and finally turned his head to look at these 2 Sequence 6 Beyonders, who were merely ants in his eyes. Death intent surged in his eyes, and suppressing his displeasure, he said coldly. Then I'd like to hear what price the one you worship expects me to pay. Under that cold gaze, the suppressed and restrained spiritual entity within Dunsmith trembled constantly, but his tone remained calm and firm. Although I don't know where you learned that the Demonist sect still has a death console characteristic, compared to this adventurous endeavor that might be fruitless, I have a better suggestion. Isn't the former high priest of the Church of Death, Hater, a ready-made death console? I think you understand his ambition and millennia of blasphemous acts better than I do. The death intent in his eyes receded somewhat. Arces Eggers recalled the words the Pale Queen had said to him in the deepest part of the underworld. He waved his hand, and the increasingly oppressive atmosphere of death stillness around him eased considerably, signaling for this somewhat strange soul assurer to continue speaking. Hundreds of years ago, Hater led the artificial death faction in a blasphemous ritual. He was severely wounded as a result, and his true body had to slumber in the former sanctuary of the Church of Death. You lead us there, and the one behind us will naturally eliminate Hater and can even help you rebuild the Numinous Episcopate. It was unclear which words touched Arces Eggers. The aura around this death bloodline descendant continuously receded. He looked up and down at the rigidly standing Dunsmith and chuckled. I have to admit, your idea is indeed very appealing, but I still need some time to consider it. Also, if a mask is worn for too long, it might not be able to be taken off. You give me a very special feeling, perhaps you will become an Undying earlier than Sid Watson. Mask, Undying. Sid Watson, standing by, was somewhat surprised. He glanced at Dunsmith, who had found him a few months ago by divine oracle, but in this situation, he did not ask any further questions. Dunsmith's tone did not change, and a faint smile appeared on his extremely ordinary face. A dark gold crystal, seemingly formed by complex symbols, appeared in his hand. He let it be enveloped by death intent as it fell into Arces Eggers's hand, then continued. This idea is valid long-term. If you are willing to cooperate, just crush it and someone will find you. As for this mask, it's not time yet, but one day I will personally remove it. North of Sonia Island, on an island in the outer region of the Abyss Vortex, this grand pirate gathering proceeded in an orderly manner, which exceeded Klein's stereotypical impression of pirates' lawless style. Dunsmith, who had successfully sold the mid- and low-sequence Beyonder characteristics of the sailor pathway for this crazy adventurer, secretly curled his lips, becoming even more certain that this mysterious fellow had just arrived at sea. He was disdainful inwardly but showed no expression, instead explaining with a chuckle. You don't know this, but pirate gatherings a few hundred years ago weren't like this. These rules all originate from the Black Emperor's master, who governs the Five Seas, which is also the origin of the title King of the Five Seas. Spending so much time formulating these maritime rules, which go against pirates' greedy and chaotic nature, cannot be merely for fame. What could make such a powerful individual, even among demigods, expend such effort to maintain it, is probably only the advancement ritual. As various conjectures flashed through his mind, Klein's gaze flickered to Dunsmith, who was chuckling beside him. A grayish-white light flashed on the human skin glove on his right hand, and the psychiatrist's ability directly saw through the heart of this not-so-clever pirate. He certainly wouldn't tell Dunsmith that even though creeping hunger required devouring a life each time it was activated, correspondingly, during the period it was active, he could freely manipulate and use the souls that were herded. Chapter 389. The battle is about to break out. Feeling a little unnerved by the cold gaze, Danitz wisely shut his mouth and led Klein through the excited pirates, gradually arriving at the dark palace deep within the island. Before they could get closer, a middle-aged man with deep-set features emerged from the shadows where the morning light couldn't reach. He wore an into-style shirt with intricate patterns on the collar and a dark red captain's coat. Even though he just stood there, Klein's spiritual intuition sensed a vast amount of madness and chaos lurking around the middle-aged man, making it impossible for him to lock onto him. There was no need for Danitz to introduce him, a thought naturally surfaced in Klein's mind. The Black Emperor's first mate, Viscount of Fear, Bird Mustana, wanted for 14,000 pounds. Just as Klein was stopped by Bird Mustana outside the Black Palace, the palace itself was eerily silent. Candlesticks hung upside down from above, with an unequal number on either side. At their ends, black platforms rose, surrounding iron-black chairs. King of the Five Seas, Nast sat leaning on the innermost chair. His current physique was relatively normal, just over 1.9 meters tall, unlike on the Black Emperor where he resembled a giant more than a human. He still wore a scaled-down spire crown and a black robe with silver trim. His facial features were sharp, his forehead slightly wrinkled, and he had a short black beard on his chin. Dark red light flowed in his deep black eyes, making one instinctively want to lower their head. As the twisted order permeating the entire palace reached its peak, Nast finally stood up slowly, his majestic and indifferent voice echoing for a long time. The time for consideration has ended. Who agrees? Who opposes? Admiral of Hell Ludwell, sitting at the edge of the Black Palace, had his face covered by a silver-white mask, showing no change in expression. He had once been Nast's subordinate, only later gaining independence with the help of the numinous episcopate. Therefore, he was also very clear that Nast's talk of establishing a so-called pirate kingdom was not empty words, but rather a long-planned scheme. His hollow eyes behind the mask couldn't help but look at the King of Dawn who sat not far from Nast. He truly hadn't expected this pirate king, whose strength was equally unfathomable, to choose to acquiesce in this matter. Without this person taking the lead in opposing, if he, a mere pirate general, dared to speak out against it, he probably wouldn't even make it out of this palace. Unlike the conflicted Ludwell, Catilia was quite calm. She had received a letter from Queen Mystic before attending this grand event, knowing what the King of the Five Seas was about to do. Deep in her eyes, a hint of anticipation even flickered. Nast's figure gradually grew taller. Looking at the silent palace, the light flickering in his deep black eyes became even more scarlet. The twisted majesty and order were no longer confined within the palace, they instantly enveloped the entire island, carrying his will. This pirate gathering, intentionally pushed by him, almost covered all the famous pirates of the Five Seas. And most of the existing pirates at the very top were followers of the Lord of Order. At this moment, his will truly permeated the Five Seas. Klein, who was stopped outside the palace, only felt an indescribable terrifying pressure coming at him, making his bones crackle as if he had returned to facing the evil god's offspring in Tingen City. Danitz, on the other hand, was even more direct, falling to his knees with a thud, forced down by the immense pressure. Klein gritted his teeth, about to activate creeping hunger, at the risk of exposure, when he suddenly felt his whole body lighten, and a refreshing fragrance filled his nostrils. The tall black palace in front of him instantly vanished, replaced by a peach forest with lush plants and blooming flowers. Klein's pupils contracted slightly, and he subconsciously caught a peach blossom that floated down in front of him. At the same time, a very familiar voice sounded in his ears. "No need to be nervous, this is just my fairy tale magic." The bloody light in Nast's deep black eyes flickered. He glanced at where Klein had disappeared, and once again chanted the honorific name of the Lord of Order in his heart. The beyonder characteristic of the Duke of Entropy, which he had been searching for so diligently, was no longer an obstacle. He was only one step away from becoming a complete mythical creature. And at this moment, the deep ocean to the northwest of the island, where whirlpools constantly appeared, suddenly rippled. A colossal warship, shimmering with metallic light and no smaller than the Black Emperor, broke through the mist. This ironclad ship, embodying the pinnacle of Loen's industry, was so magnificent that the pirate general's flagships anchored around the island seemed like newborn dwarfs gazing up at a giant. On the giant ship's sole remaining watchtower was engraved an emblem of a sword of judgment, pointing vertically downwards, with a ruby crown as its hilt. It shone brightly under the morning light. This was the symbol of the Augustus family, a legacy tracing back to the previous epoch. The Pritz. The first ironclad ship commissioned by the Loen royal family. Boom. 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 Accompanied by the exaggerated hum of the high-fuel steam engines, two exaggerated main cannons, engraved with various patterns, unleashed their firepower on the island without hesitation. The giant ship suddenly sank, and a hurricane swept outwards, raising waves. and at some point, a man appeared on the giant ship. His rather long, rectangular face exuded an intimidating aura without anger, and he had two upward curving mustaches at the corners of his mouth, with extremely thick eyebrows. He wore a formal suit, a cloak, and extremely long-toed shoes, dressed in a style out of step with the times. He was none other than Prince Grove, the demigod who supported George III. And on top of this sequence 3 Chaos Hunter's head, he wore a crown woven from thorns, from which pure light continuously gathered into the crown's interior, interweaving into ocean. The sealed artifact, 0 to 36, wielded by the Loen royal family. Looking at the island, which seemed to be crumbling under the gunfire but was actually unharmed, a cold light flashed in Grove's eyes, and his deep, majestic voice echoed, as if pronouncing judgment. Those who presumptuously claim kingship shall be executed. Unsafe elements that posed a danger to Loen's territorial waters had gathered together. Such a rare opportunity, even if they couldn't severely wound the pirate who presumptuously claimed kingship today, they had to let them know that the old era was over. Even if they relied on ghost or cursed ships, calling themselves generals or even presumptuously claiming kingship, only ironclads could dominate the seas. The crown woven from thorns on his head suddenly erupted with brilliant light, but it did not attack or destroy the twisted order covering the island to prevent artillery attacks. Instead, it surged behind Grove. The space there was torn apart, and an ancient-style spear, burning with clusters of blood-red dark light from its tip to its hilt, pierced towards the back of Grove's head, disregarding the distance. And at this moment, a slightly deep light instantly flew out from 0 to 36, reassembling into a slightly arrogant old man with a lot of silver strands in his black hair and no beard on his face. It was none other than the former Duke of Southville, Drinker Augustus, the Sequence 2 balancer of the Arbiter Pathway. Chapter 390 Angels Battlefield. An ocean of pure, interweaving light poured out from within the crown, condensing into a scorching white spear of light. Two pristine white wings unfurled in layers, embracing the spear tip like an angel, sealing all surrounding space, and charging straight towards the blood-stained dark red spear. Manipulating 0 to 36 to destroy the spear of Longinus, the former Duke of South Wales snorted coldly, his golden eyes looking in a certain direction. Although Bernadette could create a barrier isolated from the outside world and difficult to connect to, using mystical reenactment, he had already discovered this hidden pirate king through the imbalance in the surrounding area. Prince Bygrove's even more majestic and grand voice echoed throughout the entire abyss vortex. Mystical reenactment is forbidden here. The crown woven from thorns detached from Grove's head and flew towards Drink Augustus, making his illusory body increasingly solid. The angel-level notarization also allowed his decree targeting mystical reenactment to be further strengthened. The colorful peach forest turned into an illusion, and Klein suddenly felt a strong sense of weightlessness as if his feet were in the air. Before he could react, his body was lifted by a slowly rotating cluster of stardust, and in an instant, it brought him back to the small island. Drink Augustus's eyes flickered, and before he could make another move, an incredibly complex amount of knowledge filled his consciousness, instantly making his pupils somewhat dull, reflecting pairs of illusory and sacred white wings. Watching Bernadette being dragged into a struggle in the prayer scene, Aaron tapped his finger on the back of the chair, not intending to act personally, but merely weakening the mystical weakening, reality strengthening decree by influencing his own pathway. With his status, by using the true vision provided by the Nation of Disorder, he had long seen that this angel of the Loen royal family was merely a projection of power maintained by special means and 0 to 36. Otherwise, if it were a genuine balancer, even if it meant falling out with the Loen royal family now and risking exposure to the gods, he would have acted. Hey, if it weren't for 0 to 36, how much foundation would the Loen royal family still have? Aaron withdrew his gaze from the dazzling crown, a cold sneer playing on his lips. This grand pirate gathering was originally instigated by him through Nast. Besides helping Nast complete his promotion ritual, the more important purpose was to draw out those restless fellows, slowly cut off their flesh and blood, erode the foundations of the northern continent nations, and consume their war potential. As if sensing something, Aaron looked at the prayer scene. To the south of the abyss vortex, near Sunia Island, a thick mist had appeared at some point, with ships dimly visible within it. His eyes narrowed slightly, and Aaron snorted. Threads of dark golden mist condensed and merged into Nast's prayer star, using the Sapphira imprint left in the Duke of Entropy beyond her characteristic to exert influence, helping Nast maintain the balance of his anchor and accelerate his promotion. Another ray of light, carrying his will, surged into the dome above, into the brilliant star representing Bayer Burial. Inside the towering black palace at the center of the small island, Vice Admiral of Dusk, Bradavivan's eyes flickered as he watched Nast disappear, and his sense of unease grew stronger. As the Fasak Empire's informant among the pirates, it was he who had leaked the news that Nast would personally attend this pirate gathering. Before he could say anything or incite those pirates to create chaos, his sense of unease suddenly surged like a bursting dam. Relying on his combat instincts, he only managed to kneel on one knee and enter a defensive state. The defense, which could barely resist attacks at the demigod level, was instantly shattered. At the spot where Vice Admiral of Dusk had stood, a silver sharp light abruptly appeared, destroying everything from the inside out. Shaking the silver-white rapier in his hand, Bayer Burial, whose body had expanded to 5 or 6 meters and was clad in exquisite, sturdy silver full-body armor, stood on the pile of flesh and blood. Behind his faceplate, a cluster of orange-red light appeared, like a single eye, coldly scanning the faces in the hall, some indifferent observers, some astonished and horrified. He casually picked up the beyonder characteristic that was gradually condensing from the flesh and blood, the size of a fist, resembling a heart, covered in holes, and shimmering with the light of dawn. A pirate general renowned throughout the 5 seas was thus killed on the spot in such a comical manner. Everyone looked at this gigantic pirate king, their expressions changing. Shadas's figure appeared like a ghost beside Bayer Burial. Her eyes had completely turned silver-white, and her aura was even slightly stronger than Bayer Burial's. The one controlling this body was the Calamity Queen, Ghazanim. Ignoring the pirate generals in the palace with their varied expressions, Shadas seemed to sense something. Her eyebrows raised slightly, and a strange smile appeared on her face, then she took Bayer Burial into the collective subconscious sea. At the southern end of the small island, Klein felt the tremor of the sea and the huge roar, his expression extremely grim. He was not interested in the fate of those pirates, but there was no need to put himself in danger for such an encirclement targeting the pirate kings. Klein extended his left hand, which was not wearing the human skin glove. Flesh and blood wriggled on his palm, revealing the Eye of Rusko. The scepter of the sea god, inlaid with blue-green gems, emerged from his deep pupils. He did not touch it directly, but merely manipulated the scepter of the sea god through the Eye of Rusko to influence the nearby sea monsters. If the situation became unmanageable, he would have a way to escape. What a lucky human. I'll borrow this item for a while. You wouldn't mind, would you? A clear female voice suddenly echoed on the Mind Island. Klein's expression instantly froze, and the scepter of the sea god, which had been suspended in front of him, vanished in an instant. Under the cover of thick fog, the organized Sunia Sea fleet approached the abyss vortex to the north. On the leading flagship, Ahamatova Einhorn, the supreme commander of the Sunia Sea theater and a weather warlock from the royal family, had silver light flickering in the depths of his eyes as he gazed into the distance. After a moment, he said in a deep voice. In battlefields below the angel level, Loen's ironclads are indeed a huge threat. It's a pity that a contract has already been signed with Loen's founder. This trip can only be to exterminate those pirates. His adjutant, who was behind him, was about to say something when his skin suddenly became granular, gradually turning grayish-blue. At the center of his brows, flesh and blood wriggled, as if some monster was about to emerge. The adjutant, who had already reached Sequence 5, immediately entered a state close to losing control. Ahamatova Einhorn, who could communicate telepathically with the entire fleet, instantly detected the anomaly. Following the source of the pollution, he saw a greenish-black giant's head. Chapter 391, Promoted Nast. As a high-ranking member of the Fasak Empire's imperial family, Einhorn was extremely familiar with the God of Combat Church and the Twilight Great Hall that had stood outside St. Milone for over 1,000 years. As the greenish-black giant's head in his shared vision gradually overlapped with a figure from a fresco in his memory, a hint of astonishment and fury flashed in the depths of Einhorn's eyes. The item that the God of Combat Church had painstakingly searched for over 1,000 years was now being used against him. Einhorn dared not hesitate in the slightest, mentally communicating with the entire Sunia Sea fleet, unifying the minds of all crew members with himself as the dominant force. The attacker's objective was extremely clear. They bypassed the physical body, which hunters and warriors were most adept at, and directly used the collective subconscious sea to transmit the roar originating from the ancient god. All crew members below Demigod felt a buzzing in their minds, but with the damage distributed, the warrior pathway crew members, who were on the verge of losing control, found their states alleviated. A strong aura of iron and blood emanated as Einhorn actively took on the contamination distributed to him, and in turn, locked onto the source of the contamination. The mist shrouding the fleet instantly vanished, accompanied by terrifying aura overflowing, with storms and lightning intertwining, as if the end of the world had arrived. Shadas, holding the scepter of the sea god, stood at the center of the storm, leaving the ancient god's head in the collective subconscious sea to deter any fleet members attempting to leave on their own, and met Einhorn's gaze. Feeling the angelic aura erupting nearby, Prince Graf showed no joy at all, his expression gloomy as he watched the Silver Knight, who stood not far away, plunge his orange-red longsword into the ironclad. Bayer Baylet, who appeared instantly through the collective subconscious sea, used the Demon Hunter's ability to mask killing intent, deceiving the prince's spiritual intuition and allowing him to take the Silver Knight's full power strike at close range. If not for the mystery weakens, reality strengthens decree and his constantly strengthening physique since becoming a disciplinary knight, Grav would have been severely wounded by now. Suppressing his churning chi and blood, Prince Grav wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, his tone cold and implicitly warning. Our only objective this time is to eliminate Nast. If you leave now, I can pretend that everything before never happened. You can take the Morning Star and leave the sea area. His response was a sweeping storm of light. Silver rays appearing everywhere caused the ironclad to shake violently, and the terrifying cannon fire that struck fear into pirates was useless at this moment. Damn it. Grov dodged, looking at the damaged ironclad, and angrily raised his hand towards the silver-armored giant, growling. Deprive. Execute. The 2 consecutive decrees did not achieve the expected effect. Under Grov's disbelieving gaze, the brilliant storm merely paused for a moment before continuing forward, completely engulfing the towering turret at the front of the ironclad. The cannon platform, covered in the light of dawn, shook violently. Lines of patterns lit up, and under the ravages of the storm of light, tree branch-like cracks appeared. A cold smile played on Bayerbalet's lips. When a demon hunter is promoted to a silver knight, different characteristics are born depending on the blessing of the deity. Bayerbalet, who was promoted with the blessing of the Lord of Order, inherently had a certain degree of restraint against decrees. He withstood the limitations of the decrees to force Grov back, fully damaging the ironclad to alleviate Nast's pressure. These 3 pirate kings who usurped the title are in cahoots. Grov's expression turned grim, and he already understood, even beginning to consider retreating. The Sunia Sea Fleet, which the Fasak Empire promised to dispatch in the contract, also encountered obstacles. That Angel was clearly being held back. If this continued, he might be fine, but the ironclad might sink as a result. Many thoughts flashed through Grov's mind. His expression was solemn as he simultaneously blocked Bayerbalet's destruction and ordered the ironclad to return. The 3 existing pirate kings of the 5 seas had unexpectedly converged, a force that had exceeded his control. And just then, the sea area enveloped by cannon fire and storm seemed to pause for a second. Masses of twisted shadows of order surged out of the void, recoalescing into Nast's figure. He seemed to be in another world with completely different underlying rules, swimming forward like a shadow between 2 contradictory rivers of fate, one surging and flowing, the other almost still. His spirituality constantly heightened, Nast's somewhat chaotic consciousness suddenly cleared, and he found himself in an ancient, magnificent palace. In the depths of the palace sat a blurry figure shrouded in dark gold mist, exuding an irresistible majesty. Cosmos, so this is the apocalypse. Nast's expression became dazed for a moment, and he slowly knelt on one knee, offering his loyalty to the high and mighty deity. Aaron, who had activated his complete mythical creature form and firmly controlled the Nation of Disorder, watched the successful promotion of Nast with satisfaction. The Sapphira imprint, originally integrated into the Duke of Entropy Beyonder characteristic, now truly merged with Nast under his manipulation. The entire dark gold world began to surge. Several illusory oceans appeared outside the continent, which hosted numerous phantom cities. The already vast embryonic divine kingdom was growing ever closer to a true world phantom. Using the imprint of the Nation of Disorder to bind Nast as a subordinate deity, any faith in Nast generated within the 5 seas, whether from worship or fear, now served as an anchor for Aaron to construct his embryonic divine kingdom. Feeling that subtle connection, Aaron's mood was extremely pleasant, and even the way he looked at Nast softened considerably. To make this newly promoted angel work harder to collect faith from the 5 seas for him, Aaron also made his promise. You are now qualified to know the truth of the world. Go and do what you must do. When you truly conquer all the oceans, in the new world, I will crown you king. The first to detect the rule anomaly in this sea area was Balancer Drink Augustus, who was currently fighting Bernadette. The crown woven from thorns on his head was like a second rising sun, igniting even the more conceptual information flow. Even Bernadette, who had transformed into a pure information creature, temporarily avoided the brunt of such scorching, but when she reformed her body not far away, a smile appeared on her face. After forcing Bernadette back, Drink Augustus did not hesitate, quickly approaching the ironclad. Nast had been at Sequence 3 for nearly 100 years, unable to advance due to the lack of angelic characteristics. And because of George III's plan, Drink Augustus also roughly knew the whereabouts of the remaining high-level Beyonder characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway. Precisely because of this, Nast's sudden promotion and the alliance of the 3 pirate kings made him even more furious. But the current situation no longer allowed him to think much. The plan to hunt Nast had completely failed, and all he could do now was try his best to salvage the losses. In a secret mausoleum downstream of the Tussock River in Backlund, the layered, twisted symbols imprinted on the outer wall of the black mausoleum lit up. Drink Augustus, with a solemn expression, was about to descend to the Sunia Sea by leveraging 0 to 36 and that power projection. Tidal waves of pure golden light surged from his pupils, radiating energy and soul-scorching heat, instantly illuminating the entire dim underground mausoleum, but the next second, it returned to normal. Drink Augustus still stood in place, but his eyes were tightly closed, seemingly enduring some kind of backlash. In that instant, he had lost control of 0 to 36. Chapter 392 The 4 Kings gathered together. Above the abyss vortex, Bernadette, who had avoided the close-range explosion of 0 to 36, had an additional pale mask with a metallic luster in her hand. Within its hollow, pitch-black pupils, pale lines emerged, outlining an extremely complex and mysterious three-dimensional symbol, resembling a coiled feathered serpent. The decaying and withering deathly aura forcibly tore a rift in Derek Augustus's nascent divine kingdom. Bernadette seized this opportunity, and a giant cross appeared behind her, as if she were bearing some ethereal object. Within the space isolated by the edict, specks of candlelight lit up, illuminating a long table laden with flesh and blood. Around the long table, 3 extremely blurry figures were continuously devouring the flesh and blood, and in the very center of the blood feast, a deep, pitch-black infant sat cross-legged. Illusory gnawing and chewing sounds, mixed with undisguised malice and hunger, spread outwards. Bernadette felt a chill emanating from the depths of her heart and, without hesitation, displayed her complete mythical creature form, transforming into the purest information entity. This was her feast of betrayal, mystically reenacted based on the death of the ancient sun god, which could temporarily awaken 0 to 36 to commit betrayal, disrupting Derek Augustus's descent. Had she not already advanced to angel and received the protection of the Lord of Order, she would never have dared to use this magic, for once sensed by the protagonists of the feast of betrayal, even an angel would pay an extremely heavy price. Derek Augustus's power projection also froze for an instant under the influence of the feast of betrayal, then was immediately engulfed by the suddenly restless 0 to 36, turning into nothingness in the pure white light that purified all. The isolated space shattered with a roar, and it was as if a second sun rose in the sky. The evenly matched struggle instantly turned into a one-sided suppression. Grove, who was still confronting Boyer Bell, instantly lost his connection with 0 to 36 and that angel projection, and his face immediately changed drastically. Before he could react, a hand seemingly composed purely of shadows, as if distorting the concept of distance, suddenly appeared above his head, carrying undisguised killing intent. Amidst the deafening roar, even the ironclad ship, blessed by an angel and reinforced by numerous arrays, could not withstand such an attack and was nearly pierced through. Nastor's figure emerged, his dark eyes, flickering with blood-red light, pierced through a loophole in order and looked towards the city shrouded in night, standing in the void. Bypassing the figures formed by various beastly desires, Nastor looked towards the black church embedded with skulls in the center of the city, where Grove, having survived the ordeal, now stood at its entrance. Beside him, pairs of sacred and dreamlike wings appeared, and beneath the layers of wings was a pure being of light, kneeling on one knee in devout prayer. This was an angel woven to be almost real. Having analyzed the loophole in order, Nastor instantly saw through the essence of this angel, looking directly at the giant cross inside the church and the grayish-white dragon statue coiled around it. At this moment, beneath the cross sat a man in a black wheelchair. His complexion was unnaturally pale, his light yellow eyebrows were very long, his hair was neatly combed back, and there were a few wrinkles on his forehead. King of Black Thrones, Barrows Hopkins. This name suddenly appeared in Nastor's mind, and layers of shadows surged in the depths of his eyes. Within the Nation of Disorder, after Aaron helped Bernadette shield the Feast of Betrayal from potential scrutiny, his gaze also retracted from the constantly rampaging 0 to 36, and through Nastor's perspective, he looked towards that Eden, whose location in the collective subconscious sea was unknown. Even with the enhancement of true vision, Aaron still felt as though he were looking at flowers through a fog. Compared to his feeling in the Evernight goddess's divine kingdom in the astral world some time ago, his expression grew increasingly solemn. This Eden created by Adam was, to some extent, already extremely close to a true divine kingdom, which was absolutely not something Adam could achieve at his current level as a king of angels. Grozel's Travels. This name flashed in his mind. Aaron speculated that after this angel of imagination obtained this travelogue from the Divine War ruins, he integrated City of Miracles, Levhist, which was originally part of the Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt and hidden within the book's world, into Eden. Aaron secretly lamented, as such a trap of feigning weakness to lure the enemy into a snare was only most effective the first time. However, he had no intention of letting Nastor risk entering Eden. After all, the gains from a Grade 0 sealed artifact were already substantial enough, and dragging it out further could easily attract the wrath of the lone royal family. Transmitting his will into the illusory star symbolizing Nastor, Aaron mobilized the power of the Nation of Disorder, opening the door of sacrifice and bestowal. The brilliant miniature sun that appeared behind the door was suppressed directly before it could erupt. Only after the dark gold mist-shrouded, thorn-woven crown completely quieted down did Aaron pick it up. A moment later, he opened his eyes with a hint of disappointment. The essence of this Grade 0 sealed artifact was a beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 2 light seeker, and most of its abilities overlapped with the Scepter of Sun Chasing. The only more special ability was the angel-level notarization, which had an extremely terrifying amplification effect on the edicts of high sequence arbiters. This might also be the influence exerted by the lone royal family, who had wielded it for over 1,000 years. But no matter how strong the amplification, it could not compare to the Nation of Disorder's enhancement of edicts. This Grade 0 sealed artifact seemed somewhat redundant for the current Aaron, but at least it genuinely caused George III to lose an angel-level combatant. I might as well completely shatter it and restore it to its most fundamental light seeker characteristic. The Storm Church, an adjacent pathway, shouldn't mind making a deal. As his thoughts churned, Aaron made his decision. This Grade 0 sealed artifact, just acquired and not even warmed up, was about to meet its fate. The dark gold mist before him gradually dispersed. Nastor ignored the black church with its open door, seemingly inviting him in, and manipulated the twisted order that permeated the entire sea area, completely burying the ironclad ship that was still resisting stubbornly. After nodding to Boyer Bell, he distorted distance, taking a single step to directly arrive at the battlefield nearby, which was still shrouded in mist and storm. Klein, standing at the edge of the small island, watched as the ironclad ship, almost a lone myth, slowly sank into the deep seabed, his heart filled with complex emotions. The order maintained by the five seas for centuries was now broken, and it might become a center of chaos. He had to advance as quickly as possible, at least to gain enough strength to protect himself. Upon thinking this, Klein couldn't help but sigh deeply, and for a moment, he didn't know whether to leave early or risk staying here to await the mysterious woman who had borrowed the sea god scepter. Chapter 393, Return of the Probability Dice. In such a situation, Klein didn't dare to use divination above the grey fog to confirm. Just as he was hesitating whether to use the Eye of Rusco, the ethereal voice reappeared. Klein felt a moment of disorientation. Having had similar experiences, he clearly realized that he had been dragged into a dream. He warily surveyed his surroundings and found himself in an ancient, dim underwater ruin. This was the ancient elven ruin occupied by Kavatuva. However, unlike the broken state he saw in his spirit body, all the buildings were intact. Giant coral pillars, inscribed with strange patterns and symbols, supported exaggerated domes, and the walls and ceilings were covered with murals depicting the terror of storms. Deep within the palace, atop 9 steps, sat a coral throne inlaid with sapphires, emeralds, and lustrous pearls. A beautiful woman with delicate features and slightly pointed ears sat high above, her eyes deep and her contours soft. Immersed in the faint, lingering song, Klein had unconsciously arrived in the palace. His gaze suddenly froze when it swept to the base of the coral throne. Another woman stood there, the elven demigod who had descended from the dawn with him earlier. Klein could feel that the two elves were communicating, but he couldn't hear them. Just as he was about to speak, the entire coral palace shattered with a roar. Opening his eyes abruptly, Klein was somewhat startled to find that the scepter of the sea god had returned to his hand, but he still felt a bit restless, always feeling as if he had forgotten something. A roaring sound came from the sea area shrouded in mist and storm, interrupting Klein's thoughts. After only a few seconds of hesitation, he directly rushed into the azure sea, using the scepter of the sea god to control a sea monster, taking himself swiftly away to the nearest Sonia Island. East Tark County capital, Illusial. Aaron, who had just returned to reality from the Nation of Disorder, raised an eyebrow. The surrounding space immediately rippled, and Ariana, clad in a simple linen robe, stepped out of the void. Her dark eyes carefully scrutinized Aaron. She made 4 clockwise dots on her chest and whispered devoutly. "The goddess commanded me to bring this to you." As she spoke, a crystal-clear amber, like stars crafted from the night sky, flew out from the surging black tide behind her. The milky white dice of probability was sealed within it. Aaron's eyes lit up slightly, and a smile quickly spread across his face. As the crystal amber fell into his palm, an indescribable strange feeling enveloped his entire body, but it quickly vanished without a trace. Misfortune at the level of a deity. A realization dawned in his heart. After seeing Ms. Ariana off, Aaron finally began to examine the dice of probability. This uniqueness, which had originally been completely alive, now appeared extremely docile, but it might also be due to the influence of the misfortune seal. The dice of probability could now only roll points below 3, making the already extremely exaggerated misfortune even more terrifying. After briefly clarifying the current state of this Grade 0 sealed artifact, Aaron couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After some thought, he used his finger as a pen to directly draw the symbol representing concealment and prying in the void. With his current Beyonder characteristic that could respond across the entire world, he no longer needed a medium like a mirror, it was more like a unilateral forced summoning. A few breaths later, the symbol, a mixture of concealment and prying, completely merged into the void, transforming into a not-so-clear mirror. Large sections of text suddenly appeared. "Great existence, humble Erodes congratulates you on taking another step closer to reascending to godhood. Is there anything I can do for you?" Aaron nodded noncommittally and said in a deep voice. "Erodes, tell me, where is Baron Balanka, the king of curses of the Rose School of Thought, now?" After jointly ambushing and killing the abomination, Saya, in the Divine War ruins, only one angel of the Rose School of Thought's Indulgence faction remained. Both abomination characteristics had been recovered. Now, the chained god only had one sequence 1 characteristic and the uniqueness within him. To cultivate another sequence 1 like Saya before was a pipe dream. But the joint effort of the Mother Tree of Desire and the Mother Goddess of Depravity in the Divine War ruins made Aaron have to take precautions. After the Indulgence faction suffered heavy losses, would Baron Balanka be influenced by those primordial moon believers, adding variables to the subsequent actions in the southern continent? The illusory mirror surface rippled with light, then began to tremble slightly, and a scene flashed by. In a deep rift, a massive, incomplete puppet's body split open with countless cracks. One by one, eyes appeared behind the cracks, but they had no pupils, only a bloody color. As if sensing someone prying, those bloody eyes simultaneously turned to look in one direction. This is the mother goddess of depravity's corrosion. Sensing the danger first, Aaron instantly mobilized the power of the nation of disorder and proactively severed the connection that was about to form. The image shattered with a roar. Thanks to Aaron's decisiveness, Rhodes was only startled and did not get contaminated by the terrifying pollution. The shattered illusory mirror surface slowly recovered after a long while. Rhodes cautiously asked his question. Great Duke, does humble Rhodes have any imprints left by other high-level beings on him? Looking at this strange question, Aaron's originally somewhat solemn expression relaxed slightly. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled, asking in return. Such as? The silver words rapidly spread, intertwined, and reorganized, unhesitatingly forming two large characters, Amon. Then, large sections of text appeared after that name, tearfully accusing Amon of the crimes he committed against it, this loyal magic mirror, in the underground of St. Serland Cathedral. Emphasizing its loyalty and unyielding spirit, Rhodes subtly hinted at the end that Amon had tried to directly parasitize it to lock onto that great ruler above the spirit world. Looking at the long text, Aaron clicked his tongue. When Rhodes was threatened by Amon, it happened to be the same day Pales obtained the Jacob family's treasure. After thinking for a moment, Aaron's body surged with rich dark gold mist, which slowly integrated into the illusory mirror surface. A hazy world faintly appeared in the mirror. A moment later, Aaron withdrew his hand and calmly shook his head. You were not parasitized. Seemingly relieved, Rhodes immediately became very excited, and the original text instantly disappeared. I am very sorry, Great Duke, I am currently a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the Church of Steam, and the time to respond to your summons through the seal is limited. He wants to find Klein, right? Aaron saw through Rhodes's little scheme at a glance. Having roughly gotten the answer he wanted, Aaron waved his hand, dismissing the summoning of this magic mirror. He glanced at the dice of probability still in his hand, recalled the giant puppet filled with bloody cracks, and Aaron's body rapidly faded and disappeared. Chapter 394, Hitting the Abraham Family. In a large underground hall of a certain house in Connaught City, Dongtak County, Loen Kingdom. All the adult Abraham family members who could still be contacted gathered here as agreed. That great existence is willing to exchange the box of the outer deity, stolen by the Aurora Order for one of the other two sealed artifacts, both Sequence 0, currently safeguarded by the family. This matter is of great importance, involving the fundamental interests of the family, and according to custom, it requires a vote from the Elder Council. The first to speak was a stable, middle-aged man sitting at the head of the meeting table in the hall. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and possessed a scholarly demeanor. It was Victor Abraham, who had been ordered to escort Klein back to Backlund in Tingen, and he was also the current strongest member of the Abraham family, a Sequence 5 traveler. Before Victor could continue, an untimely voice echoed from the other end of the meeting table. A little stability has made you depraved, the glory of the family has been completely forgotten by you. Verdot, wearing a semi-tall silk top hat, looked at the other family members, some silent, some indignant, then his face darkened as he continued. A hidden existence who stole the faith of our ancestors released a little favor, and it made you like this. Hey, perhaps one day, he will be like the seven gods and no longer respond to most prayers. Restraining Dorian Gray, who was about to pound the table, Victor looked calmly at the stubborn faction led by Verdot, who still had not converted to the Lord of Order, and slowly began. It seems the lesson from the Aurora Order wasn't enough to make you discard those ridiculous prejudices. And speaking of restoring the family's glory, I, who am about to push open the door to demigodhood, should be more qualified than you. Slowly standing up, the aura around Victor grew stronger. Protected by Aaron from the interference of curses, as a member of the ancient Abraham family, his solid, rich, and systematic knowledge of mysticism allowed him to advance from scribe to traveler in just over a year, and he had already touched the door to divinity. Looking at the startled and uncertain Verdot with some pity, Victor sighed and stepped aside from the main seat. By divine grace, a divine emissary will personally oversee my advancement. As he spoke, all the Abraham family members in the underground hall seemed to be in a trance for a moment. When they came back to their senses, they found a figure wearing a golden mask had appeared in the previously empty main seat. The pressure emanating from his life level made everyone's knees tremble slightly, especially Verdot, who had just questioned the Lord of Order. His chair directly turned to dust, and under the gaze of all the family members, he fell to his knees with a thud. He did not kill him, only slightly punished the fellow who had spoken disrespectfully. Aaron, who had teleported here from East Tark County, did not even look at Verdot, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling. He toyed with the dice of probability in his hand and asked indifferently. Are these all the Abrahams who currently exist? As early as his last trip to the Deep Dark Kingdom, after being warned by the Evernight goddess, Aaron had been integrating the Abrahams scattered across the world. After all, the simpler of Mr. Door's 2 return rituals only required extracting the blood of 99 Beyonders from the Abraham family, combined with specially directed symbols, to open the door of return. With the help of a Rhodes's ability, learning that the mother goddess of depravity had tampered with Baranka, the last angel of the Rose school of thought, the sense of urgency became even stronger. This was also why he rushed here immediately after helping Nastor advance to Angel. With the true vision of the nation of disorder and his control over the order of this space, he could confirm that at least the Abrahams in this hall had not been corrupted. The pressure on him suddenly receded. Victor, who had directly faced the angel's coercion, glanced at Verdot, who was still kneeling on the ground with a deathly pale face, then bowed slightly and respectfully replied. Lord Divine Emissary, due to the Aurora Order's attack, some family members chose to completely seclude themselves and no longer respond to the call of the family's elder council, so. Although he clearly knew that this Divine Emissary was Duke Aaron, this secret was only known to him, as the most loyal believer, and Dorian Gray. Naturally, he would not expose the Divine Emissary's identity in front of other family members. Aaron's expression was hidden by the golden mask, and only a calm and majestic voice emanated. All Abrahams must be found. If they are alive, they must be seen; if they are dead, their bodies must be found. He tilted his head slightly, then looked at Verdot, who was kneeling on the ground, and added indifferently. Ignorance breeds fear. You dared to speak ill of my lord. Considering this your first offense, a small punishment is given. The apocalypse is approaching, you must take care of yourselves. As he spoke, wisps of dark golden mist, invisible to the naked eye, surged from the void and merged into every Abraham, forming a mark. After doing all this, Aaron led Victor and stepped into the spirit world. I will first help you ascend to demigodhood. A rich and colorful oil painting world emerged. Aaron stepped out and looked at the vast desert below. An oil painting appeared in his hand, depicting abstract and incomprehensible patterns. If creatures below demigod level looked at it for too long, they would feel dizzy, nauseous, and mentally weak. It was precisely the devil oil painting which sealed an unknown number of terrifying creatures. Even though many demigod creatures were consumed when helping Bayer Beryl complete his advancement ritual, it was still enough to help Victor complete the secret sorcerer ritual. Placing the devil oil painting in the center of the desert, a crystal ball formed by intertwined insects appeared before Aaron, then was completely shattered by the power of an angel, merging with auxiliary materials to form the secret sorcerer potion, which rippled with layers of starlight, like a galaxy. Glancing at the blazing sun in the sky, Aaron handed the potion to Victor, and his figure suddenly disappeared. As a direct descendant of Abraham, even if Victor advanced to demigodhood not on a full moon night, he could still establish some connection with Mr. Door beyond the barrier. Any means of concealment were useless before this king of angels, who was only half a step away from ascending to godhood. To avoid unnecessary complications, Aaron actively left, only observing from the shadows through the prayer points of the nation of disorder. Victor, who had taken the potion, suddenly lost his perception of Aaron, and some information about his ancestors immediately appeared in his mind. His expression changed for a while. Victor took a deep breath, first recited the honorific name of the Lord of Order as Aaron requested, and only after feeling a gaze fall upon him did he leap into the vast desert and chant the incantation to unseal the devil oil painting in giant language. Chapter 395 Mr. Men. The devil oil painting would only release one demigod creature at a time. For Victor, who had recorded the abilities of many demigods, resealing it and completing the advancement ritual was not too difficult. Watching Victor, whose body was covered in starlight after consuming the potion within the prayer light, Aaron, seated deep within the nation of disorder, retrieved the Justiciar card and the Black Emperor card from a pile of sundries. Ever since he advanced to Angel and completely controlled this Sapphira, the blessing effect of these two blasphemy cards on him had become increasingly faint. However, this time he might face Mr. Door, who had been corrupted by the mother goddess of depravity, so there was no harm in being extra cautious. After all, a secret sorcerer with sufficient foundation could play a far greater role on the battlefield than an ordinary demigod. If there were any anomalies, Aaron would cut off the connection, even if he didn't get the answer he wanted. The devil oil painting, which had fallen into the desert, trembled slightly. The divinity of the resealed demigod monster projected into the spirit world, forming an abstract and blurry mark. Victor didn't think, he instinctively extended part of his consciousness and spirituality, intertwining them with that abstract mark. This mark wasn't perfectly compatible with him, it seemed to contain parts that didn't belong to him, but he could barely integrate with it. Suddenly, within Victor's mind, that abstract mark became quite clear. It was a door, layered and covered with mysterious symbols. This door hid Victor behind it, isolating him from the surrounding cosmos. This continued for more than 10 seconds. The night sky, where the brilliant Milky Way flowed, slowly receded, and the specks of starlight returned to Victor's body, merging with him. At this moment, a deep darkness faintly appeared before his eyes. In the depths of the darkness were never-ending storms and occasionally bright flashes of lightning. The next second, that long-lost yet familiar voice sounded in his ears, piercing into his brain like steel nails stirring his brain matter. Fortunately, he already possessed the demigod status, and even without the protection of the Nation of Disorder, he wouldn't immediately lose control. Using meditation to recover his mind from the chaos, Victor was about to try to actively respond to the call when everything around him suddenly became silent. Aaron, who was sharing his vision through the prayer light, had already risen from the throne. With the Sapphira's filtration, he clearly heard the content of the initial call. Destroy the painting of God, don't save me. Within the consciousness space, which seemed to overlap with the astral world, the silence only lasted 2 or 3 seconds before an ethereal voice, capable of piercing through spiritual bodies, entered Victor's mind again. After a millennium, the Abraham family finally has a new demigod born. This sentence was a plain statement, without any fluctuation, yet it made the blood vessels on Victor's forehead throb, his eyes filled with fine red threads, and his body shine brightly. He almost lost control of himself. Victor ignored Mr. Dorr's sigh, his expression barely concealing his distortion as he spoke. Are you His Highness Bethel, the ancestor of the Abraham family? The voice, which had traveled through countless barriers, returned to its previous calm. Yes. Upon hearing the affirmative reply, Victor's expression finally softened, but his tone remained low. Ancestor, do you know that your call has plunged the entire Abraham family into a curse lasting over 1,000 years? They always lose control and turn into monsters during advancement or on full moon nights. This was the most pressing question for the Abrahams throughout the millennium. Even though he had learned some secrets from the Lord of Order, he still wanted to hear the explanation from the source of their bloodline's glory. Mr. Dorr sighed. I am banished in eternal darkness, suffering from unceasing storms, and can barely sense the changes in reality. Moreover, the cry for help during the full moon is not something I can control. Without delving deeper into this issue, Mr. Dorr's voice instantly became calm. The years lost in darkness and trapped in the storm are truly too monotonous. It's rare to have someone to chat with. Victor's facial muscles twitched involuntarily a few times, he still couldn't quite adapt to that voice, which was akin to an evil god's ravings. Unable to determine how long this special summoning formed after advancement could last, and with Aaron's instructions floating in his mind, he paused for a few seconds and quickly continued to ask. Ancestor, I want to know if there's an abnormal way to enter the 9 secret mausoleums that Blood Emperor Tudor built for his advancement to Black Emperor. Mr. Dorr, whose voice came from an unknown location across endless void, let out an ethereal laugh. Black Emperor. So it's for this matter. This is not difficult. I'll give you a symbol. Use the blood of Beyonders from different pathways to draw that symbol in front of the mausoleum, and you'll open a hidden passage to the inside. As this existence spoke, within the profound cosmos that only existed in the realm of consciousness, specks of starlight condensed into a rather complex symbol. It was like doors, layered chaotically from largest to smallest, with no end in sight. Victor endured the tearing pain in his spiritual body and memorized the symbol. Back on the throne, Aaron, holding the sun-chasing scepter, looked at the illusory, layered door-shaped symbol, frowning. Dark gold mist surged, forming an illusory blasphemy card. The sequence 0 door, seemingly condensed from starlight, appeared extremely dazzling. The symbols inscribed on it were very similar to those provided by Mr. Dorr, with only subtle differences in some places. Even though this blasphemy card had been given to Klein, as the former owner, it was not difficult for Aaron to recreate the card's divine aura with the help of the Nation of Disorder. A trap. Aaron snorted, dispersing the illusory blasphemy card. Mr. Dorr behaved extremely calmly, completely out of sync with the initial cry for help. One must know that it was not the full moon night, when energy was most concentrated, yet Mr. Dorr had undergone such a change. If he had been uncertain before, he could now confirm that Bethel had been completely corrupted, and his remaining will had been suppressed. Having reached this conclusion in his mind, Aaron's expression became increasingly serious. He carefully examined Victor's spiritual body, confirming that it had not been inexplicably contaminated, before putting down the sun-chasing scepter in his hand. After answering the question, Mr. Dorr directly told Victor how to make himself return. Arrange the ritual and help me escape. That way, the curse will cease to exist. These 2 coordinates might hide an opportunity for you to advance to Angel, consider it your reward. His voice became increasingly ethereal and faint, seemingly returning to its original state as Victor's advancement concluded. About 2 or 3 seconds later, Victor could no longer hear the voice that could gradually lead him to the path of losing control. The deep darkness and terrifying storm before his eyes also disappeared. Chapter 396 God's Scroll. However, before the scene completely faded, Victor vaguely saw a vast land made of deep red rocks through them. An ancient, pyramid-like structure seemed to stand there, and behind that structure, it was dark and deep, with stars twinkling, completely different from the cosmos in his impression. Before he could ponder what it symbolized, this final illusion also completely vanished before his eyes, replaced by 2 floating starlight clusters. These seemed to be the 2 coordinates, which contain the opportunity to achieve angelhood, as mentioned by the ancestor. A thought arose in his mind, and Victor took a deep breath, recalling Aaron's previous warning, and did not immediately actively accept these two consciousnesses. Controlling his diverging thoughts, Victor began to seriously gather his spirituality. After initially adapting to the secret sorcerer state, he immediately assumed a praying posture and reported his recent experiences to the Lord of Order, in full, without any omissions. After receiving a response, he took out the materials needed to set up the ritual from his spatial pocket. Within the Nation of Disorder, Aaron, using the mystical ritual that pointed to himself and to the Sapphira, carefully examined Victor, who had opened his mind and spirit. He also saw the vast, deep red land that had not been displayed in the prayer light spots, as well as the consciousness left by Mr. Door that contained two coordinates. That deep red land is very likely the moon that has been eroded and occupied by the mother goddess of depravity, but that pyramid-like structure is fundamentally different from the mausoleum required by the Black Emperor. Leaning against the throne, fingers gently tapping the back of the chair, Aaron recalled the information recorded on the blasphemy slate. The apprentice pathway can roam the cosmos at sequence 3, and at sequence 2, one must leave legends in 9 places outside the cosmos. Mr. Door's honorific name itself includes the title, Guide of the Endless Cosmos. Perhaps that pyramid-like structure is an anchor left by Mr. Door on the moon, and perhaps this king of angels might have even come into contact with an outer deity and been influenced to some extent before being exiled. Collecting his diverging thoughts, Aaron actively probed that consciousness. The starlight, like fireflies, instantly refracted 2 different scenes. Beneath the glacier, as if swallowed by eternal night, countless flickering red eyes quietly emerged. In the center of a lush, primitive island, a magnificent black mausoleum trembled slightly. Upon seeing these 2 scenes, an extremely subtle corruption quietly emerged, but it was instantly annihilated by the spontaneously activated Nation of Disorder. Aaron snorted lightly, and with the help of the mystical ritual, he directly annihilated the cluster of starlight that still existed in Victor's consciousness. The starlight containing the coordinates itself did not possess any corruption. The real trap was hidden in the objects corresponding to those 2 coordinates. One was in the deepest part of the Evernight Plains, and the other was in the Mist Sea, on the primitive island where Roselle's last mausoleum was located. Had he not been prepared, whether it was the mother nest or the mother goddess of depravity, this level of insidious corruption would have caused Victor to unknowingly fall, until he was completely replaced by a new personality. After handling all matters, Aaron beckoned the box of the outer deity from the pile of sundries and returned to reality with this grade 0 sealed artifact. Taking the devil oil painting, handed to him by Victor, Aaron thought for a moment and still admonished. If you communicate with Mr. Door again in the future, you must ask for instructions from my lord, just as you did today. Victor nodded, couldn't help but glance at the 3-tiered jewelry box with a silver-black base and various gemstones inlaid, which Aaron held in his right hand. He then followed Aaron's footsteps and entered the spirit world again, returning to Abraham's secret stronghold. This time, without Aaron needing to speak, Victor took a step forward, and the pressure of a demigod instantly covered the entire underground hall. Many elderly Abrahams even had tears in their eyes. After 1,000 years, the Abraham family finally had their own demigod. This was the tangible hope. The proposal to exchange sealed artifacts received unanimous agreement from the Elder Council. The stubborn faction was completely isolated at this moment, and a somewhat flustered verger reluctantly took out a shapeless gem from his pregnant. The other elders of the council also took out gems of the same material. They attracted each other, finally forming a translucent, strangely shaped starlight key. It's somewhat similar to the blasphemy slate. It doesn't possess beyonder characteristics itself, but it has corresponding authority and power. Aaron raised an eyebrow, observing it with great interest for a moment, then shifted his gaze. Victor picked up the starlight key, and one shimmering star worm after another surged from his body and merged into the key, seemingly sensing and locating a peculiar space. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes. A phantom door appeared in the depths of his pupils and quickly manifested, merging with the star worms to form an almost real, ancient portal. The Abraham family crest was engraved in the very center. Led by Victor, Aaron, holding the box of the outer deity, stepped into the open portal. A strange sense of obstruction emerged. Aaron looked around with a normal expression. In this space, his connection to reality and the spirit world became extremely weak. To have such an impact on an angel, this sealed space must have been personally crafted by Mr. Door. Fortunately, the connection with the Nation of Disorder was not affected. His gaze bypassed the low and mid-level beyonder materials, and Aaron went directly to the deepest part. There were 3 rooms made of amethyst, and the leftmost one was already empty. Without Victor's introduction, Aaron instantly locked onto the central crystal room. Inside was a bizarre oil painting set within a brass frame. Painting of God. This is what Mr. Door wanted to destroy. Aaron narrowed his eyes, noticing that an eyeball of an unknown creature was placed in front of this grade 0 sealed artifact. Seeing from Aaron's reaction that the Lord of Order wished to exchange for the painting of God, Victor did not think much and looked at the eyeball along Aaron's gaze, explaining. If the painting of God is not watched, not appreciated, then the figures within it will come alive, reaching out from the oil painting, gradually entering the real world. The branch that once guarded this Grade 0 sealed artifact was annihilated because of this. At that time, the Abraham family had not yet been ambushed by the Aurora Order, and their foundation was far deeper than it is now. They paid a price to invite Roselle, who had not yet become a consul, to refine a mystical item called Ever-Burning Gaze. You can take the painting of God along with this mystical item. However, when this oil painting displays abstract, difficult to understand images, different effects will appear in reality, and we only understand a very small portion of the corresponding relationships. We also hope you can convey this point to the Great Lord of Order. Nodding gently, Aaron placed the box of the outer deity in his hand into the empty crystal room on the far left, while Victor took out both the painting of God and the ever-burning gaze. Taking the painting of God, which changed its content from time to time, the moment Aaron touched the brass frame, the original image was instantly cleared, leaving only a blank canvas. A living sealed artifact. Aaron snorted lightly. Dark gold mist, imperceptible to the naked eye, appeared on his fingertips. Just as he was about to use his finger as a brush to draw something on the blank painting of God, his finger paused slightly, recalling Mr. Door's initial painful roar. Withdrawing his hand, Aaron looked at Victor, who was somewhat nervous but didn't know what to say, and nodded gently. In the records of the Abraham family, where did the painting of God come from? And when did it appear? Seeing the Duke stop the terrifying attempt, Victor breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of thought, he replied. The specific year is no longer verifiable. The only information preserved in the family records is that the painting of God seems to have been brought back from the cosmos by ancestor Bethel before the War of the Four Emperors. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded thoughtfully. You have done well. Settle those Abrahams, and then you can go find the angels under my Lord's command. They will cooperate with you in recording beyond our abilities at the angel level, which is also your reward. After speaking, Aaron took the painting of God and left the sealed space through the ancient portal. He had no intention of immediately destroying this Grade 0 sealed artifact as Mr. Door had roared, but rather planned to take it into the Nation of Disorder, where even if there were any anomalies, he was confident in suppressing them. Chapter 397 Storm Abyss. After leaving the sealed space, Aaron returned to the Nation of Disorder with the Divine Scroll. The anticipated fierce resistance did not occur, a stark contrast to the reaction of the outer deity box before. Even so, Aaron did not relax his vigilance. He looked at the blank oil painting encased in a brass frame, his eyes slightly narrowed, and began to mobilize the power of the Sapphira to continuously elevate his authority. When his aura reached its peak, a surging dark gold mist instantly rushed towards the blank scroll. However, this was not to shatter this Grade 0 sealed artifact, but to paint on it himself. The blank scroll was branded with a golden mist, gradually revealing a figure seemingly composed of pure light. Even though it was blurry, one could still feel the profound weight that permeated history. This was the omniscient and omnipotent God Almighty Aaron saw when he first awakened in the Nation of Disorder, a true pillar. The moment this radiant figure appeared, specks of starlight flew out from the beyonder characteristics of the 5 omniscient and omnipotent pathways still preserved within the Nation of Disorder, making the figure even more brilliant. Before Aaron could imprint the Spirit World Dominator onto the scroll, the Divine Scroll instinctively sensed danger. The originally blank and unremarkable background instantly changed. A profound cosmos quietly emerged, with flickering stars like indescribable beings, blinking their eyes, looking out through the scroll. But none of this affected the radiant figure standing at the very center of the scroll. The two seemed to form a strange balance, and the pattern on the Divine Scroll was thus fixed. Aaron soothed the somewhat restless, sun-chasing scepter, looking at the somewhat eerie yet inexplicably shocking cosmos pattern, his thoughts racing. Whether it's the historical projection of the full pathway or the reappearance of the door pathway, they can only target things with authority below the uniqueness level. The ability displayed by this Divine Scroll seems to have fundamentally broken through. After all, ordinary Grade 0 sealed artifacts cannot trigger a pillar-level anomaly. Could it be the work of the Mother Goddess of Depravity? Aaron unconsciously tapped the back of the chair. Testing the special nature of the Divine Scroll had already achieved his intended purpose, and he did not continue to try to paint the Lord of the Mysteries onto it. This was also the feedback from his spiritual intuition. If he were to simultaneously paint these two former pillars on the scroll, Aaron always felt that some scenes he did not wish to see would occur. Aaron placed the ever-burning gaze in front of the Divine Scroll, maintaining that strange balance to prevent the radiant figure from walking out of the scroll. After doing all this, Aaron no longer lingered. After setting up layers of seals, he left a subconsciousness to guard the Nation of Disorder, and he returned to the real world. Oravi Island, inside the governor's mansion. Admiral M. Linus Levitt, dressed in a dark blue Navy general's uniform, looked solemnly at the person opposite him. The original sense of sternness with a hidden pride was completely gone. After a few seconds, he spoke in a deep voice. "May I ask what brings Queen Mystic to me?" As he spoke, his body tensed. As the overall commander of the Suenya fleet in the Royal Navy and the spokesperson for the Levitt family, M. Linus held a high position. Even though the Loen royal family deliberately concealed certain matters, he still managed to glean a lot of information, including the fact that this pirate monarch, famous throughout the five seas, was already a genuine angel. Compared to Linus's tension, Bernadette appeared extremely calm. Her base, the Emerald Palace, was in the Fog Sea, and that was where she intended to expand the influence of her pirate kingdom next. The main reason she specifically came here today was that her current essence as an information creature allowed her to bypass most gazes below that of a god, silently making contact with this admiral who commanded the Central Suenya fleet. No need to be nervous. If I had come with ill intent, you wouldn't be sitting here talking to me right now. You should be aware of the naval battle in the Abyss Whirlpool north of Suenya Island a while ago. Loen's only ironclad ship also sank completely in that battle. Bernadette slowly stood up, looking through the fine veil at the frowning Linus, her tone shifting. I come not only on behalf of the pirate kingdom but also on behalf of Duke Aaron. I believe you are not unfamiliar with that name. Listening to the pointed words, Linus's pupils contracted slightly, and he murmured in disbelief. You guys. With a slight nod, Bernadette tacitly acknowledged the guess Linus had not finished verbalizing. Her clear, cold voice sounded again. The ironclad fleet is almost annihilated, and the royal family's Duke Nanville has also suffered heavy injuries. Duke Aaron will help you continue to command the Central Suenya fleet. Of course, in exchange, you will also need to provide convenience for our upcoming actions. The opportunity for your advancement and the future of the Levitt family depend on your choice. At the same time, Aaron, who had returned to reality, had already arrived at Paso Island in the Northwest Sea area of Oravi Island. At the top of the central towering peak stood a magnificent palace over 100 meters high. When gods walked on earth in the fourth epoch, this was once the Lord of Storms' earthly divine kingdom, Abyss of Storms. Now, it was the headquarters of the Church of Storms, the location of the altar. A thunderous sound boomed, exploding in the hearts of every beyonder in the holy hall, spreading immense fear, but it quickly dissipated without a trace. At the same moment Aaron arrived at Paso Island, Pope God II of the Church of Storms, wearing a triple crown and a dark blue, almost black, robe, emerged from the depths of the holy hall. This earthly angel, the spokesperson for the Lord of Storms, exuded a profound and majestic aura, like a massive storm about to strike. But apart from a slight fluctuation in his aura the instant he first saw Aaron, God too remained extremely calm and unafraid. Even though he knew that only a historical projection had arrived, he did not get angry. Instead, he proactively led Aaron into the interior of the church. Aaron glanced at the giant, storm holy emblem on the altar, composed of symbols like strong winds, waves, and lightning. His gaze finally rested on His Holiness the Pope, who was silently walking ahead. The Loen royal family's 0 to 36 sun crown had been completely shattered into beyonder characteristics by him. Compared to Klein's empty-handed trickery, he preferred an equivalent exchange. He wanted to exchange a grade 0 sealed artifact with a redundant ability for the Church of Storms, 0 to 32, Everlasting Theater, and at the same time, test the attitude of the Lord of Storms. To ensure that he would not be struck dead by lightning like Klein, Aaron had informed the Evernight goddess of his thoughts through prayer before coming to the Abyss of Storms. Chapter 398, Exchange of Level 0 Seal. Led by Pope Jad II, Aaron passed through the storm altar and entered a passage accessible only to a select few members of the Divine Council, such as cardinals. The extraordinarily grand corridor, seemingly prepared for giants, was filled with spherical, silvery white masses of violent lightning. The dazzling, brilliant silver-white light illuminated the murals on both sides of the walls, which praised and celebrated the storm. Enveloped by lightning capable of making even demigods tremble, Aaron, who was merely a historical projection, experienced severe interference. He nodded apologetically to Pope Jad II, who had turned his head to look at him. From the Pope's attitude, Aaron had already gleaned the Storm Lord's disposition towards him. Having reached the core area of the Storm Church headquarters, Aaron felt it inappropriate to continue appearing as a historical projection. This would undoubtedly be a provocation to a deity. The silvery white electric arcs covering the corridor stiffened for a moment, and the somewhat ethereal Aaron instantly solidified. Now, he was truly his main body. Casually suppressing the restless storm, Jad too stared at Aaron for a long time, an undeniable surprise in the depths of his silver pupils. Without the obstruction of a historical projection, he clearly sensed that this young man, who had inherited the title of Duke of Dongtak, was already a genuine angel. If before, he had merely followed the oracle, now, he truly began to take it seriously. An incredibly young man, I have received the oracle. Please follow me. After placing Aaron on the same level as himself, the Pope changed his previous cold and aloof demeanor, speaking his first words to Aaron with great courtesy. Under Jad II's somewhat inexplicable gaze, Aaron returned a storm salute and continued deeper along the storm corridor. Since the founding of Loen, the Dongtak family had maintained good relations with the Storm Church. The former used the influence of the righteous God Church to continuously spread its influence within the Navy, leading to the current Dongtak fleet. The latter intentionally allowed, and even deliberately cultivated, factions to limit and suppress the royal family's authority in the navy, ensuring that the will of the storm truly permeated the raging sea. Even when Aaron did not choose the storm as his faith, this exchange of interests, maintained for nearly 1,000 years, did not cease. The deeper one went, the more intense the soul-shaking tyrant aura became. The end of the mural-covered storm corridor did not feature a divine statue like a tranquil church, but rather a vast, boundless, terrifying rift enveloped in thunder. This seemed to be the origin of the honorific title, Abyss of Storms. However, given the size of the storm church headquarters from the outside, it would be impossible to accommodate such a massive rift. Aaron's eyes slightly froze as he gazed into the depths of the rift. It was not a bottomless abyss, but a boundless sea shrouded in lightning, gales, and torrential rain. A point of light suddenly ignited, destroying the most fundamental structure of all matter, thereby creating furious waves capable of destroying planets. Such waves, along with that point of light, continuously crashed against the illusory door separating the astral world from reality. This was not directed at Aaron, it seemed more like a reenactment of a past moment. This place seems to lead directly to the Storm Lord's divine kingdom. As he looked at the apocalyptic scene beneath the Abyss of Storms, this thought unconsciously arose in Aaron's mind, and he suddenly became curious about the origin of the Abyss of Storms. After respectfully saluting the Abyss of Storms, Jad too looked at Aaron expressionlessly and spoke in a deep voice. This is the remnant of our Lord's ascension to godhood. Before his majestic voice faded, the Pope's body disintegrated, merging into the lightning storm, like a tsunami, and he departed from this core area. Aaron curled his lips inwardly. Even if Jad too didn't explain, he could probably guess. The storm's promotion ritual, besides requiring followers who obey and believe out of fear, also necessitates challenging a true god. This Abyss of Storms. Even a king of angels from the 3+1 category, without the help of a Sapphira, a power beyond sequence rank, facing a true god would have no suspense in the outcome. Moreover, it was a tyrant who would start fighting at the slightest disagreement. This was probably what Leodoro, who was then only a storm angel, left behind after being severely beaten by a true god. Regardless of his inner thoughts, Aaron maintained a respectful expression on his face. After Jad too voluntarily departed, he no longer concealed the aura of the Nation of Disorder. The unique Sapphira aura made the Abyss of Storms tremble slightly. From the deepest part of the boundless sea, which repeated destruction, a low, thunderous voice, tinged with surprise, came. A Sapphira that broke through the seal. The variable that Night spoke of. After the brief words, there was a deathly silence. Aaron remained composed, enduring the tyrant's gaze. It was fortunate that neither in the abyss nor the forsaken land of the gods did he chant the Storm Lord's honorific name, otherwise, a bolt of lightning might have already struck him. After a long while, the Storm Lord's voice sounded again. Your time is running out. Knowing that this was a reminder that George III was not far from ascending to Black Emperor, Aaron nodded, not taking the opportunity to make unrealistic demands of the Storm Lord. His purpose in coming this time, besides exchanging the ever-ending theater, which contained the Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic, was primarily to make the Storm Lord realize that besides reluctantly conforming to Adam's world trend and tacitly allowing George to be promoted to Black Emperor, he had other choices. In Aaron's hand, there was now a miniature sun formed from pure light, which was precisely the reaggregated Sequence 2 Light Seeker Beyonder characteristic after crushing the Loen royal family's Grade 0 sealed artifact. As one of the 5 all-knowing, all-powerful pathways that can be interchanged at high sequence, purely from a practical value perspective, for the Storm Church, the value of this characteristic certainly exceeded that of the ever-ending theater. However, this Grade 0 sealed artifact, closely related to the War of the Four Emperors, also seemed to contain many secrets. Aaron waited for a long time, and just when he was about to believe the transaction had failed, the thunderous sound came again from the depths of the boundless sea. Good. His somewhat tense expression slightly relaxed. Aaron looked at the illusory door separating the astral world from reality beneath the Abyss of Storms, and inexplicably thought of the peculiar symbol that Mr. Door had previously provided, which was said to be able to open the Black Emperor's mausoleum. A somewhat crazy idea emerged in his mind. Although he quickly suppressed it, it still spread wildly like weeds. Just as he was still struggling and hesitating, streaks of silver light emerged from the surrounding storm, merging into his body. After a tingling sensation subsided, various pieces of information appeared in Aaron's mind, including the location of the Storm Lord's divine kingdom in the astral world and the ritual procedure for sacrificing and bestowing upon him. Chapter 399 The Never-Ending Theater. The astral world, formed by the distortion of authority and symbols, is in some ways even more chaotic than the spirit world. The reason Aaron was able to locate the Evernight goddess's divine kingdom immediately upon entering the astral world was by using his identity as a follower of Evernight to reverse locate the Dark Heaven. Now that he knew the location of the Lord of Storm's divine kingdom in the astral world, Aaron, who could roam the astral world with the help of the Crown of Stars, would not need to make a special trip to Paso Island next time. Standing above the abyss rift, gazing at the illusory door separating the astral world from reality, Aaron deliberated repeatedly but did not perform the sacrifice and bestowal ritual according to the requirements given by the Lord of Storms. A black jar emanating a rich vitality quietly appeared before Aaron. Drops of crimson blood, like fragmented jewels, floated out. These were the blood samples of Beyonders from all 22 pathways that Aaron had prepared long ago. Under the guidance of Aaron's will, these blood samples, preserved with their vitality, moved through the void. A few breaths later, a complex symbol composed of overlapping doors sprang forth. This was not the symbol Victor obtained from Mr. Door when he advanced to demigod, but a similar yet subtly different symbol deciphered from the blasphemy slate's door. The overlapping doors formed by blood trembled slightly, seemingly forming a peculiar resonance with the illusory door in the center of the rift. After agreeing to trade with Aaron, the Lord of Storms had never stopped Aaron's actions. Only now, seemingly having some memory stirred by that symbol, did the tyrant's majestic voice sound again. Berthel. In the fourth epoch, the Lord of Storms personally exiled this king of angels, who was closest to a true god. Although the symbol Aaron drew had some variations, the Lord of Storms still recognized the origin of this unique, door-opening method. He did not intervene. Even the endlessly cycling, apocalyptic destruction seen behind the door subsided at this moment. The illusory door separating the astral world from reality was stained by the blood-colored symbol, becoming increasingly transparent, as if it had transformed into a passage. And deep within the boundless sea, a point of light suddenly flared up at this moment. It wasn't until he was thrown out of that opened illusory door by the surging storm tides that Aaron felt an invisible force dragging his spirit body. Without even triggering the power of the Nation of Disorder, Aaron, whose essence was already that of a complete mythical creature, easily broke free from that force. The golden light in his pupils became even more intense as he looked at the human skin curtain wrapped in silver-white arcs. Perhaps it had been suppressed by the tyrant for too long, but the theater that never ends began to stir as soon as it left the boundless sea. The force that forcibly dragged spirit bodies had not yet receded. The normal-sized human skin suddenly began to expand, seemingly wanting to transform into a curtain to cover the abyss of storms. Illusory, unidentifiable figures began to appear on the curtain, but as the curtain gradually expanded, those figures became more and more real, like silent dramas being performed at different positions on the curtain, as if something would walk out of the curtain at any moment. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly, quietly mobilizing the power of the Sapphira. This was not to suppress this Grade 0 sealed artifact, but to clearly see the few figures deep within the curtain. That seemed somewhat similar to a scene from the War of the Four Emperors remaining in the Divine Kingdom fragment. Before he could verify the idea in his mind, destructive lightning tore through the curtain that sought to cover the abyss of storms. The human skin with scorched marks fell in the storm, and the terrifying figures that were about to reveal themselves also dissipated. At the same time, a piece of information, clearly extracted directly from the Storm Church's files, appeared in Aaron's mind. Number 32. Name: the theater that never ends. Danger level: 0, extremely dangerous, highest priority, highest secrecy level, not to be inquired about, not to be described, not to be spied upon. Description: this sealed artifact is equivalent to a Beyonder characteristic of a Seer Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker. Consuming spirituality can forcibly lock onto a target and enter a recorded segment of history together, becoming the protagonist of the theater until the user's spirituality is exhausted or one party dies. Warning 1. Once the user of the sealed artifact or anyone who has been under its long-term influence dies or loses control, they will become an actor within the sealed artifact, their spirit body forever confined to the time before their death. Warning 2. This sealed artifact possesses strong autonomous consciousness and is prone to unknown changes due to the influence of high-level imprints within the theater. After digesting the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, Aaron's expression was somewhat strange as he glanced at 0 to 32, which had become much more obedient after being disciplined by the tyrant. The internal records of the Storm Church mentioned at the end that after the War of the Four Emperors, a demigod who obtained this sealed artifact participated in a test. However, after entering 0 to 32, he never came out, and only a blurry figure shrouded in storm appeared in a corner of the theater. Therefore, the Storm Church's records regarding the abilities and negative effects of this sealed artifact were quite vague and not specific enough. It seems necessary to explore it later. Suppressing the surging thoughts in his mind, Aaron performed a standard storm ritual towards the still open illusory door, respectfully throwing the Sequence 2 Lightseeker characteristic in his hand towards the boundless sea. He then picked up the theater that never ends. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the majestic voice from behind the rapidly closing illusory door. Stay away from door, he has fallen. Looking at the abyss of storms, which had completely returned to calm, Aaron nodded. His figure flickered, and he left the core area of the Storm Church, seeing Gad II waiting at the entrance of the storm corridor. After bidding farewell to His Holiness the Pope, Aaron quickly left Paso Island and arrived at a sea area in the Sonia Sea, where he met Bernadette, who had been waiting there since leaving Emlyn's governor's mansion. Her eyes, as blue as the sea, blinked gently. Relying on her sage's intuition, Bernadette looked at the scorched human skin, like a dead object, clutched in Aaron's hand, and spoke softly. "Is this the Grade 0 sealed artifact held by the Storm Church?" Aaron raised an eyebrow, not expecting Bernadette to recognize 0 to 32 at a glance, which only a few people, such as the Pope, knew about within the Storm Church. Sensing Aaron's confusion, Bernadette explained in a calm voice. After he advanced to Knowledge Emperor, he secretly visited the Storm Church once, wanting to exchange for this Grade 0 sealed artifact, but he was refused. Chapter 400, Changes in the Rose School. Knowing that Bernadette was referring to Roselle, Aaron couldn't help but lower his head and re-examine the human skin in his hand, which was like a dead object. Given Roselle's Sequence 1, Knowledge Emperor, at that time, what he wanted to trade for couldn't simply be a Miracle Invoker characteristic. Otherwise, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church's 0 to 13, the Last Feast, would clearly have been a better choice, so why bother going far to the Storm Church? Aaron kept this matter in mind and did not continue to inquire about Bernadette's thoughts. After all, with Queen Mystic's strength at the time, Roselle would certainly not have revealed the specific plan. "I did sense the aura that appeared in the deep-sea vortex earlier on Oravi Island. After the ironclad ship was destroyed, those people also had ideas about this Sonia Sea fleet, so Emilius has already agreed to our secret cooperation." Not dwelling on this question either, Bernadette withdrew her gaze from the Grade 0 sealed artifact and supplemented with a clear voice. Aaron nodded, not surprised by this outcome. Emilius was an ambitious person. To retain control of the Central Sonia fleet in the current situation, and even to advance further, he could only cooperate with himself. Besides Emilius's matter, Aaron specifically met with Bernadette also to integrate the intelligence networks of Oravi Island and the East Taker colonial zone in the southern continent. After a brief exchange, the dense dark gold mist in front of Aaron's eyes suddenly flashed and disappeared. He raised his eyebrows slightly, as if sensing something, then chuckled lightly. "How interesting. Southern continent, East Balam, Harvest Plain." The Death God's descendant, ferryman Arthas Egger, struggled out of the Styx River and, without any hesitation, directly crushed the dark gold crystal that Dunn Smith had given him earlier. Then, with a gloomy expression, he looked above the Styx River, where space was distorted. Calamar, whose body was severely twisted and deformed, walked out from it. Unlike before, this shaman king seemed to have lost his sanity. A crack had opened in the center of his forehead, and inside it seemed to be embedded a blood-red full moon. Moonlight poured out like a tide, forcing out the decaying death aura from the underworld, which Arthas Egger had left inside Calamar as a contingency. Calamar's originally stiff and slow movements instantly returned to normal. In the light of the full moon, he transformed into a mass of blood red, splitting into countless fragments of light. Arthas Egger's expression was extremely grim. To escape the Rose School of Thought's ambush, he was now severely wounded, and even the core of his underworld was contaminated. His strength could be said to be less than 1/10 of what it once was. But he still forcibly connected to the underworld within him, and a withering death intent, enough to pollute divinity, surged out from his body. From the depths of that illusory Styx River, decayed arms reached out to grab the blood-red fragments surging towards him. Missing his target, the increasingly distorted Calamar reformed his body at the position where Arthas Egger had originally stood. As if sensing the residual aura after the dark gold crystal shattered, Calamar's body quickly became covered in a layer of crimson, and his belly swelled at an unimaginable speed, beginning to writhe. The Grade 1 sealed artifact, Eldest General, given to Calamar by the Rose School of Thought on his shoulder, seemed to sense danger and struggled to escape. The next second, Arthas Egger, Calamar, and even that illusory Styx River instantly stiffened, as if sealed in a piece of dark gold amber. A terrifying power capable of shattering Grade 0 sealed artifacts emerged. Apart from Arthas Egger, who was deliberately protected, all other things were completely annihilated. Aaron, who had summoned the historical void image of the Star Crown, emerged from the spirit world and saw the battlefield covered and enveloped by the power of an angel. His gaze did not linger on the two separated demigod characteristics but looked at the crimson drop of blood in the very center that was resisting the judgment domain. With Aaron's current status, he recognized this as a drop of blood blessed by the primordial moon, or rather, the mother goddess of depravity. His eyes slightly cold, Aaron grasped the drop of blood in his hand and, following a certain special sensation, looked towards the distant sky. Behind the shattered void, crimson eyes faded away. Curse King Baranka. Aaron snorted lightly and completely sealed the drop of blood blessed by the evil god before looking at Bernadette beside him. Her eyes, as blue as a condensed ocean, deepened, seemingly losing focus for a brief moment. 2 or 3 seconds later, Bernadette suddenly closed her eyes, as if an unbearable glare had appeared before her. Distorted, abstract, and seemingly alive streams of information were stripped away by Bernadette. This bizarre scene made Arthas Egger, who was still trying to recover from his injuries, look even more grim. Relevant information in the spirit world has been contaminated, making it impossible to find the trace of that angel from the Rose School of Thought. Bernadette's voice gradually became ethereal, carrying a sense of indescribable feeling. Aaron was not too disappointed by this. Just through the momentary glance earlier, The aura emanating from the Cursed King was already comparable to that of the former abomination Scylla. Moreover, the two outer gods' transformation of Barranca seemed not yet complete. After Aaron appeared, they decisively abandoned Calamar and erased all traces. Aaron nodded slightly to Bernadette, then disturbed the corresponding spirit world area to prevent possible divination. He then grabbed the ferryman and quickly left the place. Fog Sea, Lasha Island, Emerald Palace. His shielded five senses gradually returned. Arthas Egger saw the sea as clear as sapphire, a magnificent castle made purely of emerald, and the two angels gazing at him. Sighing inwardly, he rose and performed a standard Balam royal etiquette towards Aaron and Bernadette. He had been mentally prepared for this ever since he got that dark gold crystal, but he didn't expect that two beings, who could be called subordinate gods in the ancient era, would appear at once. Aaron had already roughly understood the situation of this death god's descendant through Sid Watson, so he didn't need him to introduce himself and directly asked, "What happened to the Rose School of Thought?" Arthas Egger reigned in his death intent, repairing his damaged inner underworld, and responded in a low voice. "I received news from Calamar earlier that the Rose School of Thought suffered heavy losses in the Divine War ruins, and even the abomination who had ruled the Rose School of Thought for hundreds of years perished as a result. So I wanted to take this opportunity." He paused here, his expression changing slightly, a hint of barely noticeable fear flashing across his face. "But I didn't expect it to be a deliberately set trap, a trap aimed at me." Chapter 401 The Mother and the Moon. The Rose School of Thought followers who believe in the primordial moon have completely gone mad, just like puppets who have lost their souls. If not for the Pale Emperor leaving me a life-saving method in the underworld before, allowing me to escape, I'm afraid I would have also become one of those disgusting and terrifying monsters. Arsa's Aegis's eyes grew increasingly bloodshot, as if recalling a certain memory in his mind would intensify the invisible contamination. Bernadette glanced at Arsa's Aegis, whose aura had begun to destabilize again. Her right arm dematerialized into complex streams of information that surged into the ferryman's glabella, which also symbolized the location of the underworld within his body. It wasn't until Bernadette completely peeled away the memory containing the contamination that Arsa's Aegis gradually returned to normal, and Aaron was also able to glimpse that memory. Within the deep fissure, the massive cloth puppet, entangled with brown branches, had most of its body completely covered in red fissures, like blood-colored eyes peering out, filled with pure malice. The source of the crimson moonlight illuminating the entire deep valley was two tarot cards, those two feminized portraits of Roselle, appearing even more demonic under the crimson light, carrying an indescribable sense of horror. The Mother card and the Moon card. At the southernmost tip of the southern continent, in the East Balam indigenous area, spanning hundreds of kilometers, lay the abyss of ferrying, shrouded in black mist. A gray-robed woman with distinct Balam features stood above the black mist, her lifeless gray eyes gazing at the one-armed man opposite her as she spoke indifferently. "In Zangwil, please follow me to see the Great High Priest." She was Great High Priest Hurdle's spokesperson, Flora Tristan, a Sequence 3 ferryman, and now the true influential figure of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction. Withdrawing his gaze from the boundless black mist, Zangwil chuckled, his sarcastic voice filled with undisguised mockery. "If I recall correctly, during the fourth epoch, this place should have been the intersection of the underworld and reality. TSK, how did it become like this now? Also, I prefer you call me the Great God of War." Two bloody gashes suddenly appeared on both sides of Zangwil's cheeks, his mouth opening and closing like a maw, revealing two rows of illusory white teeth inside, while simultaneously emitting two identical sounds of disdain. "Bah. God of War. Do you even deserve that title now?" Before these two could continue their mockery, the Red Angel raised a hand to caress his face, observing the indifferent Flora Tristan with interest, licking his lips. A complete and stable internal underworld, truly tempting. Flora Tristan's eyes flickered with cold light, as if recalling Hurdle's instructions, and she turned silently, walking towards the black mist. White feathers stained with pale yellow grease grew from her back, and an ancient token from the Balam Empire period appeared in her hand as she vanished into the eerie black smoke. Even with divinity, women's tempers are still so strange. "Oh, I almost forgot, you two should have more to say about that." The Red Angel wore an extremely punchable expression, listening to Sauron and Einhorn's roars from within his internal underworld, and followed Flora Tristan into the deepest part of the black mist. As he went deeper, he absorbed the soul-decaying death aura from the black mist, and soon arrived at an exceptionally massive, entirely black mausoleum, inverted and embedded in the ground, like an overturned pyramid. Surrounding this mausoleum was an even larger city with distinct ancient Balam Empire characteristics. Ghost fires flickered throughout the city, with pale lights replacing the sun everywhere. The city was divided into two parts by a black river. Walking the streets were not only living people, but also rotting corpses, and countless vengeful spirits and phantoms. This was the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction's base camp, Manuel, where the City of the Living and the City of the Dead faced each other across the river, forming a complete cycle of life and death. Standing at the very top of this eerie city, the Red Angel evil spirit clicked his tongue. I was wondering why Hurdle turned this place into such a state. Hey, it turns out it was for him to advance to Pale Emperor. However, it seems he not only failed but also suffered severe backlash. TSK, to survive even that, he truly has a strong life. After speaking, he looked at Flora Tristan, who was unmoved by his mockery. The Red Angel evil spirit felt bored, waved his hand, and shrugged. You don't have to look at me like that. I'm not interested in these weak souls. I've already sensed Hurdle's aura. You don't need to follow me any further. Before Flora Tristan could refuse, a pure white quill appeared in Insangwil's hand, and he leaped into the Styx River that traversed the city, entering the mausoleum. With the help of 0-08, the Red Angel evil spirit quickly arrived at the deepest part of the mausoleum, observing his surroundings with interest. Within the boundless black mist, deep, dense, eerie, and chilling, there seemed to be nearly illusory black tubes extending out, eventually disappearing into a black coffin surrounded by various skulls not far away. As if sensing the Red Angel evil spirit's arrival, the various skulls around the deep black coffin gradually took on a layer of eerie green, which blended with their original white, creating an extremely chilling sensation. A voice seemingly from the underworld emanated from within the coffin. The skulls floated up one by one, as if they had gained their own vitality. Then, in chaotic order, they plunged into the heavy, paint-black coffin, passing through the lid as if without substance, and entering inside. The coffin immediately transformed into a deep, insatiable vortex, expanding in place and emitting a cold, chilling aura. Pushed back a few steps by the aura of the Death Consul, the Red Angel evil spirit maintained his smile. It's truly exciting to see an old friend after a millennium, but it seems your so-called artificial death plan isn't going smoothly. If you're willing to provide me with an undying, I might consider giving you a little help. As he spoke, the fissures on his face once again uncontrollably widened, and Sauron and Einhorn's almost identical voices emanated from them. And if you can help me separate from these two disgusting fellows, I can promise an additional generous reward to the numinous episcopate. From within the deep vortex formed by the black coffin, an ancient, cold voice, one that seemed to make one's soul directly detach from their body, emerged. I cannot do these things yet, but if I can obtain the grace of God, your requests will not be a problem. Chapter 402 Cooperation. Insangwil, wearing three faces, toyed with the pure white feather pen in his hand, unaffected by the aura of the Death Consul. He raised his head, looked at the deep swirling vortex, and with a slight curl of his lips and half-closed eyes, sighed, the Death's legacy. With just you. Hater was silent for a moment, then spoke indifferently, in the 1,000 years since the Death's fall, we have not been without gains. Now, we only lack a catalyst. Regarding the influence on artificial deaths, even the Pale Empress cannot compare to us in this regard. You do not need to pay too great a price. A strange smile appeared on Insangwil's face. Let me guess, the catalyst you speak of wouldn't happen to be the former Death Consul, Azek Eggers, would it? Are you trying to get me to help you find him, or rather, help you capture him? The undisguised mockery in his words did not cause Hater's emotions to fluctuate. In the boundless black mist, the almost illusory black tendrils began to twitch, and a chilling wind flew out from the deep vortex, merging into Insangwil's expanding inner netherworld. At the center of the inner netherworld, the rotten marks on the face of the Red Angel Wraith, who had a banner mark between his brows and wore blood-stained black armor, gradually disappeared, revealing a look of satisfaction. A moment later, Insangwil opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. I have felt your sincerity. I can help you with this matter. Changing the subject, Insangwil, toying with the pure white feather pen in his hand, added, however, 0-08 is not omnipotent. Manipulating fate without any reason will certainly be detected. The profound vortex, its aura somewhat weaker than before, was silent for a moment, then suddenly began to expand. Emerald green soul flames burned, reflecting a blurry ocean. A huge sailing ship dominated the entire scene. Its hull was predominantly dark black, tinged with eerie green, and on the pale mainsail, a blooming dark tulip was depicted. This was Admiral Hel Ludwig's flagship, the Black Tulip. White skeletons clad in leather armor busily manipulated the sails, while pale zombies with long swords patrolled back and forth, their eyes, burning with eerie green flames, surveying their surroundings. Shadows, wraiths, and various strange spirit world creatures occasionally flew and circled, or drilled into the ship's hull, causing indistinct transparent faces to protrude from the sides. The next second, all the undead creatures prostrated themselves on the deck, led by Admiral Hel Ludwig, who was covered by a silver-white mask. Insangwil surveyed the passage formed by the special combination of the angel rank and the netherworld, his gaze lingering on the square, dark ring on Ludwig's right hand. He whispered with interest, a creation related to death. With this item, some things won't arouse suspicion. Remember your promise. Without waiting for Hater's reply, he walked directly towards the black tulip in the deep vortex. Insangwil, having advanced to a night watcher, could not be considered a standard spirit world creature, but the Red Angel Wraith's special nature was enough to sustain this passage. Absorbing the rich deathly aura that emanated, Insangwil stood on the deck of the Black Tulip, glanced at the prostrate undead creatures, and beckoned to Ludwig, who was looking up slightly. Silently, the dark ring on his right hand seemed to be supported by countless spirits, flying up on its own and landing in Insangwil's palm. After observing it for a few seconds, a mysterious smile played on his lips. He picked up the ring and casually put it on his index finger, then took out the pure white feather pen from his. In a certain sea area at the junction of the Sonia Sea and the Raging Sea, under the sunlight, the golden dream emitted a golden glow, like a moving treasure. But at this moment, everyone was on high alert, warily watching a massive whale-like creature on the nearby sea. Having just returned to the golden dream from a hidden route after completing his mission, Danitz could barely believe his eyes. He raised a hand to rub his eyes and looked at the enormous sea monster again, a familiar figure reflected in his pupils. Gehrman Sparrow. Danitz immediately cursed, which attracted the attention of the other crew members, but he was no longer in the mood to care about their strange looks. He lowered his head and quickly walked towards Alger, who was standing at the very front of the deck. Damn it! This insidious fellow. He cursed himself as he walked, connecting it to his previous inexplicable discovery in Byam. He was certain that this crazy adventurer had left a special mark on him. The thought that he might have attracted this crazy fellow made Danitz want to slap himself, but the most important thing now was to persuade the captain not to conflict with this terrifying lunatic. Klein, standing on the sea monster's back, naturally noticed the commotion on the Golden Dream. The light of Rusko's eye, embedded in the flesh of his left hand, dimmed, and the sea god's scepter hidden within it emitted obscure fluctuations, calming the sea monster beneath his feet. After leaving the Abyss Vortex, Klein stayed on Sonia Island for a few days, then came to the Galgas Archipelago, known as the Pirate's Paradise. The faceless potion was digested very smoothly, which prompted him to start searching for traces of mermaids. Originally, he only wanted to find Danitz to take him to see Admiral Iceberg, but he unexpectedly ran into the main person. Just as Klein was thinking about how to express his goodwill and avoid an unnecessary misunderstanding, the Golden Dream, not far away, actively approached him, and the dangerous glow of its cannons gradually dimmed. Raising an eyebrow, Klein maintained his persona as a ruthless adventurer. His right hand, Wandering Hunger, quickly turned dark blue. Using the soul of a wind-blessed he had pastured, he rode the strong winds and landed on the deck of the Golden Dream. This is Admiral Iceberg, with a bounty of 26,000 pounds. Following his spiritual intuition, Klein's gaze directly locked onto the tall woman standing at the very front, and Danitz, who was somewhat evasive behind her. His expression unchanged, but with a growing understanding in his heart, Klein said in a low, indifferent voice, "I heard before that the Golden Dream obtained a key that could open the Death's Treasure, and your sailor told me that it was not true, so I specifically came to visit today." Because he already knew Mr. Azek's true identity, Klein, feeling greatly indebted after their last encounter in Backland, paid close attention to matters related to death. Clues related to the Death's Treasure might be able to help Mr. Azek. Chapter 403, The Powerless and Raging Wishing Lamp. Even with his head bowed, Danitz still felt the gazes from all around him scraping against his body. He cursed under his breath, then awkwardly raised his head and explained. "This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Algerian waved her hand, stopping the other crew members who wanted to say something. A complex symbol outlined itself deep within her clear eyes as she scrutinized Klein opposite her. Her gaze lingered on the transparent human skin glove for a few seconds before Algerian slowly shook her head and spoke softly. "I did indeed obtain a peculiar key, but it was not the so-called key that could open Death's Treasure. Instead, it came from an even older epoch. Moreover, half a year ago, I already sold this key to someone else. What is currently circulating in the 5 seas is indeed just a rumor." As she spoke, she took out a roll of light gold scroll from her sleeve. As it opened, Klein also felt a momentary daze, as if he saw a huge, strange, black iron-colored key flash before his eyes. A mystical item that can trace back and reproduce a certain memory. Klein quickly came back to his senses and gave a strange look at the scroll in Algeriana's hand, which had lost its charm. After thinking for a moment, he changed the subject and asked. "I've long heard that Vice Admiral Iceberg is knowledgeable and well-informed. I wonder if you know where mermaids can still be found in the 5 seas today." Whether it was out of fear of the hidden force behind Klein, or simply her usual habit of teaching pirates, Algeriana's expression was calm, and she even explained the information she knew in considerable detail. Finally, she reminded him. "Most of the rumors circulating on the sea are fabricated and false. I rarely explore the ruins of the God Wars. I cannot confirm if there are truly mermaids there. But I advise you to stay away from the God War ruins for a while, as that place has become a place of trouble." Klein subtly frowned. He did not get the answer he wanted. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked. "There's a rumor on the sea that you had a conflict with Vice Admiral Disease. Is this true or false?" Algerian was startled by the sudden change in question. It took her a few seconds to slowly nod, then she looked at Klein with some confusion. A very bad feeling suddenly arose in Danet's heart. Hiding behind Aldriana, he instinctively raised his head again, only to see the crazy adventurer's hidden insane smile. Danet's face twitched involuntarily, and as expected, he heard the subsequent words. I want to try to hunt Vice Admiral Disease before she joins the Pirate Kingdom. I wonder if Vice Admiral Iceberg is interested in participating. Mist Sea, Lasha Island, Emerald Palace. With the help of True Sight, Aaron thoroughly examined the roads, confirming that the pollution on this ferryman had been removed, and only the damage to his inner netherworld remained. Aaron then relaxed. Abyss of Ferrying, City of the Undead, Manuel. Aaron silently recited the location of the Fourth Epic Death Church's headquarters, which was also the current lair of the Artificial Death faction, as told by Rhodes. He quickly marked the specific location on the map of the southern continent in his mind, and corresponding information emerged in Aaron's thoughts. He did not intend to attack immediately. After all, the black mist filling the Abyss of Ferrying still required a Rhodes to lead the way to avoid alerting the enemy. Therefore, he would at least have to wait for this ferryman to recover from his injuries. Aaron took out a stone of life from his life imprint and placed it on Rhodes's glabella. Dense vitality and death intent intertwined, repairing the fragmented inner netherworld. After doing all this, Aaron's spirituality stirred, sensing a gaze. A strange, inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. Following the sensation, he looked towards the deepest part of the Emerald Palace. Created by mystical reenactment, deep within the secluded paradise, a sealed artifact was sealed. It was entirely golden, resembling a miniature kettle, its surface covered with mysterious and complex symbols, and a wick protruded from its spout. 0-05 Wish-Granting Lamp. And the moment Aaron's gaze fell upon it, the wick of this Grade 0 sealed artifact ignited on its own. The light it emitted was exceptionally viscous, like water mixed with a lot of sugar. They surged upwards, converging into a twisted and blurry pale golden figure. Aaron's aura was chaotic for an instant, as if a force wanted to sever his connection with the Sapphira. But Aaron, having already become a complete mythical creature, had long since completely controlled the Nation of Disorder. He instantly suppressed the anomaly and firmly bound a force that surged from the wish-granting lamp. The blurry, twisted golden figure swayed slightly, and its lamp-like, flickering gaze suddenly brightened, filled with pure malice, as it looked at Aaron outside the barrier. The expected temptation and transaction did not occur. After the lamp spirit's attempt failed, it directly returned to the wish-granting lamp, so quickly that Aaron, who had intended to say something, didn't even react. The power that affected the Nation of Disorder just now exceeded that of an ordinary angel. The power of the lamp spirit itself shouldn't be able to penetrate the seal too much. It's more about using its own beyonder characteristics to amplify the power of wishes. Amidst his thoughts, Aaron turned his head to look at Bernadette, whose expression had slightly changed. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The wish-granting lamp will temporarily remain sealed by you. A divine oracle will come after a while, and then you can sacrifice it to my lord." Without asking for the reason, Bernadette simply nodded gently. Torrents of information surged from within her body, filling the source of peach blossoms that had been torn by the power of the wish-granting lamp. Just as she finished mending, Bernadette, seemingly sensing something, suddenly turned her head to look beyond Lasha Island. She gently raised her arm, and a rift connecting to the outside world appeared. Amon, with an increasingly profound aura and deeply sculpted features, stepped out of the rift. In a single stride, he arrived before the two angels and also saw the somewhat agitated Rhodes not far away. Amon's expression shifted from blankness to pain, and he instinctively clutched his forehead, but he quickly regained his composure. After nodding to Aaron and Bernadette, Amon, his eyes growing more ancient, walked towards the heavily injured and weakened Rhodes. Reaching into his own chest, Amon extracted a drop of crimson blood. As runes flowed, it transformed into a lifelike feathered serpent. Amon touched it to Rhodes's glabella, instantly stabilizing his inner netherworld, which had been on the verge of collapse. "Your Highness." Rhodes, whose injuries had finally stabilized, looked at the familiar face, inexplicably recalling the secrets the Pale Queen had spoken of in the underworld at that time, and his emotions suddenly became complex. Chapter 404, The Hermit Card. Alsacigus glanced at Aaron and Bernadette behind Azek, opened his mouth, and whispered somewhat bitterly, "Your Highness, you have also joined them." Azek moved his finger away from Alsacigus's glabella, and shook his head calmly. "No, this is just a cooperation, or rather, a transaction. They help me recover my lost memories, and in return, I will provide some assistance within my capabilities." Alsacigus's somewhat dim eyes brightened. He let out a sigh of relief, then gave a bitter smile, and with difficulty stood up to perform a standard Fasak royal salute towards Azek. "I will obey your will, esteemed administrator." Aaron withdrew his gaze from the re-isolated sealed artifact space in the deepest part of the Emerald Palace. After briefly sensing the ferryman's condition, he said indifferently, You stay on Rasha Island first, recover from your injuries as soon as possible, and then we will go together to Manuel, the city of the undead, in the abyss of ferrying. Without waiting for Alsacigas's reply, streams of light condensed into colorful feathers that enveloped him, carrying him away from the Emerald Palace. Aaron then looked at the calm-faced Azek, raising an eyebrow. Your memory seems to have recovered quite a bit. Mr. Azek curved his lips and smiled, saying, My travels in the southern continent during this period have allowed me to find many familiar things. I often feel that I am starting to become a little unfamiliar, especially after meeting this lady. Bernadette's eyes flickered. After glancing at Aaron, a pale mask with a metallic luster appeared in her hand. The holes for the eyes became even more profound. The mask, which originally had no facial features, now looked 7 or 8 parts similar to Azek. If not for Bernadette's suppression, this grade 0 sealed artifact would probably have gone berserk directly. Looking at pale death, Azek's expression became somewhat dazed, but he quickly returned to normal, sighing and shaking his head. I seem to hear some kind of calling. Aaron withdrew his hand from Azek's shoulder, the dark golden light deep in his eyes gradually fading. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice. Things must be done step by step. During this time, you can sense around the raging sea and see where you can feel a similar calling. Take this item. If you feel that calling is irresistible, just crush it directly. As he spoke, light surged in Aaron's hand, condensing into a dark golden token inscribed with complex patterns. He wanted to use Azek to determine the exact location of the secret mausoleum where the death pathway uniqueness was hidden in the raging sea. However, he also needed to guard against the activated artificial death breaking through its original restrictions and forcibly taking Azek into the mausoleum after sensing Azek's aura. After all, the ownership of the death pathway uniqueness could, to some extent, be considered the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Given Loen's current weakened state, once the mausoleum was opened and the Evernight goddess took that uniqueness, the stimulated god of combat would no longer have any scruples. Fasak and the god of combat church would likely enter the fray immediately, and a world-sweeping war would instantly erupt. Whether it was a pretense to deceive the god of combat, or a genuine intention to digest and accommodate the uniqueness, the Evernight goddess would find it difficult to provide him with further assistance. This was also one of the reasons why he had specifically gone to the Church of the Storms to meet the Lord of Storms before. Therefore, the mausoleum could only be opened after he had made preparations for war, taking advantage of the chaos in the northern continent to encroach upon the southern continent. Azek did not know what Aaron was thinking. After taking the token and examining it for a moment, he put it into his body's underworld. Then, Azek nodded lightly, smiled apologetically at Bernadette, and left the space, which was isolated from the outside world, through the previous rift. Withdrawing his gaze from Azek, Aaron was now looking at Bernadette, who was suppressing pale death. 2 ancient tarot cards had appeared before her. Both fronts depicted Roselle Gustave, and in the upper left corner, stars condensed into text, Sequence 0 Hermit, and Sequence 0 Wheel of Fortune. The next second, Bernadette's body suddenly became transparent, transforming into a chaotic stream of information that quickly dispersed. A illusory river of fate subtly emerged, connecting the 2 blasphemy cards. As a Sequence 2 sage, with the rank bonus of the 2 blasphemy cards and their shared characteristic of pointing to fate, she could already influence the river of fate. Symbols peeled off from the illusory river of fate, reforming into Bernadette. After resealing pale death, which had fallen into a karmic cycle and whose will had faded, she put away the 2 blasphemy cards. Truly wealthy. Aaron scrutinized the 2 blasphemy cards, tuteing inwardly. Including the 3 grade 0 sealed artifacts, the inheritance Roselle left for his eldest daughter was astonishingly abundant. Excluding the divine contaminated Bonoa, and comparing it to the situation of his eldest son Charles, Aaron could confirm that Roselle was a doting father to his daughters. Noticing Aaron's somewhat strange gaze, Bernadette frowned. Wisps of light peeled off from her body, forming a stream of information that, along with the 2 blasphemy cards, she handed to Aaron. Here is intelligence on Oravi Island's secret strongholds in the northern and southern continents and the 5 seas, as well as a general overview of the sealed artifacts and mystical items controlled by Oravi Island. These 2 blasphemy cards are gifts he left for me, so I can only let you observe them. According to the Oracle of the Lord of Order, all remaining items, including those 2 grade 0 sealed artifacts and Oravi Island, can be at your disposal. Allowing the complex mass of information to merge into his body, Aaron, with his angel-level spiritual body strength, instantly digested and understood all the information, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Excluding the army, Oravi Island's foundation was roughly on par with the East Turdak family before Aaron embarked on the Beyonder pathway a few years ago. With strongholds in important cities across the northern and southern continents and the 5 seas, this mature, world-spanning intelligence network perfectly compensated for the East Turdak family's shortcomings. Nodding with satisfaction, Aaron then looked at the 2 blasphemy cards in his hand. Due to Wolosepton, he already knew most of the information that the Wheel of Fortune card could interpret. Temporarily setting aside the Wheel of Fortune card, Aaron picked up the hermit card and met the gaze of those indifferent eyes, which contained countless brilliant stars and had no eyelashes. There was no need for interpretation, a terrifyingly complex amount of knowledge instantly flooded Aaron's mind. If he had not already advanced to angel, just this alone would have put even a demigod who had crossed the divine gate at risk of losing control. Chapter 405, The Resentful Septon. Aaron shook his somewhat groggy head. After a few seconds, he finally sorted out the information in his mind, his eyebrows furrowing involuntarily. He suddenly turned his head sharply, directly meeting Bernadette's ocean blue eyes, and murmured with some uncertainty. The Hermit's Advancement Ritual. Bernadette seemed to have anticipated Aaron's reaction. She raised her hand, summoned the 2 blasphemy slates, carefully put them away, and then calmly responded. Using a torrent of information formed by oneself, and leveraging the opportunity of advancement, to momentarily replace the information of the spirit world, astral world, and the real world. Based on the information of that instant, deduce the future, and from the infinite possibilities of the future, choose the future one desires, thereby completely controlling the next 2 or 3 moments and integrating with the abstract concept of knowledge. Endure the information surge of the entire world, recondense from abstract knowledge, and return from the astral world. This kind of advancement ritual, without sufficient anchors, is almost impossible to succeed. Even if successful, extracting consciousness from the immeasurable torrent of information and recondensing the body would likely not be something that can be completed in a short time. Aaron nodded, his eyes flickering. He looked at Bernadette and asked, somewhat uncertainly. Is the hidden sage truly just a uniqueness that has become active? Could it be? Knowing Aaron's meaning, Bernadette did not immediately respond. Her blue eyes slightly unfocused, as if she had fallen into a memory, before she continued after a moment. You should know that since the 4th epoch, the only feasible way to accommodate a uniqueness is to temper it into an incomplete potion, and consume it with a simplified god ascension ritual. Combining this with his discoveries after he advanced to Knowledge Emperor, the hidden sage is more like suddenly awakening from slumber than suddenly becoming active. Activated, awakened. The meanings represented by these 2 words were completely different. Aaron inexplicably thought of the 4th epoch, that god of craftsmen who forcibly advanced before fully digesting his potion, and this roughly coincided with the hidden sage's appearance. Glancing at the thoughtful Aaron, Bernadette finally added. Although the relevant knowledge has been completely erased from the spirit world, making it impossible to verify, I still have a conjecture. The hidden sage is very likely the product of an accident that occurred when the original founder of the Moses ascetic order attempted to accommodate the hermit uniqueness. This bold speculation made Aaron look at Bernadette a few more times, but he did not refute it. For the hermit pathway, which leans more towards the mystical side of knowledge itself, Bernadette's conjecture was not impossible. But if it were true, then the accident that occurred while accommodating the uniqueness might very well have originated from the contamination of the knowledge more. As his thoughts churned, Aaron exhaled lightly, first noting this matter in his mind, then actively changing the subject. I'll be returning to Backlund later. Does your goddaughter still need the blood of a fate pathway angel? Goddaughter? Bernadette was momentarily stunned, her gaze softening. She did not correct Aaron's address. After a moment of silence, she slowly spoke. The Moses ascetic order already knows that I recently advanced to angel, so Catilia is not suitable to attempt advancing to demigod during this period, as it would invite suspicion. However, the blood of a fate pathway angel can be prepared in advance. I will pay the corresponding remuneration. Aaron glanced at Bernadette, tutaying inwardly. He felt a strong sense of déjà vu, like watching an old mother toil for her own child. Nodding, Aaron strode out of Rasha Island. Before his figure disappeared, his last words slowly echoed through the Emerald Palace. Seal the wishing lamp well. Do not be tempted by it. Loen Kingdom, Backlund, Dr. Allen's house. After advancing to a complete mythical creature, Aaron could now autonomously restrain the peculiarities of the Nation of Disorder. As long as he didn't directly encounter the few angels of the Loen royal family, he could freely enter and exit Backlund, even without the secretive effect of the night mark. Aaron, emerging from the spirit world, walked through the living room as if no one else was there and entered the bedroom. Looking at the pregnant woman with her belly greatly swollen on the bed, an amber, crystal clear and seemingly made of night stars, appeared in his hand. The milky white dice of probability was firmly sealed within it. Observing so closely, even the special nature of restart could not obstruct Aaron's vision. Dr. Allen's wife had turned into an boundless deep black, and the oval light mass in the shape of a baby appeared exceptionally dazzling. It was too late to feign death. A childish voice suddenly rang out, sighing rather plaintively. An invisible force struck, and Aaron's lips curved into a smile. He did not resist. The warm and comfortable bedroom suddenly twisted, and Aaron was already in a barren plain. Not far away stood a black spire, around which a giant silver-white serpent coiled. Its head was already raised, its crimson eyes coldly watching Aaron. Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting, wrapped in silver silk and sitting in a black baby carriage, appeared at the lowest part of the spire. He pulled the small blanket in the baby carriage and said rather plaintively. Can't you be more careful, you fellow? If the dice of probability were to fully activate, it might directly abstract itself and merge into the river of fate. By then, let alone me, even Ouroboros, with the true creator's help, probably wouldn't be able to find it again. Listening to the nagging complaints, the smile on Aaron's face stiffened slightly. He cleared his throat and raised the crystal amber, which sealed the dice of probability, in his hand. Last time was indeed a special situation, I had no choice. I've already paid the price and asked Mother to help me seal it again. This time, firstly, I wanted to see how your restart is progressing, and secondly, to return the dice of probability along the way. Or if you have other arrangements, you can tell me directly. Finally, there are some things I'd like to ask for your help with. Before Aaron could finish, the chubby infant in the black baby carriage began pounding the bassinet, crying very sadly, and interrupting Aaron's words with sobs. The seal on the dice of probability is entirely formed by misfortune. You are the dear of that being, so you are naturally unaffected by misfortune at the god level. But if I were to give it to Richard, he might run into that stinky snake Ouroboros as soon as he steps out the door. At this, Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting lowered the hand that was wiping away tears, sniffled, and pointed to himself, adding, As for asking me for help, you've already advanced to angel. Are you going to make things difficult for an unborn infant like me? Aaron's face twitched slightly. Looking at the chubby infant with tear stains on his face and staring at him, it was hard to believe that this was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Chapter 406, Transaction and Reunion. Aaron shrugged helplessly, putting away the dice of probability sealed in the amber of misfortune, yet feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, after Ms. Ariana sent the dice of probability, he didn't directly give it to Richard. Otherwise, this counselor, who had escaped the Rose School of Thought's encirclement, might have become the first demigod to die from bad luck. Looking at the baby with tear stains in his eyes, Aaron sighed, forcing a smile. It seems Mr. Speaker's reboot was very smooth. I will continue to keep and seal the dice of probability until you are born and return to your peak. Also, this time I only wanted a few drops of blood of the serpent of fate. I imagine you should have kept some before your reboot. As for the rest, you probably can't help much now. We can discuss it when you are truly born. Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting pouted, muttering reluctantly. It must be Ouroboros, that smelly snake, who stole too much of my luck while I was rebooting. Sherwood Borough, Siffield Street, number 44. I left something there, which was originally prepared for me to recover my strength quickly after my birth. So, you can only take 2 drops of blood at most, and do not destroy the fate cycle I left there. Aaron raised an eyebrow, noting down the place name, and the smile on his face became even more sincere. But before he could say anything more, the entire black wasteland suddenly shattered, leaving only a tender echo reverberating. In the future, bring the dice of probability to Backlund less often. Its strong aggregation effect easily attracts Ouroboros. Standing in front of Dr. Allen's bedroom, Aaron chuckled and shook his head, no longer paying attention to Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting, who had started playing dead. His figure directly disappeared into the colorful, rich color blocks. Sherwood Borough, Siffield Street, number 44. Aaron emerged from the shadows of the alley, his appearance and build also changing. After withdrawing his gaze from the layered, magnificent palaces and towering Gothic clock towers in the distance, Aaron finally looked at the house opposite, which Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting had mentioned. From the outside, it was just an ordinary house. If Aaron hadn't still been holding the dice of probability, and if his true vision couldn't capture the abnormalities in fate, he might have even been fooled. As expected of the old fellow who had been chased by Ouroboros for thousands of years, even Pallas would feel inferior to this kind of concealment method. Aaron muttered a few words to himself, and a paper crane appeared in his hand. Without the enhancement of true vision, the feeling of looking at flowers through a fog also disappeared at this moment. Following the fluctuations in fate caused by the paper crane, Aaron's figure instantly vanished from his original spot. The illusory sound of tides echoed in his ears. Aaron proactively restrained his aura to avoid disrupting the fate cycle arranged by Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting here. Aaron arrived at a corner of the living room, which was also the source of the illusory tide sound. A luminous door inscribed with the symbol of the Ouroboros appeared under the gaze of true vision. Before Aaron could push open the door, the paper crane floating in front of him seemed to gain sentience, actively entering the luminous door and returning in the blink of an eye. On each of the paper crane's 2 wings, a drop of silver blood floated, as if countless tiny, transcendentally illusory wheels were rotating, forming a long ribbon, almost connecting at the ends. Taking the 2 drops of the blood of the serpent of fate, Aaron looked at the vanished luminous door and shook his head with a smile. How stingy! He had originally wanted to see what good things Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting, as the Speaker of the Council of Fate, had left for himself before the reboot, but a certain stingy baby wouldn't even let him in. Picking up the paper crane that had fallen to the ground, Aaron glanced at the original location of the luminous door, erased his traces, and then his figure gradually disappeared. Since he had finally come to Backlund, it was time to visit Audrey. As a high-level spirit world creature in some sense, Azek did not need divination or other means to determine specific spirit world coordinates. After leaving Lasha Island, he traversed the spirit world following his senses, and soon, an anomaly appeared before his eyes. The originally colorful spirit world now had air currents forming and coiling into wind, roaring and enveloping a vast, boundless area, making the light inside dim and the clouds thick. Moreover, streaks of deeply ominous lightning flashed one after another, illuminating the surrounding scene as if it were the end of the world. At this moment, Azek felt as if he had arrived at an ocean ruled by an unending storm. The great power from Death's Fall not only changed the climate of the ocean between the northern and southern continents, filling it with calamities and even earning it the name Sea of Rage, but more importantly, it broke the barrier between reality and illusion, polluting and destroying the corresponding spirit world, allowing the two sides to erode and influence each other. After pausing for a few seconds, Azek rubbed his brow. Just as he was about to enter that spirit world calamity, his expression changed slightly as if he sensed something, and the corners of his mouth curved up gently. On the Golden Dream, Danitz stood at the front of the deck, gazing melancholically at the surging blue sea ahead, finishing the iced light beer in his hand in one gulp, while crew members with similar demeanors almost filled the open space in front of the captain's cabin door. Ferran Edez leaped from the sea, riding the strong wind to land steadily on the deck. He had been promoted to Wind Blessed for some time and was currently completing the acting to digest the potion. Upon seeing the dense crowd of people at the captain's cabin door, he twitched his mouth, immediately spotting Danitz, and flashed to his side. That crazy adventurer still hasn't come out of the captain's cabin. It was better if he didn't speak. Once he did, it was like lighting a powder keg, and the surrounding crew members all showed indignation. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ferran Edez wisely changed the subject. Inside the captain's cabin, which was filled with bookshelves, the barrier of the array prevented Klein from hearing the clamor outside the door. Subtly putting down the few pages of Roselle's diary collected by Iceberg Admiral, Klein's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was overflowing with joy. Relying on his clown abilities, Klein kept his body from showing any abnormalities. Facing Edwina Edwards' eyes, which could see into the mind, he was about to say something when his body suddenly stiffened. The iron cigarette case, placed close to his chest pocket and showing slight signs of corrosion on its surface, erupted with bone-chilling coldness at this moment. Klein could even feel the slight throbbing of the Azek copper whistle inside. A difficult-to-hide surprise instantly spread across his face. Klein no longer cared about his cool adventurer persona at this moment. He suddenly turned his head, looking towards the back side of the bookshelf following his spiritual intuition. There, various colors suddenly deepened, as if they had been re-outlined with ink by a painter. Immediately after, Azek's figure slowly emerged. Chapter 407 Azek's Gift. Looking at Klein, who was a new face again, Azek smiled and said gently. When I traversed the spirit world into the Berserk Sea, I sensed his aura. I figured it must be you here, so I specifically came to see you. Guessing that Mr. Azek was referring to the aura of the copper whistle, Klein no longer deliberately maintained his cold demeanor. He pointed to Alger, who was on high alert not far away, and chuckled, saying, "This is Vice Admiral Iceberg. We just reached an agreement to jointly hunt the Vice Admiral of Disease from the Demonist sect." In front of Vice Admiral Iceberg, Klein did not shy away from his close relationship with Azek, precisely to solidify the guess that he had a powerful secret organization backing him. Backed by the intelligence network of the Church of Knowledge, Alger had already recognized this Beyonder powerhouse, wanted by MI9 in Backlund, and nodded warily. Not caring about Alger's wariness, Klein took the initiative to walk in front of Azek, then added to the pirate admiral. The previous agreement is still valid. Once you gather concrete intelligence, I will find the Golden Dream, and we will jointly hunt the Vice Admiral of Disease. Mr. Azek, beside him, grabbed Klein's shoulder, just like last time in Backlund, and traversed the spirit world. Symbols flickered in Alger's eyes, as if she wanted to analyze and replicate the spirit world traversal just now. A moment later, she opened the tightly shut captain's cabin door. Dunn, who was bickering with Ferran Edez, suddenly turned his head. His physical quality at the conspirer level allowed him to perform to his fullest at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he blocked the doorway, his peripheral vision scanning inside the captain's cabin. He's gone. Notify everyone. All crew members' leave is cancelled during this period. Prepare supplies. Next, we're going to the Fog Sea. Such an abrupt decision, yet no one objected. After Dunn responded, he glanced at the empty captain's cabin, then hummed with his hands behind his back. It's a good thing that crazy adventurer with a screw loose ran fast, otherwise you'd be following him as a servant. Before Dunn could finish, Ferran Edez seized the opportunity to add. The crew's roaring laughter instantly drowned out Dunn's delayed roar, and the Golden Dream also hoisted its sails amidst the merriment, sailing towards the distance. On a small, densely vegetated island at the edge of the Berserk Sea, Azek led Klein out of the spirit world. Seeing that there were no outsiders, Klein directly removed his faceless disguise, and the loneliness of drifting on the sea also dissipated considerably at this moment. Looking at the chattering Klein, Azek's stern and serious face softened considerably. He beckoned for the human skin glove in Klein's hand and said gently, "This sealed artifact was originally intended as a gift for your protection after you left Backlund, but unfortunately, I was injured and fell into a deep sleep in Backlund at the time, and what I should have done was not yet complete." As he spoke, the surroundings suddenly deepened, and even the sunlight filtering through the tree canopy instantly disappeared. Pale, eerie green, complex, and bizarre symbols, marks, and patterns appeared out of thin air, as if written by invisible wraiths, shadows, and spiritual beings. They intertwined and combined in mid-air, evolving into a mysterious, illusory pair of bronze doors, seemingly connecting to another deep, silent world. This illusory door shrank smaller and smaller, like a brand, finally settling on creeping hunger. A few seconds later, the human skin glove, which had become somewhat restless due to Klein's frequent use, became completely silent. It was still a thin layer, but it no longer had any trace of frenzy or impulse. Handing the human skin glove to Klein, Azek pointed to the brand of the bronze door on the human skin glove and explained, "The souls herded by this shepherd's glove do not have the ability to traverse the spirit world. This is a spirit world traversal array that I arranged for you using the special properties of the underworld. You understand divination, so you should know how to determine specific spirit world coordinates. Use your spirituality to engrave the coordinates on this brand. When you encounter irresistible danger, you can actively traverse the spirit world to escape. But it is important to note that spirit world traversal consumes the power of the underworld that I used to seal the shepherd's glove. Be careful when using it. Is this what it feels like to have a big shot backing you up?" Klein sighed with emotion. After sincerely thanking him, he eagerly put creeping hunger on his left palm. Giving up the urge to try it out, Klein thought for a moment, then looked at Azek with some hope and asked, "I have already digested the faceless beyonder potion. Now I only need a mermaid to complete my advancement. Mr. Azek, do you know where there are wild mermaids, besides those raised by the Church of Evernight?" Somewhat surprised by Klein's advancement speed, Azek did not ask further. After thinking for a moment, he slowly nodded under Klein's surprised gaze. Normally, wild mermaids mostly hide in the sea where the Divine War ruins exist, a place where illusion and reality coexist. However, the changes in the Divine War ruins earlier made that sea area almost a forbidden land for living beings, but many beyonder races that originally lived in the safer outer regions escaped. Among them are the mermaids you need, and they are now mostly gathered in the sea areas near the Sonia Sea. Hearing the whereabouts of mermaids so clearly for the first time, Klein's previously tense mood also relaxed. Although he was curious about what had happened in the Divine War ruins, his advancement was more important at the moment. The only problem now was how to find those mermaids hidden in the vast sea. Klein glanced at Mr. Azek and suddenly remembered that he could use a mermaid that had become an undead creature to divine the whereabouts of its kin. With the blessing of the mysterious gray fog space, Klein believed this was a feasible plan. If that didn't work, he could also try to summon the magic mirror erodes again. Although he didn't know why this mirror, which had been extremely fawning towards him before, had stopped responding to his summons recently, with his son and Mr. Azek by his side, even if something unexpected happened, he wasn't worried. He told Mr. Azek his idea, and when he saw the mermaid skeleton emerge from the door of the underworld, Klein's face still twitched. He decisively abandoned the idea of divination. After taking a bone segment from the mermaid, which had become an undead creature at some point, Klein took out the same model of traveler's bag that he had bought from Mr. Emperor for a whopping 1,000 pounds, and a brand new telegraph machine dropped out. Klein stopped his actions after engraving the strange symbol for summoning erodes with his own blood on the telegraph machine, which was imbued with the aura of the grey fog. Chapter 408, Promotion to Secret Puppet Master. As the bloody symbol merged into the telegraph machine, the surrounding jungle suddenly turned cold and dim, as if the spirit world had merged with reality here. Completely different from the previous lack of response, as soon as Klein raised his hand, the familiar clicking sound began, and an illusory white paper timidly emerged. "Great, Supreme, Transcendent Master, your loyal, humble, lowly servant Erodes has answered your summons, you." Seeing the flattering address, Klein's face twitched, and he subconsciously glanced at Mr. Azek beside him, feeling a sense of embarrassment like being caught with a bad habit by a parent. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but didn't know where to start. Fortunately, the somewhat excited Erodes also sensed Mr. Azek's presence. The illusory white paper paused slightly, and the subsequent, even more embarrassing, flirtatious words did not appear. Instead, it switched to a more normal tone. "That cunning and treacherous blasphemer tried to force me to reveal your information, but your loyal servant endured through that inhumane torment, and thus was unable to respond to your summons for a while. Great Master, can Erodes obtain your forgiveness?" Amon. Klein's gaze sharpened, but his expression remained inscrutable. He nodded slightly, his mood already extremely grave. A comical stick figure appeared on the illusory white paper, and Rhodes responded quite happily. Great master, thank you for your generosity. Now it's your turn to test Rhodes. Placing the mermaid skeleton in his hand before the telegraph machine, Klein spoke in a low voice. I want to know where all the mermaids who escaped from the God's War ruins to the Sonia Sea are now. The clicking sound of the telegraph machine stopped for a few seconds, then several patterns formed by various distorted symbols quickly appeared on the illusory white paper. Using divination to interpret them, Klein recognized that these pointed to several spirit world coordinates. He nodded in satisfaction, casually answered Rhodes's question, and then, staring at the telegraph machine, continued to ask with some anticipation. I want to know the current hidden location of Vice Admiral of Disease. Originally, he had planned to use the forces behind Vice Admiral Iceberg to investigate Tracy, but he didn't expect Rhodes, who had been unresponsive to his summons before, to answer this time. He had never forgotten what the Demonist sect did in Backlund, and planned to start settling scores with Vice Admiral of Disease after advancing to Marionettist. To Klein's surprise, the illusory white paper trembled violently for a moment, and it was only after a while that text condensed. Great Master, a power has blocked my gaze. Please forgive Rhodes's incompetence. Klein frowned. This was not the first time he had encountered a question Rhodes could not answer, and it usually meant that at least an angel, or even a god-level power, was influencing the situation. Could it be that Vice Admiral of Disease's disappearance from the Five Seas during this period was actually a return to the Demonist sect's headquarters? This thought involuntarily arose in Klein's mind, and he even felt that it might be related to the lingering effects of the Great Smog in Backlund. He did not make things difficult for Rhodes, waving his hand and putting away the telegraph machine. Things had to be done step by step, and the most important thing now was to advance. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein glanced at Mr. Azek, who had a smile on his lips beside him. He hesitated for a moment and did not draw a wall of spirituality to cover his actions, but skillfully set up the sacrificial and bestowal ritual. High-sequence beyonders of the fate pathway and high-level spirit world creatures could perceive anomalies on him to a certain extent, and Mr. Azek, who belonged to the latter, was naturally no exception. This ancient powerhouse, who was both a teacher and a friend, might be able to answer some of the doubts buried in his heart. Passing through layers of murmurs, Klein appeared at the head of the bronze long table, directly summoning the marionettist beyonder characteristic left by Rosego from the pile of sundries, as well as the auxiliary materials he had collected at the last pirate gathering. A few seconds later, all that remained was a massive ink-black potion, in which countless tiny, almost invisible worms seemed to be rapidly swimming. Without further delay, Klein returned to the real world with the marionettist potion. The first thing he did was turn his head and meet the gaze of a pair of deep, ancient eyes. Azek stared at Klein intently, a wisp of thin gray-white mist still coiling around his fingertips. After a long time, he raised his hand and patted Klein's shoulder, his gentle voice carrying a hint of complexity. Sapphira Castle. I think I can guess why you are so special. Sapphira Castle. Does he mean that mysterious gray fog space? Feeling the pressure on his shoulder, Klein could clearly hear his increasingly rapid heartbeat, and began to ponder how to subtly ask his questions. Azek withdrew his arm, pinched his brow, and seeing Klein's dilemma, sighed. My memory is still incomplete, I can only recall some scattered knowledge, so I may not be able to resolve your confusion. That seems to be one of the legacies of the original creator, and to some extent, it is an existence beyond sequence. Beyond sequence, and related to the creator who created the world. Klein's pupils suddenly contracted. He recalled some records in the Revelation of Night and the City of Silver's creation myth, and thought of his bizarre transmigration and miraculous resurrection. His thoughts were instantly jumbled, and he whispered with some difficulty. One of. How many more places or items similar to Sapphira Castle are there? Azek frowned slightly, squeezing out incomplete memory fragments from his mind, and placed the wisp of thin gray-white mist in front of Klein, responding with some uncertainty. There should be 8. This seems to be specifically recorded on the second blasphemy slate. I once saw these mists outside Calderon, deep in the spirit world, but that place has become extremely dangerous now. Don't be rash. 8. Klein was stunned for a moment, inexplicably recalling the strange space controlled by the Lord of Disorder. Coming back to his senses, Klein heard the concerned tone and smiled wryly, nodding. He quickly composed himself. No matter what, advancing steadily was what he should be doing most right now. Using the spirit world coordinates provided by Rhodes, as soon as Mr. Azek led him out of the spirit world, Klein heard a faint, ethereal song drifting from afar with the waves. On the reef-strewn shallows, figures sat on the edge, their melodious singing echoing. These creatures had human heads, their eyes holding a hint of allure within their purity, their chests swelled high but were covered in dark red scales, and their lower bodies were large fish tails, rhythmically slapping against the reefs. Without acting rashly, after dispelling the mermaid's hostility with the sea god scepter, Klein, under Azek's protection, took out the prepared marionettist potion and drank it in one gulp amidst the melodious singing. Chapter 409, Mutation. In Backlund, in Count Hall's study. Count Hall, whose youthful handsomeness had been ruined by his expanding waistline, looked at Aaron, who was sitting beside Audrey, and chuckled relaxedly. Due to the sinking of the ironclad, Prime Minister Aguhide Negan has already submitted his resignation to the King and Parliament. The Conservative Party has truly suffered a severe blow this time. Aaron stroked Susie, who was rubbing against his feet, and glanced at the somewhat melancholic Audrey, knowing that she was probably mourning the sacrifice of the ironclad's crew. But war was like this, and it would only become more brutal in the future. People caught in the currents of the era had no chance to choose their own destiny. Sighing inwardly, Aaron squeezed Audrey's hands and said softly, "Even if Aguhide's resignation is truly accepted, the position of Prime Minister can still only be chosen from the Conservative Party. The most important thing for the new party is to push for the relief efforts for the victims of the Great Smog and those sacrificed ironclad crew members. Regarding the ironclad incident, what is His Majesty the King's attitude?" Count Hall frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Sadness, but no concrete ideas. However, now, whether it's the noble members of the upper and lower houses, or the common people at the bottom, it's hard to believe that a few self-proclaimed pirate kings could sink an ironclad that was boasted to be invincible." Aaron raised an eyebrow, chuckled disdainfully, and completed the second half of Count Hall's unfinished sentence. "Especially since the sinking occurred north of Sonia Island." Count Hall nodded heavily, sighing. "Yes, therefore, what's important now is no longer the truth, but what purpose His Majesty the King intends to achieve through this matter. If he wants war, to restart the struggle for Sonia Island, then the news that the so-called pirate kingdom secretly conspired with the Fasak Empire to cause the ironclad's sinking will spread throughout Backlund." Noticing the obvious change in Audrey's emotional expression as she had been silently listening, Aaron didn't continue the topic and softly comforted her. Loen's current series of reforms haven't stabilized yet. Even if His Majesty wants to use this to wage war, he doesn't have the capability. At most, it's a form of war propaganda. Looking at the two whispering, Count Hall smiled, got up, and left the study. After a moment of tenderness, Audrey, her face flushed with a slight blush, seemed to remember something, and her emerald light green eyes sparkled. "The hypnotist potion can be fully digested by the end of this month at the latest. I want to prepare for the Dreamwalker advancement ritual in advance." Aaron was not surprised by this. It was already late April, nearly half a year since Audrey advanced to hypnotist. If not for the previous separation of her virtual personality, which required a certain amount of time after advancing to hypnotist to use qualitative psychological suggestion to open the door of her mind-body and eliminate residual hidden dangers, Audrey would have long since completely digested the potion. After informing Audrey of the Dreamwalker potion formula and advancement ritual, Aaron, just about to say something, suddenly saw wisps of dark golden mist appear before his eyes. His heart stirred, and his spirituality connected to his subconsciousness within the Nation of Disorder, seeing the source of the anomaly. On the stone chair beneath the 9-tiered steps, the dark golden light cluster symbolizing Klein flickered erratically. Thin gray-white mist emerged, instinctively repelling the Nation of Disorder. Raising his hand to suppress the anomaly, Aaron, whose body was entirely condensed from dark golden mist, raised an eyebrow. The dark golden light cluster rapidly expanded. "Is this a mermaid?" Klein has advanced to marionettist. Looking at Azek at the edge of the scene, who seemed to have noticed something, Aaron roughly guessed how Klein found these mermaids, but what interested him more was Klein's current state. Under his true vision, he could clearly see a thin layer of gray-white mist, slightly spreading outwards, on Klein's body during his advancement. Looking towards the source of the mist, there was faintly a brilliant light door, tainted with some greenish-black. That light door was composed of countless overlapping light spheres, and the body of each light sphere was a pile of twisted worms huddled together. Those transparent worms carried symbols and patterns that were either complex and indescribable or profound in meaning. Aaron, whose body disintegrated and then recondensed, voluntarily cut off his connection with Klein, leaned back against the chair, his expression somewhat peculiar. The harm caused by the repulsion between different Sapphira was even greater than consuming potions from non-adjacent pathways. As an angel who controlled the Nation of Disorder, he was not afraid of these contaminations, but Klein, who had not yet reached demigod status, could not withstand the aftershocks of the Nation of Disorder's spontaneous counterattack. However, Aaron was mentally prepared for the current situation. After all, as Klein advanced, his control over Sapphira Castle also increased, and it would increasingly repel the aura from the Nation of Disorder that he left on Klein. The only thing he hadn't anticipated was that this change would arrive before Klein even achieved demigod status. His spiritual intuition told him that this was likely related to the last time in the forsaken land of the gods, when the celestial worthies were within the attendant of mysteries characteristic stirred Sapphira Castle. A repulsion reaction already appeared at sequence 5. When Klein achieves demigod status and initially grasps Sapphira Castle, he will probably be able to detect my true identity. Aaron closed his eyes, sensed the changes in the Sapphira, clicked his tongue, and made a judgment in his heart. Several photos tucked away in a corner of the clutter flew up. Aaron looked at the various death poses of Mr. Fool in those photos, a mischievous smile appearing on his face, which then turned solemn and righteous. These treasured little photos can indeed stimulate Klein's humanity, lest he collapses after learning that the so-called transmigration was just an illusion. The illusory figure on the throne disintegrated, and the golden light in Aaron's eyes dimmed as he withdrew his consciousness, beginning to explain the special nature of the Dreamwalker ritual to Audrey. On a desolate island, Isaac frowned slightly, looking at Klein, who was trembling all over and even had transparent worms appearing on his body after swallowing the potion. The door of the underworld on his brow flickered with a faint green light. Before he could suppress Klein, who was showing signs of losing control, a gray-white mist, even denser than before, suddenly appeared, forcing a wisp of incongruous dark golden mist out of Klein's body. Before Isaac could react, it suddenly rushed into the dark golden token in his hand, which Aaron had given him, engraved with complex patterns. Looking at the token in his hand, whose aura grew deeper, and then at Klein, who was gradually returning to normal, the expression on Isaac's face subtly changed. Ignoring the mermaids fleeing in panic in the distance, the space around Isaac immediately became colorful. An abstract painting symbolizing the spirit world enveloped Klein, who was either unconscious or asleep. Chapter 4: 10 Blessings from the 7 Lights of the Spirit World. The colorful oil painting world faded, and mermaids emerged from the sea, looking confusedly at the deserted island. The next second, all the mermaids trembled slightly, and a strange smile appeared on their delicate and beautiful faces. They almost simultaneously extended their hands to take out a monocle, placed it nonchalantly in their right eye socket, and their melodious and playful voices echoed. "You ran really fast. But what's the use of that?" Ripples spread through the void, and worms of time crawled out, merging into the strongest mermaid at the forefront. Its flesh twisted and squirmed, finally transforming into Amon's appearance. He pinched the monocle, extended his hand forward again, and strands of grayish-white mist, barely visible to the naked eye, were dragged and condensed by an invisible force, merging into the faintly glowing monocle. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. "I see you." Isaac, who was traversing the spirit world with Klein, suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of dread. Before the door of the underworld in his glabella could open, the Eye of Rusko, which had originally merged into Klein's flesh and blood, suddenly appeared. The divinity of Kavichua, which had been absorbed, was instantly exhausted. A dark tide surged from the depths of his profound pupils, severing the feeling of being spied upon, like a thorn in his back. The 7 pure lights of different colors, containing infinite knowledge, covering the highest point of the spirit world, also shone brightly at this moment. The brilliant light even penetrated the mist of history, vaguely revealing an ancient palace overlooking the boundless grayish-white mist. This area of the spirit world was like it had been disturbed by turbulent currents, and all gazes directed here were deflected by the tide. Swept by that terrifying power, Isaac could not care less. He propped up the door of the underworld, grabbed Klein, and rushed towards where his spiritual intuition pointed. Passing through countless indescribably shaped shadows, Isaac staggered out of the spirit world, falling straight into the sea and splashing water. Recovering from the chaos brought by the spirit world's fluctuations, Isaac, guided by the brass whistle left on Klein, leaped out of the sea and sharply turned his head to look behind him, his brows furrowed. Standing there was a gaunt old man with gray but disheveled hair. His tattered woolen overcoat could not conceal the decaying deathly aura of someone on the verge of death. The unconscious Klein was floating in front of the old man. "Esteemed Death Consul, please allow me to introduce myself. You may call me Turani von Hermosius. You can also call me Orange Light Hilarion, as I am about to die and return to the spirit world." Gently pushing Klein in front of Isaac, this avatar of Hilarion politely introduced himself, then sighed and added, "Alas, I can finally witness the great ruler above the spirit world when this body's life reaches its end." Confirming that the Eye of Rusko, which had previously erupted with strange fluctuations in the spirit world, had fallen silent again, Isaac subtly shielded Klein behind him and frowned, asking in return, "The great ruler above the spirit world?" Pure light peeled off from his decaying body, bit by bit merging into Klein's body. Hilarion smiled and nodded, explaining, "In Yellow Light's prophecy, the great ruler above the spirit world is one of the variables of the apocalypse. Before, I couldn't be entirely sure that he was equivalent to it. After all, there were too many possibilities for him to possess that kind of characteristic. For example, that one's favored one, child, or chosen divine messenger. However, now I should be certain." Without stopping the light from merging into Klein's body, Isaac glanced at Hilarion's increasingly shriveled and aged body, and nodded gently. Those lights converged on the back of Klein's right hand, forming a 7-colored ring that enveloped the small square pattern formed by 4 black dots. The grayish-white mist constantly seeping from Klein's body abruptly stopped, and he, who was in a coma, gradually showed signs of waking up. Hilarion finally looked at Isaac and instructed, Although I don't know why Sapphira Castle suddenly mutated and attracted Amon's attention, my main body and the other pure lights, with the help of our special connection to the spirit world, disrupted the blasphemer's lock-on. This mark is a blessing formed by our 7 lights using our Beyonder characteristics, but this is not a long-term solution. Only by advancing as quickly as possible and becoming a demigod can that special characteristic be completely concealed. After explaining the essence of the Dreamwalker ritual to Audrey, Aaron concealed his aura and silently went to St. Samuel's Church. In a quiet corner of the prayer hall, facing the huge Night Holy emblem, Aaron softly recounted the abnormalities brought about by Klein's advancement. After waiting a few seconds, no abnormalities occurred. Aaron stood up, drew a crimson moon on his chest, and his figure merged into the darkness of the church corner, disappearing. North of Serenyen, at the junction of the Hornassus Mountains and the central plateau of the northern continent, deep within a 100-mile stretch of black hills, power raged and spread. Red scales appeared under the bright moon, reorganizing into a pair of illusory and hazy giant bat wings inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols, opening to form a gateway. Aaron's figure emerged from it. The Ghost Empire ship, sought by various hidden factions, was suspended above the thorny black hills. Upon sensing Aaron's aura, Elvin Gallo's figure appeared under the moonlight. Aaron scrutinized this ancient bane, nodding in satisfaction. Thanks to the incredibly rich power of the Moon Country, Elvin Gallo, who had been severely injured from forcibly manipulating the Ghost Empire to cut off the projection of the Mother Tree of Desire's power, had now basically recovered. Elvin Gallo already knew Aaron's intention. His body suddenly swelled, and the Gate of Reincarnation appeared within his split body. Nearly 100 high-sequence undead flew from the Ghost Empire and merged into the deep black vortex. Rich vitality permeated, and the 3 sanguine dukes quietly appeared. After Elvin Gallo's body returned to normal, the youngest, New Moon Duke Giorna, looked at Aaron and spoke calmly. The Rose School of Thought's strength is greatly diminished now. I hope to go to the southern continent with you. If we can obtain effective intelligence, our Sanguine also plan to seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the Rose School of Thought's headquarters, hoping to seize a holy relic left by our ancestor. And this might require your help. Aaron subtly frowned. The so-called holy relic was likely the key to the Mother Tree of Desire's erosion and mastery of a portion of the Moon Domain's authority. The war sweeping the world was already showing signs, and compared to the Rose School of Thought, which had an outer god behind it, Aaron currently preferred to first deal with the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction, which was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Chapter 411 Return to the Southern Continent. Looking at the 3 sanguine dukes with calm expressions, Aaron was somewhat unsure if this plan had received Lilith's tacit approval, which was why the sanguine had changed their approach, becoming more aggressive to seek greater reliance. Fortunately, everyone present knew each other's background and could be trusted. Aaron no longer concealed anything and directly spoke in a deep voice. Did you receive an oracle? Purple Moon, Liana, who stood in the middle, the strongest and most ancient, did not answer directly. She merely looked up at the sky, at the bright silver moon that covered the entire Moon Nation. Tacit approval, then. Aaron nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and continued. Then please have Duke Joanna accompany us to the southern continent. We are also secretly collecting information on the Rose School of Thought. The specific situation might be a bit complicated. A smile appeared on Liana's beautiful face. The current true controller of the Sanguine waved her hand towards the silver moon in the sky. An incredibly dense power, like boiling water, continuously gathered, and a crack appeared on the silver moon. A section of a dark, viscous, seemingly evil liquid-flowing brown vine flew out from it. An extremely evil and mad feeling, accompanied by silent roars, began to spread but was quickly enveloped and restrained by the silver moonlight. Liana handed the brown vine, which seemed to have a life of its own and was still wriggling, to Aaron. This is the abomination characteristic derived from So, which you previously entrusted to be sealed here. I am unable to cleanse the pollution on it and can only temporarily seal it. And since your promotion to Angel, your state should have stabilized. This characteristic will return to its rightful owner and can also help you better pinpoint the Rose School of Thought. Aaron took the abomination characteristic, sighing inwardly, but he did not decline. Anyway, the Nation of Disorder now stored so many dangerous sealed artifacts that they could form several mahjong tables, so one more wouldn't make a difference. On the contrary, keeping it with the Sanguine was even more dangerous. The historical void image of the Crown of Stars appeared. Aaron slightly nodded to the other 2 Sanguine dukes, then led New Moon Duke Joanna and Alwyn Gallo into the Door of Exile. Southern Continent, East Balam, Harvest Plains, north of the Haggerty Grassland. An airship was suspended above Volturk, Loen's largest colonial city in East Balam. The huge Evernight holy emblem hanging from it radiated a sense of tranquility, even from a great distance. On a hillside outside the city, Sid Watson, shrouded in a black robe, looked strangely at Dunn Smith, who had been standing there for a long time, not understanding what was wrong with the messenger. Before he could ask, a terrifying aura that made his spirit tremble suddenly appeared. a pair of dark blue double doors emerged in the void in front of him. Aaron emerged from it with 2 angels and noticed the airship hovering above Dongtak City. After sensing it, he raised an eyebrow, then looked at Dun and said with a smile. Those 2 Nighthawks from Tinjin City are both there now. You yourself should know that the Soul Assurer potion has not been fully digested yet, which is also related to your deep obsession. I can take you to see them. You are now a wanderer without luck, so you don't need to worry about them recognizing you because of this. Alwyn Gallo and Joanna, who were beside him, both observed the Soul Assurer whom Aaron had specially cared for. Even without authority in the corresponding domain, the crushing difference in life level still allowed them to discern the uniqueness about Dun Smith. The human skin mask on Dun's face was indifferent and calm, but his body trembled slightly as he responded in a hoarse voice. That is the diocese headquarters, with an archbishop presiding. I have not accomplished anything, so I dare not trouble the attendant. Aaron smiled and waved his hand, stopping Dun from continuing. No matter. We were going there anyway. Giving you a ride is just a convenience, and it will also make it easier for you to communicate with the Evernight Church later. Saying that, he nodded slightly to Alwyn Gallo. A dense aura of death, carrying an even more surging pressure, spread out, but it was firmly locked within this hillside by a pale golden halo. From his expanding and cracking body, the door to rebirth appeared. Over 100 Trunsoist royal guards, all sequins and above, streamed out from the deep vortex. The strong aura of death gathered, almost breaking the boundary between life and death, turning this hillside into a netherworld. But soon, these well-trained royal guard specters recovered from the excitement of seeing the light of day again and restrained their surging death aura. Sid Watson stared blankly at the neat, black-armored army of specters. Even the weakest among them was not much different from him. Moreover, there were several specters at the demigod level whose death aura was so dense that he dared not look directly at them. This army of specters will assist you in eradicating the numinous episcopate strongholds you already know about. Besides not being allowed to cause widespread slaughter, I permit you to use all other methods. My only request to you is to seize the numinous episcopate's faith in the southern continent to the greatest extent possible within the shortest time. I will provide you with some necessary assistance. After speaking, without waiting for the solemn-faced Sid Watson, Aaron grabbed Dun Smith and vanished from the hillside. In the depths of the Evernight Church in Dongtak City, a lady with beautiful black hair and a delicate face suddenly turned her head. Her deep eyes, containing countless stars, flashed with a dark gleam. It was Iria, a senior deacon of the Nighthawks and the Eye of the Goddess. As one of the 13 archbishops of the Evernight Goddess Church and the head of the East Balam diocese, her own strength had already reached sequence 3, Horror Bishop. She had sensed an extremely dense and high-ranking aura of death flash by outside the city. An invisible fluctuation emanated from the huge Evernight holy emblem behind her. Iria's expression remained unchanged, but her raised hand had already fallen. This subtle change did not escape others. Only Archbishop Randolph Carter, who was sequence 4, did not sense the fleeting death aura. He was responsible for pursuing Insanguil, having chased him from the northern continent to East Balam, and he thought the Eye of the Goddess had rejected his previous application. Before he could speak, he heard an ethereal and melodious voice. I agree to your request to use the Church's Class 1 sealed artifact to continue pursuing Insanguil. I will personally explain the specific application for its use to the Holy Hall. You may go rest first. A hint of surprise flashed in Randolph's eyes, but he said nothing more. He stood up, drew a crimson moon on his chest, and led the Red Gloves team members out of the depths of the church. Walking at the end of the team, Leonard, whose demeanor was more composed than when he was in Backlund, looked back at Eye of the Goddess sitting beneath the Evernight holy emblem, then quickly took 2 steps forward to catch up with Miss Daly, who was walking at the front of the team. Chapter 412 Reunion and Awakening. The sound of light footsteps echoed through the deep, quiet corridor. Leonard glanced at Archbishop Randolph Carter, who was at the very front, and couldn't help but lower his voice to whisper. I always feel like His Grace, the Eye of the Goddess, is deliberately hiding something from us. Daly, dressed in a black hooded robe with blue eyeshadow and blush, giving her an exotic and cold beauty, shot Leonard a look as if he were an idiot. Some things are better left unsaid, everyone understands them in their hearts. If you insist on speaking them aloud, do you really think that at such a close distance, a demigod's spiritual perception wouldn't notice? Stopping the chuckle that rose to her throat, Daly pursed her lips. That's not something we should be concerned about. All I want to know now is where Insanguil is hiding after escaping to the southern continent. As the two exchanged words, Archbishop Randolph Carter, who was walking at the very front, stopped. A middle-aged man in a bishop's robe drew a crimson moon on his chest and respectfully said, Praise the Goddess, Your Grace, please follow me. The sealing process has been lifted, and that Grade 1 sealed artifact can now be awakened. Randolph Carter nodded and said in a deep voice to Leonard and the other Red Gloves team members. Rest up quickly. Once we borrow this sealed artifact, we will continue our journey. He then followed the bishop around the corner and walked towards the even deeper underground. Even without the Archbishop leading the way, the elite Red Gloves team, all of whom were mid-sequence Beyonders, received extremely high-level treatment. After leaving the core area, many clergy members voluntarily stepped aside to make way. Daly, who was contemplating how to earn merits to exchange for the opportunity to advance to gatekeeper, inadvertently glanced at a middle-aged gentleman passing by, and her expression suddenly became dazed. Under Leonard's somewhat puzzled gaze, Daly suddenly turned her head, savoring the familiar feeling that permeated her soul, but the place she looked at was empty. Leaning against the wooden door of the prayer room, Dunn slowly sat down. After a long while, the corners of his mouth slightly curved up, and he silently uttered a sentence. "Long time no see." At this moment, the last bit of the Soul Assurer potion that had bothered him for a long time was finally completely digested. In the vast and silent hall, the eye of the goddess, Ilya, no longer had the calm expression she had before. She stood up and bowed respectfully, which was the most basic respect for an angel on earth. "Good afternoon, honored sir. Are you here for Zangwill?" Aaron withdrew his gaze from the huge Evernight holy emblem, smiled, and waved his hand, instructing. "Zangwill's matter has its own arrangements. My visit to the southern continent this time must be kept secret for now. I came to find you proactively this time mainly for two things. Firstly, I just brought a large army of undead. You might have sensed it just now. I specifically informed the church to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Secondly, I hope to obtain information from the church regarding the Numinous Episcopate's various hidden strongholds in East Balam. I plan to carry out a secret cleanup." A look of understanding flashed across Ilya's face. In the darkness surging behind her, specks of starlight appeared, solidifying and flying into Aaron's hand. The remaining death faith in the native areas of East Balam is still deeply entrenched, especially among the native rebel forces, almost all of whom have received funding from the Numinous Episcopate. This is the intelligence continuously collected by the church's embedded informants over the years. Do you need me to send people to act together? With a slight sweep of his spirituality, the information contained within the starlight quickly appeared in his mind. Aaron nodded in satisfaction and chuckled. That won't be necessary. I will make it appear as an internal conflict within the Numinous Episcopate, which will also make it easier to take over those rebel forces secretly believing in death. Additionally, I brought a Soul Assurer who is about to advance. You should still have a spare Spirit Warlock characteristic here. After he advances, he will be responsible for the secret contact between the undead army and the church." Ilya nodded respectfully. After Aaron's figure completely disappeared, she slightly raised her hand, and a subtle fluctuation immediately spread outwards. A moment later, a woman in a clerical robe respectfully emerged from the shadows, holding a crystal that resembled a heart, deep black in color, and covered in pores. "Your Grace, the Eye of the Goddess, in accordance with your wishes, the special application to borrow the Grade 1 sealed artifact has been sent to the cathedral, and the Spirit Warlock characteristic has also been retrieved." Ilya nodded calmly, picked up the characteristic, and looked towards a certain prayer room, following the sensation. The afterglow of dusk sprinkled on the sea. A whale-shaped undead creature slowly moved forward, breaking through the wind and waves. On its wide back, Azek, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, seemed to sense something. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Klein, who had been unconscious for 2 days. As if he had experienced a long dream, Klein, who had regained control of his body from the endless depressive sounds, struggled to get up. He muttered to himself with some confusion and lingering fear. I lost control." As he spoke, he weakly pinched his glabella. The double vision in front of his eyes still hadn't fully returned to normal, and he could vaguely see a brilliant door stained with a hint of dark green. After repeatedly confirming that Klein had no major problems after waking up, Azek's tightly furrowed brows quietly relaxed, and he smiled, shaking his head. Meeting Klein's somewhat puzzled gaze, Azek did not hide anything and simply repeated what Orange Light Healerian had said. Hearing that Amon had almost tracked him down while he was unconscious, Klein nearly jumped up, but quickly restrained the impulse and noticed a shriveled corpse lying beside him. This was Turenik von Hermosius. Klein, who had been a detective in Backlund for a period, recognized this great scientist, who was wanted by the Loen Kingdom, at a glance. He never expected him to be the real-world incarnation of Orange Light Healerian. Is this the blessing of the 7 lights of the spirit world? Klein carefully looked at the colorful halo encircling the 4 black dots on the back of his right hand. Finding nothing, he simply stopped bothering with it, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes to feel the changes brought about by advancing to marionettist. After a long while, Klein opened his eyes with a strange expression. With such a bizarre ability, Rosego back then had completely lost the prestige of a marionettist. After muttering to himself, Klein took a deep breath and looked at Azek, respectfully asking. "Respected Mr. Azek, what are your plans next?" Manipulating the giant whale beneath his feet to change direction, Azek smiled and pointed to the faint outline of an island on the distant horizon. "First, I'll find an island to bury his bones. Once your spirituality is completely stable, I will continue my journey to search for my lost memories. Chapter 4:13, The Mutated Death Ring. Beyond the safe sea lanes of the raging sea, in the Calamity Straits, the rampant storms almost blurred the line between reality and the spirit world. Dark clouds piled up, and streaks of deep, gloomy lightning flashed one after another, illuminating a massive, dark, and somber sailboat with an eerie greenish glow. On its pale mainsail was depicted a blooming, pitch-black tulip. It was none other than the flagship of Admiral of Hell, Ludwell, the Black Tulip. Unlike the raging storm outside, the deck of the Black Tulip was remarkably calm. Ludwell knelt on the deck, his silver-white mask, which obscured his features and contours, now extremely dim, in his tightly clenched right hand. The deep black death ring was erupting with terrifying suction. Standing beneath the sail, Nsangwyl, with a strange smile on his face, instantly had his eyes turn pitch black, as if stained with ink, and sinister patterns extended little by little, forming strange and twisted mystical symbols. Accompanied by a low murmur of suppressed madness, his waist and ribs swelled under his clothes, and flesh squirmed, revealing 4 skinless arms entwined with blood vessels. These arms quickly became covered in white feathers, and a deathly aura rippled outwards. Nsangwyl, having activated his incomplete mythical creature form, took out half a pure white skull from the bronze double door at his glabella. It was the remaining half of a death descendant skull from his promotion to Night Watcher. Firmly grasping a pure white quill in his hand, Nsangwyl let out the mocking chuckle of the Red Angel evil spirit, but his actions did not stop. He wrote a few sentences on the half-skull, then unhesitatingly threw it towards Ludwell. A more terrifying suction, accompanied by bone-chilling cold, erupted centered around that ring left by death, causing the Admiral of Hell, who had been barely holding on to a kneeling position, to directly prostrate himself on the ground, his bones cracking audibly. In the deep, storm-ravaged ocean, translucent, semi-illusory, hideous creatures crawled out, and pale corpses extended their hands, dangling with strips of rotting flesh. Flames, some deep red, some chillingly cold, which even hurricanes could not extinguish, emerged, forming pairs of eyes. Suddenly, this place seemed to transform into the entrance to hell, with all sorts of undead creatures crowding and surfacing, rushing like a tide, one after another, into the increasingly deep, dark ring. The burden of forcibly using 0-08 to right fate directly caused the Red Angel evil spirit to lose control of its body, and Nsangwyl, having regained control, looked gloomy and quickly exited his incomplete mythical creature form. Looking at the black ring, which had swallowed an unknown number of specters and resentful spirits and was gradually emitting a strange heartbeat, Nsangwyl's brow twitched violently, and a vague sense of dread intensified. He decisively abandoned the idea of spirit world traversing here and leaped from the deck, rushing out of the Calamity Straits. To the east of the raging sea, on Zimim Island, the furthest point of the Rorstad archipelago. Klein was curiously manipulating the several marionettes he had just acquired. These were all sea god believers on Zimim Island who still adhered to bloody sacrifices, and from them, he also learned about the current situation of those sea god believers. Azek, who was sitting cross-legged not far away, suddenly opened his eyes and looked west, a hint of anger flashing across his deeply contoured face, and he coldly uttered a name. Nsangwyl. After that snow-white skull was completely consumed, he felt the call from his own bloodline, and this familiar sensation instantly reminded him of the thief who stole his child's skull in Tingen City. Hearing this name, Klein immediately stopped what he was doing, flashed to Azek's side, and asked with some surprise. "Mr. Azek, you sensed his aura?" After witnessing the power of 0-08 twice in Tingen and Backlund, he had been troubled by how to track this Night Watcher, never expecting to get information from Azek. After receiving Azek's affirmative reply, Klein took a deep breath, took out the sea god scepter from Rusko's eye, and allowed Azek to grasp his shoulder, entering the colorful spirit world. Southern Continent, Harvest Plains. Sid Watson rubbed his eyes, carefully scrutinizing Dunn Smith, whom he hadn't seen for only 2 days, and after a long moment, he spoke incredulously. "You've been promoted to Spirit Warlock." Dunn Smith nodded, glanced at a group of strangely dressed people not far away, and responded indifferently. "Just by luck." "Who are those people?" Sighing with some envy, Sid Watson lowered his voice. "Those are members of the Life School of Thought. Besides clearing out the numinous episcopate, we also need to help them clean up those traitors who joined the Rose School of Thought. The old man leading them, wearing a black eye patch, is even a demigod." Bringing Dunn back with him, Aaron glanced at Councilman Richard, who had arrived from the northern continent, and casually set up a spiritual wall to isolate external perception, then pointed to Duke Joanna New Moon beside him. "I promised your speaker before that I would help her clear out those traitors who joined the Rose School of Thought. This is one of the 3 Dukes of the Sanguine. She needs to collect some information on the Rose School of Thought, so she will act with you." Even with the eye patch, Richard still bowed towards Joanna, seemingly unsurprised that the Sanguine would be involved in this matter. Aaron raised an eyebrow, somewhat suspecting whether Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting had glimpsed something in the River of Fate. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, the projection of the star crown appeared, and Aaron's figure instantly vanished, directly roaming to Bernadette's Emerald Palace. After handing Bernadette the blood of the snake of fate he had obtained from Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting, Aaron then asked, "How is that ferryman doing now?" Sealing the silver blood, which contained countless wheels, into the Wheel of Fortune card, Bernadette nodded gently, and her right hand slightly lifted. Colorful peach blossoms fell, and the figure of Alsace Aegis emerged from them. Although his aura was still weak, the originally dilapidated inner underworld within his body had already been repaired. Nodding with satisfaction, Aaron pointed his finger at the ferryman's glabella, and wisps of dark golden mist seeped from his fingertip into the half-open door of the underworld. Alsace Aegis stood calmly in place, not attempting to resist, and after the terrestrial angel withdrew his finger, he spoke on his own initiative. "The pollution from the artificial death on me has been cleared by the Pale Queen, so even if my injuries are not fully healed, I will not fall because of it. If you need me to, I can take you into Manuel, the City of the Undead, right now." Chapter 4:14, City of the Dead, Manuel. Aaron nodded in satisfaction. It seemed Azek's earlier appearance had made the ferryman abandon some unrealistic ideas, saving him the trouble of further persuasion. After receiving and sealing the blood of the Serpent of Fate, Bernadette immediately summoned her messenger. While handing the drop of blood to the messenger, she took Pale Death and threw it directly into the still unclosed Peach Blossom Spring. Even if that former archpriest of the Death Church was severely wounded by a forbidden attempt and could only be confined to the mausoleum, he was still a genuine death consul. Not only was he acutely sensitive to high-sequence characteristics of the death pathway, but the 1,000+ years of sacrifices to the artificial death could easily cause Pale Death to undergo an anomaly. Therefore, not only this Grade 0 sealed artifact, but also Alwyn Gallo, who had the Door of Rebirth embedded in his body, Aaron did not intend to let them participate. After all, he and Bernadette were enough to deal with a half-crippled angel. The historical projection of the star crown above his head reappeared. Aaron slightly raised his right hand, and countless brilliant starlights immediately emerged from the void. These starlights quickly converged, forming an ancient, deep blue door. Arsace Aegis felt the tremor within the spirit world, took a deep breath, and actively stepped into that starlight portal. The vast cosmos flashed past his eyes like fleeting glimpses, yet he had no mood to appreciate these scenes, which were completely different from traversing the spirit world. Feeling the spiritual tremor, he closed his eyes. When the feeling of palpitation subsided, Arsace Aegis opened his eyes again, and what greeted him was the abyss of ferrying, spanning hundreds of kilometers and enveloped in black mist. From above, it looked like an impossibly massive feathered serpent stretching its body. Having ended his wandering and standing above the void, Aaron, also overlooking the black mist world, had his pupils completely turned golden red. Unlike Arsace Aegis, who was merely a ferryman, Aaron, with the help of the Hand of Order, characteristic within the Nation of Disorder, could, to some extent, temporarily rival a king of angels, clearly seeing the illusory black tendrils hidden within the mist. Had the artificial death's erosion of this place reached this extent? Or had Hyder deliberately indulged it, intending to use it to sacrifice this former headquarters of the Death Church at a crucial moment? Aaron, having deciphered certain information, his eyes slightly narrowed in thought, and he stopped Bernadette, who was about to gaze into the abyss of ferrying with her eye of peering. That black mist is related to the artificial death. Rashly peering into its source will cause you to be corrupted and easily alert them. Having timely curbed Bernadette's strong desire for exploration, Aaron gestured for Arsace Aegis to begin preparations. Looking at the familiar yet strange black mist world, Arsace Aegis took a deep breath, his fingertip tracing his brow, and 2 drops of dark green blood flew out. Before the god fell, only those who obtained the church's recognition or were blood descendants of the Aegis family could enter the headquarters, otherwise, they would sink into the river Styx. Aaron nodded, allowing the drop of blood to transform into a twisted, abstract pattern in his palm. This seemed to be the emblem of the Aegis family from the 4th epoch. Concealing his aura and entering a semi-hidden state, Aaron, with Bernadette transformed into a torrent of information, followed Arsace Aegis into the abyss of ferrying. Amidst the dense black mist, Aaron's perception of the spirit world was instantly weakened, with a very strong sense of disconnection. According to the information provided by Arsace Aegis, the abyss of ferrying, or rather, its most core part, the City of the Undead, Manuel, was the convergence point of the underworld and reality. However, it had now been unilaterally cut off by the Pale Queen who occupied the underworld. If he could quietly occupy this place with the least cost, the underworld. Aaron's eyes flickered slightly, and he felt a certain anticipation in his heart. Pale or dark green hellfire brought some light to this black mist world. As the one person and 2 angels delved deeper, a gasping sound, as if directly echoing from the depths of their souls, gradually grew louder. The raging sea, the calamity strait, where the spirit world and reality nearly merged. As the last half of Azek's bloodline skull completely integrated, the words written by 0-08 also merged into the ring left by death. The undead creatures crawling out from an unknown place beneath the sea, one after another, merged into the constantly expanding, nearly collapsing dark, sunken ring, and wisps of pale flames ignited out of thin air. Admiral of Hell, Ludwell, prostrate on the deck and completely turned into a mummy, was enveloped by the pale flames before he could even make a sound, swallowing him along with the Black Tulip ship. All the surrounding scenery suddenly collapsed inwards, forming a boundless, slowly rotating darkness vortex, as if alive, carrying a terrifying suction force towards a certain direction. In the spirit world, with its rich, vivid, and overlapping colors, color blocks rapidly flashed past. Azek led Klein quickly into the raging sea area, where a dark storm swept and faint lightning flashed. Suddenly, Azek abruptly stopped. Klein, somewhat surprised, turned his head, only to see Mr. Azek's facial lines tightly strained, his expression seemingly dazed, and not a hint of an extra curve on his lips. Before Klein could ask what had happened, the exquisite and ancient Azek copper whistle on his chest flickered with light. An indescribably bone-chilling coldness made Klein, who had already become a marionettist, shiver, and his spirituality began to wildly warn him. This death consul who had survived the fourth epoch suddenly grabbed Klein's shoulder. A dense aura of death slid across his body, seemingly wanting to activate the mark left by the seven lights to send Klein away. But it was already too late. The spirit world, which had been relatively normal, was almost instantly replaced by a slowly rotating, boundless darkness vortex. Azek's body suddenly stiffened. The next second, he, along with Klein, was swallowed by the vortex. At the same time Azek disappeared into the vortex, at the very center of the City of the Undead, Manuel, the base camp of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction. At the source of the illusory, pitch-black river, waves instantly surged. Deep within the black mausoleum, which was inverted and embedded in the ground, an invisible, chilling wind surged out from the many open coffins. Skulls with flickering pale flames danced, and endless screaming and roaring souls clustered around the source of death, that deep vortex formed by pitch-black coffins. Medici. An ancient, icy voice, which seemed to tear one's soul directly from their body, suddenly exploded, filled with undisguised fury, echoing throughout the entire black mist world. Even through the mist, which was almost solidified, Aaron, who had quietly approached the City of the Undead, Manuel, still heard that furious roar, and his figure paused slightly. Chapter 4:15, Death Tomb. The angry roar caused the entire abyss of ferrying to tremble slightly, and the entire world of black fog seemed to sink along with it, thinning significantly as if being swallowed by a whale. Confirming that the anomaly was not caused by their exposure, Aaron, wearing the star crown, quietly conjured the sun-chasing scepter in his hand. This level 0 sealed artifact from the sun pathway was extremely effective against the death pathway. Although he didn't know why Hader suddenly called out Medici's name, Arodes Egers was definitely in his weakest state now and couldn't withstand an attack from the Red Angel's evil spirit. Fortunately, this anomaly, which affected the entire abyss of ferrying, also allowed Aaron to pinpoint City of the Undead, Manuel. His true vision pierced through the increasingly thin black fog, revealing the city with its distinct ancient Balam Empire characteristics. The Styx, connecting life and death, was completely ignited by ghostly flames. The enormous, inverted black mausoleum in the center of the city, embedded in the ground, was like a giant beast opening its mouth, frantically devouring the black fog and the endless undead trapped in Manuel, unable to enter the underworld. Is that guy crazy? Bernadette, who had returned to human form, frowned and said indifferently, observing the almost self-destructive actions, but a simple spear stained with mottled blood appeared in her hand. At this point, there was no need to worry about alerting the enemy. The sage's prophecy of fate told Bernadette that if Hader wasn't stopped soon, it could lead to a disaster. Aaron, connected to the Nation of Disorder, immediately sensed an anomaly in the contingency he had placed on Azek, and his expression turned grave. After confirming that the Red Angel was not here by severing Insangwil's arm in Tinjin City, Aaron sent a message to Alvin Gallo, who was on standby in the harvest plains of eastern Balam. There was no longer any need for restraint. He instructed this ancient bane to directly seal this spirit world space. Aaron intended to achieve his goal in one fell swoop, wiping out all the artificial death pathway beyonders. The subconsciousness, seated on the throne in the magnificent palace within the Nation of Disorder, sighed as he watched the violently trembling dark gold star above the dome. He drew the Black Emperor card and the Justiciar card from a pile of sundries, sending them towards the star with surging power. He could achieve consciousness communication through the Nation of Disorder's authority, and with a suitable medium, he could perform a weakened version of a divine descent ritual. Although he was unsure why this unexpected event occurred despite his specific warning to Azek not to go to the Raging Sea during this period, what was done was done. Now, the most important thing was how to maximize the benefits. He needed to ensure that the Evernight goddess could successfully obtain the death uniqueness and also digest the balancer potion as much as possible through this opportunity. The bone-chilling coldness from his chest almost froze Klein's spirit body. The last things in his consciousness were Azek's somewhat distorted face, a devouring black vortex, and an indescribable illusory gasp. After an unknown period, he slowly recovered, finding himself in a dark, cold mausoleum. Around him were open coffins, each containing a rotting corpse with white feathers growing from its back. The Azek copper whistle on his chest was still bone-chillingly cold, but thanks to this item, Klein's aura was concealed, causing the undead creatures in the sarcophagi to overlook the unconscious Klein. Cautiously getting up, Klein's gaze swept around, searching for Mr. Azek's figure, finally resting on the deepest part of the mausoleum. The black fog lingering there no longer gasped, slowly dispersing, and the illusory entity coiled at the bottom gradually revealed itself. It was a feathered serpent so massive it seemed capable of occupying an entire island. It had huge, dark green scales that appeared black, with faint yellowish-oiled feathers growing from the gaps. From each feather, an illusory black thin tube extended. This exaggerated feathered serpent was both illusory and real, its more specific shape difficult to describe, seemingly composed of something beyond human comprehension. Pale flames burned in its eye sockets, and its face was a human face. That face had bronze skin, soft features, and a tiny black mole below its right ear. It was clearly another Azek Eager's. Upon seeing the feathered serpent coiled in the depths of the black fog, and the face at the top of its mountain-like body, Klein's expression instantly became blank. The next second, his eyes exploded, turning into bloody hollows. In this intense pain, disjointed images flashed through Klein's mind. The feathered serpent's face, identical to Azek's, even in minute details, coldly gazed at a desolate land covered by countless pale corpses. A white feather stained with faint yellowish oil drifted down, cutting the transparent spirit body with Azek's face into two parts. One part suddenly flew up, entering a black, turbulent world, while the remaining part merged with a golden ornament that appeared out of thin air, returning to flesh and blood amidst the scorching pale flames. Such a scene was like having his spirit body struck by lightning. Klein, who had directly gazed upon a complete mythical creature form, could no longer endure the pain. Having just gotten up, he collapsed once again, kneeling on the steps. "You're a seer, not a reckless fool. If I weren't here, you'd probably have stared yourself to death." A slightly helpless, teasing voice echoed in the depths of Klein's somewhat chaotic consciousness. A warm, even scorching, aura dispelled the soul-penetrating chill. "Mr. Emperor." Klein, returning from the brink of losing control, took a deep breath and instinctively turned his head towards the source of the voice, only to see darkness. Recalling the pain he had just experienced, Klein had already guessed the fate of his eyes. His face twitched, one hand pressing his forehead, the other his chest. Watching Klein's continuous attempts, Aaron, whose figure was somewhat illusory, sighed and threw the mummified Admiral of Hell, Ludwell, onto the ground, reminding him. "This is a wound formed by divine contamination. A magician's damage transfer has no effect on such injuries. After we leave here, you can use Rusko's eye to devour that contaminated divinity. You are already a marionettist. This guy should just be a pawn, but fortunately, his spirit body threads haven't completely dissipated, so you should be able to turn him into a marionette." Klein awkwardly lowered his arms and fumbled to touch the mummified corpse on the ground. In a few breaths, he transformed the dormant Ludwell into a marionette. Using the marionette to regain his sight, Klein didn't even have time to see what his new marionette was. The images from peering at the complete mythical creature form flashed through his mind, and he immediately looked anxiously at Aaron. "Mr. Azek is part of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death." Chapter 416 The Night Goddess Arrives. Klein's voice abruptly stopped. Through the shared perspective of the marionette, he noticed that Aaron's current state was extremely bizarre. Not only was his body covered in dark, cold scales, but he was also pierced by illusory thin tubes emerging from the black mist. "No matter. I'm well aware of Azek's situation. Take out the Rusko's eye that the Evernight Goddess bestowed upon you earlier." Waving his hand indifferently to indicate he was fine, Aaron looked at his increasingly ethereal body and couldn't help but sigh. The Death Pathway's uniqueness had basically been activated, filled with an extreme coldness and madness. If it were to reunite with Azek now, he would likely immediately become a pseudo-death with only divinity and no humanity. However, the Evernight Goddess, who should have appeared long ago, remained silent. This abnormality made Aaron suspect that the turmoil in the raging sea had caused some issues in the astral world. His main body was still far away in the abyss of ferrying, eliminating Heidel. Relying solely on this pseudo-divine descent clone, he could only temporarily swap fates with Azek using the Fortune Stealer charm, directly transferring the influence of the artificial death onto the Nation of Disorder, which served as the medium for the divine descent clone. Although the residual pollution still caused irreversible changes in Aaron's body, to his surprise, appeasing the balancer and the half of Azek's soul that had merged with the death uniqueness helped him digest a lot of his balancer beyonder characteristic. The only problem was that the Fortune Stealer charm had limited effectiveness, and this pseudo-divine descent clone alone couldn't prevent Azek from merging with the death uniqueness. Although he wasn't entirely sure what Aaron wanted to do, Klein still exhaled a long breath and took out Rusko's eye, which was hidden in his flesh, accompanied by a strong sense of powerlessness. Even though he had advanced to Sequence 5, he would suffer severe injuries just by opening his eyes to look at Mr. Azek's current state and what he was encountering. This was not a problem that could be solved by courage alone, it was a difference in beyonder characteristic level, an unbridgeable gap. Just then, Klein suddenly heard an extremely familiar scream of pain. Almost instinctively, he turned his head, and through Ludwell's vision, Klein saw Mr. Azek kneeling on one knee at the bottom of the tiered sarcophagi, not far from that indescribable feathered serpent. Drops of sweat slid down Azek's forehead, hitting the stone slab in front of him, spreading a thin layer of yellowish oil and growing fine white fuzz. His forehead suddenly bulged as if alive, then split open, revealing a bloody gash. A golden light then emerged from nothingness, taking shape within the flesh. This was an ancient golden ornament, shaped like a slender bird, surrounded by wings made of pale flames. Inside its bronze eyes, layers of light formed a mysterious and illusory door. The fortune stealer charm had failed. Aaron, beside him, also changed his expression slightly, cursed under his breath, and somewhat suspected whether the dice of probability, sealed within the nation of disorder, had taken the opportunity to affect him with its terrifying bad luck. "Close your eyes," Aaron roared, no longer bothering with Klein. His figure dispersed and reformed, having already forcefully pressed Rusko's eye onto Azek's forehead, blocking the bird-shaped golden ornament that was trying to fly out of the flesh crack. Inside Azek's ancient eyes, two pale flames suddenly ignited. Looking at Aaron, who was blocking him, he let out a pained roar, unable to hide his agony. "Don't mind me. Quickly take Klein and escape from here." Aaron glanced at Klein, who was fumbling his way towards them not far away, shook his head helplessly, and ignited the divinity of this quasi-divine descent clone, merging it into the last remaining eye of the demonic wolf, Phlegria. The illusory yet real feathered serpent deep within the black mist straightened its body, extended its head, and met the gaze of Rusko's eye, which was slightly rotating and shimmering with golden light. The entire mausoleum suddenly began to vibrate, and the surroundings became transparent, revealing an illusory world with countless skeletons and specters. Bloody arms, black-green vines with infant faces, and slimy tentacles penetrated the boundary between reality and illusion, reaching into the mausoleum, yet they clung tightly to the ground, not daring to move. Aaron's rapidly fading figure paused slightly, stopping his almost collapsing form, and looked at a beautiful lady outlined through the illusory world between Azek and the mountain-like illusory feathered serpent. This was the Mother of the Sky, sealed beneath St. Samuel's Church in the Backlund Diocese, the Evernight Goddess's divine descent vessel. Finally caught up. Aaron's expression relaxed slightly. He didn't have time to ask what accident had occurred and immediately turned sideways, casually taking the constantly wriggling Rusko's eye. The bird-shaped golden ornament on Azek's forehead immediately became agitated, and pale flames spread fiercely, but it was then pressed down by a slender, fair hand. The mountain-like illusory feathered serpent showed a look of fear for the first time. In the deepest part of the abyss of Ferrying, city of the undead, Manuel suffered the greatest destruction in over 1,000 years since the fall of death during the Pale Disaster. The desperate battle of three angels, or rather, Aaron and Bernadette's one-sided crushing of Heidel, brought this ancient city to the brink of collapse. Once again scattering the monstrous feathered serpent into black mist, the sun scepter in Aaron's hand surged with endless light, as if it had suddenly transformed into the sun descending into reality. Accompanied by Heidel's painful and angry roars, clumps of greenish-tinged Beyonder characteristics were forcibly stripped away. Even so, Heidel stubbornly continued to reform his body. Having witnessed the terrifying vitality of a death pathway angel, Aaron raised an eyebrow and casually collected the Beyonder characteristics, which were at most demigod level, but his expression became relaxed. Through the nation of disorder, he had synchronized the consciousness of his pseudo-divine descent clone and already knew of the Evernight Goddess's arrival, so he no longer needed to risk exposing some of his trump cards to maintain the situation. Ignoring Heidel's malicious curses, the special environment of the abyss of Ferrying allowed him to have no qualms. Moreover, the higher-ups of the church and various national forces should now be focused on the raging sea. Aaron patiently wore down this half-crippled death console little by little. Alvin Garo, who had sealed the spirit world near the abyss of Ferrying, followed the light of the sun scepter and found Aaron, breaking through the much thinner black mist. The slowly wriggling black thorns on his body were entwining several figures, who were precisely the high-ranking members of the artificial death faction who had tried to escape by spirit world traversing during the chaos. One ferryman, two undying. Aaron slightly tilted his head, scanning these figures, pausing for a few seconds on Patrick Blaine, whose aura was the weakest. Chapter 417, The Destruction of the Artificial Death God Sect. The byproduct of the artificial death plan was in an extremely poor state, whether due to the anomaly in the raging sea or the backlash from previously serving as a medium for Hader's power. Ignoring the malevolent gaze of the ferryman within, Aaron glanced at Althas Eegers, who had witnessed the entire battle from nearby. In front of him, Aaron directly thrust the scepter of the sun into the black mist that could no longer reassemble itself. Dazzling, pure light ascended, completely shattering Hader's internal underworld. A phantom feathered serpent with pale flames flickering was forcibly stripped from the black mist. Sealing and suppressing this pure death console characteristic, Aaron looked at Hader, who had lost all characteristics but had transformed into a wraith due to the unique evolution of the death pathway. He snorted lightly, not immediately moving to completely obliterate him. Such a high-level wraith, closely connected to the artificial death, was a crucial step in helping Azek recover. Aaron raised his hand and suppressed him within the nascent divine kingdom. Only then did he look at the collapsed inverted pyramid mausoleum at the very center of Manuel, the city of the undead. Streams of information, imperceptible to the naked eye, continuously converged, reforming Bernadette's body. Behind her, a pair of indifferent, lashless eyes appeared. The next second, the eye of peeping instantly became even deeper, briefly losing focus, as a torrent of terrifyingly complex information crashed into the Styx River that submerged the ruins of Manuel. An ancient, double-leafed bronze door then appeared faintly in the deepest part of the Styx River, covered with countless indescribable symbols, unmoving under the scouring of the information torrent. The Styx River, which had originally returned to calm, once again ignited with eerie green flames, casting a chilling gloom around. A pale light, tinged with dark green, suddenly spread, and a bronze door, covered with mysterious patterns and seemingly the source of endless deathly silence, slowly emerged from the deepest part of the Styx River. This is the true passage that can connect reality with the underworld divine kingdom, and also the origin point where life and death converge. Even though the passage was unilaterally sealed by the Pale Queen, it could still help the severely injured Hader maintain his state. Witnessing the easy annihilation of the artificial death faction, Alphas Eagers wisely took the initiative to explain. Aaron nodded, stopping Bernadette, who wanted to continue trying to break through the seal. A black jar radiating rich vitality quietly appeared. Drops of crimson blood, like fragmented gems, floated out. Guided by Aaron's will, these blood samples from the 22 Beyonder pathways moved through the void. After a few breaths, a complex symbol composed of layered doors leaped forth. The layered door formed by blood vibrated slightly, seemingly forming some peculiar resonance with the bronze door beneath the Styx River. A phantom creaking sound echoed, revealing a deep, dim world through the open crack. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly. He quietly mobilized the nation of disorder and that hand of order characteristic. The aura approaching the King of Angels level was released without reservation, mixed with the aura of the Evernight Goddess's mark. In the very center of the underworld, within the modeled palace covered with feathers, the pure black sarcophagus placed on the central platform of the palace quietly opened. A pale queen, Sia Palenque Eagers, wearing a dark black robe embroidered with gold threads and a golden bird-shaped crown, stood up. Her features were soft, with distinct South Continent characteristics, yet she gave off an extremely vague, eerie, and terrifying feeling. At this moment, her expression remained unchanged, instead showing a hint of relief. Her eyes quickly deepened into black, and pale lines emerged, outlining an extremely complex and mysterious three-dimensional symbol. It was like a bird with abnormally long feathers, or a coiled feathered serpent. The entire underworld seemed to tremble. The stone walls and floor tiles inside the palace began to weather, at a speed so rapid it was as if they had experienced thousands or tens of thousands of years of erosion in just 1 or 2 seconds. They quickly became mottled, constantly dropping fragments or having dust blown up by the wind, while tiny, pale downy feathers grew in the cracks. These downy feathers, in the blink of an eye, grew into white feathers, their surfaces seemingly soaked with light yellow oil stains, then disintegrated into pale light tinged with dark green. The strange three-dimensional symbol, having absorbed the surrounding light, quickly materialized, then detached from Sia Palenque Eagers' eyes, unfolded its body, and flew towards the forcibly opened door of the underworld. An indifferent whisper, audible only to Aaron, echoed. "This is a portion of the underworld's authority. Please hand it over to the Evernight Goddess. The karma from 1,000 years ago ends here." Looking at the three-dimensional symbol that vanished into the Evernight Goddess's mark in a blink of an eye, Aaron nodded calmly. When he ascended to an angel and traveled to the astral world, he had already learned about the secret of this pale queen from the Evernight Goddess. The reason Sia Palenque Eagers was able to advance to sequence 1 before the high priest of the Death Church was due to the Evernight Goddess's secret assistance. A portion of the underworld's authority was the price she needed to pay. It was just that previously, she had been hesitant to demand it out of consideration for the god of combat's reaction. Now, naturally, there was no need for such concerns. Aaron finally looked at Elvin Gallo, arranging for this ancient bane, who had the door of rebirth sealed within him, to guard the abyss of ferrying. After sensing the location of his pseudo-god descent vessel, his figure quickly disappeared. The raging sea death ruins. The low, guttural sound, like a giant beast breathing, instantly vanished. The immediate silence made Klein, who was groping his way towards Azek, involuntarily stop. The strange changes within the mausoleum made it difficult for Klein, who had his eyes tightly closed and his spirituality restrained, to know what was happening for a moment, unclear whether it was for better or worse. Only able to hear his own heartbeat, Klein felt the passage of time was so long, as if an entire century had passed. Finally, he heard Aaron's familiar voice again. "This is the wraith that evolved after Hader's demise, and the underworld authority stripped from the Pale Queen. It should be enough to repair Azek's damaged soul." Klein listened, bewildered, thoughts flashing through his mind but quickly replaced by confusion. He could only stand far away, unable even to observe. Aaron, who had crossed realms using the positioning of his divine descent avatar, withdrew his gaze from Azek, who was too weak to speak, and handed the two spoils of war to the Evernight goddess's divine descent vessel. For him, the wraith that Hater evolved had no use. If it could help Azek mend the wounds on his soul, it would be a profitable investment. Azek, with a complex gaze, looked at the beautiful hooded lady in front of him, the pale flames in his eyes flickering unsteadily. The feathered serpent, both illusory and real like a mountain, seemed to sense some unwelcome change. Its tail suddenly lashed out, wildly sweeping the surroundings. Chapter 418, Azek's Rebirth. The enormous feathered snake, formed by the death uniqueness's activation, opened its gaping maw, revealing dark red flesh and yellowish greasy fangs. It spat out a black snake tongue and sickly green viscous fluid, attempting to devour Azek Eggers without hesitation. However, all of its attempts had no effect, as if it lived in another world. Aaron ignored the insane artificial death. As a cornerstone on the Evernight goddess's outer deity pathway, its fate was sealed the moment this Mother of the Sky appeared. This was also why Aaron directly made the decision for Azek. The undead formed from black mist uncontrollably fell into the Mother of the Sky's hand. Hater's resentful face flashed by, but then became dull. All residual mental imprints were silently and completely erased, leaving only pure, chaotic high-level spirit bodies. In this peaceful and tranquil atmosphere, strange three-dimensional symbols condensed from a portion of the underworld's authority were pierced by countless black threads, and two faint points of light were dragged and peeled away. One flew towards Aaron, and the other flew towards Azek. For the first time, a clear female voice echoed in this tomb. This portion of the underworld's authority can help you further perfect your divine kingdom. War is about to break out, you don't have much time. Divine kingdom. Klein, who was fumbling his way forward not far away, couldn't help but stop. But what was even more absurd was that he even had the illusion that the latter half of the sentence seemed to be spoken to him as well. Feeling the tremor permeating the depths of his soul, Aaron's eyes shifted slightly, releasing the nascent divine kingdom that enveloped him, allowing the pulsating, sickly green light to merge. Strands of pale flames emerged from the depths of his golden pupils, and obscure, difficult-to-understand symbols appeared in his mind. Aaron seemed to sense something and looked at Azek, who was kneeling on the ground. The Mother of the Sky gripped the bird-shaped golden ornament tightly, then slowly pulled her arm back, directly tearing the ancient object from the crack in Azek's forehead. Azek, who had already guessed the identity of the newcomer, once again contorted his somewhat crestfallen expression, seemingly enduring unimaginable pain. In every drop of his blood, in every piece of his muscle, a small amount of spirit seeped out, intertwining to form a transparent soul body. This soul body appeared complete and without defect, yet it was full of contradictory disharmony, because half of it was golden yellow, from eyebrows and eyes to torso and limbs, possessing an ancient beauty. As the bird-shaped golden ornament was pulled out, Azek's translucent spirit began to split from the middle, inch by inch, as if someone was flaying his skin with a small knife. A non-human gurgling sound once again emanated from his throat, and Klein, the weakest among those present, felt his head dizzy and stinging, as if steel needles were wildly stirring in his brain. In just a few seconds, Azek's spirit body completely split into two halves. One half transformed into golden flowing light and entered the eyes of the bird-shaped ornament, while the other merged with the portion of the underworld's authority peeled off by the Evernight goddess. With the help of the spirit world's authority, which shared the same origin, Aaron stabilized Azek's collapsing underworld, integrating the pure spirit body origin left behind after Hater's complete demise into Azek's torn and shattered spirit body. Almost instantly, the two pale flames in Azek's eyes extinguished, the white feathers and black scales that had grown on his body receded, and the distortion of his expression eased, no longer so ferocious. His face became slightly pale and transparent, and his forehead twitched in spasms. Even with the repair from an angel-level spirit body origin, the pain stemming from the depths of his spiritual body had not completely disappeared. The illusory world that had previously covered the tomb, with countless skeletons and phantoms, had been replaced by a deep, dark plain covered with slumber grass and night flowers. After taking control of the remaining underworld's authority, the Evernight goddess's control over this space, formed after death's demise, increased once again. The giant feathered snake, which had been struggling desperately, suddenly froze. The face identical to Azek slowly melted away, restoring itself to the other half of the incomplete soul. The illusory black tubes that extended from the depths of the black mist were severed, and the original half of Azek's soul, which had been integrated with the uniqueness, was also peeled away. The giant feathered snake, like a mountain, slowly collapsed, as if transforming into a non-physical coffin made of dense black mist. The deep, dark plain covering the entire tomb trembled gently, and a figure wearing a layered, dark black long dress adorned with stars emerged. She gently beckoned. The coffin formed after the complete disintegration of the artificial death rapidly dematerialized, transforming into a deep black scythe, which appeared in the Evernight goddess's hand the next second. This scene, like a divine descent, was fleeting. After the deep, dark plain disappeared, Aaron finally looked at the calm-faced Mother of the Sky, and the half-bound soul beside her. I will take Azek back to the abyss of ferrying. The special nature of the origin of life and death and Hater's spirit-body origin should be able to help him repair his soul. Beckoning the bird-shaped golden ornament suspended in midair, its pure black eyes, lacking vitality, glanced at Aaron, then passed over Azek to look at Klein, who was struggling to get up from the ground. A clear, cold voice, audible only to Aaron, quietly sounded. Badhile already knows that I have obtained the death uniqueness. During this time, I will fully attempt to initially accommodate it. After leaving here, set up a ritual. I will bestow a drop of water from the river of eternal darkness to make this mad half of Azek's soul fall into eternal slumber. You have also obtained a portion of the underworld's authority. You should know what to do with the rest. Aaron's expression remained unchanged. He nodded slightly, feeling a sense of urgency in his heart. For a considerable period of time to come, he would find it difficult to receive a response from the Evernight goddess. I need to help Azek fully recover as soon as possible. The Moon City High Priest Niam has already advanced to Sequence 3, Horror Bishop, so he can advance to the adjacent pathways, Death Console. Thoughts arose in his mind one after another. Aaron bowed to the beautiful lady in the hooded cloak, then turned and, with the somewhat weak Azek, walked over to Klein. It's over. Your eyes. Azek's low voice, tinged with fatigue and worry, sounded. Klein's body stiffened. He manipulated the puppet Ludwell, examining Mr. Azek for any signs of madness or loss of control, only then completely relaxing. He looked at the calm-faced Aaron with a strange gaze, then, after being glared at by the latter, awkwardly withdrew his gaze. Immediately, he boldly and curiously cast his eyes towards the depths of the tomb. Black mist permeated there, obscuring everything at the bottom, but the entire tomb world could still be clearly felt trembling gently. Closing his eyes and sensing the spirit world coordinates of the abyss of ferrying, the projection of the crown of stars reappeared. Aaron glanced at the curious Klein and added, "This place is about to completely disappear. Azek's soul injury has not been fully resolved yet. I will take you all away first." Chapter 419 Balam Kingdom. As Aaron's words fell, the entire black mist world trembled more violently, and Azek, whose aura was weak, immediately changed his expression, grabbing Klein, who was still confused. Amidst the strange sounds of the void cracking and decaying, a long sword covered in twilight light sliced through the boundless black mist, completely shattering this unique space formed by the Death's Fall. The terrifying aftershocks were dispelled by the surging darkness, but the aura of Twilight's arrival and the decay of all things were enough to make the wraiths and shadows swirling in the black mist world completely dissipate. The serene darkness, previously filled with moonflowers and night-scented grass, which had disappeared after collecting the Death's uniqueness, reappeared. However, unlike before, streaks of orange-red light shone into this nation. In the desolate twilight, a figure as large as a mountain vaguely emerged. Its limbs were abnormally long, and it wore silver armor full of a sense of decay. Its face was covered by a visor, revealing only a faint orange-red light. It held an exaggerated longsword in its hand, letting the tip hang naturally, touching the dark ground. God of Combat, Badhile. Aaron, who realized something was wrong even before Azek, cursed under his breath. High-level individuals of the warrior pathway could conceal their malice and certain actions, especially for the God of Combat standing at the pinnacle of the sequence. Before that sword strike was blocked by the Evernight goddess, Aaron didn't even feel a spiritual warning. Aaron restrained the instinct to mobilize the nation of disorder. At his current level, as long as he didn't actively expose himself, he wasn't worried about being seen through. He activated the Evernight mark to interfere with perception and unhesitatingly used the crown of stars to open the gate of banishment. The Evernight goddess needed to expend extra energy to suppress the Death's uniqueness, making it difficult for her to attend to other matters. Aaron had to leave this place of trouble before more gazes from the astral world fell upon it. Not daring to wander in the astral world, he relied on the gate of banishment to shuttle back and forth in the depths of the spirit world. After confirming it was safe, Aaron returned to the abyss of ferrying with Azek and Klein. The city of the undead, Manuel, which had previously collapsed and sunk into the river Styx, had been salvaged. Symbols, vastly different in style but equally profound and obscure, now covered every corner of the entire city. Sensing Aaron's return, Bernadette, who was using her own methods to repair the city of the undead, reformed her body in the void. After nodding to Azek, she frowned and asked Aaron, "Did a godly battle erupt in the astral world?" With that sage's particularity, even from within the abyss of ferrying, Bernadette vaguely foresaw the anomaly in the astral world. She didn't even need to scry to confirm it was related to Aaron's sudden departure earlier. The Evernight goddess has obtained the Death's uniqueness. Without much explanation, Aaron believed Bernadette knew what this meant. He then looked at the largely repaired city beneath his feet and said to Azek, who had a complex expression beside him, "The situation is urgent, so I made the decision for you. But now your soul is still incomplete. Currently, you are only maintaining your current state by consuming Hater's soul origin." Azek massaged his brow, stopping Klein, who wanted to say something, and helped him remove the pollution caused by directly looking at the artificial death. He spoke calmly. I have grown accustomed to my current life, and this choice is also what I desired. Thank you for your help. The previous agreement is still valid, but I will need a period of sleep, of unknown duration, to recover. Waving his hand to interrupt Azek, Aaron no longer stood on ceremony. Leaving Klein in place, he led Azek and Bernadette to the gate of the underworld deep within the city of the undead, before continuing. Now that things have come to this, you both should be prepared for some things. In a year at most, or half a year at least, a turmoil no less than the War of the Four Emperors will sweep across the entire world. More than one person will ascend to godhood during this process, and similarly, gods will fall. This origin point of life and death, along with the authority of the underworld imprinted into your soul, can help you devour Hader's soul origin to strengthen your fragmented soul. You should now know the river of eternal darkness. Its waters can put the other half of your soul, separated from the artificial death, into eternal sleep. You can use this to gradually devour and repair it with your current soul as the main body, without worrying about reverting to being the death console with only divinity. However, this must wait until the godly battle in the astral world ends. For now, you just need to stay here, repair your soul, and slowly wait. Unconsciously devouring the strange power seeping from the underworld gate, the stinging sensation from the depths of his soul lessened a bit. Azek was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. What do you need me to do? Slowly turning around, golden flames seemed to flicker deep within Aaron's eyes as he said with a playful tone. Completely reorganize the numinous episcopate and re-establish the Aegir's family. I don't think this will go against your will. If there's a pirate kingdom on the 5 seas, then the southern continent can certainly have a Byram kingdom. When the kings contend, the winner naturally takes all. Klein, who had been deliberately left behind, only felt Azek's aura moving away. Fortunately, the pollution had been removed. After successfully transferring the damage, flesh wriggled within his empty eye sockets, and the faint black mist that entered his vision made him pause. Just then, a voice sounded behind him. What is your relationship with His Excellency the Death Consul? Klein, who had been through so much recently, immediately tensed up. He turned sideways and retreated a step cautiously, manipulating his beyonder puppet, Ludwell, to stand in front of him, looking in the direction of the voice. It was a handsome man in a black robe with crimson patterns. His bronze skin made Klein raise an eyebrow, especially when he noticed the other party's gaze, fixed directly on the Azek copper whistle on his chest. Seeing Klein's cautiousness, the black-robed man gave a self-deprecating smile. My name is Erodes Aegers. The great death consul is my grandfather. Another old monster who has lived for over 1,000 years. Klein silently complained in his heart. Feeling the rare warmth from the Azek copper whistle, he carefully responded. Compared to that lofty title, I prefer to call him Mr. Azek. He is my teacher. Nodding thoughtfully, just as he was about to ask about Azek's condition, Erodes Aegers' expression changed. He obediently closed his mouth and voluntarily retreated to the side. The thin black mist was torn apart, and amidst the flickering greenish deep fire, Elvin Gallo emerged from the spirit world with several others. He seemed to sense something, and his scarlet eyes subtly shifted, looking directly at Klein, who had tensed up again. Chapter 420 Reunion. Another angel. But why are these blood-red eyes so similar to Miss Messenger's? The pressure from the life-form level made Klein's face twitch. He quickly suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind and bowed respectfully. He had already met several such prominent figures recently, who stood at the pinnacle of the real world, comparable only to popes, pontiffs, patriarchs, and some legendary ascetics in the major churches. He couldn't help but inwardly groan. Fortunately, the blood-eyed angel opposite him didn't make any other drastic moves. Coupled with the disappearance of his close acquaintances, Aaron and Azek, a very insecure Klein rationally chose to keep quiet. He used this interval to familiarize himself with his newly acquired marionette, Admiral of Hell, Ludwell. Through the marionette's perspective, Klein belatedly realized that his faceless disguise had been broken after directly facing the artificial death god in that black mist world and suffering mental pollution. At this moment, he had already reverted to his original appearance from Tingen City. His expression momentarily dazed, Klein silently lowered his head, lightly brushed his face, and once again transformed into the cold Gehrman sparrow. He didn't pay much attention to his previous unintentional action. If it had been Sherlock Moriarty who was exposed, he might have needed to worry if anyone had seen the lone wanted poster and thus suspected his identity. But a Nighthawk who had died long ago, and was even unknown, just like Welch and Naya who died because of the Antigonus family's notebook, no one would remember him except their relatives. With complex emotions, Klein's spirituality subtly stirred. He subconsciously looked in a certain direction, only to see a figure whose entire face was obscured by a hood standing behind the red-eyed angel. It wasn't until Klein averted his gaze that Dunn slowly raised his head. Within the profound gray eyes beneath his hood, indescribable emotions flickered. His lips trembled, and after a long while, he silently murmured to himself, Klein Moretti. Klein, who had resumed his cross-legged sitting position, hadn't realized he had been exposed. He closed his eyes to sense the digestion of the marionettist potion, while also pondering the information he had heard in that black mist world. Just as his thoughts began to wander, Klein suddenly opened his eyes and rolled to the side. His original position was replaced by a dilapidated sailboat, predominantly dark and emitting a sickly green glow. Amidst the dull thud of a heavy object landing, the pale mainsail gently trembled, like a blooming, pitch-black tulip. Ludwell's flagship, the ghost ship Black Tulip. Klein, who was nearly hit, twitched his face. He looked at Aaron, who was standing on the dilapidated deck, resisting the urge to roll his eyes, and asked with some concern. "Your Grace, how is Mr. Azek doing now?" Aaron glanced at Dunn, who was completely enveloped in a black robe not far away, and Klein, who seemed oblivious. He clicked his tongue and directly jumped off the dilapidated ghost ship, responding playfully. "I'm helping him repair his incomplete soul, but it will take some time." Before Klein could sigh in relief, Aaron's eye slightly shifted. He pointed to the dilapidated ghost ship behind him, not intentionally lowering his voice, allowing both Klein and Dunn, who was not far away, to hear clearly. "I have already understood the full story of this incident. It can be confirmed that it was the evil spirit possessing Insangwil who did this with the help of 0-08. Ludwell is already your marionette. You can control him to continue piloting this ghost ship, but the corresponding price will be to completely enter Insangwil's sight. However, you can also use this to find his whereabouts." Evil spirit. Klein's expression changed, then, as if he thought of something, he coughed lightly and whispered. "Are you planning to give me this ghost ship? As expected of the god of poverty." Aaron looked at Klein, somewhat speechless, and chuckled. "If you want it, I can give it to you." Seeing the half-smile expression, Klein awkwardly waved his hand. Although the ghost ship was precious, the gifts of fate always came with a hidden price. He had only been joking earlier and hadn't expected his Grace to agree so readily. Glancing at the now subdued Klein, Aaron thought for a moment and added. "Insangwil's matter can be set aside for now. After causing such a big mess, he will lie low for a while. After leaving here, first take this ghost ship to the Sonia Sea. Frank will be waiting for you there. He wants to land on the Evernight Plains via the North Sea to find some experimental materials." Frank. Klein was stunned for a moment. The burly, mad biologist from the Chaos Council quickly came to mind. His face twitched slightly, and he vaguely guessed why the Star Admiral was unwilling to bring that guy to the Evernight Plains. Without giving Klein a chance to refuse, Aaron slightly raised his hand and directly threw him, along with the ghost ship behind him, out of the abyss of ferrying. He smiled lightly and gave a final reminder. "I left something in this ghost ship, but you must remember, to take revenge on a demigod who wields a grade 0 sealed artifact, the most important thing is your own level and strength. Otherwise, even with other means, you won't have the opportunity to use them." Elvin Gallo's figure silently appeared, his scarlet eyes looking at Klein's original position. As an ancient Bane closely related to the spirit world, he vaguely sensed the specialness about Klein. It wasn't until he felt Aaron's gaze fall upon him that he retracted his gaze and spoke in a deep voice. "These demigods sent by the artificial death god have already signed a contract with the Door of Rebirth, agreeing to abandon the darkness and serve us." Nodding with satisfaction, Aaron looked at the numinous episcopate demigods behind Elvin Gallo, who were all injured to varying degrees and clearly forced into submission, and spoke with authority. "Hater is dead, but the death consul of the fourth epoch has returned. I will support him in rebuilding the Balam kingdom in the southern continent. I believe this should also be what you desire to see." Presenting facts and evidence, using both carrots and sticks, even with the control of the Door of Rebirth, Aaron still intended to pacify these demigods who had experienced sudden great changes with a common goal. This was not only because war was imminent and required accumulating more demigod combat power to form an overwhelming advantage in local battlefields, but also because more Beyonders would be needed after the war ended. If he harvested these demigods, even if he obtained the corresponding Beyonder characteristics, he would not be able to cultivate Beyonders of the same level and experience in a short period. After all, both digesting potions and accumulating knowledge require sufficient time. Nodding towards Elvin Gallo, and waiting for him to take these demigods away, Aaron then looked at Dunn Smith, who had been silent all this time. The constantly fluctuating emotional colors on his spirit body were enough to show the turmoil within the former Nighthawk. Chapter 421 Leaving. The thin, hazy black mist continuously converged towards the deepest part of the abyss of the ferryman, and countless spirits and undead surged instinctively towards the dilapidated city of the undead, Manuel. The bone-chilling wind blew open his hood, and Dunn Smith met Aaron's gaze with a complex expression. His deep gray eyes held a hint of loss, but his voice was extremely firm as he whispered, "That's Klein." Aaron nodded noncommittally, looking at the city of the undead below, which was filled with endless undying creatures and had regained its vitality. He chuckled and casually replied, "Aren't you also resurrected from the dead? However, he is indeed different from you. After dealing with Insangwil, you can return to the Evernight Church as a hero and take over the Archbishop's seat. As for him, he can't go back." Hey, that's true in every sense of the word. Without much explanation, Aaron waved his hand to stop Dunn, who was about to ask more questions, and led him back to the deepest part of Manuel. Amon sat cross-legged in front of the huge door to the underworld, using the portion of the underworld authority granted by the Evernight goddess to connect with the underworld beyond the door, drawing on Hitter's spiritual origin to repair and strengthen his soul. Sensing Aaron's aura, Amon suddenly opened his eyes, directly ignoring Dunn beside Aaron. Even if they didn't know before, 0-08 and that evil spirit must now know about Klein's peculiarity. Your idea is too risky, not to mention that blasphemer. Aaron didn't mind Amon's questioning tone. He even nodded, acknowledging his statement, but then added. Constant evasion and tolerance will only cultivate hothouse flowers. How can they face Amon? The apocalypse is coming. Neither the chess players nor the chess pieces have much time left. Using himself as bait and letting him personally direct a grand play is also the optimal solution for his demigod ritual. As for your worries, well, the black and yellow king who controls good luck will never lack luck. Amon immediately fell silent, either persuaded by Aaron or realizing that he was currently powerless to change Aaron's mind. Pointing to Dunn, who was frowning and pondering behind him, Aaron smiled and introduced, you should still remember this one. He was the captain of the Tingen City Beyonder team and died trying to save Klein. He has already completed half of the Undying's ritual. The rest is up to you. Once he advances to demigod, I will have him seek out Klein. Amon's expression softened considerably. After a moment of contemplation, a pale light suddenly surged from within him, instantly merging into the somewhat stunned Dunn. A gentle voice followed. Don't worry, this is just a Beyonder characteristic of an Undying. I cannot leave here to help Klein for now, so I can only do my best to help you advance. Even though his angelic status and strength had not fully recovered due to soul damage, Amon, with his extremely high essence, did not need to expel Beyonder characteristics by having children. Moreover, expelling the excess Beyonder characteristics would actually lighten his burden and accelerate the recovery process. After entrusting Dunn to Amon, Aaron glanced at the closed door to the underworld, seemingly meeting the gaze of an existence behind the door. The next second, Aaron's expression subtly changed. A dense dark golden mist surged from the depths of his pupils, and he instinctively looked up, directly gazing at the astral world constructed by various authorities. This minor divine war had ended. Sonia Sea, a small island outside the Gorgas archipelago. Unlike Naz, the White City and capital of the Gorgas archipelago, this place was at the very edge of the safe shipping lanes, extremely close to the almost illusory dangerous sea in the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea. Even the bravest whaling ships would not venture here rashly. And at this moment, a huge sailing ship was docked on the eastern side of this secluded, isolated island. The fluttering flag depicted 10 white stars of the same size, and these stars encircled a cold, lashless eye. The flagship of the star's pirate crew, the Future. The dim sunset streamed through the window into the captain's cabin. Admiral of the Stars Catilia sat cross-legged, the different symbolic patterns and magical markings on her black classical robe shimmering with faint light. Catilia's black hair was simply draped, and her purple eyes were drawn inward, seemingly transforming into an abyss that could devour souls. Her inherent mysterious aura became even more pronounced, and before her lay a drop of silver blood sealed in a transparent crystal. Fine beads of sweat seeped from her forehead, and Catilia's body trembled slightly. She suddenly closed her eyes, almost collapsing. After a long while, Catilia, whose spirituality was almost exhausted, stood up somewhat weakly. She grabbed the transparent crystal that was quietly suspended in midair, and unconcealed joy gleamed in the depths of her eyes. Advancing to Sequence 4, mysticologist required fully analyzing a drop of mythical creature blood to obtain complex and vast knowledge from it, and this would be a lengthy process. Ever since receiving the Queen Mystic's bestowal and obtaining this drop of a fate pathway angel's blood, Catilia had been continuously using her Eye of Peeping to analyze the blood of the Serpent of Fate. Now she was confident that she could complete the advancement ritual in at most half a month, or even just a week. Taking a deep breath to calm her somewhat excited mood, Catilia, feeling good, put away the mythical creature's blood again and casually undid the spiritual wall of the captain's cabin. Frank! Stop right there, I'm going to skin you alive. With the dissipation of the spiritual wall, noisy quarreling instantly replaced the original quietness of the captain's cabin, and an indescribable stench wafted from the deck. Catilia's face twitched several times. Her brain, already stinging from spiritual exhaustion, immediately felt waves of dizziness. Forcibly enduring her physical discomfort, she quickly left the captain's cabin and immediately saw Frank being chased all over by the quartermaster Nina. The source of the stench permeating the Future was the opened wolf fish can in Frank's hand. Her fists involuntarily clenched. Catilia took a deep breath, just about to scold Frank, but was choked by the pungent smell again, almost making her lose control. Fortunately, the sharp-eyed Frank noticed Catilia's grim expression. He scratched his head and laughed heartily. Captain, you're out of seclusion. Perfect, do you want to try my newly researched Beyonder wolf fish can? This thing can. His hearty laughter abruptly stopped. The burly Frank, who looked like a giant bear, had disappeared from his spot. The expressionless Catilia appeared on the deck, slowly lowering her raised leg. The crew members around, who had been pinching their noses and watching the show, immediately quieted down. Chapter 422, Frank buried in the ground. In the center of the somewhat desolate isolated island, Frank unconcernedly rose from the ground, brushed off the fallen leaves, wiped the mud stained with his secret recipe wolf fish into his mouth, chewed carefully for a while, and muttered to himself in a low voice. Alas, such a delicious treat, and it can even accelerate spiritual recovery, yet the captain doesn't know how to appreciate it. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly had an inspiration and his gaze turned to the shadow under the bushes to the side. There, darkness twisted, and a figure emerged, a tall and pale figure. It was the first mate of the future, bloodless Heath Doyle. His cheek skin was almost transparent, his nose bridge was disproportionately high, and his whole person had a sickly feeling. He carefully placed a pile of bottles and jars on the ground, then quickly moved away, as if what was inside was something extremely dangerous. Frank was already accustomed to this and, with great enthusiasm, picked up a wolf fish that had spilled onto the ground and handed it over with great anticipation. "Heath, come and try my latest cultivated and improved wolf fish. I want to see what reaction the Rose Bishop will have after eating it." Quietly retreating a few more steps, Heath Doyle coughed lightly and, with a hoarse voice, changed the subject. "The captain approved the vacation you requested last week, but she doesn't want to see you on the future for a while." Saying this, the Rose Bishop pointed to the pile of bottles and jars on the ground and added, "That also includes your strange things. As for the mud in your room, I'll have someone move it to this island later." Frank was stunned for a moment, and after Heath mercilessly refused him again, he stuffed the last wolf fish into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "I'm not leaving the Star Sea Pirates, I just want to take advantage of this vacation to go see the depths of the North Sea or the ice and snow world of the polar regions. Perhaps ancient microorganisms from the 4th epoch, 3rd epoch, or even 2nd epoch and 1st epoch are buried under the thick ice there. This could allow me to gain so much." Frank paused, looked at the vanished Heath Doyle, sighed somewhat melancholically, took out a gold coin from his pregnant, and began to set up the ritual to summon the ghost ship, as Aaron had previously instructed. With the infusion of spirituality, no trace of a ghost ship appeared in the expanding candlelight. Instead, a headless lady carrying 4 heads walked out. Frank was startled at first, then gazed fervently at Rainette Tinature's 4 beautiful, golden-haired, red-eyed heads, almost subconsciously murmuring, "How did you manage to make them perfectly identical? If planted in the soil, can more grow?" The eyes of the 4 heads Rainette Tinichair was carrying in her hands rotated individually, finally all fixing on Frank's face. Frank, who had already digested the druid potion and was only 1 step away from advancing to a demigod, floated up without any resistance, his expression bewildered as he tumbled in midair and plunged headfirst into the deep pit he had dug himself. Frank's legs struggled outside, but he couldn't pull himself out for a while. Pretending he heard nothing, Heath Doyle, who had collapsed into a shadow and swiftly returned to the future, heard the complaints of Quartermaster Nina. "Captain, isn't it too dangerous to just let that fellow Frank go?" Waving her hand to soothe the somewhat worried Nina, Catilia, whose spirituality had mostly recovered, merely sighed and did not explain further. Through Her Majesty the Queen's letter, she had also learned some secret information, enough to glimpse a corner of the terrifying hidden force behind Frank. Even if Frank really ran into trouble, a great figure would step in to resolve it. Suddenly, Catilia seemed to sense something, and her deep purple eyes instinctively looked towards the isolated island where Frank was, vaguely seeing a crudely made illusory doll. This doll had no head. The image flashed by, and Catilia's eyes instantly closed. There was a burning pain inside, and 2 lines of tears flowed uncontrollably. She frowned little by little, murmuring uncertainly, "Ancient Bane." In the richly colored, vividly overlapping spirit world, the black tulip moved aimlessly, avoiding dangerous areas. Klein walked out of the captain's cabin, frowning and sighing, while Admiral of Hell, Ludwell, wearing a silver-white mask, honestly followed beside him. Since leaving the abyss of ferrying, he had been searching for the backup plan Aaron had placed on this ghost ship, but unfortunately, even going to that mysterious gray fog space for divination, he lacked key information and had no specific direction. As he was pondering if there were other methods he could try, Klein saw Rainette Tinichair walk out of the void. This Miss Messenger, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, was wearing a complex black dress similar to her usual attire, with one of her heads biting a gold coin. This should be Frank's summons. Klein immediately understood, as now, besides Mr. Azek and Aaron, the only one who knew his messenger contact information was this mad biologist. And through the messenger as a medium, Klein could reverse locate Frank's exact position and arrive directly by traversing the spirit world with this ghost ship. Expressing his gratitude to Miss Messenger, Klein immediately asked, "Can you take me to the person who just summoned you?" He was very polite to his powerful and mysterious Miss Messenger, especially now that Mr. Azek was not present. The four heads nodded in perfect synchronization, and their bright red lips parted slightly. Yes, if he's still alive. Klein was startled and was about to ask for clarification when he saw Rayna Tinnicher's last head, which hadn't had time to speak, open its mouth. Golden long hair, like spreading threads, enveloped the black tulip, and the next second, this ghost ship disappeared from its original location. Sonia Sea, somewhere in the center of an isolated island outside the Gargath archipelago. Catilia frowned, looking at Frank, who was stuck headfirst in the mud and couldn't break free no matter how much he struggled, and asked sternly. What did you just do? A druid can draw nutrients and oxygen from the soil, so even if he's stuck headfirst in the mud, there's no danger to his life. Catilia wasn't worried about Frank, she was just curious about what had happened. I just consulted that strange spirit world creature on how to achieve such perfect technique. A muffled voice came through the solid mud. The druid's proud earth-based spells seemed to lose their effect at this moment. After Frank symbolically tried a few more times, he gave up struggling, on the verge of tears. Chapter 423, Dangerous New Crew. Watching Frank, who had finally settled down, Catilia's mouth twitched, guessing that this was likely a punishment from that high-level spirit world creature. Since he won't die, he should learn his lesson. Thinking this, her expression suddenly changed, and she turned her head to look at the sea to the left of the future. Ripples spread across the void above the sea, and a gloomy green light overflowed. Amidst the wraiths, shadowy figures, and various strange spirit world creatures, a sailboat, roughly the same size as the future, abruptly appeared. Seeing the very prominent black tulip on the sail, Catilia's face had just shown a hint of vigilance when, in the next second, her body instantly tensed. She suppressed the instinct to use her eye of peeping, and lowered her eyes to look behind her. Without a sound, Rayna Tinker appeared beside Frank, who was stuck in the ground, bringing Klein and AIE with her. After confirming that this fellow was not in any mortal danger, Klein breathed a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands at Miss Messenger, and after she returned to the spirit world, he looked at the woman in the warlock's robe and calmly introduced himself. Gehrman Sparrow. Frank should have told you about my matter beforehand. I will be taking him away for a period of time. As he spoke, Klein pointed at Frank, who had finally crawled out of the dirt, but his gaze subtly drifted towards the astrolabe hanging from Catilia's waist. Unlike his distant observation at the pirate gathering before, Klein, who had already advanced to marionettist, could confirm that this item was related to that mysterious gray fog space. Not noticing Klein's subtle scrutiny, Catilia's eyes flickered, drawn by Rayna Tinker and the marionette-eyed Ludwig. She looked at Klein with a touch of pity, sighed, and after some thought, still reminded him. I wish you a pleasant journey. Also, be careful of Frank. Feeling the complex emotions contained in that gaze, Klein's eyelids twitched slightly. He nodded silently, and after the Admiral of Stars transformed into starlight and vanished, he looked at Frank, who was constantly digging dirt out of his ears. Let's go. We can set off now. Frank was stunned for a moment, and a bright smile quickly appeared on his face. He slapped his head as if he had thought of something. But before he could shout, a ball of faint blue starlight flew out from the future. In the next second, the flagship of the Star Pirates surged with even more brilliant starlight, disappearing directly from the sea area as if avoiding a plague god. What did you do to them? Klein suppressed the words that came to his lips, looking at the somewhat bewildered Frank and the object wrapped in the starlight thrown out by the future, a pile of colorful dirt. Realizing that he had been abandoned, Frank, somewhat dejectedly, pulled out an unstruggling silver-scaled fish from the silver soil. He took a deep breath. Then, as if he had thought of something, Frank slapped his head and pulled another silver-scaled fish from the dirt, promoting it to Klein with great enthusiasm. This is the improved silver-scaled fish I cultivated after my advancement, with red wine as blood. Although it's still a semi-finished product with a very short lifespan, it can already reproduce in my specially prepared soil. Praise the Earth's grace. This will absolutely not be inferior to Sunia blood wine, and you won't get drunk at all. You devil. Klein took a deep breath, not wanting to bother with Frank, who was drowning his sorrows in alcohol, or more accurately, in fish. He turned directly and walked towards the black tulip. After a few steps, Klein stopped, turned his head, and glared at Frank, emphasizing each word very seriously. On my ship, you are not allowed to attempt these terrifying experiments again, if you still want me to take you to the Evernight Plains. Frank put down the shriveled silver-scaled fish in his hand, scratched his head somewhat blankly, and looked at Klein in confusion. But Lord Bless told me before that this ship was lent to us for use, and he even praised my experiments as great feats capable of changing the world, and allowed me to continue experimenting on this ghost ship. Klein's face instantly fell, feeling a bit embarrassed. Suppressing the shame, he nodded calmly and returned to the ghost ship with Ludwig. Standing on the deck and watching Frank busy transporting things, Klein was very worried about what experiments this guy, who was not much better than a lunatic, could complete, and what strange species he might create. What if he planted himself and harvested a pile of Franks? Then this world would truly be in danger. Klein silently exhaled, deeply feeling the difficulty of this journey. Not only did he have to guard against Insanguil, who was hiding in the dark, but he also had to worry about when Frank would give him a surprise. Abyss of ferrying. Aaron sat cross-legged on the top of the inverted mausoleum at the very center of the City of the Dead, Manuel, and began to arrange the ritual he had prayed for from the Evernight goddess. Thick black mist, imbued with death's aura, was pulled by an invisible force, forming an illusory door covered with strange symbols under the flickering candlelight. A figure drifted out from the deep, seemingly boundless darkness. It was Azek's soul, with his eyes tightly closed and a serene expression. Receiving this half of Azek's soul, which had been stripped from the death uniqueness, washed by the river of eternal darkness, and fallen into eternal slumber, Aaron heard an ethereal, distant female voice in his ear. Unless you encounter a life-threatening situation, I will not intervene for a while. Also, do not contact the Earth Mother Church recently. Is it because of the previous divine war? Aaron raised his eyebrows, then nodded indifferently. Watching the illusory door dissipate, his figure flickered, and he arrived before the door to the underworld at the very bottom of the Styx. Hater's spiritual origin had been completely absorbed by Azek. The Death Consul's soul repair speed was much faster than Aaron had anticipated. As if sensing Aaron's arrival, or perhaps sensing the half of the soul of the same origin in Aaron's hand, Azek, who was sitting cross-legged before the door to the underworld, absorbing the boundless black mist, suddenly opened his eyes. A complex flicker passed through his already pale vertical pupils. Without needing Aaron to say anything more, Azek waved his hand, sending the somewhat bewildered Dunsmith out of the Styx. His body suddenly swelled, directly activating his mythical creature form, transforming into a massive, hundreds of meters long feathered serpent, and swallowed himself with closed eyes in one gulp. Endless information, invisible to the naked eye, seeped out from the void, condensing into Bernadette's figure beside Aaron. The Queen Mystic gazed at the massive feathered serpent stirring the Styx, and the Wheel of Fortune card and the Hermit card quietly appeared in her hand. As a sage, only one step away from the Knowledge Emperor, Bernadette, with the help of these two blasphemy slates intentionally left behind by Roselle, could, to a certain extent, imbue abstract knowledge with substantial power. Chapter 424, the further prototype of the Kingdom of God. Bernadette, who controlled a portion of the authority of fate and the Wheel of Fortune card, only needed specific mediums to unleash certain special abilities of high-level beyonders from the fate pathway. Even if Azek's soul fusion went awry, he could use a weakened fate reset to buy time for rescue. Hopefully, it won't be necessary. Aaron's thoughts stirred slightly, connecting to the Nation of Disorder. He took out the blood of the Snake of Fate, which he had specifically obtained from a baby in Backlund some time ago, and threw it to Bernadette. As soon as it left Aaron's control, this drop of silver blood immediately expanded, turning into a ball of light. One mercury-colored, complex symbol after another leaped out from it, instantly forming a giant, illusory, scaleless snake. On the surface of this silver-white giant snake, abstract and distorted patterns and symbols formed interconnected rotating wheels, with different markings around each wheel. The Wheel of Fortune card quietly disappeared. Bernadette, with silver eyes, transformed into a torrent of information and merged into that illusory, scaleless snake, completely enveloping the massive feathered snake, burning with pale flames, that Azek had transformed into. Observing the state of the two angels with interest, and with the blessing of the Nation of Disorder, Aaron gained a deeper understanding of the mysteries of the complete mythical creature forms of the Death Pathway and the Hermit Pathway. He began to accelerate Azek's return using his authority as a balancer. A deep, subdued dark gold radiance, not dazzling but profound, instantly enveloped the hundreds of miles of the ferrying abyss. A miniature world rose behind Aaron, and the portion of the underworld's authority that had originally merged into his nascent divine kingdom was finally completely assimilated at this moment. The entire nascent divine kingdom began to tremble slightly. Law and order intertwined, forming a unique underworld at the very bottom of that miniature world. Reality and the underworld opposed each other, life and death complemented each other, and order was balanced. The nascent divine kingdom, already extremely complete from absorbing fragments of the Night Emperor's divine kingdom, began to undergo further transformation, making the entire divine kingdom even more real. The vast illusory world instantly enveloped the two angels who had displayed their complete mythical creature forms, but it stopped at the last moment before completely solidifying. Aaron's figure reformed. This feeling of being one step away from perfection left him with a lump in his throat, but he had no intention of forcibly taking that final step. Under normal circumstances, a Sequence 2 balancer would continuously elevate their domain of judgment as the potion was digested, only truly acquiring a nascent divine kingdom upon complete digestion of the potion. This was also the foundation for advancing to Sequence 1 Hand of Order. Even if an ordinary balancer fully digests the potion and obtains a nascent divine kingdom, it's only the illusion of a city. I, however, have perfectly inherited the Night Emperor's legacy through the unique nature of the Nation of Disorder, which is why I have such a foundation now. Allowing one's nascent divine kingdom to completely merge with the corresponding real-world area is something that only needs to be done when advancing to Sequence 1. It's more like a breakthrough point for embedding one's order into the world's underlying rules, and also an anchor for stabilizing oneself. As his nascent divine kingdom further improved and sublimated, Aaron's eyes grew brighter. Recalling the information he had gained when deciphering the Justiciar card, he pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand and clenched it tightly. In the nascent divine kingdom, the underworld deposited beneath that illusory world trembled violently. Dark gold chains of order shattered, turning into swirling mist, and sank along with this illusory underworld, merging into the entire ferrying abyss. Aaron's aura weakened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, a smile appearing on his face. The entire ferrying abyss was now completely under his control. His divine kingdom far surpassed angels of the same level. While this meant greater power, even without relying on the nation of disorder, he possessed a natural suppression against other balancers. However, the pressure he would face during advancement would also increase exponentially. A single city merging with reality would likely be unable to bear the pressure of the entire divine kingdom. He had to find points of convergence with reality, and the ferrying abyss was one of them. East Dongtak County, Pass River Valley, 5 Seas, Moon City. Aaron's gaze swept over the illusory world beneath his feet, which had been stripped of the underworld. His eyes lingered for a moment on the latter two locations, then he subtly retracted his divine kingdom. After confirming Azek's condition, Aaron did not continue to wait. This place had already been assimilated by his divine kingdom, and if any abnormality in order occurred, he could instantly return no matter where he was. In the spirit world, a vibrant, abstract painting-like realm, the slightly dilapidated black tulip slowly moved through the colorful blocks. On the deck outside the captain's cabin, Admiral of Hell, Ludwell skillfully raised his right arm. His arm quickly became illusory, with faint greenish lights appearing, as if it had turned into a wraith or a ghost. Suddenly, his right arm shot out, and an illusory face emerged from his pale palm. A tongue covered in pale feathers extended into the colorful blocks, dragging back a few strangely shaped spirit world creatures. Putting Azek's copper whistle back into the cigarette case sealed with a wall of spirituality, Klein, with Alger's face, glanced at the spirit world creatures caught by Ludwell, and reluctantly shouted towards the depths of the cabin. "Frank, I caught what you wanted." The next second, accompanied by the vibration of the deck, Frank's burly figure appeared. He greeted Klein very enthusiastically, his eyes shining as he looked at the uniquely shaped spirit world creatures. "Praise the Mother Goddess. With these experimental materials, I will surely create something even greater." Klein's eyelids twitched. He reached out to stop Frank, who was excited and even eager to try, and lightly coughed, saying indifferently, "According to the agreement we made when you boarded, the cabins of this ghost ship can be used for your creations, but as a supervisor, I need to understand your experimental progress and—" Klein paused, holding back the words, dangerous, evil, that came to his lips, and chose a more subtle expression. Your wild ideas." Frank was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head a little sheepishly, laughing heartily. "Sorry, Mr. Gehrman Sparrow, I was a bit too excited just now and forgot to explain my ideas to you. The bounty of the land brings us the joy of harvest, but land is finite, and if disturbed by war, the bounty of the land might be squandered. Therefore, I plan to thoroughly research spirit world creatures. The specific approach is still to be determined, but I plan to first try to crossbreed them with wheat." Frank became more and more excited as he spoke, completely oblivious to Klein's suddenly stiff expression. "This is a field I have never explored before, and I might need your marionette to help me a bit. If successful, this will be a great creation." Chapter 425 A Chance Encounter in the Spirit World. As early as his advancement to marionettist and receiving the blessings of the 7 lights of the spirit world, Klein had already learned from Azek that the Grey Fog space was Sapphira Castle, one of the Sapphira that even deities coveted. Although he wasn't sure how he inexplicably became the owner of Sapphira Castle, and the great ruler above the spirit world mentioned by Erode should refer to the original owner of that Grey Fog space, Klein still felt he couldn't just let Frank wreak havoc in the spirit world. The thought of a harvest scene filled with wheat ears and mushrooms appearing in the spirit world made Klein instinctively pinch the space between his eyebrows, and he asked in a deep voice, "What do you need my marionette for?" Frank had already captured the poor spirit world creatures and put them into a brown container stained with dirt. Hearing Klein's question, he pointed at the marionette Ludwell, who was standing still, and laughed heartily. "We can't stay in one area of the spirit world forever to try out my ideas, but we can use the underworld within Ludwell's body. That can provide a stable environment similar to the spirit world, and it also makes it convenient for me to observe the progress of the experiment." Klein pondered for a moment and did not refuse. After all, compared to letting Frank mess around directly in the spirit world, the risk of sacrificing Ludwell was clearly more controllable. Marionettes had no human rights anyway, and if anything truly went wrong, he could handle it urgently. Rejecting Frank's enthusiastic invitation to visit the cabin together, Klein returned to the captain's cabin with Ludwell, took out paper and pen, and was just pondering how to write a letter to Mr. Azek when he suddenly frowned. A strange sense of unease spread. This was the clown's spiritual warning. "In Sanguil. Klein's eyes instantly sharpened. Without any hesitation, he activated Creeping Hunger. The flesh in his palm split open, and the deep light of Rusko's eye flashed, followed by the appearance of the scepter of the sea god, emitting a tyrannical aura. Looking at the source of the spiritual warning, Klein, who was full of vigilance, froze for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. A ball of silver-white light passed through the dense, vivid overlapping colors, rushing directly towards the black tulip, followed by a cham-blue sailboat several times larger than the black tulip. The flagship of that King of Dawn. Klein subtly frowned. Unsure of what was happening, he was about to control the ghost ship to move away, but the scepter of the sea god in his hand suddenly went out of control. At the tip of the bone scepter, the gems suddenly emitted dazzling light, either cyan blue or silver white. Under Klein's somewhat bewildered gaze, one after one by one of magnificent silver-white lightning bolts suddenly fell from the sky. These lightning bolts spread out like tentacles, engulfing the surrounding several hundred meters of the spirit world in a thunder forest, with the aura of destruction and the feeling of devastation being almost tangible. The ball of silver-white light, enveloped by the lightning storm, finally stopped its forward momentum, revealing a giant figure completely covered in silver-white armor. Thick silver-white beams of light densely struck the armor, leaving marks of varying depth, but they recovered in an instant. Even if it couldn't cause real damage, the silver-white lightning beams could always catch up with the armored giant who wanted to escape as quickly as possible, and even preemptively block him, crushing his plan to leave the storm-stricken area. Intense rumbling echoed. Frank, who was confused, poked his head out of the cabin, found a tall, beautiful figure had appeared in the cabin, and the next second, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, dragging his consciousness into darkness. "You've advanced another sequence in such a short time, you truly surprise me." Listening to the somewhat familiar voice, Klein's expression was a little stiff. He had already guessed that the tall elf in front of him was the mysterious expert who had returned the scepter of the sea god to him at the end of the pirate gathering. Confirming that Frank was only unconscious, Klein's Adam's apple bobbed. He bowed and respectfully replied, "My advancement was merely due to luck. May I ask how I should address you, senior?" Playing with the bone scepter that lay obediently in her palm, Shadas glanced at the approaching dawn, which was not far away, and a playful smile appeared on her lips as she said, "Queen of Elves, Goslinum." "Hey, you should have heard my name." Klein's eyes widened abruptly, feeling absurd, but remembering the murals he had seen in the underwater ruins at the time, and seeing how docile the scepter of the sea god, with its extremely negative side effects, was at this moment, he fell silent. Just then, the pursuing dawn stopped outside the lightning storm. A colossal figure, also clad in silver full-body armor, leaped out and charged towards the figure in the middle of the lightning storm. "We are responsible for pursuing an archbishop of the Fesak God of Combat Church. He himself is only a Sequence 4 demon hunter, but he wields a sealed artifact with living characteristics, corresponding to a Sequence 3 silver knight. That's how he escaped the previous ambush." Shadas chuckled and explained to the somewhat surprised Klein, then gently stroked the scepter of the sea god, making the gems even more dazzling. "This sealed artifact has already been infused with power by me in advance. You only need to pour in your spirituality to activate it, and it will be roughly equivalent to a full power strike from a Sequence 4 demigod." Before Klein could ask further, the Queen of Elves paused, and the corners of her mouth curved playfully as she said, "Also, the sea area near Sonia Island has been put under martial law, and reinforcements from the God of Combat Church and the Fesak royal family should be arriving soon. If I were you, I wouldn't continue to foolishly stay here." Quickly realizing the seriousness of the problem, Klein's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected the newly established pirate kingdom to actively provoke the Orthodox churches after that great battle. Although he had some doubts that the elf calling herself Goslinum's arrangement within the scepter of the sea god wasn't as simple as she claimed, considering that Aaron's contingency plan left on the ghost ship hadn't been triggered, Klein had to suppress his doubts for now. After a moment of hesitation, Klein still picked up the scepter of the sea god, which had floated before his eyes and appeared extremely docile. He then manipulated the black tulip to change course, swiftly heading deeper into the spirit world. This would both avoid encountering the bloodthirsty reinforcements of the God of Combat Church and also provide an opportunity to find out what had happened in the outside world since he was dragged into Death's Mausoleum. The giant sword-emitting dawn light cut through the remaining lightning storm. Boyerbale, who had dispelled his incomplete mythological creature form, carried the unconscious demon hunter and stepped on a piece of armor shimmering with silver-white light. The orange-red light behind the mask swept over the distant black tulip. Boyerbale threw the unconscious archbishop to Shadas and said in a deep voice, "It's time to go back. Nestor still needs our help to get away." Chapter 426, Patriarch Larian of the Church of the God of War. In the eastern waters of Sonia Island, the sound of cannon fire ceased, and amidst the rising mist, a massive, paint-black sailboat stood majestically, like a black sun rising from the sea. King of the Five Seas, Nas stood silently on the deck, dark red light flowing in his deep black eyes, his body beneath the black-bottomed, silver-edged robe aging rapidly, his skin quickly covered in wrinkles, and mottled, dark wounds appearing, oozing putrid liquid. But in the very next second, these contaminations radiated by the authority of decay were twisted and annihilated. Taking advantage of the breathing room, a reddish-yellow flame dispersed, then reconverged in midair, forming the burly Jaeger Einhorn. As the commander of the Fasak Empire's Sonia Sea Fleet, and currently a Sequence 4 Iron-Blooded Knight of the Red Priest pathway, he was in an extremely sorry state, his body, forged like steel, now riddled with holes. Jaeger Einhorn spat out a mouthful of blood, his left hand pressing against the cracked heart-protecting mirror on his chest, watching the God of Combat emblem, formed by the twilight symbol and sword-shaped mark, inscribed upon it, which had now grown dim, and the sunken vessels floating on the sea, his heart filled with extreme vexation. This was a powerful mystical item he had obtained from the Twilight Grand Hall, in St. Milam after he was promoted to a demigod. Even if it wasn't as precious as a god-bestowed item, the protective power contained within it, combined with an Iron-Blooded Knight's control over a fleet, was enough to allow him to hold on until reinforcements arrived, even when facing Nast, who had now achieved angel status. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Jaeger Einhorn, who had lost a precious mystical item and more than half of his fleet, felt his body slightly relax after his silent prayer finally received a response, then his eyes turned sinister as he looked at the Black Emperor, a cold sneer forming on his lips. Nast, you are provoking the Einhorn imperial family, you are blaspheming the prestige of the God of Combat. Don't think that just because you've been promoted to an angel, you can act recklessly. Before his words had even fallen, the sea area above the Black Emperor was enveloped in a twilight glow, and brilliant, dim yellow light poured down, the terrifying power directly stirring up a tsunami. Flung by the surging air currents, nearly falling into the sea, Jaeger Einhorn had just stabilized his body when an uncontrollable smile appeared on his tense face. Beside him appeared an old man with grizzled stubble and a square hat, his light blue eyes containing an aura of looking down upon all creation. The God of Combat Church's Grand Archbishop, a Sequence 2 glory of the warrior pathway. Without looking at the lucky demigod who had survived, Larian's expression grew increasingly solemn, his ancient eyes fixed intently on the distant sea area enveloped in the twilight light, and he said coldly in a commanding tone. Ahamatova is held up in the raging sea and cannot come. Take your remaining fleet and leave here immediately. Jaeger Einhorn's heart chilled, as if he had thought of something. He opened his mouth to speak but suddenly stopped, then bowed and quickly flew towards the few surviving vessels on the edge of the battlefield. Dark green symbols appeared in his pupils, and Larian, without any warning, swung his right hand backward, instantly condensing a twilight giant sword emitting an aura of decay. A strange shattering sound echoed, and the twisted order seemed to be shattered by this casual strike. A massive shadow emerged, clearly the Black Emperor, which had previously been enveloped by the twilight storm. Nast lowered his head and glanced at the wound on his arm, which, having been grazed by the twilight giant sword, continued to fester and could not heal, his deep black eyes slightly contracting. Within the nation of disorder, Aaron rose from the throne, staring at the God of Combat Church's Grand Archbishop within Nast's prayer light spot, and sneered, murmuring. Indeed. With the Sapphira's true vision and the blessing comparable to the King of Angels' status, Larian, in Aaron's eyes, was shrouded in faint twilight light, vaguely coalescing into a blurred figure seated on a high throne, leaning against a desolate twilight, and clad in decaying armor. Although he couldn't discern the figure, Aaron had previously had close contact with the divine war outside the Death's Mausoleum, and even with just a fleeting glimpse, he could still confirm that the blurred figure was the God of Combat. This devout Grand Archbishop, deeply favored by the divine, contained within him the will and divinity of the God of Combat, which was why he, despite being only a Sequence 2 glory, could mobilize parts of the Twilight's authority and directly shatter the twisted order set by Nast, who was also an angel. Looking at the continuous divine light on Larian's body, Aaron couldn't help but recall the Aurora Order's consistently proclaimed doctrine, which asserted that all things possess divinity, and by uniting with more divinity, one could shed their mortal form and become an angel. But for a complete mythical creature, higher-level divinity is more like poison. Of course, for fanatical believers like Larian, this is a divine grace. Having failed to seize the death uniqueness from the goddess, Badheil has already begun to leave a resurrection contingency on his own Grand Archbishop. It seems the fall of King of Giants Ormur and the subsequent calamity have made this God of Combat much more cautious, but unfortunately, he still cannot escape the schemes. Having probed Larian's state, Aaron decisively abandoned the idea of helping Nast. Once the hidden will of the God of Combat perceived the power of the Nation of Disorder, the plan to usurp Trunsoist's brass book could very likely encounter unforeseen complications. Larian, who had forced Nast to reveal his true form with a single sword strike, abruptly paused his hand that was about to swing the sword again. A dangerous intuition from a higher level prompted him to directly manifest his complete mythical creature form. But even so, he was still struck rigid on the spot by the sudden surge of chaotic and mad thoughts from the collective subconscious sea. Without the control of the source of power, a brilliant lightning storm directly tore through the seemingly congealed twilight in the sky, engulfing Larian, who had revealed his twilight giant form. Shadas, who had emerged from the collective subconscious sea, looked with some regret at Larian, who was unharmed in the lightning storm, then leaped onto the Black Emperor's deck, and in the gradually twisting space, the Black Emperor dematerialized and disappeared. After capturing the God of Combat Church's Archbishop in the spirit world and sending Klein away, Shada's left boy Bailey of the warrior pathway on the Morning Star and rushed here using the collective subconscious C. Cooperating with Nast's distortion of order, she interfered with Larian's dangerous premonition and subtly planted numerous mental plagues in his subconscious. This was the only way to inflict effective damage on Larian, who had activated his complete mythical creature form and entered a defensive state. Although not fatal, it was enough to buy time for the Black Emperor to escape the battlefield. A few breaths later, a thick twilight light cleaved the descending lightning storm from bottom to top, and a giant radiating an aura of decay emerged, his crimson eyes filled with ferocity gazing at the spot where the Black Emperor had disappeared, muttering word by word. Calamity Queen, Gashanam. Chapter 427, The Brass Book of Trunsoist. The dull and majestic voice differed somewhat from Larian's original voice, carrying a sense of decay that permeated the soul, and it triggered the solidified twilight that enveloped this sea area. But soon everything disappeared, and the blazing sunlight shone down again, as Larian, who had reverted from his mythical creature form, stood silently in midair, looking down at the many shipwrecks on the sea. After an unknown amount of time, Larian slowly raised his head, his light blue eyes looking into the distance, at the dense mist that once again obscured the sunlight, and at the countless dark brown airships approaching in a dense formation. These airships were painted with the red, white, and yellow striped flags of Fasak. Sensing Larian's gaze, a flash of light, like a fusion of blood and rust, erupted from the lead airship, and the power covering the entire airship fleet rapidly converged. A figure shrouded in dark red armor appeared silently beside Larian, and a strong scent of rust permeated the blood-colored mist. Ahamatova Einhorn. He was the weather warlock of the Fasak royal family, and also the supreme commander of the soon-to-be-established Sonya war zone. Ahamatova coldly swept his gaze over the wreckage on the sea, then snorted and nodded to Larian before speaking indifferently. It's a pity. If I hadn't been blocked by Yen Courtman of the Church of Storms in the raging sea, perhaps the two of us could have jointly kept Nast there permanently. Larian turned his head to look at the weather warlock, shook his head calmly, and reminded him. Don't underestimate Nast. She might have truly found the last treasure of the Solomon Empire, and she seems to have signed some kind of contract with the elven remnants, wanting to reclaim this ancient elf island. Speaking of this, she paused, and sighed with a somewhat inexplicable expression. I never expected Calamity Queen, Gojanam to still be alive. Indeed, as the apocalypse approaches, all the fellows hidden in dark corners are starting to stir. Pass this news to the Church of Storms. That tyrant will not allow others to covet the authority of the storm. Ahamatova frowned. As an angel who only advanced in the fourth epoch, he recalled the records of this ancient elf in the ancient texts he had read in the Hall of Twilight. After a moment, he spoke in a deep voice. I will arrange for someone to do this, but I'm afraid the effect will be minimal. If you include the ancient elf you mentioned, this so-called pirate kingdom has 3 angels behind it, and all of them control a ghost ship. Under the current circumstances, as long as they don't provoke the Church of Storms, the Pope should condone them consuming our strength. Nast has already advanced to Duke of Entropy. With the Black Emperor pathway's uniqueness, combined with Bernadette and that ancient elf, they will only be more excessive than today. With the ghost ships, they can even ambush the Church and the fleet at any time. If that's truly the case, with our abilities, we can only be exhausted and even unable to restrict their escape. Larian listened with an indifferent expression, but the increasingly terrifying aura of decay that emanated from him revealed that the Grand Overseer's inner emotions were not as calm as his face suggested. I never expected that the insignificant fellow from back then has now become a major problem that is difficult to shake off. You should be aware of our Lord's oracle, our time is running out. Before declaring war on Loen, these hidden dangers must be eradicated. You've said so much just now, you must already have an idea in your mind. Don't have any reservations, you can speak it directly. Compared to himself, who preferred to solve problems directly with force, Larian believed that Ahamatova, as a high-level hunter whose prior pathway was conspirer, was more skilled at hunting. As soon as his words fell, a mass of orange-red twilight emerged from Larian's body, enveloping their figures and isolating them from the outside world. Ahamatova glanced at the solidified orange-red around him, his eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice. A high-level arbiter pathway can help us turn the tide, so we can have 2 directions. One is to ask the Castilla family's member to act, but this might require the Church to step forward and negotiate with the Earth Mother Church. Larian pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. That hand of order was injured by the god of knowledge and wisdom during the War of Betrayal, and her current condition is unknown. Even if the Earth Mother Church is willing to provide assistance and persuade her to act, the price we would have to pay would not be small. Having anticipated this outcome, Ahamatova nodded slightly and continued to add. The other method is to activate the Trunsoist brass book. Upon hearing this name, Larian refused without even thinking. Once that brass book is released from the seal of the Hall of Twilight, it will constantly vitalize. The risk is too great. If it gets out of control, only our Lord's descent can seal it again. This time, Ahamatova did not back down, looking directly into Larian's eyes, his tone becoming much heavier. But hasn't the Church already found a way to utilize that brass book appropriately? Although I don't like that fellow Roselle, what he said indeed makes a lot of sense. There are only 1,000 days to be a thief, but no 1,000 days to guard against a thief. As long as we can solve those fellows once and for all, a moderate risk is worthwhile. Clearly, compared to expending the Einhorn family's heritage in exchange for the help of a hand of order, Ahamatova was more inclined to incite the church, which initiated this war, to pay more. Sensing the Weather Warlock's firm attitude, and the Einhorn family's attitude reflected behind it, Larian suppressed his fiery temper and said coldly, "I will first send someone to negotiate with the Earth Mother Church. As for the Trunsoist brass book, I cannot make the decision, I need to pray to God." Feynapotter Kingdom, Northern Territory, Serenyen, Governor's Mansion. The strongest hunter of the Mist Sea, Anderson, lay lazily on the lawn, staring blankly at the crimson full moon in the sky. It had been several months since he arrived here, and he hadn't felt any signs of war at all. Thinking of the pirate kingdom that was established a while ago, Anderson even suspected that he might have offended that duke, which was why he was exiled to this place. "It seems you're living quite leisurely." A somewhat familiar voice drifted into his ears. Anderson was about to instinctively retort with a sarcastic remark when he suddenly shivered, stood up straight from the ground, and looked at Aaron, who had appeared beside him at some unknown time, with a sheepish smile, greeting him somewhat guiltily. "Good evening, Duke." Aaron glanced at the sheepish Anderson, guessing what the fellow was thinking, and shook his head. With a slight lift of his palm, a dark red bone sword covered in distorted patterns and exuding a murderous aura suddenly appeared. Chapter 428 The Red Angel Evil Spirit Coming Out of Bansi. Semi-transparent human skin covered the blood-colored sword body formed by the spine, concealing the bizarre patterns that could drive Beyonders below the demigod level insane, but the iron-blooded aura showed no signs of weakening. Anderson swallowed, his eyes burning with excitement, having recognized that what hung before him was precisely the product of the Iron and Blood Cross Order's Iron-Blooded Knight, after his demise. Although it did not contain Beyonder characteristics, the strength of its material perfectly inherited the Iron-Blooded Knight's steel-like physique, and it also contained madness at the demigod level, making it practically tailor-made for the strongest hunter of the Mist Sea. Just as Anderson was still lost in thought, Aaron's voice once again entered his mind. "War is always the best place to temper a team, and such an opportunity will arrive very soon. This bone sword is an advance reward for you. I haven't erased the residual aura of that Iron and Blood Cross Order demigod on it. How to make good use of it is up to you. My only requirement is to provoke conflict between the Iron and Blood Cross Order and Faceac." Happily accepting the bone sword, which could be rated as a sealed artifact grade 1, Anderson patted his chest and vowed. "Your Excellency, Duke, I will not fail your trust. Those who believe in the true creator do not like to use their brains, they are fanatical to the point of stupidity, truly a disgrace to hunters. 1 month, no, 2 weeks at most, and I will show you results, though this might require Governor General Odinson to make a small sacrifice." Before Anderson could finish his sentence, Morbid, who was deeply parasitic in Governor General of Serenia, Odinson Castilla, silently emerged from the void, first glancing at a certain hunter, then bowing to Aaron. "My lord, good evening. The intelligence regarding the Hermit Order that you previously requested, I have already collected a portion. I even captured a member of the Hermit Order hidden in Serenia, but even translating his memories did not yield any information about Zeradal." Not at all disappointed by this, Aaron nodded slightly to indicate he understood, then observed Morbid in his parasitic state. At such close range, he also discovered something interesting. "The potion is digesting very quickly, Pales left that Trojan horse of destiny characteristic on you." Odinson Castilla's expression quickly became vacant, and Morbid's figure appeared beside him. A lingering sigh was followed by Pale's resonant, aged voice. "No choice, this is the only remaining bloodline of the Zoroast family. I, an old man, must pay more attention. Separating the characteristic allows me to recover to my peak at crucial moments and avoid strong aggregation effects from being perceived by Amon. Most importantly, it reduces my need for anchors." Aaron nodded, understanding Pale's difficulties, and did not continue to tease him. He casually threw out Anderson, who had been eavesdropping with pricked ears, and then continued. "You should have sensed what happened in the astral world recently. The Evernight Goddess has already obtained the death uniqueness, but the God of Combat will not give the Evernight Goddess time to digest the uniqueness and advance further. If I'm not mistaken, Zeradal should be released by the Evernight Goddess very soon, so we need to prepare early." Zeradal, Pale sighed, then responded after a few seconds of silence. "His true body is well hidden, and all related information has been destroyed. Even I cannot accurately find him. Not destroyed, but concealed." Correcting Pale's statement, Aaron continued to explain. "Zeradal is already a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. His true body should currently be hidden in the realm of mysteries he created. It's only because his crucial humanity was imprisoned during his advancement that his external true body fell into madness. Therefore, while Zeradal's realm of mysteries is hidden, it has a fatal flaw. Through some special mediums, it might be possible to discover traces. And for that, we need to go to Backlund. In the raging sea, near Bansi Island, within the thin mist, a shimmering, illusory long river of rippling light faintly appeared. Accompanying the gentle tremor of the sea surface, the mist was stirred, and Bansi Island, surrounded by the of destiny, flickered in and out of view amidst silver-white lightning and crimson flames. The next second, a blood-colored light flew out from Bansi Island, which looked as if the apocalypse had arrived, and it escaped the shackles of the of destiny without any hindrance. Finally, it transformed into the figure of Insangwil, though at this moment, this night watcher appeared extremely miserable, with a clear at his neck, and festering, oozing skin beneath his double-breasted pure black clerical robe. Ignoring the miserable state of his body, Insangwil's face revealed his characteristic mocking smile. He raised his hands to press on both sides of his face, where bloody mouths each split open, then quickly closed again. After all this time, you actually didn't die there, which is somewhat beyond my imagination. An undisguised mocking voice came. Insangwil, or more accurately, Sauron Einhorn Medici, lost the smile on his face. His deep blue, almost black, single eye narrowed slightly, and even his blind eye now faintly revealed a bloody hue. At some unknown point, a young man wearing a pointed soft hat and a classical black robe appeared beside him. The man toyed with a crystal monocle, then put it on his right eye, looking at Sauron Einhorn Medici and continuing. No need to be nervous. I just helped you break the seal left by that Ouroboros fellow. I think that should be enough to show my sincerity, right? Gradually suppressing, or more accurately, assimilating with the contamination so it no longer manifested, Sauron Einhorn Medici glanced at Amon opposite him and snorted lightly. Is this your true body? Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye, the curve of his lips becoming even more pronounced. Guess. A dense ominous aura mixed with an iron-blooded aura dispersed, but then quickly subsided, and Sauron Einhorn Medici, whose state was gradually returning to normal, responded impolitely. Little Raven, after all these years, your personality is still so annoying. Tell me, why did you find me? What do you want? Or, do you want to wait here with me for the Lord's grace? Shaking his head calmly, Amon turned his head to look at the other side of the sea, at Bansi Island, which was gradually returning to tranquility. The situation on the western continent seems more interesting than I expected. Also, a reminder for you, Cheek is already targeting you. I hope you don't die as miserably as you did in the fourth epic. Chapter 429 Deals and Promises. Flames, some fiery red and some scorching white, ignited on Insangwil's decaying body, but they were immediately swallowed by the uncontrollably expanding underworld within him. A ominous aura of calamity converged within the underworld, merging with twisted souls to solidify into a bizarre, black iron throne. Sauron Einhorn Medici, seated upon it, had the banner-like mark on his glabella growing increasingly crimson, and his decaying face became slightly gloomy, yet his words seemed to express a sense of self-satisfaction. The worst outcome is just merging with him. I'm already 3-in-1, so becoming 4-in-1 isn't a big deal. It won't be fundamentally different from how things are now anyway. Amon adjusted his crystal monocle and, imitating Medici, let out a tisk sound. You've clearly gone even crazier after visiting Bansi, but I'm quite looking forward to that day. However, with your current state, let alone dealing with Cheek, you probably can't even suppress Sauron and Einhorn for long, can you? As for the one in the forsaken land of the gods, he doesn't have time for you right now. Insangwil's expression was silent, but Medici's sneering laughter came from the door of the underworld at his glabella. Little crow, don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. The sneering laughter stopped abruptly as Amon leisurely turned halfway, a faint light seeming to flash in his right eye's monocle, and an ancient, mottled stone slab appeared in his hand at some unknown point. It was precisely the second blasphemy slate, stolen from Adam during the God's War ruins, which originated from the ancient sun god's corpse after his fall. Glancing at the suddenly silent Medici, Amon's lips curved upwards, and a massive, ancient, mottled phantom of a clock flashed and vanished. He proactively created a bug, ensuring that this area would leave no trace externally for a period of time, and no form of prophecy or divination could peek into it. Sauron Einhorn Medici, parasitic within Insangwil's internal underworld, did not stop Amon's actions, digesting the myriad of information that suddenly flooded his mind. After a long while, he looked at Amon and chuckled in a low, inexplicable tone. I have to say, your plan is insane, but I still need to see more of your sincerity. I retract my previous assessment of you, your courage hasn't increased. Amon shook his head with a look of regret, and the blasphemy slate in his hand immediately vanished, transforming into a worm of time with 12 segments that drilled into the void beside him. The red angel, evil spirit, did not care about Amon's sarcasm and responded casually. Then I shall await your good news at any time. I don't like carrying one of your worms of time with me. If you wish to contact me again, you may chant my honorific name then. Great god of war, symbol of iron and blood, master of turmoil and strife. In Backlund, at Dr. Alan Chris's home, within the spacious bedroom, the figures of Aaron and Mobert appeared. Mobert tilted his head slightly, looking at Alan's wife lying on the soft bed in the bedroom, and Palez's aged voice carried a hint of surprise. A snake of fate undergoing rebooting. Is it the speaker of the life school of thought? Aaron nodded, his gaze shifting to Septon, who was playing dead inside Alan's wife's womb, and he said in a gentle tone. Mr. Speaker. The next second, a gentle force emerged, enveloping Aaron and Mobert, and the surrounding environment changed accordingly. In the depths of that dark spire, Aaron once again saw Septon, wrapped in silver silk, seated in a black baby carriage. Glaring at Aaron with a resentful look, Septon grumbled reluctantly. If I had known, I wouldn't have told you about that plan. His expression unchanged, Aaron directly gave his promise. There's only one chance to forcefully seize Trunsoist's brass book. I must do everything possible. If successful, I promise to help you accommodate the dice of probability in the future. Septon, who was sucking his thumb, paused, then quickly picked up the conversation. It's a deal, you said it. After speaking, he no longer paid attention to Aaron, looking at Palez, who was also scrutinizing him, and pouted. You can't precisely steal my childhood and youth, Amon would be closer to being able to. However, I'm still in the process of rebooting, and my Beyonder characteristics and symbolism are at their weakest. With your Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, you might be able to complete the theft. Moreover, the time remaining until birth is very short. As long as one is willing to bear a certain risk, it's not impossible to complete the reboot early. With the luck I've accumulated, such a risk can be resolved. Steal. Palez looked around the desolate world surrounding the Black Tower and asked, somewhat uncertainly. Right here. Septon's chubby baby face immediately wrinkled, and he responded with great dissatisfaction. How could that be? Do you want to attract Amon and that stinky snake Ouroboros here too? Of course, such a thing must be done at the Church of the Evernight. There's a guy in the underground of the Backlund Diocese who can help us conceal the abnormalities of fate. Dixie Bay, Port Eskerson, separated from Bansi Harbor by half of the Berserk Sea. Klein, after changing his appearance, folded the many newspapers published during this time and threw them into a trash can, just like a normal traveler on a stroll. King of the Five Seas Nast, after severely defeating the Fasak fleet off the coast of Sonia Island, declared himself Grand Duke Solomon. The Loen and Tercea port has been blockaded by the Fasak fleet, and the two nations are in a negotiation deadlock. The death faith on the southern continent is experiencing a resurgence. Recalling some key information, Klein took a deep breath, always having a feeling that a storm was brewing. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Klein found a secluded corner and, with the help of the sea god Scepter, manipulated a sea monster to take him away from Port Eskerson, heading towards the Black Tulip, which was anchored outside the safe shipping lane. Along the way, Klein noticed that the Loen Kingdom's Dixie fleet was constantly patrolling the safe shipping lane, seemingly on guard against something. The abnormal changes in the Berserk Sea earlier seemed to have also attracted the attention of the Loen military, but I wonder what reaction the Church of the Storm, which truly controls the Berserk Sea, will have. Klein sat cross-legged on the whale-shaped sea monster, gazing at the scene on the deep-sea surface, using the sea god Scepter's ability to conceal his aura, avoiding unnecessary trouble. After the fleet above them left, Klein quickly manipulated the sea monster, moving away from the safe shipping lane, and relying on his perception of the marionette, he quickly found the Black Tulip. Raising his hand to push away the milk that Frank offered, made from who knows what, Klein's expression turned serious. He explained in detail to his only two crew members the changes in the Sonia Sea last time, and especially emphasized the fact that he would be unable to send him to the Evernight plane for a while. Chapter 430, 0-17. Frank scratched his messy hair, involuntarily recalling the elf who had knocked him out with a casual flick, and let out an embarrassed, dry chuckle. Deeply feeling his own weakness, Frank drained the glass of milk that had been politely refused and looked at Klein, saying very sincerely, Germain, I've made up my mind. I'm not going to be a druid anymore. I want to become a classical alchemist. Klein's expression froze for several seconds as he walked towards the captain's cabin, feeling the burning gaze from behind him. He resisted the urge to rub his forehead and responded calmly, having a goal is a good thing. Good luck to you. Then, ignoring Frank, Klein directly closed the door to the captain's cabin. This was the last untouched sanctuary on the Black Tulip that Frank hadn't ruined. Taking out some daily necessities he had purchased from the port from his spatial pocket, Klein pondered for a moment. After setting up a spirit wall, he took 4 reverse steps to ascend above the gray fog. The Dixie Bay already belonged to the boundary waters between the Raging Sea and the Fog Sea. In other words, Vice Admiral Iceberg, with whom he had a hunting agreement, should also be in the vicinity of these waters. Just as he was about to check Danet's current location, Klein suddenly noticed that among the crimson stars silently suspended in the boundless gray fog, one suddenly brightened, spreading out light like water. Hesitating for a moment, Klein cautiously extended his spirituality, allowing the constantly expanding and contracting crimson star to reveal the scene it contained. A robe entirely woven from starlight draped down, and clusters of silver light enveloped Admiral of the Stars Catilia's entire body. But the pressure, which only a demigod could possess, didn't attract too much of Klein's attention. He waved his hand to retrieve the blasphemy card depicting layered doors from the pile of sundries, his gaze fixed on the space above Catilia. There was a pair of cold, emotionless, lashless, almost transparent eyes. And opposite these indifferent eyes was Bernadette, with a calm expression. Deep within St. Samuel Church, in the spacious room that only Nighthawks captains and bishops could freely enter. One of the Evernight Goddess Church's 13 archbishops, the head of the Backlund Diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson, took out an urgent telegram from the Holy Cathedral and whispered concisely, "Phainak's ambition is already evident. We must abandon all illusions. The dispute in the Intersea will be handled by the Church of Storms. But the Amantha Mountains in the Winter County and East Chester County are the Holy Cathedral's barrier, and no accidents are allowed. Lady Ariana is already stationed there, and both the Ahorva County and Backlund Diocese will dispatch a portion of Nighthawks for support." At this point, Archbishop Anthony paused, his gaze sweeping over the serious-faced Red Gloves team Captain Sost and Bishop Electra, then looking at the figure completely shrouded in a black robe behind them, he added, "Major General Alfred of the Hall family has returned to Backlund from the southern continent. You will accompany him to lead the army to the front line. There, you won't have to worry too much." To appease the church's anger over the Backlund Great Smog, the lone royal family allowed the three major churches to send personnel into the military. The direct consequence of this was that Colonel Alfred, as the representative of the Evernight Church's interests in the Hall family, coincidentally obtained a sealed artifact corresponding to the Earl of the Fallen in the southern continent, and then very naturally became a true army major general. Sost and Electra, who knew a little about the identity of the person behind them, exchanged glances but did not speak first. In the suddenly quiet secret room, a pale hand lifted a hood, revealing an aged face. It was Prince Edsac, whom Aaron had saved earlier. "The Church and the Kingdom still haven't caught Trissy, have they?" After receiving an affirmative reply, the former prince pulled down his hood again, tacitly accepting Anthony's arrangements for him. Archbishop Anthony lightly tapped the table, and the surrounding light suddenly vanished, as if swallowed by the dimness in the room. The next second, he arrived at Cheney's Gate, located underground. The Nighthawks who were originally on duty had already retreated. In front of the black iron double door engraved with 7 holy emblems, Aaron and Pallas looked sideways at the arriving Anthony. The figure of Alan's wife was faintly discernible in the floating light cluster behind him. An earthly angel he had never seen before. This thought flashed through his mind. Anthony dared not neglect, and after offering his prayers to the goddess, he opened Cheney's Gate. But before they could enter, 0 to 17, which should have still been in a sealed state, already appeared before Cheney's Gate, its pure black, indifferent pupils sweeping over the people in front of him. "Do not resist." As the clear, cold voice echoed, the figures of Pallas and Alan's wife vanished as if erased by an eraser. Aaron's foot, stepping into Cheney's Gate, paused. He glanced at the disappearing figures beside him, sighed, and patted the somewhat dazed Anthony. "It seems this matter doesn't require my help. Come with me to retrieve the Antigonus family's notes." The enormous red moon hanging in the sky dyed the surrounding mist crimson. Pallas stood in the deep, cold night, facing 0-17's emotionless black pupils. As one of the few great nobles of the Fourth Epoch, Pallas naturally recognized the mother of the Night Country. His expression shifted slightly, and he immediately cupped his hands in greeting. "Pallas greets the goddess." His gaze swept over the two, and 0 to 17 calmly nodded. Under the illumination of the red moon, his figure became ethereal, leaving only a clear, cold voice echoing, "This place is isolated from the fate of the outside world. What you wish to do will not attract the attention of those with ulterior motives." The feeling of being pricked in the back slowly dissipated. Pallas let out a long breath, only then having the presence of mind to assess his situation. Not far away was a small town shrouded in mist, the most prominent building being a very ancient-style spire church. It was entirely black, had no bell tower, and at its apex, countless black crows circled and lingered. A tremor from the depths of his soul startled Pallas. His spiritual intuition told him that something extremely precious might be hidden there. Forcing himself to push the matter to the back of his mind, Pallas looked at the somewhat silent Wei air, Ong Sai Ting, and an illusory, mottled clock appeared in his pupils. Not far away, in the deepest part of the black church at the very center of the town, stood a stone statue in the form of a human female. Beast legs, covered in hard black fur, grew from her ribs and waist, adding a touch of malevolence. At the feet of this stone statue, souls slumbered, as if a cluster of stars surrounding it. The 0 to 17, which had just disappeared, now stood before this stone statue, looking at the old men in black robes sitting cross-legged diagonally behind the statue. Chapter 431 Zeradal is released. In this ineffable and heart-pounding silence, the head bowed beneath the hood trembled slightly, revealing a face covered in pale whiskers. The spirit-body threads, interwoven and circling throughout the entire church began to retract and recede, as eyes as dark as a lightless water surface silently watched 0 to 17. After a prolonged sigh, Zeradal looked up at the ceiling of the church, where countless corpses hung, and his voice even carried a hint of a smile. If I'm not mistaken, I've been imprisoned here for 150 years. The advent of the apocalypse is imminent. Bethel Abraham has been exiled by you, but the gods need a lord of the mysteries. Although I am not comparable to that blasphemer, I am willing to bet everything for one chance. I think this must also be the reason you have come here again after more than 100 years. On 017's expressionless face, the corners of her mouth curved slightly, and her clear, cold voice made the red moon above the foggy town outside the church grow even more brilliant. Find the Sapphira Castle amidst Amon's encirclement, and I will give you a chance to face Antigonus. As her words fell, pure crimson light poured into the church, then converged and flowed along the patterns on the altar beneath the stone statue, finally meeting. In a burst of bright light, 017's figure vanished, replaced by an illusory, mysterious double door. Although he had long perceived the Evernight goddess's conflicted state of mind from her choice to imprison him rather than annihilate him, and even had guessed the moment 0-17 appeared, Zeradal was still somewhat stunned looking at the luminous door that seemed to lead out of this prison. What he had said earlier was merely based on his speculation about the Evernight goddess's state of mind over the years, but in reality, he had no intention of fighting Amon to the death. After all, neither the King of Angels, who possessed the uniqueness, nor the Lord of the Mysteries' consciousness, which might revive from him, were something he wished to face. Sapphira Castle. Zeradal muttered, turning his head to glance outside the church and slowly shaking his head. After 0-17 appeared, his power was restricted to the vicinity of this altar, only vaguely sensing the emergence of other high-level powers in this hidden world. Abandoning the idea of risky prying, Zeradal then slightly raised his left hand, and his historical void image appeared in the void beside him. Without hesitation, he slowly pushed open the double luminous door. For a deity like the Evernight goddess, who controlled the authority of darkness, in a situation where their beyonder sequence was not equal, both divination and spiritual intuition could yield error answers. This was also one of the reasons why he, as a sequence one of the seer pathway, was still ambushed during his advancement and ended up in such a state. During these 100+ years, Zeradal, having learned his lesson, decided to use the safest method for the final test. Beyond the pushed-open luminous door was a dilapidated palace made of ancient stone slabs and broken walls. Everything seemed quiet, with no abnormalities. But if one looked up, one would notice that the palace ceiling hung with even more corpses of various races. They were densely packed, as if performing a grand opera. Zeradal silently watched all of this. With his beyonder sequence, even if it was just a historical void image, he could still clearly see the transparent, slimy tentacles behind these hanging figures, with complex patterns, hidden mysteries, seemingly capable of driving one mad. Following the countless tentacles into the depths of the hall, Zeradal's gaze fixed on an ancient, enormous stone chair, its surface inlaid with dim gold and jewels. This was the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range, the territory of the Fourth Epoch's Night Kingdom, and also where Zeradal was secretly ambushed by the Evernight goddess 150 years ago. Confirming that he was not in some kind of dream but had truly returned to this palace where he had obtained the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic, Zeradal decisively swapped positions with his historical void. At the same time, on that massive chair, countless transparent maggots clustered together, slowly wriggling, growing rampantly, and extending nearly invisible tentacles towards Zeradal. The next second, those slimy tentacles with intricate patterns pierced through Zeradal's body, instantly crushing him into points of light. The tentacles, failing to capture their prey, vented their rage within the dilapidated palace, but quickly disintegrated back into countless transparent worms, falling into an eerie silence. At the edge of the Hornassus mountain range, Zeradal, shrouded in a black robe, suddenly appeared, the smile gone from his face, his brows tightly furrowed as he looked at the object suspended before him. It was a tarot card. Depicted on the card was his old acquaintance, Roselle Gustave, and the top corner of the card was outlined with brilliant starlight, forming text. Sequence 0, Fool. This was the Fool card he had lost when he acted as a decoy to obtain the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic from the half-mad Antigonus. His expression quickly turned gloomy. Zeradal felt no joy whatsoever. While this recovered blasphemy card could certainly make facing Amon much easier for him, likewise, the gifts of fate always came with a hidden price. The Evernight goddess, who controlled a portion of the authority of darkness, was even more exceptional in this regard. The last time, in order to advance to Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries, he had lost the blasphemy card gifted by his old friend and had spent 150 years neither living nor dying. Now, for freedom, for that illusory godhood, what more would he have to pay? The joy of rebirth was instantly diluted. Zeradal suddenly raised his head, gazing for a long time at the crimson moon, and vanished the moment he grasped the Fool card. Just as Zeradal was released, in a certain sea area of the foggy sea, a black-painted ship cut through the mist, heading in a certain direction, with a large white flag bearing a skull fluttering from its mast. It was none other than the Black Death, which had been missing from the outside world for several months. On the black flame-burning deck, Vice Admiral of Disease, Tracy, even more enchanting than a few months prior, had an extremely pale face. This being, who had recently advanced to Demoness of Despair and could be called the King of Disease, trembled slightly, the aura of despair like a tsunami, almost submerging her twisted and collapsing humanity. Today's Demoness are truly growing weaker and weaker. TSK. After the pale disaster, Cheek really has become more and more twisted. A slightly flippant male voice came, instantly stopping Tracy from losing control. No longer looking at the Demoness of Despair, sprawled on the deck in a disheveled posture, Amon, wearing a pointed soft hat, adjusted the monocle over his right eye and looked north, in the direction of the Hornassus mountain range. He then curled the corner of his mouth and chuckled softly. This is Zeridal. How increasingly interesting. Chapter 432, Communication Behind Cheney's Store. Amon, a smile playing on his lips, indifferently averted his gaze. He didn't even care for the old Zeridal from the fourth epoch, let alone this little Zeridal. A faint ray of obscure light, vaguely revealing a worm of time enveloped within, flew out from the thin mist. Tracy, who had just escaped her impending loss of control, suddenly felt a pang of trepidation, but the next moment, a smile appeared on her face as she calmly retrieved a monocle from the void. Casually putting it on his right eye, Amon, who had deeply parasitized Tracy, snapped his fingers, and some memories hidden deep within the mind of this Demoness of Despair began to surface. So that's how it is. A charming smile appeared on Tracy's face, and surging black flames suddenly erupted from her body, followed by the emergence of a palm-sized statue. The statue's face was blurry, but it was vaguely discernible as a beautiful woman, with distinct strands of hair extending like venomous snakes all the way down to her ankles. And at the tip of each strand of hair, an eye was carved, densely packed, constantly inciting the evil desires deep within people's hearts. It was precisely the statue of the primordial Demoness. And in the center of the statue's forehead, a dull, dark fragment was embedded, as if it had been eroded by time. It looked like the corner of a complete mirror, with mysterious and somewhat sinister patterns on its surface. A faint glow flashed from the monocle on her right eye. Tracy raised her right hand and forcefully plunged it into her chest. Heart blood, tinged with black flames, splattered onto the statue's forehead, accompanied by a bard-like prayer. The source of all disasters, the symbol of doomsday and destruction, the Demoness who controls chaos. The previously blurry facial features of the statue gradually became clear, and the dull mirror fragment transformed into a dark, illusory, and somewhat unreal passage. Invisible black threads spread out, forming a complex and abstract spiderweb, weaving together a deep and bizarre mirror world. The increasingly demonic Tracy clicked her tongue, glanced at the Amon not far away, and muttered as she stepped into the mirror world. This is so unfair, why is it me again? Such a dangerous thing should be put to a vote among all Amons to choose a scapegoat. Backlund, St. Samuel Church, behind Cheney's gate, in the profound darkness, silver candles carved with patterns burned quietly, their eerie blue flames flickering with deathly stillness. Aaron, visiting for the second time, didn't need Archbishop Anthony to lead him. He skillfully walked along the stone steps to the second floor. The fragment of the Night Emperor's divine kingdom, which originally served as the core seal behind Cheney's gate, had already been taken by Aaron, causing the black threads that previously filled the entire area behind Cheney's gate to sharply decrease. However, with 0 to 17 stationed there was indeed no need for an additional sealing core. Withdrawing his gaze from his surroundings, Aaron quickened his pace and soon arrived at a room with a half-open stone door. An empty bookshelf made of white bones came into view, upon which lay an ancient notebook with a hard, black cover. It was precisely the Antigonus family notebook. However, unlike the other quiet sealed artifacts on the second floor, this notebook, which already possessed a certain living characteristic, was extremely restless at this moment, fiercely resisting the sealing power that bound it. As its pages turned, numerous hidden symbols intertwined and converged, collectively forming a dim, dark, abstract sketch. Why is this notebook acting so crazy? Aaron subtly frowned, stopping Anthony, who was about to directly suppress and seal it. He stared at the increasingly realistic image, trying to decipher something from it. But the next second, the images formed by the hidden symbols suddenly vanished, and the rustling sound of pages turning abruptly ceased. Picking up the notebook, which had suddenly played dead and now looked unremarkable except for its age, Aaron, sensing something, looked towards the entrance leading to the third floor. A figure wearing a hood and a classical robe stood there, her face beautiful yet expressionless, her black eyes profound yet lacking spirit. 0 to 17 nodded slightly towards Archbishop Anthony, who was bowing respectfully. A flicker of excitement crossed the horror bishop's placid face. After a low word of praise, he merged into the darkness and voluntarily left the area behind Cheney's gate. The entire underground area instantly fell into deathly silence. Aaron put away the Antigonus family notebook in his hand, sensing 0-17's state, and carefully asked. You still haven't tried to accommodate the death uniqueness? 0 to 17 tilted her head slightly, and her clear, cold voice, devoid of any emotion, rang out. It's merely simple control, not accommodation. This won't take too much time. Is she already putting on a show for the god of combat? Aaron nodded thoughtfully, then cleared his throat and explained his idea of establishing the Byron Kingdom in the southern continent using the remaining Death Faith and the Numinous Episcopate. To some extent, the current Numinous Episcopate could actually be considered a subordinate of the Church of Evernight. Even though Aaron had a good reason for poaching them back then, he also took this opportunity to gauge the goddess's thoughts on the matter. The hidden angel's expression remained unchanged, and her voice responded calmly. No matter. But if any believers convert, you must not stop them. Aaron's expression relaxed slightly, and he immediately agreed to this request, which could barely be called a condition. After all, even though the forces he currently controlled were no less than any of the Orthodox churches, and even surpassed them in terms of the number of angels that could be deployed. But as the surprise he had prepared for George III, most of their identities were temporarily not to be revealed. And before that, the Byron Kingdom, which integrated the indigenous people of the southern end of East Byron, would be an excellent leverage point. At a necessary moment, the Eastern Tark colonial zone, which had secretly controlled half of the Paw River Valley, combined with the Church of Evernight, which controlled the harvest grassland in central East Byron, and the Byron Kingdom at the southern end of the Hagati grassland, could almost change the allegiance of the entire East Byron overnight. Except for the Starry Plateau in West Byron and the Intis colonial zone, and the only remaining Fusac colonial zone in East Byron, east of the ancient forest, the Trunsoist Empire could almost be rebuilt in the southern continent immediately. Taking a deep breath, Aaron suppressed the blueprint he had conceived in his mind, and only then did he have the leisure to care about a certain hidden fetus. If Will Septon's premature birth takes too long, I'll have to hypnotize Dr. Allen. But if luck is bad and the traces of hypnosis are discovered by the psychology alchemists. Or even more deviously, just find a faceless to impersonate Allen's wife. While still deep in thought, Aaron suddenly saw 017's lips seem to curve slightly. Dense darkness, like a tide, surged from all directions, forming a vortex that spat out 3 figures. Chapter 433, Will Septon born early. Aaron froze for a moment, then raised his hand in surprise to grab one of the silver light clusters, but even with his sequence, he missed it without intentionally restraining it. You're getting more and more impolite. I'm just a newborn baby. A disgruntled murmur sounded beside Aaron, and a pink, chubby baby wrapped in silver silk appeared. He completed the theft and was successfully born so quickly. Suppressing the doubt in his heart, Aaron lightly coughed and looked at the current Will Septon, responding with a smile. Just a joke. With our friendship, there's no need to be so formal, right? Will Septon snorted, rolled his eyes, and dodged a large hand that wanted to pinch his face. He didn't say much more, as this was, after all, the Evernight goddess's territory. Aaron, who also understood this principle, didn't continue to tease. After confirming through a few jokes that the state of this trickly, prematurely born snake of fate was fine, he prepared to leave St. Samuel Church. The swirling darkness vortex had receded at this moment. Before Aaron could speak, 017, whose figure slowly dissipated, subtly moved his lips. Zeridal has been released. This is a necessary sacrifice. Aaron's pupils contracted slightly, but it was too late to ask anything more. In an instant, he returned to the front of Cheney's Gate and saw Archbishop Anthony waiting quietly there. After a simple greeting, Aaron looked at the reclosed Cheney's Gate, his brows slightly furrowed. He was not surprised that Zeridal would be released. He had originally expected this to be delayed until Klein advanced to demigod. Were certain existences, eager to quickly cultivate a Lord of the Mysteries, exerting pressure while the Evernight goddess and the god of combat were in a standoff. Taking a deep breath, Aaron suppressed the thoughts in his mind. After the initial surprise, he wasn't overly worried. After all, once Zeridal was released, the most important thing would be to stabilize his main body, which would also take some time. After taking the group back to Dr. Allen's house, Aaron noticed that Dr. Allen's wife's belly was still distended, looking no different from before. Meeting Aaron's inquiring gaze, Palez, who had been extremely quiet and silent since arriving at St. Samuel Church and seeing 017, explained in a low voice. That one's hidden world is completely isolated from the outside river of fate, so the backlash from stealing fate was very small. That's why I was able to help this Mr. Speaker complete his birth so quickly. As for this lady's situation, I returned the stolen fate to her. Will Septon immediately turned his head, pouted, and added. This way, I can smoothly connect with the outside river of fate, and you won't have to use some crude hypnotic methods to conceal my existence. However, in my original fate trajectory, I cannot continue to stay here during the period before the original birth time arrives. Otherwise, 2 interwoven but unmerged fate tributaries will cause some trouble. Roughly understanding Will Septon's concerns, Aaron's eyes brightened, and he lightly coughed. A rectangular, diamond-like, yesterday once more, charm immediately appeared in his hand. Respected Mr. Speaker, given your current state, can you leave Backlund? Will Septon immediately became wary, but he didn't seem to feel any unfavorable fate trends. He glanced at the yesterday once more charm for a long time before slowly speaking. I have successfully been born. Although my strength is still at its lowest point, the sequence of the snake of fate has returned. As long as I don't display my true essence, even if I leave Backlund, that foolish snake, who was tricked by the hidden authority, will only think I'm still in Backlund." As he spoke, he didn't wait for Aaron to interject, but directly turned his head to look at Palez, who was standing beside him, and extended his chubby palm, saying, "This is your reward." A drop of silver blood appeared, within which countless tiny, illusory wheels seemed to be rotating, forming a long ribbon, almost connecting end to end. Palez nodded, accepted the drop of umbilical cord blood, and then left Backlund. With his Sequence 1 status and the ability of the Trojan Horse of Destiny, this drop of the Snake of Fate's blood could play a special role in his hands. Aaron waited patiently for a while. Seeing that the chubby fellow wrapped in silver silk had no further actions, he lightly coughed and reminded him. "Share and share alike, cough, where's my share?" Seeing that Will still had no reaction, and even rolled his eyes at him, Aaron's eyes subtly shifted, and he chuckled softly. "I've always believed in a proverb, the gifts of fate always come with a hidden price tag. And for high-ranking individuals of the fate pathway, it seems they always pay for the items on the price list first, and then await the return of the gifts, and often, the more gifts, the more generous the return." His tender face twitched slightly. Unable to tolerate Aaron's continued chatter, Will very decisively flicked out a drop of umbilical cord blood. "Praise our profound friendship." Aaron genuinely praised, then handed the "yesterday once more" charm in his hand to the baby and immediately added, "The southern continent is a long journey after all. I have already arranged for my subordinates to clear out those traitors of the life school of thought. In the coming period, the God of Combat Church might make some moves. Therefore, if you temporarily need to leave Backlund, I can certainly help you find a good place to go. Empress Burrow, in Count Hall's luxurious villa." The conflict between the kingdom and Faceac in the northern Sea of Storms seems to be intensifying, and even the Amantha Mountains are under martial law. Audrey, with her smooth golden hair casually draped, sat in the living room, casually flipping through the People's Daily. This newspaper, originally established by Aaron himself, has now surpassed old newspapers like Backlund Evening News and Backlund Post, becoming the best-selling newspaper in Backlund and even Loen. Hearing Audrey's murmur, Count Hall, or more accurately, the Earl of Eastchester County, stroked Susie, who was rubbing against his feet, and sighed, shaking his head. "I have met that Faceac diplomatic envoy. He is barbaric and crude, without any semblance of a civilized person, and he lacks sincerity. This dispute will likely be difficult to resolve through diplomacy. Alfred is right. Eastchester County is too close to the Amantha Mountains. As staunch supporters of the church, our Hall family must make our contribution." With Aaron's help, Audrey, who had just advanced to Sequence 5 Dreamwalker last month, nodded slightly. She had long since interrogated the so-called diplomatic envoy in her dreams and knew that the so-called diplomatic mediation was nothing more than a pretense. Chapter 434 Reunion. Audrey put down the newspaper with a complicated mind, not lingering on the topic. She glanced at the sky, which was gradually turning dim, and rose to instruct the servants to prepare dinner. At the other end of Empress Burrow, outside Soderlac Palace, the center of power in Loen, Alfred Hall, dressed in a general's uniform, walked out of the magnificent palace complex. His brilliant golden hair fell casually, and his azure eyes looked at the guard waiting near the carriage. Behind the guard, Zio, who was already a mature judge, immediately stood at attention and gave a knight's salute, while calmly poking a friend beside her, who was somewhat infatuated, with her free left hand. Furs flinched in pain and snapped back to reality, quickly following suit with a salute. She then glanced around nervously, relieved only after confirming that no one else had noticed her. Unlike Zio, who had achieved numerous military successes in the southern continent and had now been promoted to Sequence 6 judge, becoming a major in the army, Furs, who had no deep-seated grudges and no need to worry about the ravings of the blood moon, embraced her lazy spirit to the extreme. Even after being disciplined multiple times by her friend, she was still merely an astrologer. The orderly convoy departed Soderlac Palace, heading along King's Avenue towards Earl Hall's residence in Empress Burrow. Under the shadow of the Intis Plain trees, Susie stretched her body lightly and joyfully, contentedly watching the maid trimming the garden nearby. Suddenly, she straightened up, wagging her tail, and ran out with a bouncy gait. At the entrance of the spacious Earl's residence, Alfred Hall had just alighted from his carriage and quickly embraced the golden retriever that was wagging its tail and pouncing on him. A smile appeared on his resolute and serious face. The Major General stroked Susie's fur and dismissed his guard, but he stopped two ladies at the end of the line who were trying to sneak away. "Audrey wrote to me earlier, wanting to see both of you again. Come in with me." Even without deliberately displaying his authority, the aura of a disciplinary knight combined with his shining Major General's uniform made Furs instantly timid, unable to utter a refusal. Zio merely paused for a moment before silently nodding. After arranging for maids to lead the two ladies, Alfred did not linger and went directly to the banquet hall with Susie, where he saw Audrey and Earl and Countess Hall waiting, as well as his elder brother, Hibbert Hall. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Alfred straightened his expression, looked at his father, and lowered his voice, saying, "His Majesty the King has agreed to the Church's plan. In 2 days, a special train will depart from Backlund for East Chester County to reinforce the Amantha Mountain Range defense line. The Church's intention is for us to go together." 2 days. Earl Hall pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. This time was enough for him to finish his current tasks, and it would also allow him to avoid the disputes in the upper and lower houses over the new Prime Minister candidate. In the void, which neither naked eye nor spirit vision could penetrate, Aaron withdrew his gaze from Audrey and spoke plainly to Will Septon, who was playing with the silver light ball in his hand. "Have you found anything valuable?" The fleshy hand stopped kneading, and Will Septon pouted, muttering, "You might be disappointed. After all, this is just a virtual personality of that manipulator. However, I can help you find his true body through the trajectory of fate." Aaron nodded, glanced at Hohen Rambies, who had just entered Earl Hall's residence and was unknowingly caught in a fate loop. Ariana's night emblem appeared, and a dense darkness subsequently engulfed the silver light cluster. Will Septon, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and fixated on the specially made ice cream neatly arranged in the corner of the banquet hall. In a hidden small port somewhere in the Rorsted Archipelago waters, in the future's captain's cabin, green vines strangely retracted. Catilia, the star, emerged from within, her eyes a deep purple mixed with silver white, her ears seemingly still echoing the illusory ravings from the hidden sage. She grunted. The leap brought by her divinity subtly revealed a corner of the thick, layered, impenetrable curtain. It seemed as if one moon after another, in different colors, some blood red, some silver white, some dark brown, emerged, like eyes watching the earth. "Calm your mind and meditate." A familiar soft voice sounded in her ear, and a warmth emerged around her eyes. Catilia's various abnormalities were quickly suppressed. In just a moment, her eyes were already dark, no longer containing the mysterious deep purple and silver white. Catilia's body trembled slightly, and Bernadette's tall figure was reflected in her shimmering tears. Her lips moved, unable to suppress her emotions, and she said tremblingly, "Your Majesty." Looking at Catilia now, Bernadette seemed to recall the stubborn little girl who walked off the dawn many years ago. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears and said in an extremely gentle tone, "You've always done very well. I'm proud of you." Her gentle tone carried a hint of guilt. Analyzing the blood of the snake of fate and completing the ritual to gain divinity should have been an extremely easy task for Catilia. But because of his conflict with the hidden sage during his promotion to sage, he vented his anger on Catilia. If he hadn't left a contingency plan on Catilia, she would likely have failed her promotion and mutated into an information monster. After Catilia's emotions stabilized, Bernadette straightened her expression and cautioned. "Promoting to a demigod grants immense power, but it also brings more dangers. Among all sequence 4s across the 22 pathways, Mysticologist is the sequence most prone to danger. After all, we often see things we shouldn't see, hear sounds we shouldn't hear, and touch secrets we shouldn't touch. Therefore, if you wish to live long, you must learn to restrain your curiosity and control your corresponding actions." Catilia inexplicably recalled the eyes behind the curtain she had seen, and a chill inexplicably rose in her heart. Bernadette glanced at the astrolabe, which had fallen to the ground and shattered into pieces, and quietly added, "Do you remember what I told you back then? Your destiny is not with me. After my promotion to sage, I have a more accurate interpretation of that prophecy. Your destiny has intertwined with an existence named Fool." Above the gray fog, Klein, who had been secretly observing through the prayer light, suddenly rose from the high-backed chair. Even when the power projection of the hidden sage had appeared earlier, he had not lost his composure like this. For some reason, he always felt as if Bernadette was deliberately speaking to him, and this feeling gave him an inexplicable sense of unease. Chapter 435 Unexpected Gains. Mystery Prior, Sequence 3 is called Clairvoyant. A memory from Roselle's diary suddenly surfaced in Klein's mind, connecting it to how high-level beyonders of the fate pathway could notice the peculiarities about him. He had initially thought Bernadette's special attitude towards him stemmed from Duke Aaron, but he now began to suspect whether this pirate king had detected the aura of Sapphira Castle when she advanced to Angel outside Backlund. At this thought, his expression stiffened, and he recalled Duke Aaron, who had been paying attention to him and even secretly providing help since his bizarre rebirth in Tingen, as well as that hidden existence who called himself the Lord of Order. Pinching his glabella, Klein suppressed the thoughts in his mind. He had a premonition that these questions would become clear once he advanced to demigod, or at least he would know part of the truth. He consciously extinguished Catilia's prayer light spot, thought for a moment, and then took out a gold coin from the pile of sundries, tossing it casually. After divining to confirm that Catilia joining the Tarot Club would not lead to negative developments, Klein took a deep breath. He was quite confident in Sapphira Castle's divination ability, but he didn't plan to forcefully intervene in front of Bernadette. He glanced at the dim but not vanished crimson star symbolizing Catilia, shook his head, and then looked towards an inconspicuous light spot in the corner. With spirit vision, Klein quickly saw his provisional servant, Flaming Danitz, whose bounty had reached 5,000 pounds. The fellow was completely drunk, sprawled on a beach somewhere, with the Golden Dream anchored not far away. Klein raised an eyebrow, beginning to determine the corresponding spirit world coordinate here, when he suddenly seemed to sense an anomaly. He immediately elevated his perspective, causing the Golden Dream to continuously zoom in within the prayer screen. On the deck, which was inscribed with numerous complex patterns, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina Edwards stood opposite an old man dressed in a plain white robe with brass-colored threads. As a former Nighthawk, Klein, who had a good understanding of the major Orthodox churches, immediately recognized the old man's attire as the High Archbishop's robe of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Indeed, those who can become pirate generals are secretly supported by various churches or hidden forces. Due to the limitations of his own level on true sight, Klein could not hear what the two parties were discussing. After memorizing the face of the old man, who was likely a high archbishop, he was about to use lip-reading to aid in interpretation when the entire prayer screen began to flicker uncontrollably. An illusory high tower abruptly occupied his entire vision. Each of its layers seemed to be composed of thick books, and brass-colored shimmer quickly moved across each book, outlining brass-colored eyes. The moment his gaze met those brass-colored pupils, the entire Sapphira castle began to tremble. A moment later, Klein stood up in the half-collapsed palace, pinching his glabella and leaning against the head of the bronze long table with practiced ease. As his thoughts turned, everything returned to normal. Unlike his previous discomfiture when facing eternal blazing sun, with the blessing of the door blasphemy slate, before his consciousness reached its limit, Klein deciphered 2 beyonder formulas and the method for crafting a high-level charm called Eye of Cognition from the terrifying illusory white tower. Sequence 4, Prophet, Sequence 3, Cognizer. Softly muttering these two names, Klein's expression gradually became a little strange. He hesitated whether to divine to confirm a certain guess in his heart, but then fell silent, thinking of the foreseeable backlash. Backlund, Earl Hall's residence. Led by a maid to a loft, Zio used her sheriff instincts to skin her surroundings, exchanged glances with Furs beside her, and looked at the maid who brought them with an inquiring gaze. Miss Audrey asked me to arrange you two here first. She will come after the dinner party ends. The maid leading the way made a crimson moon gesture on her chest and softly explained with a gentle voice. Rubbing her constantly protesting stomach, Furs coughed lightly and asked about the matter she cared about most. Can you provide us with dinner first? If we could have a glass of Suanya blood wine, it would be even more perfect, or... Before she could finish her sentence, she was already dragged into the loft by an expressionless Zio. Furs, who had initially looked regretful, suddenly stiffened and subconsciously looked at her wrist. There was a silver bracelet on it, and the only 2 remaining rough, dark green stones on it were glowing. Abraham. Perhaps it was an astrologer's intuition, Furs subconsciously uttered this ancient surname. Very keen intuition. No Abraham bloodline. It seems that Ribeiro and Annalisa chose you then. A distorted space shrouded in shadows emerged. A steady middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and a scholarly demeanor slowly walked out of a transparent vortex. Madame Annalisa, after so long, hearing the name of the person who changed her destiny again, Furs's expression became a little dazed, but she immediately realized something and widened her eyes to look at the person opposite her. The middle-aged man smiled and pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. The pointer of the compass-shaped mystical item in his hand slowly turned, pointing towards Furs. My name is Victor Abraham, and I am the current patriarch of the Abraham family. Backlund is my last stop on the northern continent. All Abraham descendants and related individuals have been found, and the task assigned by His Grace can be considered partly completed. As he was speaking, a youthful, delicate, and gentle face emerged from the transparent vortex behind him. It was Aaron's younger sister, Aphne Will. Her clear blue eyes blinked, curiously sizing up Furs and Zio opposite her. Her golden hair was simply tied up with a dark blue diamond hair ornament, and she held a large, pure white cat in her arms. Victor, meanwhile, turned his head to look at the door, opening a door in the barrier that originally enveloped the villa. Audrey, dressed in a plain white dress, walked in with Susie. Aphne's eyes lit up. Ignoring the somewhat protesting Evelina in her arms, she hopped over to Audrey's side, looked up, and called out in a clear voice. Hello, sister-in-law. Audrey's cheeks flushed slightly at such a direct address. She rubbed Aphne's head and softly called out to Susie. Susie, who was sprawled on the ground, staring at Evelina who had broken free from Aphne's embrace, immediately sat up, revealing a small leather pouch tied within her long, thick golden fur. Chapter 436, God's Evil Astolfo. Audrey reached into the special spatial pocket Susie was carrying and took out a crystal ball that shimmered with brilliant light in its purity. With a gentle swipe, after removing the spiritual seal covering it, the points of brilliant light within the crystal ball grew brighter and brighter, as if the night cosmos had cast its reflection. Knowing you were coming, I've always wanted to prepare a gift for you. Your next sequence seems to be an astrologer, so you should be able to use this crystal ball. Audrey stroked Evelina, who was elegantly perched on Susie's head, and handed the crystal ball, which was clearly a mystical item, to the eager Afni. Afni giggled as she took the crystal ball, her eyes darting around, and the corners of her mouth turning up slightly. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Hee, my brother said I can go to East Chester County with you this time." Noticing Audrey's surprise, Victor Abraham, who was not far away, cleared his throat at the appropriate moment and slowly added, "This is indeed the Duke's intention. I will be in the shadows, along with the Church of Evernight, responsible for security." The smile on Audrey's face slightly receded as she understood the meaning behind the demigod's words. Someone did not want to see her, or more accurately, Earl Hall, return to East Chester County smoothly. Fozak people. Or. Audrey glanced at Furs and Zio, who were listening in nearby with their ears perked, and did not dwell on the topic. She nodded gently. "My parents and 2 older brothers are still in the banquet hall. They should be very happy to see you." She then gave Susie a look, and the golden retriever immediately understood, wagging her tail, vibrating the air, and using very standard Loan aristocratic pronunciation. "Woof, follow me." Afni nodded obediently. Still having a child's mindset, she was still immersed in the joy of being able to travel alone. She followed Susie towards the door, and Victor bowed slightly to Audrey before his figure faded and disappeared. The empty villa returned to silence. Audrey did not set up a spirit wall. Using her Dreamwalker ability, her slightly smiling voice directly appeared in Furs's mind. "Good evening, Furs, or should I call you Miss Magician?" Backlund, atop the towering Gothic clock tower. Aaron, whose figure was shrouded in a layer of shadow, withdrew his gaze from the magnificent, layered palace complex not far away. That was the highest elevated area in all of Backlund, and where the Loen royal family resided. "You mean, Hoven Lambies's true body is in Sordalak Palace?" A baby wrapped in silver silk appeared on the clock of order beside him, its slightly tender voice carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. "Please do not question the judgment of a great snake of fate. The trajectory of destiny points there." Aaron nodded with an indifferent expression, not too disappointed. Hoven Lambies was, in the end, just a slightly stronger ant. It would naturally be best to kill him simply and decisively, but now it would probably require the power of the church. As he was thinking this, he suddenly looked up, only to see the red moon in the sky suddenly become extremely enchanting. It was no longer merely a full moon, it was closer to a blood moon, or even surpassed it. Deep within his reddish-gold pupils, dark golden mist surged. Aaron directly looked at the invisible barrier that separated the Earth's corresponding astral world regions and the complete astral world, the entire cosmos. A terrifying, indescribable phantom was pressed against the transparent, fractured barrier, like a gigantic, dark brown tree cast from petroleum. But that incredibly massive figure obscured the other constantly twinkling stars in the deep cosmos. Unspeakable spiritual power thus emerged, and an eerie, profound aura, accompanied by an angry, terrifying roar, faintly permeated through the barrier formed by shimmering light. Miniature, blazing suns and planet-destroying lightning storms rose simultaneously from illusory kingdoms in different parts of the astral world, annihilating all the evil. A low groan interrupted Aaron's gaze. He withdrew his gaze from the astral world and looked at Will-Oseptin, who had suddenly started cursing beside him, frowning and asking in a deep voice. "What's wrong?" "It must be an early birth, it consumed too much of my luck." Will-Oseptin's adorable face was scrunched up at this moment, and he mumbled, somewhat listlessly, "Your messenger is about to revive, and her state seems to be off." I suffered a backlash from destiny, so I won't be going with you." After speaking, he decisively disappeared. If he were a snake of fate in his prime, he would naturally not fear such a backlash, but he was currently just a newborn infant. Although he didn't know what Will-Oseptin had glimpsed, after being reminded by him, Aaron immediately understood the crucial and urgent nature of the matter. Maintaining a semi-hidden state, he quickly entered the spirit world after moving away from Backlund. Looking at the thin mist pervading the depths of the spirit world, Aaron's spirituality subtly surged. The ring of concealment immediately rippled with faint light, and he easily entered the historical void. The abomination characteristic Astolf chose to digest and absorb during his slumber was the one hidden in the core area of the God War ruins, originating from the great catastrophe of the Third Epoch. In other words, it was a pure characteristic that had not been eroded by the mother tree of desire. This was also the reason Aaron initially allowed Astolf to slumber and recover alone in the historical void. Using the special connection of the messenger contract, Aaron quickly located the historical void that had been eroded and polluted by Astolf. Just as he was about to pinpoint Astolf's exact location, the entire historical void and the spirit world outside experienced a gentle tremor, as if encountering an earthquake from a great distance. The historical projection of the Scepter of the Sun unconsciously appeared in Aaron's hand. He watched as viscous, pitch-black liquid seeped from a lost historical fragment, from which grew many indescribable things that, merely by seeing them, were enough to drive Beyonders below the demigod level insane. Those were terrifying, distorted, and even materialized curses. Feeling the undisguised malice, Aaron unhesitatingly mobilized the nation of disorder. A phantom world engulfed in endless dark golden mist directly enveloped this portion of the historical void. In this environment, akin to a divine kingdom, Aaron declared with authority, as if his words were heavenly decrees. No curses allowed here. The clash between the evil aura and the nation of disorder was decided almost immediately. The pitch-black ocean formed by curses dissipated like mist, revealing a colossal figure wrapped in evil vines, its face obscured. In its blood-red eyes, pain and madness were suppressed, its sanity like a lonely boat in the sea, ready to capsize at any moment. Even with the suppression and restraint of rules, that terrifying pressure was constantly manifesting. This was a Sequence 1 abomination. Chapter 437 Curse and Pollution. Watching Astolfo, who was struggling to control himself, Aaron finally understood why Septon was urging him. This was a state of losing control where godhood was almost overwhelming humanity. There was no time to ponder why Astolfo, who had been perfectly normal when he recovered to Sequence 2, suddenly lost control at the abomination stage. With the nation of disorder's boost, Aaron decisively continued his assault. He had already found the source of Astolfo's loss of control through the imbalance within the pseudo-divine kingdom area. The illusory world behind him trembled slightly, and the madness and malice in Astolfo's blood-red eyes rapidly receded at an incredible speed. This was achieved by using the Sequence 2 balancer's ability to forcibly balance Astolfo's mad godhood and human self after his advancement to abomination, instantly stabilizing the dam that was on the verge of collapse. This kind of forced balance, based on modifying rules, can generally only be used on existences of the same rank or lower. For existences exceeding one's own rank, the effect will be greatly diminished, or even ineffective. Under the nation of disorder's blessing, Aaron, who was already approaching the King of Angels rank despite still being a Sequence 2, easily suppressed Astolfo, who had reverted to an abomination. With his humanity restored and madness receding, Astolfo did not hesitate, directly severing the evil vines that were wrapped around his body, connecting him to other historical fog fragments. The mad godhood that had been constantly impacting the balancing force immediately quieted down, seemingly losing the support of its source power, but Aaron's expression remained solemn. The awakened Astolfo completely unreservedly showed Aaron everything, allowing him to discover a brown flower bud that had quietly appeared on Astolfo's chest at some unknown time. Even without the power infused by the evil vines connecting to the historical fog, the flower bud stopped blooming, but it still clung like a bone maggot, unable to be completely annihilated, as if it were a higher-level curse, transcending abomination. I was careless. That guy had been pretending ever since I recovered to ancient bane. A low sigh, enough to separate a demigod's spirit and flesh, sounded. Astolfo's blood-red eyes reflected the withered brown flower bud on his chest. After a moment of silence, he slowly explained. The reason I was able to reach my current rank in such a short time without the need for an advancement ritual is because I am one with the bound god. For me, this is not an advancement, but merely a recovery. The special nature of abomination forced me to choose a segment of historical fog where my main body existed, to reabsorb the sins I once bore. I was careful enough to select a lost history from the second epoch. Unfortunately, I didn't expect that the one in the cosmos would use the bound god to curse all historical fog related to me in the past. The absolute suppression in terms of rank and authority made me unable to detect this trap. As long as I tried to recover to the abomination rank, I would suffer a calamity. In the historical fog of the spirit world, one cannot mention true names, but Aaron knew very well that Astolfo was referring to the mother tree of desire. Remembering the outer deity's actions outside the primordial one's barrier before, it was likely a feint to attract the attention of the seven deities, while secretly extinguishing the bound god's last hope. Aaron solemnly withdrew his hand. Although the mother tree of desire's pollution, or rather curse, was like a rootless duckweed after Astolfo severed all connections with the historical fog, the essence of that transcendent power was like a bone maggot, difficult to remove. This, after all, was not pollution attached to a sealed artifact that could be simply and brutally crushed and the curse separated by an angel's might. He couldn't possibly completely crush Astolfo just to remove this curse. Even for an abomination, as long as the beyonder characteristic remained, it wasn't difficult to resurrect in the spirit world, but the long time required for this was something Aaron could not accept. Looking at his nominal messenger, Aaron thought for a moment and carefully spoke. You must have a deep understanding of her pollution, but compared to the bound god, your current situation is still within a controllable range. The process of pollution has been interrupted, but this lingering, unremovable curse is still a hidden danger. The power of an outer deity can only be dealt with by an outer deity. Fortunately, this curse has just begun and is not complete. I do have a way to expel it, but it depends on your choice. Astolfo's blood-colored eyes flickered. Looking at Aaron and the illusory kingdom that enveloped the entire historical fog, he had already guessed Aaron's plan. This host, chosen long ago, naturally couldn't be an outer deity, but there was indeed something comparable to an outer deity hidden within him, the Sapphira, or more precisely, the Sapphira's pollution. Even if it couldn't truly be equated with an outer deity, across the primordial one's barrier, it could indeed expel the mother tree of desire's lingering curse. However, if one accepted the Sapphira's pollution, whether willing or not, the relationship between the two could no longer return to its original equal cooperative relationship. This was also why Aaron, apart from the angels who inherently belonged to his sphere of influence, had not forcibly demanded belief in the Lord of Order, such as Palez and Will-Septon, and the Calamity Queen, Gosinum. Actually, long ago, after I was polluted by that one, I had no choice. Astolfo self-mocked with an inexplicable tone, having already made up his mind. He solemnly chanted the honorific name he had long known but had never prayed to. The origin and shadow of order. The great emperor of the chaotic kingdom. The Lord of Order who wields rules. Almost at the instant he chanted the honorific name, the nation of disorder's power projection in the historical fog rose a miniature sun, and Aaron simultaneously established a much closer connection with Astolfo than that of a messenger. The faith of a sequence one great angel made Aaron feel a certain change in the nation of disorder, and a certain past conjecture inexplicably came to his mind. The Black Emperor's subjects should not be narrowly limited to humans, but should also include various life forms such as elves, giants, and beyonders. Sequence 1 abomination is itself a high-level existence of the beyonder pathway. Could this be considered a kind of perfection of order? Unfortunately, I am not of the Black Emperor pathway. As two opposing sides of order, although I can feel a certain change in the nation of disorder, there is no clear feedback. If I have the opportunity to obtain the uniqueness of the Black Emperor pathway, perhaps there will be some unexpected surprises. All sorts of chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, but Aaron's actions did not stop at all. His main consciousness quickly returned to the nation of disorder, summoning the Justiciar card and the Black Emperor card, mobilizing the sequence 1 hand of order characteristic from the Crown of Chaos, allowing endless dark gold mist to surge into Astolfo's prayer light spot. Chapter 438 The Deformed Goddess of Beauty. Astolfo's body stiffened for a moment, and a three-dimensional symbol composed of a scale representing order and a scepter symbolizing dominion emerged between his eyebrows. Thick, solidified dark golden mist surged out, swirling around Astolfo, like a mummy wrapped in dark golden bandages. Within the boundless nation of disorder, Aaron, using the Sapphira's authority, completed the mystical ritual with Astolfo's active cooperation. Almost simultaneously, a bloody slit tore open from the withered brown flower bud on Astolfo's chest. Not only Astolfo, but even Aaron, who was deeply bound by the mystical ritual, looked at that bloody rift, as if peering through the mists of history to some unknown place. In a fleeting glimpse, what entered their consciousness was a giant figure wrapped in yellowed bandages. It was impaled by countless reddish-brown branches and suspended in midair. Its belly was bulging, and its mouth was opening and closing, screaming incessantly. Even without hearing any actual sound, even just glimpsing through the mists of history via the medium of a curse, both angels seemed to be affected by that indescribable pain. Below the figure pierced by branches, a mountain of flesh-like distorted monster exuded a terrifying pressure no less than that of the abomination, Saya. Bloody pupils opened up on the writhing, distorted chunks of flesh, constantly spreading an ethereal bloody mist, coldly looking at Aaron and Astolfo, who were gazing upon it. The entire scene completely collapsed at this moment, leaving only the last image in Aaron's mind before the picture shattered. At the core of the flesh mountain monster was a face indescribable by words, seemingly a convergence of all beautiful symbols in the world, forming a strong contrast with its deformed and hideous body. As a muffled roar echoed, the withered brown flower bud on Astolfo's chest finally could not withstand the onslaught of the dark golden tide, and was torn apart and separated along with the part of the spiritual body that had been attached and corroded. The illusory world that enveloped the entire historical mist suddenly shrank, sealing and suppressing the peeled-off curse originating from the mother tree of desire. Skillfully tossing it into the pile of sundries, Aaron's brows remained tightly furrowed. Although Astolfo's problem was resolved, the scene he had just glimpsed through the curse medium reminded him of Balanka, the king of curses, the only remaining angel of the Rose School of Thought, whom he had previously asked the magic mirror Erodes to display. If he was unable to judge the specific situation back then due to Erodes' ability, now he could be certain that the monster exuding the pressure of a sequence one great angel was Balanka. The Sanguine's lost beauty goddess characteristic. A somewhat grotesque yet seemingly the only logical explanation emerged. Aaron rubbed his temples with a headache. If two outer gods cooperated to create a cross-pathway sequence one great angel, I must inform the Sanguine and the Earth Mother about this as soon as possible. Having quickly made a decision, Aaron's figure slowly disappeared from the majestic palace, returning to the locked historical mist. He directly abandoned the idea of using the previous medium to reverse locate the chained god and Balanka. Their gaze had already made them react, and they must have hidden themselves by now. He was neither a seer, nor did the nation of disorder provide any bonus to divination, so he could no longer locate their true forms. Looking at the relieved Astolfo, Aaron directly stated his deduction and, incidentally, lifted the virtual divine kingdom's restriction on this historical mist. The dark golden mist on his body receded, and Astolfo, whose aura was slightly listless, remained silent for a long time, then slowly nodded in agreement with Aaron's deduction. Immediately, a low, ethereal voice echoed. Before Saya was born, that lunatic once wanted the chained god to accommodate that beauty goddess characteristic, even if it meant distorting into a mad ancient god to forcibly ascend to godhood, completely controlling the chain pathway, and even coveting the moon's authority. It was thanks to the primordial one's barrier at the time being extremely repellent to the erosion of outer god powers, or perhaps other forces interfering, that this attempt failed, and as the price of that failed advancement, Saya was born. Aaron's expression had returned to calm. The matter had already occurred, and being prepared in advance was much better than being caught off guard. After thinking for a moment, Ariana's knight emblem suddenly appeared in his hand. He took out the virtual personality of Huon Lambeth, imprisoned and sleeping within it, and spoke indifferently to Astorfo, who was struggling to restrain his own madness and malevolence. This is the virtual personality of a manipulator. His true body hasn't discovered this sleeping personality. It's a good curse medium. He won't need to see the sun tomorrow. Without asking for the reason, an invisible, chilling wind emerged, carrying the virtual personality and disappearing into Astorfo's hideous and terrifying body. Putting Ariana's knight emblem back, Aaron tilted his head slightly, looking beyond the historical mist. Within the thin gray-white mist, a tall lady vaguely appeared, wearing a black Gothic dress adorned with countless mysterious symbols and entwined with sinister vines. She held 4 identical heads in her hand, and her eyes were blood-red. The chained god's former dear, Renette Cole. On the turbulent misty sea, the Black Death sailed steadily. Pirates moved about on the deck, arguing fiercely about whether to hoist the sails. The rather lively scene was out of place in this dead silent sea, like directing a self-amusing play. Yet, every pirate participating in this play had a remarkably consistent demeanor, a smile on their lips and a monocle over their right eye. This was Amon's carnival. "Is this your hobby?" The respectful address could not conceal the hidden charm in the soft voice. A beautiful lady appeared in front of the pile of almonds on the deck. Her body was covered in jewels, their surfaces faintly flashing with wailing souls, making a strange, clinking sound when she moved, as if playing a symphony with souls. Her dark gown was like a long river in the void, its hem winding and varied, with jewels of different colors adorning the hem and body, symbolizing her. Saint of Black, Mariska. Standing by the ship's rail, Amon, wearing a pointed soft hat, curled the corners of his mouth, pushed his monocle on his right eye, stretched lazily, and chuckled. "This is very interesting, isn't it?" Saint of Black, Mariska was silent for a moment, recalling the primordial ones she felt when leaving the altar. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly looked up at the sky. The originally normal crimson moon had once again become eerie, and the dense feminine power made even her gasp in surprise. Chapter 439, a win-win transaction. Compared to the surprised and bewildered Black Saint, Mariska, Amon's smile remained undiminished. Instead, he looked at this representative of the Demoness sect with an extremely seductive tone, pointing to the sky that was once again occupied by the blood moon. "Do you want to know what happened there?" A sudden, inexplicable sense of dread rose in her heart, and Mariska decisively shook her head. As an existence second only to the few Demoness of Catastrophe, a true high-level member of the Demoness sect, she already knew that some knowledge, even just hearing it, could bring disaster. TSK, a very keen intuition. As expected of someone who could survive the pale disaster. Amon snapped his fingers, commenting with what sounded like either sarcasm or admiration, then watched the farce in the astral world with great interest until the eerie blood moon returned to normal. He then chuckled and remarked, "What a rare spectacle." Black Saint, Mariska glanced at the almonds around her, each with a different expression, and after a moment of silence, cautiously spoke, "Respected Angel of Time, in accordance with the will of the Primordial One, my cooperation will be at your disposal for your plan. However, Tracy is the candidate the sect has cultivated to replace the White Saint. May I ask if you, sir, could spare her?" Amon, who had been gazing at the sky, turned his head slightly, a flash of light glinting on his monocle. Under Mariska's horrified gaze, a human skin, the size of a head, suddenly appeared in his hand. Its surface was outlined with deep black patterns forming an abstract portrait. The star-filled night sky was torn apart by black, python-like tentacles, one after another, as if it were the end of the world. A silently burning, brilliant spark of fire fell from the fissure, suspended at the source of the tentacles, in front of that blurry figure. Necessary sacrifices are unavoidable. Furthermore, know your place. Amon's voice turned cold, containing a warning. He then clicked his tongue, examining the portrait he had just stolen and commented, "Using skin as canvas, blood as paint, plus a sequence 2 planeswalker characteristic. TSK, cheek, you truly have a grand gesture. It's very sincere. It seems the pale disaster left a deep impression on you." Before Amon could finish speaking, the tentacles on the human skin painting seemed to come alive, rising one by one. The indifferent pupils embedded in their slimy, eerie tips stared in unison at Amon outside the painting. At the edge of the deck, a certain monocle-wearing pirate's body stiffened and instantly turned to stone. A 12-segment worm of time struggled to crawl out, but the next second, it too could not escape the fate of petrification. Just a joke, no need to be serious. Amon casually transferred the petrification to his clone, then threw the human skin to Mariska, who looked both terrified and respectful. He added leisurely, the astral world is getting livelier and livelier. Our cooperation should begin. TSK, I hope this is a win-win transaction. Backlund, Earl Hall's residence. Walking along the path in the garden, Zio looked at Furs with a somewhat strange expression, noting her varied facial changes. She couldn't help but lower her voice and ask, "What's wrong with you? Did Miss Audrey say something to you?" Furs opened her mouth, her thoughts seemingly still stuck in the shock and embarrassment of Audrey exposing her identity. She cleared her throat and somewhat stiffly changed the subject. Nothing, I'm just a little surprised. Justice, oh no, Miss Audrey invited me to go to Eastchester County with her, and she even promised to let me learn beyond her abilities of the apprentice pathway from Mr. Abraham. Zio eyed her friend suspiciously, not understanding why she would be so anxious about such a good thing. Her arbiter's intuition told her that something was definitely hidden within it. Watching Furs and Zio walk away, Audrey unconsciously wore a faint smile, then, just as she had arrived, used her psychology invisibility to return to her bedroom. Pushing open the slightly ajar door, Audrey paused, her expression becoming somewhat strange. The golden retriever Susie lay on the velvet carpet, her smooth, fluffy fur serving as a pillow for a baby wrapped in silver silk, who was comfortably leaning against her. Avril was giggling, holding a silver spoon, feeding the special, expensive ice cream in her hand to the infant on Susie's back. Evelyn, meanwhile, elegantly walked with a cat-like stride, stacking the scattered empty ice cream containers. In the corner of the room not far away, Victor Abraham's figure flickered in and out of sight, his expression quite solemn, his gaze shifting back and forth between the crimson moon outside the window and the baby. Only angels and some demigods with special authority could clearly perceive the abnormalities in the astral world. As a demigod of the door pathway, Victor Abraham was naturally one of them. Burp, with a very satisfied burp, Septon lazily turned over and looked at Audrey, whose expression was somewhat uncertain, saying, little girl, this is our first meeting in reality. Avril, who was feeding Septon, suddenly widened her eyes, looking in surprise at the infant who had suddenly become old-fashioned and could speak. Listening to the familiar tone and looking at the silver silk depicting many wheels, Audrey recalled the desolate wilderness with the black tower standing tall that she often saw when traveling through dreams to digest her potion. Her expression relaxed slightly, and she curtsied a standard court bow, lifting her skirt slightly. "It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Snake, or should I use a more formal title?" Waving his chubby arms, Septon said nonchalantly, Septon, just call me that for now. After speaking, he looked at the somewhat stunned Avril. Septon pointed to his empty mouth, grumbling discontentedly, "I've helped that fellow Aaron so much, as his sister, you should compensate me." Avril looked up in a daze, and after receiving Audrey's approval, she finished feeding the remaining ice cream with a strange expression. Very good ice cream." Giving a very satisfied evaluation, Septon's eyes darted, looking at Victor Abraham, who was standing in the corner of the room, and advised, "Hey, little fellow from the Abraham family, the matters of the astral world are not for you to worry about. Also, you should leave here for the next 2 days." Feeling the few puzzled gazes falling on him, Septon, in the manner of a charlatan, mumbled, "This is a revelation of fate. To be precise, Hugh and Rambies will fall tonight, so some fellows will frequently visit here these next few days. A demigod from the Abraham family has reappeared, and coincidentally, they are at Earl Hall's residence. TSK, if this is discovered, it won't be good news for certain individuals. Hugh and Rambies." A flicker of disgust passed through Audrey's eyes, then turned into something akin to disbelief. Chapter 440, The Sudden Death of Vin Rambies. Satin glanced at the somewhat surprised Audrey and the still bewildered others, then rubbed his bulging stomach and lazily added, "All right, as a newborn baby, I need to catch up on my sleep. We can talk about anything else later." Catch up on sleep? Audrey resisted the urge to cover her face, picked up the baby who had started to feign sleep, and asked gently, "If you don't mind, I'll just call you Will. As you said, what preparations should we make? Do we need to inform the church?" Satin rolled over, buried his head in the silver silk, and mumbled indistinctly, "Don't worry about it. Do nothing, and nothing will go wrong. I'm just reminding you to pay a little more attention, so you don't get entangled in unnecessary trouble. As for me, you don't have to worry at all. If I intended to hide, only a few people in the entire Backlund would be able to find me." Speaking of this, he coughed lightly, his tone rising a few notches. "Also, your chef's ice cream is good. You can bring it to Eastchester County." It's just too sweet and needs some improvement." Audrey was briefly stunned for a second. Only when the infant in her arms suddenly vanished did she come to her senses, and the corner of her mouth twitched involuntarily. Deep within the collective subconscious sea, in the mind city Eden, a black church adorned with skulls stood in the center of the Gothic-style complex. In the center of the church, a massive cross stood in the grand but empty hall, entwined with a statue of a grayish-white giant dragon. The president of the psychology alchemists, Bolly DeLoe, surveyed the members of the council wearing various masks, raised his hands, clasped them, and rested them on the surface of the long table, speaking slowly. "Everyone, I apologize for disturbing your beautiful dreams." With her eyes tightly closed and the mouth on her mask naturally drooping, Miss Sloth interrupted lazily. "After all these years, you still haven't changed your verbose habit. There's no need for these pleasantries, you can get straight to the point." Bolly DeLoe's pale yellow eyebrows slightly raised. He glanced at Miss Sloth, who looked on the verge of falling asleep, and calmly added, "Everyone present is a demigod in the spiritual domain, and more or less, you can all feel the abnormality of tonight's blood moon. The Densine tide is merely the surface, more crucially, many strange mental imprints have appeared deep within the collective subconscious sea. Therefore, different personality masks will experience varying degrees of influence, especially certain council members who enjoy exploring the collective subconscious sea need to pay extra attention." At this point, Bolly DeLoe, without any concealment, directly turned his head to look at Gluttony Howard Phillip, paused for a moment, and then continued. "In addition, the actions to instigate the northern continent nations to start a war must be expedited." When the indifferent voice reached his ears, it sounded somewhat hollow and distant. Below the long table, Hohen Lambes, wearing the pride mask, suddenly felt a sudden yet intense palpitation. Outer deity. Cosmos. A powerful consciousness transmitted from a virtual personality outside of Eden, causing Hohen Lambes' thoughts to suddenly halt. With a stable medium, at the rank of an abomination, information was forcibly transmitted through the form of a curse, which even Eden could not stop. When Hohen Lambes passively learned the information about the outer deity in Cosmos, Bolly DeLoe, who was at the head of the long table arranging specific tasks, suddenly changed his expression. Within the entire grand and empty hall, various thoughts, spirits, and wills instantly swept through like a storm, surging half illusory and half real towards Hohen Lambes, who sat dazed in place. Bolly DeLoe tightly gripped the armrests of his wheelchair, and bright, illusory light immediately shone in his eyes, condensing into pairs of sacred and dreamlike wings. Beneath layers of wings, a radiant angel, kneeling on one knee in devout prayer, extended its arm. However, all of this came too late. Hohen Lambes, a demigod who had gained divinity, having established a connection through understanding, disintegrated and collapsed into a puddle of flesh in a bizarre and twisted manner, without any resistance, under the gaze of many council members. The brilliant radiant angel instantly dissolved the flesh and blood, but a mental monster, contaminated and completely out of control, was reborn from the flesh and blood. On the outskirts of Eden, in the area where it converged with the collective subconscious sea, countless twisted, dim lights seemed to be drawn by the mental pollution erupting from within Hohen Lambes, and began to invade this mind city. The expressions of the psychology alchemist council members at the edge of the long table changed drastically. Pollution that could cause a demigod in the spiritual domain to die without resistance would yield the same result for them. Bolly DeLoe, as if sensing something, looked behind him. Beneath the cross entwined with the grayish-white giant dragon, a priest wearing a simple white robe and with a light gold beard covering his face stood there at some unknown time. Putting down the silver cross pendant on his chest, Adam tilted his head slightly, his light-colored pupils stained pure gold. Suddenly, magnificent, pitch-black stone pillars rose around Eden, and a vast bone church, large enough to envelop the entire mind city, emerged, simultaneously blocking the gaze from the cosmos. The mental monsters, attracted from deep within the collective subconscious sea, ceaselessly assaulting Eden, finally transformed into transparent, distorted faces protruding from the walls of the bone church. Hohen Lambes, who was continuously emitting mental pollution, stiffened in place. An invisible fluctuation swept over the twisted and distorted soul. The next second, it disintegrated into mottled specks of light, leaving only the pride mask covered in bizarre patterns, either pitch black or dark red. Adam, who had not spoken from beginning to end, picked up this mask. His clear, pure eyes swept over each council member, whose expressions varied, and his figure vanished from the spot. Along with him, the bone church that enveloped the entire Eden also disappeared. That terrifying feeling of everything being seen through slowly receded. Gluttony Howard Phillip took a deep breath and looked at Bolly DeLoe, hinting. Should we investigate the people Hohen Lambes has recently been in contact with? As Hermes' student, he knew very well that anyone who could kill Hohen Lambes in such a way was definitely an angel, so he actively passed the problem to the president. The gentle smile on Bolly DeLoe's face had long vanished. Possessing a portion of Eden's authority, he knew even more clearly what had just happened. He coldly glanced at Howard Phillip and responded indifferently. You just need to do your own work. I will take over Hohen Lambes' matter. At the very least, we need to put on a show and give those few in Loen an explanation. Chapter 441 Unexpected Gains. Deep within the Black Hills stretching for 100 miles, bordering the Hornassus mountain range and the central plateau of the northern continent, a dense, negative force surged. Aaron and Astolf stepped out from the depths of the vibrant spirit world, and immediately, a patch of red scales materialized before them in the void, shimmering under the moonlight. After absorbing the immense power, they reformed into a colossal, ethereal gate formed by a pair of gigantic bat wings, inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols. Without much hindrance, Aaron smoothly entered the Moon Country and saw the three sanguine dukes awaiting him, as well as Alvin Gallo, who was recovering in the Ghost Empire. The leader of the royal guards, his crimson pupils flickered violently. As an ancient bane of the same pathway, he was all too familiar with the aura of an abomination. The thorny wasteland, born from the demise of the xenomorph king not far away, also began to stir restlessly. Sensing the various anomalies he had caused, Astolph quickly suppressed the curse aura that was unconsciously emanating from him, restraining his madness and desires. Aside from the pressure originating from his spiritual level, he hardly seemed like an abomination at all. The angels present, more or less, knew some of Astolph's background, so Aaron did not introduce him further. He quickly informed the sanguine dukes about the intelligence that Baranka, the king of curses, had seemingly forcefully advanced to beauty goddess. As a blood descendant of Ornia, Duke Crescent Moon Jalna, who became an angel in the fifth epoch, reacted most intensely. The other two ancient sanguine also felt an indescribable anger and humiliation. Looking at the reactions of the three sanguine, Aaron and Astolph exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes, and immediately asked in a deep voice. "You had no premonition at all?" As an angel of the moon pathway, a sequence one was born in their own pathway, yet they were completely unaware. Was this a special case of forced advancement across pathways, or did the mother tree of desire or the mother goddess of depravity intervene? Although there was no concrete evidence, Aaron still leaned towards the latter possibility. If not for using the curse against Astolph to glimpse the distorted beauty goddess in reverse, he might have been ambushed at an unknown time. Liana, the purple moon, the most ancient of them, who had followed Lilith and survived the great cataclysm to this day, shook her head with a cold expression, evidently already aware of what this implied. Astolph, standing behind Aaron, suddenly tilted his head slightly, as if sensing something, and whispered in a hoarse voice. "That manipulator has already fallen." "That quickly?" Aaron nodded slightly, not surprised by this outcome, just a little surprised by Astolph's efficiency. For him now, describing a sequence 4 demigod as a somewhat stronger ant might be an exaggeration, but in reality, it was not far off. Aaron was unsure whether Heaven Landbus's constant use of virtual personalities against Audrey was due to the pride mask corroding him too severely, or if it was Adam's inducement. But now, he had the confidence to overturn the table, so he didn't care about these things. Dismissing this trivial matter from his mind, seeing the three sanguine dukes opposite him fall into a strange silence, Aaron wisely did not press further. After roughly understanding the abilities of the beauty goddess as recorded by the sanguine, he then left the Moon Country with Alvin Gallo and Astolph. "You two go to the abyss of ferrying in the southern continent first. Your former dear, Renettini Chol, and the Temperance faction that has been secretly developing during this time, are now both in Manuel, the city of the undead." Sensing Astolph's surprise, and remembering that this abomination had been dormant ever since the great battle at the God War ruins, Aaron briefly explained the current ownership of the former Death Church altar. After informing them of the correct way to enter Manuel, Aaron nodded and then entered the spirit world first, heading south of the central plateau, towards Phaenopotter City, the capital of the Phaenopotter Kingdom. Going directly to the astral world to find the Earth Mother's divine kingdom was indeed the most convenient option, but the previous impact of the Mother Tree of Desire on the astral world undoubtedly made the gods' monitoring of the astral world even stricter. In contrast, going directly to the Earth Mother Church headquarters was the safest choice. Before even approaching the corresponding spirit world area, Aaron voluntarily stopped, his expression somewhat surprised as he looked ahead. Verdant green vines snaked through colorful patches. At the center of the dense vitality, a slender figure emerged, wearing a triple crown, exuding a distinctly withered and desolate aura, and with her face obscured by a light veil. Even without seeing her face, this attire instantly reminded Aaron of the pontiff he had seen in the Church of Life, the Earth Mother Church headquarters, Matriarch Roland. The verdant, pupilless eyes subtly shifted, and this angel, who seemed to be specifically waiting there, spoke first. "The Mother Goddess has sent down an oracle. She is already aware of the matter concerning the beauty goddess. She neither reminded me to pay attention to anything, nor made any further arrangements." Aaron was stunned for a moment. After confirming again that this was the only part of the conveyed oracle, his brows furrowed involuntarily. Looking at the contemplative Aaron, Matriarch Roland calmly added, "I have already clarified the situation you inquired about earlier. The great bishop of the God of Combat Church and the Hand of Order from the Castilla family did not reach a consensus on the distribution of benefits, and therefore did not sign a contract." Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, a smile involuntarily appeared on Aaron's face. This was an unexpected gain. Without the help of the Castilla family, to completely resolve the pirate kingdom, which had several angels, the God of Combat Church would probably have to use the Trunsoist brass book. Compared to a complete Hand of Order, although the Trunsoist brass book's rank was higher, for him, who controlled the nation of disorder, the latter was easier to deal with. In other words, the time required to suppress and withdraw from the battlefield would be shorter. After all, this was equivalent to snatching something under the god of combat's gaze. With that fellow's fiery temper, if he discovered his true target was the Trunsoist brass book, he would definitely descend. Matriarch Roland, who had severely backstabbed the god of combat church, removed the isolation around her, did not linger, and quickly departed the spirit world. A steam train, spewing thick smoke and sparks, sped along accompanied by occasional whistles. In the middle of the train, in a specially modified, more comfortable and luxurious carriage, Audrey quietly gazed out the window. Due to the tense situation, all airships native to the northern continent, except for the one exclusively for the royal family, were deployed along the border. Even with the Church of Evernight intervening, only one modified steam train was added. Currently, outside the train window was a city simultaneously traversed by the Hoy River and the Tasik River. It was Tingen City, known as the City of Universities, and also the upcoming supply point. And after Tingen City was replenished with sufficient fuel and food, this exclusive steam train would no longer stop, heading directly to Stone City in East Chester County. Chapter 442 Returnees. Audrey withdrew her gaze from the gradually clearer city outline outside the train window, then turned her head to look at Melissa, who was sitting opposite her, staring blankly into the distance. Noticing that the depths of her friend's emotional colors, whom she had met at the East Tucker Charitable Foundation, had become much darker, Audrey softened her voice and spoke gently. The train will stop in Tingen City for half a day for rest. Go do what you want to do. I will explain to Bishop for you. The soothing voice awakened Melissa from her memories. A hint of hesitation flashed across her still somewhat youthful face, but she nodded heavily. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Melissa lowered her head shyly and whispered. Miss Audrey, the payment required for the artisan potion formula, I will exchange for merit points and pay as soon as possible after arriving at Amantha Mountains. Looking at the young girl who was a few years younger than herself, and feeling the stubbornness hidden in her words, Audrey smiled and patted her shoulder, hinting. You are already an artisan now. I think some gentlemen would be very willing to pay for you to craft some mystical items. Mr. Sun and Mr. Hangman. And perhaps also that always gloomy Mr. World. Melissa's eyes brightened, and she immediately understood Audrey's hint. As early as the beginning of the year, her identity as the High Priestess of the Tarot Club had been discovered by Audrey. After all, for a mid-sequence beyonder in the mind domain, a lone woman craving the Savant Pathway potion formula, with a standard Ahawa accent, and frequently disappearing on Wednesday afternoons, these clues were enough for Audrey to draw a conclusion. The melodious whistle sounded again. Melissa felt the train's speed gradually slow down. After excusing herself, she walked towards the rear carriage of the train, which belonged to the Church of the Evernight. After walking for a while, Melissa stopped and looked at an elderly man with white hair and a classical black robe not far away. She politely called out. Grandpa Neil, Tingen is here. Hearing the call from behind him, the old man, who was standing by the window with a hunched figure, slightly turned his head. His somewhat cloudy dark red eyes still held a hint of sparkle, and tears had not yet dried on his wrinkled face, which resembled withered tree bark. It was old Neil, whom Aaron had rescued from the brink of losing control and then sent to Backlund for subsequent treatment and diagnosis a year ago. Although the contamination problem had been resolved, old Neil's physical condition had suffered irreversible damage. After consulting his personal wishes, the Church of the Evernight approved his request to return to his roots. Looking at Melissa, who was already taller than him, old Neil stretched out his dry hand and pointed to the city outside the window, muttering in a complex tone. Yes, this is the place I once guarded. And it is also the end of my journey. Tingen City, Raphael Cemetery. The sky, which had been clear, was now covered by dark clouds. A simple carriage stopped outside the cemetery. After paying the carriage fare, Melissa helped old Neil to two gravestones not far apart, deep within the cemetery. Even though she had experienced the scene countless times in her dreams before coming, an uncontrollable sadness still surged in Melissa's heart, but she was no longer the little girl she used to be. Helping old Neil, who was sitting on the ground silently weeping, Melissa took a deep breath, facing the pain in her heart, and whispered with a slight choke. They saved Tingen, they are true guardians. Southern Continent, abyss of transcendence. Rainet Tyneker, dressed in a somber and elaborate black gown, stood at the very top of the pyramid mausoleum of Manuel, the city of the undead, holding four identical beautiful heads. Invisible fluctuations spread from her body, encompassing several figures not far away. These were the current core members of the Temperance faction, each at a mid-sequence level. Marek, who was leading them, disintegrated. His essence as a wraith allowed his consciousness to quickly merge into the already prepared demigod mummy. Manuel's corresponding unique spirit world area accelerated this process. The altar lit up, and the demigod mummy, exuding a strong aura of death, suddenly trembled slightly. A unique divine pressure began to awaken. The pale-faced Sharon emerged from the void. Looking at Marek, who had successfully advanced to a demigod, her words were brief but sincere with blessings. Congratulations. Able to sense Sharon's suppressed and restrained emotions, Marek, who had detached from the mummy's body, nodded heavily and immediately bowed to Rainet Tyneker. No need. Be so polite. As soon as possible. The four heads in Rainet Tyneker's hand spoke in a very regular alternation, but before the third head could finish, all four heads simultaneously looked towards the endless black mist above. A blood-red light, like a guiding firefly, was accompanied by a terrifying aura that caused the dense black mist to voluntarily disperse, revealing Astrolfo and Elwyn Gallo, who had just arrived from the northern continent. Salinger probably never imagined that the former headquarters of the Church of Death would turn out like this today. Astrolfo glanced around, paused for a moment on the Styx River at the bottom of the Black Mausoleum, then muttered with some emotion, before looking at Rainet Tyneker and the Temperance faction members behind her. I have taken the first step to break free from my shackles. The chaos and betrayals of these past few centuries shall be judgment. The low voice, powerful enough to cause an ordinary demigod to lose control, was controlled by Astrolfo. It brushed past Rainet Tyneker and merged into the suddenly appearing historical fog. The segment of history where Sia advanced to an abomination and besieged Rainet Tyneker was enveloped by an invisible force. The materialized curse retracted, submerging this history cursed by Sia, preventing it from exerting further influence. The four heads held by Rainet Tyneker in the outside world simultaneously began to tremble, finally merging into one. Her body also expanded, transforming into a giant doll wrapped in eerie vines, with a complete, unblemished body. This sudden change made Sharon, who was standing beside her, unable to help but whisper. Teacher. Twisting her neck somewhat unskillfully, Rainet Tyneker looked at her body and said with a slightly ethereal voice. Thank you for your help. It is an honor to see you escape the prison. Astrolfo nodded slightly, glanced at the Temperance faction members not far away who still didn't know what had happened, and the thorns covering his entire body surged, causing clusters of spiritual light to fly out. These were the excess beyonder characteristics from his body, of the prisoner pathway, at mid to high sequences, and even included a sequence 3 disciple of silence characteristic. With his current status, he could actively expel these characteristics which no longer offered him much assistance, but they could greatly aid the growth of the Temperance faction. He needed enough anchors to accommodate the second abomination characteristic. Chapter 443 Azek Awakens. These pure, unadulterated characteristics were drawn by an invisible force and landed in the hands of the few remaining Temperance faction members. Rainet Tyneker, whose body had returned to normal size, was about to speak when her crimson eyes shifted downwards. The inverted black mausoleum trembled, and the deep river of eternal darkness surged, as a pair of eyes burning with pale flames slowly opened. Under the illumination of the nether flames, a gigantic feathered serpent, both illusory and real, covered entirely in large, dark green scales, seemingly condensed from pure death intent, appeared. The white downy fur, previously stained with pale yellow grease in the gaps between its scales, had now vanished, replaced by pristine white feathers, each inscribed with strange symbols of varying shapes. Even just seeing it would cause one's flesh and blood to rot, turning them into a zombie. This was the true, complete mythical creature form, untainted by artificial death contamination. The feathered serpent, as if stepping out of an ancient myth, continuously shrunk and solidified amidst the pale flames, transforming into a figure wearing a golden bird-shaped crown and a deep black robe. Pale lines emerged, outlining three-dimensional symbols of death on the robe. Azek Eggers, who had rediscovered himself and reascended as a death consul, exited the door of the underworld and surged out of the river of eternal darkness. Even Sharon, who was already a seasoned demigod and had fully digested the puppet potion, trembled slightly, let alone the Temperance faction members who had not yet acquired divinity, and the wraiths and phantoms drifting in the abyss of crossing. Even though they consciously restrained their auras, the pressure from the four complete mythical creatures, transcending the level of life, still plunged the entire Manuel into a deathly silence. With a slight shift of her blood-red eyes, Rainet Tyneker tossed the disciple of silence characteristic to Sharon, then let out a silent shriek, transforming into an invisible barrier that isolated the many Temperance faction members prostrating on the ground, as well as the few demigods from the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction they had taken in. The pale flames that filled his pupils extinguished, returning to his original brown eyes, which held a sense of vicissitude's meaning. Azek pinched his brow, sorted through some scattered memories in his mind, and after a long sigh, said with a gentle smile. It's like I've had a long dream, and only now have I woken up. However, it's rare to see you all here after such a long time. Aster, who had already learned about the recent situation from Aaron, was not surprised by the current changes in this former death consul of the Balam Empire. With his abomination status, he could clearly see that Azek's previously fragmented soul had already healed. Although his spirit body still had some disharmonious aspects, putting him at a disadvantage when facing angels with corresponding authority, it was no longer a major issue. Because everyone present was an angel and not afraid of contamination from the cosmos, Aster directly recounted how Baranka, the king of curses, had advanced to sequence 1 beauty goddess with the help of outer god contamination. Azek's expression subtly hardened. After a moment of contemplation, he asked. is the headquarters of the Rose School of Thought on Starry Plateau. Aster, roughly guessing what the Death Consul was thinking, nodded slightly, then shook his head and sighed. There's no point in going there now, what's left is probably just a trap. The fall of Saya had severely crippled the Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought. Even if those lunatics were unwilling, with the Primordial One's barrier still relatively intact and outer gods only able to exert a limited influence, abandoning this exposed old lair and lurking in the shadows, ready to strike, was their only option. Renette Teeny-Chair, who instinctively stood behind Aster, seemed to sense something and looked up slightly. A starlight-forged portal suddenly appeared on the barrier she had created. Waving his hand to dispel the historical projection of the Star Crown, and after bidding farewell to the matriarch of the Earth Mother Church, Aaron directly descended by utilizing the recorded scene of the Abyss of Crossing. Aaron glanced at Azek, who had regained his true self and returned to his angelic status, and Renette Teeny-Chair, who had returned to normal and was no longer carrying her own head as before, and nodded with great satisfaction. Aster has already explained the general situation. The operation to continue encircling and annihilating the vital forces of the Indulgence faction, in cooperation with the Life School of Thought, can proceed. As he spoke, Aaron turned his head to Renette Teeny-Chair, offering his suggestion, or rather, his promise. The northern continent will soon be engulfed in war, and the nation's control over their colonial areas in the southern continent will decline. I will provide you with assistance, secretly unifying the Highland Restoration Army near the Starry Plateau in West Balam, as well as other chaotic indigenous regions, to rebuild the Highland Kingdom in West Balam, emulating the Balam Kingdom in East Balam. This would both thoroughly stir up trouble in the southern continent and, to some extent, gather faith and anchors for Aster. And compared to the relatively stable East Balam, West Balam was undoubtedly synonymous with chaos. Aside from the areas controlled by Loen and Intis, certain indigenous generals supported by Loen, and tribes obeying Intis's commands, there were also numerous relatively independent city-state level forces that benefited from the balance of power between the two great nations. Aaron, who simultaneously controlled the three major intelligence sources, the East Tucker family, the Church of the Evernight, and the newly incorporated Numinous Episcopate, quickly handed over information on several independent states he had already selected to Renette Teeny-Chair, who was clearly intrigued. Turning his gaze back to Azek, Aaron recalled the last time he took a branch of the River of Eternal Darkness from deep within Calderon, which caused the City of the Dead, evolved from Greegery's divine kingdom, to erupt in complete chaos. After a moment of contemplation, he mentioned the River of Eternal Darkness beneath Calderon and the death imprints lingering on both sides of its tributaries, emphasizing the many Azek Eggers imprints drifting in the grey-white torrent. This was the price the Death Consul had to pay for constantly dying and being reborn over the past 1,000 years. Listening to Aaron's narration and some scenes imprinted from his memories, Azek murmured thoughtfully. No wonder every time I traverse the spirit world, I feel something deep within the spirit world attracting me. As for your concern, I understand it, but you can rest assured. Only upon advancing to sequence 0 death will all death imprints automatically unify. The River of Eternal Darkness is, after all, an ownerless Sapphira. As long as I don't approach Calderon, the death imprints I left within it will not currently transmit contamination. With confirmation from the person involved, Aaron nodded slightly and then asked. How is Dun Smith? Hearing the somewhat familiar name, Azek's lips curved slightly, and he pointed to the inverted mausoleum behind him. He advanced to sequence 5 Spirit Warlock 2 recently. Even if he meets all the Undying's advancement conditions, he still needs a period of precipitation. The environment there is very suitable for him to digest the potion. Chapter 444, The Immortal, Dunsmith. In the deepest part of the inverted tomb, the coffin that the artificial Death Consul, the Angel Hadel, had used to repair himself had long since vanished. In its place was a sarcophagus adorned with depictions of strange birds, long snakes, and feathers, appearing ancient and mysterious, with a strong style reminiscent of the ancient Highland Kingdom. It was precisely the pharaoh's sarcophagus gifted by Renette Teeny-Chair, while the sarcophagus's original owner had just been borrowed by Marek to advance to a demigod. Dun Smith, clad in a hooded black robe, sat cross-legged beside the sarcophagus, his grey eyes completely taken over by wraiths and spirits, his body even covered in a layer of white frost. Even so, a relieved smile appeared on his sharply defined face. A spirit warlock can seal natural spirits and wraith shadows within their body, and Manuel just happened to possess all sorts of strange and unusual spirit bodies. The overload of accommodating spirits, which were considered extremely rare even in the records of the Church of Darkness, repeatedly pushed Dun Smith's body to its limit, but it was precisely this madness, walking on the edge of losing control, that allowed him to completely digest the Spirit Warlock potion within just a few months. Well done, even faster than I anticipated. A familiar yet gentle voice echoed in his ears. Dun froze, startled to find that the surrounding environment had instantly changed. The sarcophagus that had been so close was gone, replaced by 5 figures that made his spirit body tremble. Without the protection of the tomb, and under the focus of several oppressive gazes, Dun, though looking somewhat disheveled, still drew a standard crimson moon on his chest and murmured, that helpless feeling of powerlessness, I don't want to experience it again. Aaron nodded with satisfaction, reining in his pressure. After confirming that Dun's potion had been completely digested, he made several grasping motions with his right hand in front of him. The ring of concealment shimmered with light. After several attempts, Aaron finally dragged a slightly ethereal figure from the mists of history. When we were in Tingen, I told you that if you could advance from sequence 7 to being able to withstand the undying potion within a year, I would give you an opportunity to advance to a demigod. Now, it's my turn to fulfill that promise. Aaron's gaze returned from Dun, whose body had suddenly begun to tremble. Feeling the sudden increase in spiritual burden, he looked with a smile at the historical projection he had summoned. The ethereal figure had solidified considerably, and its dull, vacant expression had vanished. Although he lacked the authority of concealment, by leveraging the ability of the Trojan horse of destiny and grafting his consciousness onto a historical projection, Pale Zoroast looked at the many angels encircling him and couldn't help but exclaim, "There are quite a few old friends." Waving his hand to interrupt the fellow's meaningless sentiment, Aaron pointed at Dun and succinctly added, "You can return his destiny now." Amon's true body had already left the forsaken land of the gods and was now untraceable. Prolonged use of the Trojan horse of destiny's ability could easily lead to reverse tracking by that blasphemer. Pale Zoroast smiled and nodded. An ancient, mottled giant clock immediately appeared behind him, its grayish-white hands rotating counterclockwise, and a certain tributary, previously isolated from the River of Destiny, re-merged into the long River of Destiny. The moment Destiny returned, Dun let out a painful groan. A palm-sized void abruptly appeared on his chest, and his life force was rapidly fading. Azek's palm slightly lifted, and specks of pale light immediately appeared on Dun's body, swiftly converging towards his glabella, which was the area corresponding to the underworld within his body. The ritual for a spirit guide to advance to a gatekeeper was essentially to use the body as a cage, opening a door to the underworld within, and constructing one's own underworld. This was also the foundation for advancing to an undying. For Dun to directly advance from a spirit warlock to an undying, he still needed to open his own door to the underworld, but this was not difficult for a death console. The pale light converged and solidified into a cocoon of light, which was propelled by an invisible force towards the inverted black tomb, merging into the pharaoh's sarcophagus that was continuously gathering death intent. This tomb was specifically built by Hadel for his self-repair back then. Its effect will be much better than simply building a tomb according to the advancement ritual. Feeling Aaron's gaze, Azek waved his hand, allowing the death intent in the sticks to continue gathering, and explained with a smile. Aaron nodded understandingly, primarily thanking Pale Zoroast, then released the maintenance of the historical void image. Looking at the many members of the Numinous Episcopate and the Temperance faction, who were isolated by Rainet Tinker nearby, Aaron nodded and looked at Azek, speaking in a deep voice, "Since you have awakened, the reconstruction of the Balam kingdom can be carried out as quickly as possible. Strive to integrate those native areas that still believe in death with the fastest speed." In a valley where the Hagati grassland and West Balam converged, the sound of chains turning and metal grinding echoed for a long time. The deep black iron door slowly opened to both sides, and crimson, blood-like light surged out like a tide, quickly engulfed by the surging darkness. After everything receded, it revealed numerous altars of flesh and blood behind the iron door, embedded with eyeballs, severed limbs, and internal organs. Placing the pure black eyeball in his hand back into the tin box engraved with numerous patterns, Daily Simone, with a gloomy expression, spoke in a low voice, "Do not touch those contaminated flesh. After taking rubbings of the array patterns on those altars, thoroughly purify this place. Do not dwell on the information on the altars. Everyone, after returning to the church, go to the bishop for a meditation prayer." Several red gloves behind her nodded with solemn expressions. This was a stronghold where the Rose School of Thought cooperated with the Highland Resistance, and also the main target for this mission's cleanup. Walking at the end of the team, moving with his other teammates, Leonard's mind suddenly heard a familiar old voice, "The Church of Darkness is about to gain another demigod-level archbishop." Startled by the old man's sudden words, Leonard's hand trembled, almost touching the contaminated flesh. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, he quickly caught the key point in the words, his hand movements pausing slightly as he quickly pressed in his mind, which senior deacon advanced. "Old man, how do you know?" Pale Zoroast seemed to have grown accustomed to being called old man, and no longer corrected Leonard's address. He clicked his tongue and replied with an inexplicable tone, "It's someone you're very familiar with." It should be a surprise for you." Leonard's interest was piqued by Pale's words, but no matter how much he pressed, he received no further response. Muttering a complaint about the old man in his mind, Leonard slightly turned his body and met Daly's gaze, who had appeared behind him at some point. Chapter 445, Klein's Surprise. Feeling the deep chill and numerous shadowy figures around Daly, Leonard coughed, congratulating her with a hint of nervousness, "Congratulations on your promotion to gatekeeper. If you can gain the holy items recognition, perhaps it won't be long before you're promoted to senior deacon." Daly pouted, put away the tin box in her hand, and then shifted her gaze, self-deprecatingly saying in a flat tone, "What's the use of that? The Eye of the Goddess had received intelligence earlier that Insangwil had already left the southern continent, and that anomaly in the raging sea seems to be related to him. It's been so long since I left Backlund, chasing him from the northern continent to the southern continent, and the mission to eliminate that rebel still has made no progress. Daly paused, seemingly realizing her words were somewhat inappropriate. She didn't continue on this topic, glancing at Leonard, who had suddenly fallen silent, and then added, "The merits required for promotion to Spirit Warlock is far more than you imagine. Soist stayed in Soul Assurer for a full 5 years. So, for you, this is a rare opportunity. At least obeying the Church's orders to eliminate these rats in the gutter will earn you far more merits than staying in Backlund." On a secluded small island in the fog sea, waves crashed against the Black Tulip, yet the ghost ship didn't sway in the slightest. The most striking Black Tulip sails had been furled. Pirates dressed as crew members moved about the deck, laughing and cursing. If one could ignore the grotesque mushrooms growing from various parts of their bodies, they looked like an ordinary pirate ship in the middle of dividing loot. Fine, numerous illusory black lines spread from the pirates, converging into the Black Tulip's captain's cabin. As the spirit body threads trembled lightly, the captain's cabin door slowly opened, and Klein walked out, a smile gracing his usually stern face. Just now, he had used the world persona to exchange the Sequence 4 Prophet Potion, which he had obtained by peeking at the White Tower with his true vision in Sapphira Castle last time, with Aaron, who was using the Emperor persona for the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion. Throwing the headache-inducing promotion ritual to the back of his mind, at least now he had a clear direction for promotion. The smile on Klein's lips didn't last long as he saw Frank, through his puppet's perspective, walking up from the ship's cabin. This druid had rolled up his sleeves, his extremely thick arms embracing a strangely shaped mushroom. The red and white color blocks made one frown. The mushroom, dragged onto the deck, including its cap, was almost as tall as Frank. Spore bumps protruded from its translucent trunk, and thick, powerful, tentacle-like, semi-illusory, semi-real white mycelia emerged from it, not spreading towards the ship but instead disappearing into the void. "Good afternoon, Gehrman." Ignoring his puppets, who all retreated in unison, fleeing from him, Frank happily hugged the large mushroom in his arms, greeting Klein as he strode towards him. The smile still lingering on his face instantly froze. Klein decisively swapped places with his puppet, moving away from this guy whose thought process was not quite normal. "Gehrman, my experiment has finally succeeded. To be precise, the first step has succeeded. Haha, thanks to your reminder last time, it really is easier to realize my ideas with mushrooms. Although there are still some immature aspects and it cannot freely reproduce and grow in the spirit world like true spirit world creatures, it can already absorb necessary nutrients from the spirit world through its mycelia. I also gave it a new name, Spirit-Devouring Mushroom." With his view blocked by the huge cap, the chattering Frank hadn't noticed that the Gehrman sparrow in front of him had already become a puppet. It wasn't until a steady voice came from the other end of the deck that he heard, "So, can this thing be eaten?" Turning his head in surprise to look at Klein, who had run to the other side of the deck, Frank thought seriously for a few seconds, then suddenly opened his mouth and took a bite out of the large mushroom in his arms. The words that were about to come out of his mouth suddenly got stuck. Watching Frank smack his lips and give the evaluation, "It should be non-toxic, the taste still needs improvement," Klein was silent for a long time, then coughed lightly and suggested in a low voice, "Drawing conclusions rashly is not rigorous. You are already a Sequence 5 druid, your physical constitution is already different from ordinary people. If there are still some ignorant pirates later, I can leave them all to you." Watching Frank, who paused, then nodded in agreement, Klein, who was about to urge him to return to the cabin, suddenly frowned and looked warily beside him. The colors there became intense, vividly layered together. Silently, white bones emerged from the deck, gushing like a fountain into the air, forming a giant skeleton nearly 4 meters tall. Black flames burned in the skeleton's eye sockets. It looked at Klein, actively bent its back, lowered its right arm, and opened its palm, inside which was a stack of folded letter paper. "Mr. Azek's messenger. Has he finally recovered?" Klein felt a surge of pleasant surprise, this thought flashing through his mind. He didn't care about Frank, somewhat impatiently unfolding the letter. "Don't worry, I have awakened and found myself again. After I finish dealing with the numinous episcopate's affairs, I will come find you. Your teacher, Azek Eggers." After quickly reading the letter, Klein also discovered a pure white feather folder inside the letter paper. This appearance, strikingly similar to 0-08, made Klein's breathing hitch. He then recalled the huge feathered serpent, its pure white feathers obscured by light yellow grease, that he had seen in the Death's Mausoleum that day before his eyes burst. With a guess, Klein no longer suppressed the joy in his heart. He carefully put away the seemingly ordinary feather, then looked at the white-boned messenger who was obediently waiting beside him. In just a moment, the messenger's feet were covered in translucent mycelia, but the white-boned messenger, comparable to a mid-sequence, didn't seem to care. After confirming that Klein had no intention of replying immediately, the white-boned messenger no longer lingered, instantly disintegrating and falling to the ground like a waterfall, quickly disappearing. The gathered mycelia stiffened in midair, somewhat bewildered, seemingly not understanding where the prey they had just caught had gone. Frank, who had already reached the cabin door, his eyes suddenly lit up. He opened his mouth to speak but was interrupted by Klein beforehand. "No, this won't do." That decisive tone choked Frank. He scratched his head regretfully, muttering as he looked at the spot where the white-boned messenger had disappeared, "But I haven't said anything yet." Chapter 446 A Rhodes's Answer. Klein decisively dismissed Frank's idea. After instructing the men not to bring the experimental subject onto the deck, Klein returned to the captain's cabin. Sealing the wall of spirituality, Klein took 4 counterclockwise steps and ascended above the gray fog. He took the telegraph machine from the pile of miscellaneous items and brought it back to reality. Isaac's awakening brought him a long-lost sense of security. Aside from Aaron, whose background was mysterious, the Tarot Club finally had a reliable angel supporting it. It was no longer the empty shell it used to be. Now, it truly lived up to the name of a secret organization, and certain hesitant ideas could now be attempted with confidence. As soon as Klein brought the telegraph machine back to the captain's cabin, a rhythmic tapping sound eagerly rang out. Illusory white paper was spat out, and lines of text appeared. "Great existence above the spirit world, your most humble and loyal servant Rhodes has finally caught up to your footsteps, ready to serve you at any time." This guy couldn't have been sensing this telegraph machine the whole time, could he? Klein, who had originally expected to wait a while for a response, was stunned. He glanced at the telegraph machine in his hand with a strange expression, feeling a sense of déjà vu, like a common trope from his previous life where a simp waited for a goddess's reply. Resisting the urge to rub his forehead, Klein suppressed the strange thoughts in his mind. Maintaining the aloofness of a mysterious existence, he calmly nodded. "Rhodes, tell me the current location of Admiral of Disease, Tracy of the Demonist sect." Rhodes was silent for 2 seconds, then made the telegraph machine emit tapping sounds again. A large amount of illusory white paper was spat out, forming a series of portraits, which were precisely Tracy, whom Klein had seen on the wanted posters. "Great Master, is this the one you are looking for?" A sentence was appended to the end of the illusory white paper. "This magic mirror is getting better and better." After examining the portrait, Klein clicked his tongue inwardly and slowly nodded. Tap, 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 the telegraph machine immediately gave a reply. "The Black Death is currently in the Lip Islands in the southern waters of Seeger, but Tracy is now a sequence 4 Demoness of Despair." The illusory tapping sound paused. Before Klein could speak, Rhodes quickly continued typing. "Great Master, that dangerous fellow in Zangwill is also there, and that terrifying sealed artifact is blocking my prying." Klein suddenly stood up, looking at the bolded and enlarged text on the illusory white paper, his fists involuntarily clenched. 0-08 could even affect Sapphira Castle's divination to a certain extent, let alone Rhodes. Klein, who had similar experiences, knew that asking further would not yield any useful information. Taking a deep breath, Klein waved his hand at the telegraph machine, ending his inquiry to Rhodes so quickly for the first time. "Your most humble and loyal servant Rhodes awaits the next opportunity to serve you, Great Master." After this page of illusory white paper was spat out, the telegraph machine immediately stopped and lost that deep, obscure feeling. Touching the pure white feather placed on his chest, Klein's expression suddenly became somewhat ferocious. Outside the captain's cabin, the marionettes silently raised the sails, heading towards Fenipot's territorial waters, where the Golden Dream was to undergo maintenance. Mist Sea, Lip Islands. Since the end of the War of Betrayal over 600 years ago, when Seeger officially gained independence from Fenipot, this archipelago has been in a state of chaos. Seeger, which nominally held control, was sandwiched between Intis to the north and Fenipot to the south, and could only tacitly allow this archipelago to become a pirate's paradise. On a desolate small island at the edge of the archipelago, the Black Death lay quietly anchored on the beach. The entire ship appeared quite lifeless. Ince Zangwill, dressed in a black clergyman's robe, stood on the deck. As if sensing something, he withdrew his gaze from the sky, clicked his tongue, and glanced at Tracy not far away. "Little Crow, it seems something is prying into us." The beautiful figure standing at the bow of the ship did not move. A male voice, tinged with amusement, echoed. "Just a small mirror, huh? What it can see depends on what I want it to see. This only requires a little bit of deception of the rules." His single eye, blue to the point of being almost black, rotated. Ince Zangwill murmured with a playful expression. "It's best if you're confident, but I really didn't expect you to be able to persuade Cheek so quickly. Tell me, what do you need me to do?" I can consider it." Listening to that irritating tone, Tracy tilted her head slightly, toying with a monocle in her hand, a slight curve on her lips. "First, play a scene according to that fanatic's idea, a grand play of hunter and prey." After reapplying a layer of seal to the restless 0-08, Ince Zangwill snorted, but did not refuse. I really don't want to give this thing to that fanatic, but alas, when under someone else's roof, one has no choice but to bow one's head. However, the trouble this body has caused is already big enough. Remember to find me a new body, one that hasn't been parasitized by your worm of time. Eastchester County's capital, Stone City, within the Hall family manor. Audrey stopped Daphne, who was holding Evelina and full of curiosity, wanting to explore. Passing through the busy male servants and maids who were setting up, she returned to her bedroom, but her thoughts couldn't help but drift north. The entire Amantha defense line stretched from Winter County in the north to Eastchester County in the south. Such a long border meant a large amount of manpower and resources were needed. The special train arrived in Stone half a day later than expected. Melissa and the other Nighthawks of the Church of Evernight had no time to rest and immediately headed to the border defense line of Eastchester County with the supplies transported from Emlenport. In the corner of the bedroom, the golden retriever Susie was lying on the ground, her front paws crossed, exuding an elegant charm. From time to time, she would lift a paw to flip through the open book placed in front of her. Seeing Audrey walk in, lost in thought, Susie skillfully closed the book and picked it up, placing it on the nearby bookshelf. Closing the slightly ajar bedroom door, Audrey composed herself and looked around. Not seeing a certain baby, she was about to ask Susie when her vision suddenly blurred. She saw boundless gray fog and a majestic, ancient palace. Within the gray fog, a blurry figure was praying to the deity seated high above. Great Mr. Fool, please inform Miss Justice that the former renegade Archbishop of the Church of Evernight, in Sangwil, has appeared in the Mist Sea, in the Lip Islands within Seeger's territorial waters. In Sangwil. Audrey was momentarily dazed, her pupils suddenly widening. The illusory gray fog instantly vanished, replaced by a pair of large, clear black and white eyes. Will Septon, who had appeared from nowhere, sized up Audrey, muttered something softly, then his figure flickered, and he directly sat on the head of the still confused Susie, using her thick, smooth golden fur as a pillow. Chapter 447, The World Unveils Its Mask. Having recovered from her surprise, Audrey suppressed the thoughts in her heart, comforted Susie, and then smiled nonchalantly. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I thought you had gone to the Amantha Mountains with the church. Will Septon, who treated Susie as a portable bassinet, pouted and shifted to a more comfortable position, grumbling discontentedly, the situation hasn't deteriorated to that extent yet, but it's only a matter of time. Audrey's breath hitched as she heard the hidden meaning behind the words. Her voice slightly low, she murmured, do you also think this war is unavoidable? Isn't that obvious common sense? Will Septon raised his head from his thick golden fur, spread his chubby palms, and responded with a matter-of-fact expression. Glancing at Audrey, who still wanted to ask more questions, Will Septon lightly coughed, if you want to know the specific reason, go ask that guy Aaron. I'm just a baby. Looking at Will Septon, who was sucking his finger with a childlike innocence, Audrey nodded, feeling a bit helpless. After thinking for a moment, she carefully asked, Mr. Speaker, do you know in Sangwil? Before Audrey could finish, the chubby baby's eyes widened, and his mouth suddenly opened into a loud cry, wah. Audrey's mouth twitched. Just as she was about to turn around and arrange for the chef to prepare a special ice cream, she saw a figure emerge from the void. Aaron, who had just left the spirit world, bent down and picked up Will Septon, who had stopped crying and looked disgusted. He casually pinched his chubby cheek and teased with a smile, as expected of the snake of fate, even as a child, he acts like one. Will Septon unhappily slapped away the large hand that still wanted to pinch him twice, wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes, and mumbled, you're getting more and more impolite. Aaron's lips curved slightly. He pretended not to hear that and turned to Audrey, asking, following up on their previous conversation, in Sangwil. Audrey, with a hint of joy still lingering on her face, blinked her eyes, then suddenly smiled slyly. Mr. World just told me that in Sangwil appeared in the Lip Islands of the Seagull Sea area in the Fog Sea. As she spoke, Audrey's eyes fixated on Aaron, even using her psychiatrist abilities to observe all subtle changes in his expression. Discovering the true identities of two members, Magician and High Priestess, in half a year made her more curious about the identities of the remaining Tarot Club members, especially Mr. Emperor, who gave her a strong sense of familiarity. Guessing Audrey's thoughts at a glance, Aaron smiled and responded directly, Mr. World's news is truly well informed. This time, he didn't equivocate or change the subject as before. After all, the mirror that allowed Audrey to successfully contact the Tarot Club was a birthday gift he had given her. More importantly, ever since the last time he seized the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic in the forsaken land of the gods, which led to the revival of the celestial venerable's consciousness within it, although it was successfully resolved in the end, it still had some impact on Sapphira Castle. When Klein advanced to Sequence 5, Aaron clearly felt the repulsion between the Sapphira Castle imprint and the Nation of Disorder. Relying on the absolute difference in beyonder characteristics, the impact of the repulsion could be weakened. However, if Klein were to cross the threshold of a demigod, this repulsion would escalate into a confrontation between Sapphira. Klein, who had not fully controlled Sapphira Castle, could not suppress this instinctive repulsion. To prevent Mr. Fool from getting injured every time he held a tarot club meeting, he might only be able to temporarily withdraw from the tarot club at that time. Therefore, he needed someone who could fully represent him in the tarot club after his withdrawal, and Audrey was naturally the best and only candidate. This indirect acknowledgement of his identity instantly made Audrey's eyes widen, but considering Will Septon, as well as the bewildered Aphne and Susie nearby, the exclamation that had already reached her lips was forcefully held back. Looking at Audrey, who was a mix of surprise, understanding, and annoyance, Aaron seemed to think of something, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Do you want to know the true identity of Mr. World? Even though she knew this was a deliberate attempt to change the subject, Audrey still couldn't control her curiosity and subconsciously pressed, "Who is it?" After speaking, Audrey remembered Mr. Fool's previous warning and glanced at the others around her. "Don't worry, I've temporarily shielded their perceptions." Aaron smiled, looking at Audrey, who was full of curiosity after exhaling in relief, and slowly added, "Mr. World's real name is Klein Moretti." Audrey silently repeated the name, feeling it was somehow familiar. The next second, she looked up in disbelief and exclaimed, "Melissa's brother. The Nighthawks who died when the evil god's descendant was born in Tingen City." Meeting her shocked gaze, Aaron, who had peeled off a layer of Mr. Fool's alt account, pondered for a moment and rephrased, "I saved him when he was on the verge of death." After all, an Avenger who is nominally dead is obviously more suitable for tracking down in Sangwil. Not questioning this seemingly reasonable explanation, Audrey, stunned by the succession of news, suddenly thought of something and murmured, "Then Melissa. I also introduced her to the Tarot Club, and that includes you." Able to guess what Audrey was thinking, Aaron no longer avoided the topic, the curve of his lips rising even further, but he still left Mr. Fool with some privacy. "Well, my relationship with Mr. Fool is more like a mutually beneficial cooperation. Also, Klein's identity still needs to be kept secret by you. Resurrection from the dead is not without cost. He has already become Mr. Fool's blessed, and this will bring some dangers and troubles. Whether to tell Melissa the truth or not, let him choose for himself." Audrey slowly nodded, withdrawing her thoughts from the complex information. She also understood why Mr. World had gone through her to relay in Sangwil's whereabouts to the Nighthawks. Considering Audrey's current sequence, Aaron explained the essence of the tense situation on the Amantha defense line in more common language, subtly mentioning the apocalypse. Looking at the stunned Audrey, Aaron thought for a moment and carefully continued, "For the recent period, you'd best thoroughly digest the Dreamwalker potion as soon as possible. It might not be long before there's an opportunity for a ritual that can fulfill your advancement to a demigod. However, there is also a mind dragon hidden in East Chester County, so be extra careful when traveling in dreams." Chapter 448, The God of War's Gift. Aaron paused, looking inquiringly at the baby who had, at some point, once again settled on Susie's head. Will Septon rolled his eyes and mumbled, "Why are you looking at me? I don't have authority over the mind domain. If what you say is true, that fellow is related to Ankh Welt, and in my current state, without the aid of the yesterday's recurrence charm, I wouldn't be able to detect him. However, her fate hasn't shown any particular changes, so there shouldn't be any problems recently." Aaron nodded thoughtfully. To gain Adam's help and smoothly advance to Balancer in the God's War ruins, he had handed over Grozel's travels. The collective unconscious ocean within the book's world contained not only the City of Miracles, Leafheed, but also a negative personality born from the Chaos Seas pollution of the Dragon of Imagination, Ankh Welt. Moreover, the Spectator Pathway sequence 2 is called Cognizer. As the king of angels of this pathway, if Adam, who controlled Grozel's travels, truly wished to find that mind dragon calling himself Erhog, he would be powerless to hide effectively. If it weren't for his previous agreement with Hermes, coupled with East Chester County being too close to the Amantha Mountains, Aaron would have selectively ignored this mind dragon. Aaron glanced at Will Septon, pondered for a moment, and slowly spoke. "In your current state, can you see the trajectory of my fate for a period in the future?" Even though he didn't hold much hope for this, all clues pointed towards the expected outcome of his plan. Considering this might be his only chance to snatch Trunsoist's brass book with minimal cost, Aaron still tentatively asked his question. The aged expression faded, and Will Septon suddenly fell silent, the silver circular patterns in his pupils flickering. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice. "Even Ouroboros would have to pay a certain price to peek into your fate. If I used yesterday's recurrence to return to my peak, I could do it, but then I wouldn't be able to help you with anything afterward." Looking at Aaron, who appeared calm and not particularly disappointed, Will Septon's lips moved. "However, I can peer into my own fate." He paused, then added with a serious expression. "I've seen the danger of a god's descent. Fasak Empire, capital of St. Milone. As a continuation of the giant race's customs, the architecture here is mostly grand and magnificent, layered and encircling. Each building is exceptionally huge, unlike places inhabited by humans, and when combined, they possess an indescribable epic and historical sense. To the south of this majestic city is a raised mountain range, and serving as its base, a colossal city wall that far surpasses the height of St. Milone. The sun hung in the far distance, casting the colors of dusk onto the city wall, the light seemingly solidified. This was the sacred place of worship for all giants, the main temple of the God of Combat Church, the Twilight Giant Hall. Stepping onto the stairs bathed in orange-red light, Larian, the Grand Shepherd of the God of Combat Church, tilted his head slightly, his pale blue eyes gazing at the palace at the end of the stairs, which was perpetually bathed in twilight. His usual condescending demeanor had long been replaced by piety. Without using any beyonder abilities, Larian, whose figure was like a giant, respectfully ascended each step, arriving at the magnificent hall supported by colossal stone pillars. Orange-red twilight filled the space. The extremely dense aura of decay caused Larian to pause his steps. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee, his deep voice filled with undisguised respect and devotion. "Great God of combat, your most loyal follower Larian answers your summons." As his deep voice echoed, directly opposite Larian, and at the very center of the hall, the mural covering the entire palace wall erupted with an even denser twilight. The protagonist of this mural was a giant in silver full-body armor. He stood at the edge of a cliff, his great sword pointing diagonally upward, and his body radiated a distinct light, illuminating his surroundings like the rising sun. Many giants knelt on one knee around him, seemingly praying, worshipping, or awaiting blessings, just like Larian now. The entire Twilight Giant Hall began to tremble gently. The God of Combat, in the mural seemed to come alive, swinging the great sword in his hand. The sun split open in the middle, and a book made of thin brass pages surged out, enveloped by endless twilight. Sealed Artifact 0-02, Trunsoist's Brass Book. Looking at the brass book floating before him, and feeling the essentially terrifying, concentrated aura of decay, Larian slowly rose, speaking respectfully. "Praise be to you, great Lord of Giants." Silver armor appeared on his right hand, and Larian directly grasped 0-02, whose brass pages continuously flipped, with characters constantly appearing only to be simultaneously corroded and vanish by the decaying aura. In an instant, he arrived at the foot of the Twilight Giant Hall. Here stood 4 giants, 4 to 5 meters tall, clad in exquisite and sturdy silver full-body armor. Behind their faceplates, orange-red light subtly rotated as they all looked at Larian, who had emerged from the void. These were the members of the God's Council who remained at the God of Combat Church's main temple, the Twilight Giant Hall, excluding the archbishops who stayed in their own diocese or had gone to the front lines. There were 3 silver knights, and the most robust and exaggerated giant standing at the forefront of the 4, whose aura was already comparable to Larian's. This was the Church's Hunter, set up by the God of Combat Church in imitation of the ancient mythological giant Royal Court's Royal Court Hunter. As the leader of the Hunters, Sword of Glory, Liam, like Grand Shepherd Larian, was a sequence to glory. Without further explanation, Larian nodded to the leader of the Church's Hunters and spoke in a deep voice. "Liam, God's will shall be carried out on earth. Any blasphemer who challenges the authority of the God of Combat Church shall be judgment. Pressure the Einhorn family in the name of the God of Combat Church. Faceac must declare war on Loen quickly, so as not to give him time to devour the authority of death." Sword of Glory, Liam nodded silently, the orange light behind his faceplate flickering slightly as he looked at Trunsoist's brass book in Larian's hand. "What about this sealed artifact? Those pirates who blasphemed the church are very likely to fully vitalize 0-02. Aside from our great lord, we have no way to seal it." As someone whose status in the God of Combat Church was second only to Larian, Liam clearly understood the intelligence regarding their Grade 0 sealed artifact. Larian smiled, a cold arc forming at the corner of his lips. "Then throw the fully vitalized 0-02 into the Chapel of Serenity. For our great lord, this might even be an opportunity." Chapter 449 Reunion with the Golden Dream. "Esteemed Mr. Fool, please inform Mr. World that I have already reported the matter of Insanguil to the Church of the Evernight." The pleasant, brisk voice echoed in his ears, and the deep crimson before his eyes faded. Klein looked out through the captain's cabin window at the richly colored spirit world outside the Black Tulip, his expression slightly relaxed. He pondered for a moment, and only when his spirituality subtly stirred did Klein's eyes shift. The Black Tulip simultaneously changed course, crashing into a vibrant patch of color. After a not-so-violent jolt, the crimson moonlight entered his vision. Klein's expression returned to indifference, and he instantly swapped places with his Beyonder puppet, appearing on the deck, gazing at the Golden Dream, which was rotating its broadside cannons and beginning to stand guard not far away. "No need to be nervous, this isn't Ludwig." After reassuring the extremely nervous crew members who had seen the Black Tulip's flag, Iceberg Admiral Edwina Edwards walked out of the captain's cabin. Her clear, light blue eyes, like a spring, looked at the Black Tulip, which had voluntarily stopped approaching, and at Klein, who stood at the ship's rail. Edwina gently stroked her palm, and a light golden scroll ignited into flames. Under the crimson moonlight, specks of brilliant starlight sprinkled down, condensing into a transparent long bridge that continuously extended forward, landing on the deck of the Black Tulip. "This is a polymath's imitation." Klein mused to himself, observing this ability which was remarkably similar to what Star Admiral Catilia had displayed at the pirate gathering. Without hesitation, taking his beyonder puppet Ludwig with him, Klein pressed the brim of his semi-tall silk top hat and stepped steadily onto the long bridge formed by starlight. Watching the adventurer, whose appearance was refined and courteous but whose eyes held a hint of madness, walk towards the Golden Dream, Danitz, who was behind Edwina, froze for a moment, then quickly lowered his voice. "Captain, isn't it too risky to let such a dangerous fellow board? Or perhaps..." A very familiar sense of hunger suddenly rose in Danitz's heart, causing his remaining words to catch in his throat. He stiffly turned his head and found that the adventurer who had left a deep impression on him had already stepped onto the deck. Unconsciously lowering his head, Danitz chuckled twice dryly, then silently hid behind Edwina. 4,000 pounds. 2,300 pounds. 1,200 pounds. As he swept his gaze over the watchful crew members, who were eyeing him with suspicion, a series of numbers flashed through Klein's mind. "Good evening, Mr. Adventurer. Please convey my respects to that esteemed death consul." Recalling the message brought by Archbishop Luca Brewster from the church's main headquarters, the strange symbols in Edwina's eyes faded, and her gaze shifted from the black tulip back to Klein. Klein, who was also secretly observing the Golden Dream, did not find the demigod of the god of knowledge and wisdom whom he had observed from Sapphira Castle's true vision last time. After Edwina finished speaking, he feigned nonchalance and revealed the pure white feather that Mr. Azek had gifted him with his letter, speaking in an indifferent tone. "I have received confirmed intelligence that Disease Admiral Tracy, whom we previously planned to hunt, is currently in the Fog Sea, at the Leap Islands in Seeger's territorial waters. However, she has already advanced to a demigod, and that renegade Archbishop of the Church of the Evernight, in Sangwil, is also on the Black Death." Looking at Edwina, whose expression suddenly turned serious, Klein paused and added in a low voice. "That in Sangwil, in order to advance to a demigod, once desecrated the bloodline of the consul. Therefore, he must die." Glancing at the pure white feather, Edwina did not question why a Sequence 5 would arrogantly claim to deal with two demigods. After a moment of contemplation, she responded in a cool voice. "I will convey this information." Klein watched Edwina turn and return to the captain's cabin, also falling silent. Seeger, like Lundberg, also worshipped the god of knowledge and wisdom. In order to avoid unnecessary negative reactions from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom due to his subsequent actions, he could only use Azek's identity to exert influence. As a force cultivated and developed by the Church of Knowledge in the Five Seas, under the current tense world situation, the news of two demigods gathering in Seeger's territorial waters made Edwina the only suitable person Klein could think of to convey the message. Edwina's unique secret art isolated their conversation from the outside world. All the crew members, including Danitz, only saw their captain return to the captain's cabin with a solemn expression, but they didn't understand what had happened. In this somewhat somber atmosphere, a deep, muffled voice came from the Black Tulip, connected by the Starlight Bridge not far away. "Gehrman, are these all the pirates you're preparing to give me for experiments?" Klein's face darkened. He manipulated his beyonder puppet to pull Frank, who was about to jump onto the Starlight Bridge, away. Looking at the surrounding crew members whose expressions had suddenly turned hostile, he coughed lightly and pointed to his head. "He's my assistant. He suffered a slight injury here during a previous adventure and often talks nonsense. You don't need to mind him." As a guest, I think I should be able to get a room to rest in. Southern Continent, East Balam, Harvest Plain, north of the Hagati grassland. As Loen's largest colonial city in East Balam, Vartek was also the Church of the Evernights' most important diocese in the Southern Continent. In the deepest part of the Gothic cathedral in the city center, which was only slightly smaller than Backlund's St. Samuel Cathedral, Nighthawk's senior deacon, Eye of the Goddess, Elia, handed the still-warm telegram to Archbishop Randolph Carter opposite her. "News from the Holy Cathedral. That rebel is now in the Fog Sea. That place is far from Loen, and the situation is quite complex. Moreover, with the Amantha front currently tying up most of the church's forces, the Holy Cathedral's intention is that the airship should temporarily remain in the Southern Continent. You can take a few elite red gloves to continue tracking and confirming." Randolph Carter withdrew his gaze from the telegram and nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he still asked, "Can you tell me where the Holy Cathedral obtained this intelligence?" Elia shook her head, finally admonishing. "You have 1 month. If you still have no clues, temporarily abandon this pursuit and immediately return to defend the Amantha Mountains." Randolph Carter slowly nodded, then rose and drew a crimson moon on his chest. His figure vanished into the rich colors, and in an instant, he arrived at the resting room beneath the cathedral. The Red Glove Squad, who had just returned from destroying the Rose School of Thought and Highland-resistant secret strongholds and had finished their holy water purification and prayer meditation, were resting there. Looking at the suddenly appearing archbishop, whose expression was extremely serious, Daly and Leonard, who was sitting in the corner of the room reading a poetry collection, both held their breath, a strange premonition inexplicably rising in their hearts. Chapter 450 Awakening and Encounter. At the other end of the southern continent, deep within the abyss of ferrying, was the city of the undead, Manuel. The illusory river of eternal darkness, which traversed the entire city, suddenly surged with violent waves, and countless bloody arms, vines, and tentacles scrambled to emerge from the water. At the source of the river, deep within a black mausoleum embedded upside down in the ground, an invisible, chilling wind surged out from the open black double doors, causing the surrounding eerie green hellfire to flicker. Dunn Smith, pale-faced and slightly bewildered, walked out from within. The deep black vortex, originally suspended between his eyebrows and directly facing the core of the underworld, suddenly expanded, transforming into a pair of bronze double doors adorned with mysterious patterns. Faster than I anticipated. It seems your resurrection in Tingen City greatly increased your compatibility with the death pathway. Isaac Eggers, with bronze skin and gentle features, appeared beside Dunn. His eyes, burning with pale flames, scanned the newly promoted Undying up and down, and he nodded in satisfaction. Perhaps it was the absolute suppression of a high-level death pathway beyond or over a low-level one, or perhaps the word Tingen awakened certain memories, but Dunn, who had been standing stiffly at the entrance of the inverted mausoleum, gradually became more expressive. After bowing, he responded in a hoarse voice. "Thank you for your help. After I take revenge on Insangwil, I will return here to repay your generosity." Isaac smiled gently and waved his hand, sending a wisp of pale flame into Dunn's body in the underworld. He said in a gentle voice, "Insangwil is also my enemy, but the restoration movement in East Balam has reached its most critical moment, and I cannot easily leave. However, I will act when necessary. As for you," Isaac paused, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward as he added, "the price for the gift of destiny has already been paid by someone else. You don't need to return here afterward. Returning to the Church of Evernight with the glory of slaying a renegade archbishop, that is the suggestion Duke Aaron gave you. As for your resurrection and your increase in strength over the past 6 months, he will explain it to the Church of Evernight. You don't need to worry about that." Now, with the help of the River of Eternal Darkness, Isaac, who had devoured the other half of his incomplete soul-containing divinity and fully recovered, could in some sense be considered the angel with the most abundant humanity. Due to his affection for Klein, he was also willing to reveal more information to this Undying. "Return to the church?" Dunn couldn't help but feel a moment of daze, then, as if by reflex, he subconsciously asked, "What about Klein? He has his own path. You can just consider him to have died in the disaster in Tingen City." Isaac's expression was indescribably complex, and he offered no further explanation, only adding, "Insangwil completed the ritual with the help of my bloodline. I left something in your underworld, it will create a sensation within a certain distance, which can help you find him." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the surrounding space instantly became colorful, like an oil painting splashed with paint by a god, instantly sweeping Dunn, who still wanted to ask something, into it. Indescribable, even transparent and seemingly non-existent, objects swept past them. In the depths of Leonard's pupils, myriad clear lights of different colors, containing endless knowledge, were reflected from an infinite height. His Adam's apple bobbed. He subconsciously wanted to say something but suppressed the urge, glancing out of the corner of his eye at Daly beside him and Archbishop Randolph Carter, who was guiding them through the spirit world. Unlike Leonard, who was experiencing spirit world travel for the first time, Daly, who already had a messenger at the spirit guide stage, was truly interested only in information about Insangwil. Just as the two were engrossed in their own thoughts, Randolph Carter suddenly stopped without warning, looking sternly at a certain location in the spirit world. A pale light emanating a strong aura of death flashed and disappeared, carrying with it a terrifying, profound, and indescribable sense of being high above, causing the spirit world creatures along the way to flee, as if they had encountered a natural predator. It seems to be a demigod from the numinous episcopate. The anticipated attack did not occur. Randolph Carter frowned, watching the fading pale light, and murmured to himself. In another area of the spirit world, the pale light gradually dissipated, and Dunn's figure appeared. On his right index finger, he wore a square, dark, heavy ring. This was also Isaac's final gift to him, the death ring once held by Admiral of Hell, Ludwell, and now the medium for sensing Insangwil. With the blessing of this ring, Dunn slightly tilted his head, and the figures of Daly and the others were reflected in his deep gray eyes. In the sea area dotted with numerous icebergs, two colossal vessels, even more exaggerated than Loen's ironclads, crushed through the ice. These were none other than the Black Emperor and the Morning Star, which had disappeared from the outside world for some time. The biting cold wind seemed capable of freezing even spiritual bodies. Through the barrier of wind and snow, one could vaguely see in the distance a continuous world that seemed eternally shrouded in darkness. This was the Northern Sea. Although it was one of the so-called five seas, its extremely harsh weather conditions made even the least picky pirates steer clear. Even with all crew members being beyonders and having the protection of a ghost ship, many crew members still suffered greatly. Inside the Black Emperor's cabin, Nast, wearing a spire crown and self-proclaimed Grand Duke Solomon, stood up from a mottled stone chair 2 to 3 meters high. His two deep black eyes flowed with dark red light, reflecting Aaron, who had emerged from the star gate. Voluntarily yielding the stone chair that symbolized his status, Nast spoke in a deep voice. I have been monitoring the matter you previously entrusted to me. At least, this Evernight plain adjacent to the northern sea has shown no abnormalities. Looking at the plain shrouded in darkness in the distance, wisps of dark golden mist emerged in the depths of Aaron's eyes. He used his true sight to look into the deepest part of the Evernight plain. He did not rashly step into this area that Adam had warned him about, only peeking from the northern sea. Limited by the extent of his true sight, he gained no other special insights beyond more profound darkness and dead silence. At the same time, Bernadette, Zio, and Bayard, who had received Nast's message, had already arrived in the Black Emperor's cabin. Aaron withdrew his gaze from the distance, looked at the main seat Nast had yielded, and did not decline. He sat down with a serious expression, directly recounting a corner of the future that Will Septon had glimpsed. Divine descent. Bernadette, seated at the lower end, raised her eyebrows slightly. As an angel who also wielded some authority over destiny, she could roughly guess that this prophecy must have come from the chairman of the Fate Council. Chapter 451 War breaks out. Before Bernadette could speak, Shardas, who was sitting beside her, trembled slightly, a hint of silver-white flashing in her pupils, and an ethereal aura revived within her body. Goswinam's voice then emerged. Fainak's Sunia Sea Fleet has all been dispatched and has left Sunia Island. That weather warlock has also departed. The sudden news attracted everyone's attention. Aaron, sitting in the main seat, raised his eyebrows slightly, and asked with a guess. Amantha Mountains. Or Matport. Departing from Sunia Island, the Amantha Mountains in northern Loen and all ports in the central region would be within the attack range. If that Fainak, weather warlock, were bolder and disregarded losses, he could even head directly south to target Backlund, the capital of Loen, not far from Pritzport. Goswinam, whose true body was hidden somewhere unknown and who had descended through the virtual personality within Shardas, shook his head. Although Sunia Island was an ancient elven island, elven faith had almost vanished. He could only monitor it to a certain extent by leveraging that elven ruin and the authority of the calamity, but he could not further probe the specific destination of the fleet where a weather warlock was stationed. After a moment of contemplation, Aaron slowly nodded and looked at the crowd with varied expressions, speaking in a deep voice. This is an opportunity, but it could also be a trap meticulously prepared for you. Without the Sunia fleet guarding it, the difficulty of seizing this ancient elven island is much reduced, but it also means that Fainak and the God of Combat Church can set up traps without restraint, regardless of the consequences. Aaron paused, then directly transmitted information about the Trunsoist bronze book, held by the God of Combat Church, to all the angel-level beyonders present. Feeling the atmosphere solidify, Aaron slowly stood up, with a hint of piety in his expression, and after looking around, he solemnly declared. The Chaos Council will use all its foundations to reclaim the Trunsoist bronze book, allowing the Great Lord of Order to fully revive before the arrival of Doomsday. At the southern end of the Amantha Mountains, in the area bordering Winter County and East Chester County, were stationed troops drawn from various Loen counties and Nighthawks reinforcing the defense line. Melissa, wearing a black trench coat, followed behind a somewhat weary-looking bishop and arrived at a black iron double door built in a mountain crevice. A muffled hammering sound faintly emanated from within. This is the family crest of the East Tucker family. Noticing the symbol engraved on the large door, Melissa raised her eyebrows slightly and looked speculatively at the bishop who pushed open the door. Although she had only just advanced to Sequence 6 with the help of Audrey and the Tarot Club when she left Backlund, the value of a craftsman was clearly not demonstrated on the battlefield. And although Bishop Ola, who had just rotated off the front line, was unclear when the church had trained a craftsman, he knew how to make the best use of things. A hot wind mixed with loud forging sounds assailed them. Bishop Ola, with a tired face, forced out a smile and pointed to the massive forging factory behind the door, which had almost hollowed out the mountain, explaining. This is a factory that the East Tucker family secretly built in the Amantha Mountains 2 years ago. It includes craftsmen assigned by 2 dukes, responsible for helping the church create various mystical items and scrolls. Your next task is simple: cooperate with their work. The church will accumulate merits for you based on your contributions. Melissa nodded understandingly, but her cheeks were slightly flushed. She always felt that this kind of assignment, which allowed her to accumulate merits and digest the potion without having to go to the front line, was something Audrey had used her connections to secure for her. Praise the goddess, I will do my best to complete the church's tasks. Drawing a crimson moon on her chest, Melissa stepped forward to examine this massive creation, but her gaze suddenly stopped in a certain direction. Following her gaze, Bishop Ola saw a 2-headed giant, estimated to be over 8 meters tall, with bluish-black skin. Its unbelievably massive size was as if it had stepped out of ancient legends. The giant's chest and abdomen were open, its internal organs no longer visible. Indescribably complex and mysterious symbols protruded from its flesh, half illusory and half real, causing a sense of dizziness if stared at for too long. These are Fainak's 2-headed giant legions. They originated from a forbidden experiment by the god of combat church, which transformed them from ordinary giants into their current appearance. Although they have incomplete spirituality and no complete intelligence, being merely robots of war, their strength and physique, far surpassing ordinary beyonders, and their legion-level scale, under the manipulation of a war bishop, will be the church's most troublesome target. The church brought the two-headed giants killed in the previous small-scale conflicts here, hoping to create targeted mystical items. After explaining a few sentences, seeing several soldiers wearing the East Tucker family crest approach, Bishop Ola pinched his brows, motioned for Melissa to go over, and then turned to leave. Although as a soul assurer he could maintain abundant spirituality without rest for long periods, there was a limit to that. With the arrival of the Nighthawk's reinforcements, he could finally rest. Bishop Ola, who was walking towards the foot of the mountain, stopped and looked at his robes, which were being blown by the wind, with some surprise, subconsciously looking up. Above the Amantha Mountains, dark clouds rapidly gathered, layering down and obscuring the sunlight, making the area even darker and more oppressive. At a certain defense line near the tranquil church, First tightened her trench coat and looked at the gradually thickening mist on the Fainak defense line, poking Zio uneasily and whispering, "What are those rude barbarians up to again?" Shaking her head with a solemn expression, Zio, as a major in the army, began to direct the soldiers to bring out cannonballs covered with silver patterns, adjust the muzzles, and aim at the continuously spreading mist. Such a situation occurred throughout the Amantha Mountains. Inside the lone general command post near the tranquil church, the former Duke East Tucker, Gusman Will, clad in black armor, slowly stood up. With profound eyes burning with scarlet flames, this war bishop's pupils slightly contracted as he looked at the mist. Giants with bluish-black, gnarled bodies and two heads rushed out of the mist. Their faces lacked distinct features, having only a single dark slit like a vertical eye. Fainak's forbidden weapon, the two-headed giant legion. At the same time, the layered dark clouds, shimmering with silver lightning arcs, pressed down towards the Amantha Mountains, but in the next second, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. In the dim void, the figure of Ariana, a servant of concealment, quietly emerged, and one by one, the two-headed giants that left the protection of the mist silently vanished. This terrifying and bizarre scene was instantly drowned out by the deafening sound of artillery fire. Across the Amantha Mountains, after a long period of confrontation, war finally erupted at this moment. Chapter 452 Confrontation and Reunion. Bathed in the smoke of artillery fire, several two-headed giants stopped at the edge of the mist, letting out a muffled roar that was loud enough to echo throughout the Amantha Mountains. Ariana. The Fesak war bishop, concealed within the mist, finally restrained his anger. While manipulating the giant army, he chanted in a low voice. Incarnation of iron and blood, symbol of war's calamity, priest who wields the weather, great Snarner Einhorn. Almost at the same time the prayer sounded, a violent hurricane tore through the layered dark clouds, and countless lightning bolts and hail poured down from the collapsing clouds, with terrifying thunder echoing. Specks of blood appeared in the storm and smoke, quickly dissipating as if turning into a lake of blood, instantly condensing into a figure clad in blood-stained iron-black armor. This figure was over 1.8 meters tall, with long crimson hair and a pair of exaggerated golden earrings, their features somewhat neutral. This royal weather warlock snorted coldly, his sharp gaze directly falling upon Ariana, the servant of concealment, who was stepping through the void. Mist Sea, Eastern Waters. Klein, maintaining his persona as a ruthless adventurer, surveyed the room, which had a strong Lundberg style. His marionette, Ludwig, walked to the window and looked at the black tulip, which was following the golden dream. Through Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina, he had already reached an understanding with the god of knowledge and wisdom behind this pirate general. Given a choice, Klein still wanted to stay away from Frank and those mushrooms. Esteemed Mr. Fool, the Fesak Giant Legion is launching a large-scale attack on the Amantha Mountains. After skillfully setting up a spiritual wall to prevent some of his secrets from leaking, a thin gray fog suddenly appeared before Klein's eyes, and Furz's slightly flustered voice echoed in his ears. Miss Magician. Klein's expression subtly changed after a moment of stunned, and he immediately thought of Melissa, who was still in the Amantha Mountains. Cursing under his breath, Klein didn't hesitate at all. He immediately took 4 reverse steps to Sapphira Castle. After sitting at the head of the bronze long table, his spirituality surged, directly illuminating the crimson star symbolizing Melissa. After confirming that Melissa was not in danger, Klein breathed a sigh of relief. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously raised his perspective and looked at the sky, where dark clouds layered. Under the enhancement of true sight, through the aftershocks of clashing authorities, Klein could vaguely see a blurry and enormous figure formed by the intertwining and twisting of scorching white flames, which had gathered the iron-blooded aura of the entire battlefield. Opposite him, countless black threads, seemingly alive, surged, blocking a fiery giant that represented disaster and was composed of various symbols, including flames. At the deepest part of the darkness tide was a terrifying creature covered in gloomy black fur, with 8 terrifyingly spread limbs, somewhat similar but not identical to the demonic wolf described in the Nighthawk's internal records. Klein grunted, blood flowing from his eyes, and his true sight dissipated. The gray fog surged, and after a long while, the pollution from directly viewing the complete mythical creature form was finally soothed. Leaning back in the bronze high-back chair, Klein exhaled deeply, pinching his still throbbing forehead, and let out a bitter laugh. Even though he didn't recognize either of the combatants, it was clear that they were both at the angel level. He wondered how much energy the church could still invest in hunting in Sangwil. Collecting his thoughts, Klein slowly rose, his gaze profound, increasingly eager to advance to demigod as soon as possible. After recalling and organizing the potion formula obtained from peeking at the mythical creature form, Klein no longer lingered and directly returned to reality. Almost as soon as he left this gray fog world, a bone-chilling coldness came from Klein's chest. His solemn expression relaxed slightly, and Klein, somewhat surprised, took out the pure white feather and Azek's copper whistle that he kept in his clothes lining. The mysterious patterns on the ancient copper whistle, full of mystical charm, had now lit up on their own, and Klein's spiritual perception clearly felt the whistle resonating with the spirit world in some way. It's a good thing I set up a spiritual wall earlier, otherwise Vice Admiral Iceberg would probably have noticed by now. Praising his own caution, and out of absolute trust in Mr. Azek, Klein did not stop the copper whistle's anomaly. Instead, he was somewhat expectant. Specks of gloomy green detached from the copper whistle, forming an unreal, illusory vortex in the void. In the cold, invisible wind, a hand, mostly concealed by a black robe, reached out, its index finger bearing a dark, cold, square ring. Death's ring. Klein's eyebrows twitched slightly, and at the same time, he felt the oppressive sensation originating from divinity, as well as an unusual throbbing in his spiritual intuition. The next second, Klein's expression suddenly froze, his pupils dilated violently, and his raised arm became rigid in midair. A figure walked out of the constantly expanding vortex, with a gentle expression, a high hairline, and gray eyes that revealed an indescribable sense of vicissitude. The man in the black trench coat-like attire tilted his head slightly, winked his left eye at Klein, and spoke in a mellow voice with a complex tone. "Klein, long time no see." The familiar voice entered his mind, and Klein suddenly shivered, as if he had thought of something, instantly swapping positions with his marionette, Ludwig, and at the same time, pouring his spirituality into the pure white feather given by Mr. Azek. A misty pale flame appeared, and after not sensing any danger, it returned to being an ordinary feather. After several attempts, Klein confirmed that he had not been pulled into a dream by Insangwil or a demigod with corresponding authority. If it wasn't a dream, then... Klein fell silent, standing still like a statue, and called out hoarsely. "Captain." Sensing Klein's suppressed emotions, a relaxed smile, originating from within, appeared on Dunn's face. His gray eyes seemed to flicker with light, and the heaviness in his heart dissolved considerably at that moment. His voice grew softer and softer as he watched Klein's face contort, returning to his original appearance, and he said softly. "I've always been here. Pritz Harbor, Oak Island, Royal Navy Base." The piercing alarm was drowned out by a continuous series of explosions. The warships anchored in the harbor were instantly engulfed in a sea of fire, including an ironclad ship whose general outline had already been built. Under the cover of thick fog, airships and organized Fesaksuanya sea fleets unleashed artillery fire on Pritz Harbor. On the leading airship, the supreme commander of the Suanya Sea Theater, Ahamatova Einhorn, the royal weather warlock, had silver light dancing deep in his eyes. He gazed at Pritz Harbor, engulfed in flames, and after a moment, said in a deep voice. "Those two lone ironclads are not here. Your intelligence disappoints me." His low voice carried a terrifying sense of oppression. He tilted his head slightly, looking indifferently at the void behind him. Chapter 453, Formal Declaration of War. Scattered light seeped out from the void, congealing into a not-quite-real phantom, its face adorned with a bizarre mask whose mouth was stretched to its ears and eyes tightly shut. It was Lady Greed, a member of the Psychology Alchemists' Council of Review responsible for St. Millen, the capital of Fenapotter. Even though what remained on the airship was merely a virtual persona, being gazed upon by an angel still made Greed feel a bone-chilling coldness. She carefully weighed her words before speaking slowly. Heaven Lambies, who was originally responsible for the Backlund region, suddenly died violently some time ago. I haven't yet contacted his successor, the new Council of Review member. It is indeed our problem that there was an oversight in intelligence. Snorting, Ahamatova Einhorn disdained to argue with this manipulator who didn't even dare to reveal her true body. He warned with a majestic voice. "Tell Polly Durlow that we have a common goal. Hedging your bets in this situation would be a foolish choice. I do not wish for any more underhanded tricks to occur." Greed's figure rippled like a wave, and she bowed slightly. "I will convey your words to the president." The slightly ethereal, gentle voice gradually dissipated, and this virtual persona once again disintegrated into specks of light, merging into the surrounding collective unconscious sea. Ahamatova Einhorn turned slightly, looking at Pritz Harbor, which was engulfed in flames with only sporadic artillery fire in return, his eyes cold. There was only one chance for a surprise victory. The reason for choosing Pritz Harbor was to completely destroy Loen's largest port and shipyard on the eastern coast, as well as the Loen ironclad fleet docked within it. If successful, even with the help of the Church of the Storms, Faceac would be able to completely suppress Loen in the Sonia Sea and the Raging Sea in the early stages of the war, and even cut off the shipping routes to the southern continent colonies. Such a quick reaction, what a pity. Ahamatova Einhorn reigned in his thoughts, his eyes, flickering with silver-white electric arcs, looked towards the Raging Sea. Using the hidden connection between the weather warlock and the entire fleet, he directly transmitted his will to Jaeger Einhorn, who was below the airship and on the flagship of the Sonia Sea fleet. Change the original plan. Stop bombarding Backlund and continue south to attack coastal ports. This war will be your best opportunity to become a war bishop. Even as a seasoned iron-blooded knight, Jaeger's breathing hitched for a moment. Without the slightest hesitation, and without even asking for the reason, he immediately stopped the bombardment and retreated south. Ahamatova Einhorn, on the airship, manipulated a mist to envelop the Sonia fleet as it detached from the Pritz Harbor coast. His figure flickered, appearing above Pritz Harbor. As a Sequence 2 weather warlock, with a worldwide response, as long as a special hidden connection was established with him, even if there was some attenuation after leaving this battlefield, the power of the entire fleet could still be mobilized. A dense aura of iron and blood emanated, and the smoke and flames that covered most of the harbor instantly gathered, congealing into crimson long spears, emitting a terrifying aura. Looking at Backlund, whose outlines could be vaguely seen not far away, Ahamatova Einhorn's lips curled into a cold arc, and he manipulated those flaming long spears to rush towards that city of 10,000 capitals. Bastard! An angry roar came from behind. The originally azure sea had long turned deep, with dark black waves nearly 10 meters high surging. Silver-white electric snakes shot out of thin air, carrying a strong, almost tangible, tyrannical, and destructive aura, densely striking Pritz Harbor, engulfing the sky above the port area in a forest of thunder. Most of the flaming long spears shattered and evaporated, dissipating in the storm, but there were still some stragglers. Watching the dazzling firelight bloom in Backlund, the tornado giant, which shot up into the sky and stirred up a tsunami, quickly dispersed the mist and dark clouds covering Pritz Harbor. Aside from a crashed airship, the culprit was nowhere to be seen. The lightning storm gradually subsided. Pope Gad II, the current pope of the Church of the Storms, wearing a triple crown inlaid with sapphires, emeralds, and other gems, and dressed in a dark blue, almost black, robe, rode the strong winds, his expression terribly gloomy. As a high-ranking individual who had presided over the Privy Council for nearly a century, and who had always adhered to the principle of treating enemies with storm-like cruelty and immediately venting any anger, he felt an extreme rage at this feeling of punching cotton. Several cardinal bishops of the Church of the Storms who had remained at the headquarters had already gone to the Loen Strait coast to guard key cities along the long coastline, to prevent the Faceac Strait fleet from the opposite shore. Coupled with Pritz Harbor being deep within Loen territory, he had agreed to hand over the defense to the Loen military. It's just a tragic act to gain sympathy. An undisguised sneer sounded. Aaron's figure emerged from the mists of history, glanced at the ruined Pritz Harbor and the smoking Backlund in the distance, and added with a sneer. However, this does give the royal family an opportunity to unite all Strait of Loen in a common hatred. A port so close to Backlund didn't even have a demigod from Military Intelligence 9. The organized ironclad fleet was completely unharmed, yet the residents living in Pritz Harbor became the bargaining chip to incite public outrage. His gloomy expression gradually receded. Gad II nodded slightly towards Aaron, who was clearly just a historical projection. I will demand an explanation from the Augustus family. South of the bridge, Backlund, Rose Street, Harvest Church. Several consecutive explosions broke the quiet of the prayer hall. Emlyn White, who was only a beyonder characteristic away from becoming a noble sanguine viscount, paused, stopping his action of wiping the candlestick, and looked at the agitated crowd on the street with a bewildered expression. Wounded people were constantly being sent into Harvest Church. Emlyn White, who had experienced the Great Smog, didn't bother to delve into the reason and cooperated with Father Utravsky to treat these believers. It wasn't until the afternoon that Emlyn White, who had gone out to purchase medicine, bought a copy of the Meanbow from a newsboy, the paper still warm. Extra. Extra. The kingdom declares war on Faceac. Looking at the bolded, top-placed headline, his expression instantly froze. After several seconds, he suddenly quickened his pace, suppressing the urge to summon bat wings, and rushed back to Harvest Church. Father Utravsky was not in the prayer hall. After comforting the injured believers, Emlyn White went to the secret room deep within the church and finally found the giant bishop kneeling before the holy emblem of life. Father, the kingdom has declared war on Faceac. Handing over the newspaper, Emlyn White quickly summarized its contents. The Strait and the Amantha Mountains are already at war. Pritz Harbor has even been destroyed, and the colonies in the southern continent don't know the news yet. Chapter 454, Desecration of the Slate. Father Utravsky, dressed in a brown bishop's robe, did not reach for the newspaper offered to him. He slowly looked towards the altar and the holy emblem of life upon it, whispering with a sorrowful tone. Life ends, returns to the earth, restarting the cycle. It is both mercy and purification. Emlyn frowned, always feeling that Father Yutravsky's reaction was somewhat abnormal. But seeing that this giant bishop, whom the sanguine elders called a favored one of the Earth Mother, had no reaction to his words, and was instead reciting the Holy Scripture of life to himself, Emlyn's expression changed for a while before he left the prayer room, preoccupied. Empress Burrow, Sodalak Palace. Admiral Seal, the head of Military Intelligence 9, walked out of the layers of opulent palace halls with a gloomy expression. He took out a magnificent, golden mask from his pregnant and put it on his face. Without further delay, the ring on Seal's right hand burst forth with crystal-like light, and he instantly vanished from the spot. Azure light filled his vision. Seal's spirituality moved slightly, and he stepped out of the rippling light, arriving at an underground ruin where he met Duchess Georgina, who was already waiting. With only his pupils visible through the golden mask, Seal's expression was unreadable as he spoke in a deep voice. The flaws left by the interruption of the previous Great Smog have been completely eliminated in this attack by Folsak. However, the losses at Pritz Harbor are too great, and the Pope of the Church of Storms expects Military Intelligence 9 and the royal family to provide an explanation. Duchess Georgina snorted coldly, a mocking arc forming on her delicate face. The deployment of the Desi fleet, those cults in the southern continent, aren't these all valid reasons? Does every single city and port in the entire Loen Kingdom and its colonial territories in the southern continent need a demigod stationed there? Her voice was cold, and she scoffed at the Church of Storm's accusations. As a concession for the Backlund Great Smog incident, George III had agreed to the three major churches' demand to enter the military, and Pritz Harbor was precisely the Church of Storm's key target for infiltration and cultivation. Furthermore, during the last encirclement of Duke Solomon, Nastor, the Church of Storms showed no reaction from beginning to end, resulting in the loss of an ironclad warship and a sealed artifact classified as Zero, and even Prince Grove, who participated in the battle, nearly died. At the thought of this, Duchess Georgina's expression grew even colder, but she did not dwell on the topic. She slightly tilted her head to look at a certain spot in the corner. The Church of Storms matter can be delayed for now. I called you here this time to introduce you to a new friend. Mr. Snowman, the new Psychology Alchemist Council member who will take over from Hugh and Lambys and continue to cooperate with us, responsible for Backlund. Admiral Seal's expression froze slightly, his pupils contracting a little. With his demigod-level spiritual perception, he hadn't noticed anything before. He followed Duchess Georgina's gaze and saw a figure seated on the ground in a praying posture. Dressed in an extremely simple white robe, with various old scars covering his exposed skin, it was Snowman, the ascetic from the third epoch who was left in Grozel's travels and packaged by Aaron to Adam. Though unaware of Snowman's identity, Seal's gaze suddenly froze as he noticed the ancient silver cross pendant held in the hands of this ascetic-dressed demigod. As one of the members of the Twilight Hermit Order, Seal had last seen this pendant in the hands of the Gathering's initiator, the legendary son of the Creator. A hint of apprehension flashed deep within his pupils. Admiral Seal controlled his emotions well and nodded in silence. In the Fog Sea, on the edge of the Lip Islands in Seeger's territorial waters, the Black Death quietly docked. Inside the captain's cabin, which burned with a gloomy green flame, it was filled with illusory, almost invisible, indescribably colored light, yet it was bound by some power, not affecting the outside world. The source of the chaotic light was a dusty gray stone slab, its surface bearing many mottled traces, appearing quite ancient. A script, seemingly the origin of all languages, slowly receded, yet it did not disappear, but rather seemed to merge with the stone slab. Zangwill, his face pale, his right hand trembling slightly, stopped writing. He looked at the dull 0-08 in his hand and the second, blasphemy slate, floating before him, and clicked his tongue. After 1,000 years, I didn't expect you could utilize the aura of the Chaos Sea. However, lending me this blasphemy slate, aren't you afraid I'll keep it for myself? A sneering laugh sounded, and the surrounding void instantly rippled. Pieces of monocles appeared, transforming into streams of light, converging into Amon, wearing a pointed soft hat. I have wandered in the forsaken land of the gods for over 1,000 years, searching for the history of the second epoch and even before the first epoch. I often linger at the edge of the Chaos Sea, so I must have some gains. I only need to steal something special. Using this power to activate the blasphemy slate is not too difficult. Amon adjusted his monocle, and as he spoke, he snapped his fingers. The blasphemy slate, written upon by 0-08, immediately began to distort, transforming into a pure chaotic light. It flew unimpeded into Zangwill's glabella, merging with the red angel evil spirit in his spirit world. After completing all this, Amon's lips curved into a smile, and he casually added, I only borrowed the blasphemy slate for a while. If you want to keep it, I won't stop you. That guy will naturally find you then. The chaotic light filling the captain's cabin gradually dissipated. After a moment, Medici's voice finally sounded again. Tisk, that's not necessary. Is this considered compensation from that guy? Heh, I don't appreciate it. Nodding indifferently, Amon snapped his fingers again. The ancient, mottled phantom of a clock flashed behind him, altering certain concepts before he continued. After Alista Tudor's fall, the uniqueness of the Red Priest fell into the hands of that old dragon. Beyonders above the demigod level are suppressed and find it difficult to approach. Although you are an evil spirit, you have already devoured many high-level Beyonder characteristics. If I were to strip those characteristics, you might not be able to suppress those two guys, Sauron and Einhorn. However, all rules have loopholes, let alone a dead object. You already have the contamination of disaster on you. With this blasphemy slate, you should at least be able to bring out that uniqueness. Putting away the dull 0-08, which had consumed too much, Insangwil gazed into the distance, his voice becoming much more solemn. Is this also the world trend that Guy envisioned? Amon shrugged, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. His figure slowly dissipated, leaving only his lingering voice. You guess. Chapter 455 Preparations Before Action. Low-level provocation, Insangwil snorted, watching Amon dissipate into worms of time and vanish into the void. The underworld within his body, which had covered him completely, gradually contracted. Feeling the changes after merging with the blasphemy slate, the Red Angel evil spirit no longer suppressed Insangwil's spirit body. His pupils, blue to the point of appearing deep black, trembled violently. Insangwil, regaining control of his body, immediately felt an extreme weakness, his spirituality almost depleted. With a grim expression, he glanced at 0-08, now dull and ordinary in his embrace, and immediately raised his hand to spirit world travel, intending to leave this unknown place. However, he found that all Beyonder abilities related to the spirit world were unusable. This damned evil spirit, Insangwil roared in his heart, noticing that the surrounding environment had become gloomy and dark, with several black flames burning silently, and Tracy's figure emerged. Unsure what transaction the evil spirit that occupied his body had made with this demigod-level demoness, Insangwil narrowed his eyes vigilantly, trying his best to recover his depleted spirituality, his remaining single arm quietly clutching 0-08. Don't be nervous, this is the Sea of Fog, far from Loen and the Church of Evernight. Looking at the unmoving Insangwil, Tracy's heroic and beautiful face showed a smile. A faint blue illusory halo surged from her body, and wherever it passed, ice condensed, layer upon layer. In just a second or two, she and Insangwil were inside a frozen world. The captain's cabin was enveloped in transparent ice, covered with soft white frost. Tracy raised her hand and pressed her empty right eye socket, a faint smile playing on her lips. Under Insangwil's gloomy gaze, she added. As for you, stay here obediently until your spirituality recovers. I hope you don't do anything that would make things difficult for me. Winter County, Amantha Mountains. Even though the Church of Evernight was prepared for this war, the high-level power of the Red Priest pathway belonged to war, and war was an art of collective effort. A war bishop with corresponding authority could fully unleash the power of the two-headed giant army. Roars and cannon fire resounded throughout the battlefield. Except for a few areas, Loen's overall defense line was passively retreating, but Faysak's surging offensive had been curbed, gradually falling into a fierce war of attrition. Withdrawing his gaze from the tragic battlefield, Aaron raised an eyebrow and looked at the void beside him. Illusory silver wheels appeared one by one, transforming into a Losepton, wrapped in silver silk. In his chubby right hand, he held a milky white six-sided die, with a red 4 facing up. After meeting Aaron's gaze, Losepton pouted and warned. Even if, yesterday once more, allows me to return to sequence 1, I can only activate the dice of probability, to a limited extent, and such an opportunity is only once. Regardless of success or failure, this uniqueness cannot be activated again in a short period. Aaron nodded slightly and responded with a smile. Don't worry, given Ouroboros' current state, even if he senses the aura of the dice of probability, it will take time for him to arrive from the forsaken land of the gods. If the consumption is too great, causing the dice of probability to fully reactivate, I will be responsible for resuppressing and sealing it. After comforting a certain infant, Aaron looked up again at the sky, covered by layers of dark clouds. After confirming that the Faysak Einhorn family's weather warlock was being held back by Ariana and unable to leave, he immediately connected with the Nation of Disorder and retrieved the crown of stars from it. Dark golden blood seeped from his fingertips, quickly outlining a pair of illusory, hazy, gigantic bat wings inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols in the void. As the wings spread, the crown of stars disappeared. A few instants later, a faint blue light appeared, forming a starlight portal beside Aaron. A somewhat illusory and unreal Cavendish land walked out of it, his expression unable to conceal his excitement. Regardless of whether the operation to seize Trunsoist's brass book was successful, all participating angels would be exposed to the God of Combat's eyes, enduring the wrath of the God of Combat Church and the Faysak Empire. Therefore, neither the Sanguine, who maintained a neutral stance, nor the Crown of Stars, which bore the imprint of the East Tacker family, could openly appear on the battlefield. This led to the idea of having the three Sanguine angels wield the Crown of Stars to summon the historical projection of Cavendish Land, who was proselytizing in the forsaken land of the gods. With the uniqueness of the Kingdom of the Moon, it was sufficient to bear the spiritual consumption of maintaining the historical projection. And the Crown of Stars itself possessed the authority of secrecy and sensing shield from the secret sorcerer, which was sufficient to interfere with possible prying and divination. Moreover, as a personal guard who truly experienced the Night Emperor era and was personally chosen as a spark, Cavendish Land, who had already advanced to sequence 2 Miracle Invoker, could almost precisely summon the Night Emperor, who had not yet accommodated a uniqueness and was only at the King of Angels level. Many thoughts flashed through Aaron's mind. His spirituality stirred, and he peeled off a wisp of will, transmitting it to Guzman Will, who was commanding the war. Then, he led Will Osepton and Cavendish Land to the Black Emperor, which was docked at a glacier in the North Sea. Aaron's expression relaxed slightly as he surveyed the more than 5 angels in the hall. Even without considering the Grade 0 sealed artifacts they wielded, and excluding true gods and potentially existing divine descent vessels, this luxurious lineup was enough to crush any Orthodox church. After a moment of emotion, Aaron lightly coughed and went straight to the point. Faceac Sonia fleet attacked Port Pritz in Loen after leaving Sonia Island. That weather warlock indeed went with them, and another weather warlock is being held back in the Amantha Mountains. According to the Church of Storm's intelligence, the God of Combat Church's great Archbishop Larian has remained in the Intercia since Faceac's surprise declaration of war. Bernadette, who was sitting at the lower seat observing Will Osepton, withdrew her gaze, raised her head slightly, and calmly said. His essays mention the situation of the Faceac royal family. Besides the 2 weather warlocks, there is also a founder. Although he is also Sequence 2, he wields a sealed artifact formed from a Sequence 1 conqueror characteristic, but he has never advanced. Aaron raised an eyebrow. He had read all of the Roselle's diaries that Bernadette collected, and there was no related record. It seemed that Roselle might have left those Grade 0 sealed artifacts to Bernadette along with them. What a doting father, Aaron mused inwardly, then pondered for a moment, connected with the Nation of Disorder, and transmitted a wisp of consciousness to Astorfo, who was still clearing out the Rose School of Thought in the southern continent and preparing to rebuild the Highland Kingdom. Chapter 456, The Battle of West Balam. Southern Continent, West Balam, Starry Plateau. The dark gold mist before Astolph dissipated. After a moment of contemplation, his crimson eyes flickered towards Rainet Tynker, who emerged from the void, and he asked concisely, "How is it?" Rainet Tynker's gloomy, elaborate long dress billowed slightly, and one pale, illusory arm after another extended from behind her, dense like a forest. Mummies wrapped in bandages and various beyonder materials stained with faint greenish hues were dragged out. Rainet Tynker bowed slightly and replied, "Apart from the tangible waves of curses, only these contaminated materials remain at the cult's headquarters. Baranka and the remaining hedonistic remnants are nowhere to be found. Moreover, all the altars related to the bound god that the Rose School of Thought had previously set up at the headquarters have been completely destroyed." Astolph nodded silently, as if he had anticipated this. His crimson eyes turned into a vortex, swallowing the contaminated materials, and he muttered in a hoarse, muffled voice, "Fanak has already gone to war with Loen. Duke Aaron hopes that we can open a battlefield in the southern continent, taking the opportunity to attack Fanak's colonial area in West Balam, and tie down the God of Combat Church or the high-level Beyonder secretly hidden by the Einhorn family." The blood red in Rainet Tynker's eyes flickered. She looked thoughtfully towards the southwest of Starry Plateau, where the outline of a city was faintly visible under the dim yellow light. "This is an opportunity. The Highland Kingdom has been submerged in the dust of history for too long. It's time to make them remember." As she spoke, points of light emanated from Rainet Tynker's body, and the surrounding void rippled again. Many members of the Temperance faction, led by the 2 demigods, Sharon and Marek, immediately appeared. As the rich spirit world faded, Astolph's body gradually grew taller. Surging black thorns, like a tide, enveloped Sharon, whose face was slightly pale. Greenish-black colors outlined several distorted and mysterious symbols beneath the puppet's feet. Thin, blackish-brown lines emerged from Astolph's body, resembling intertwined arms and vines, connecting the array formed by the symbols. Sharon looked around at the black array patterns that obscured her vision with some confusion. The disciple of silence characteristic, granted by the abyss of ferrying in her embrace, was pulled by a vast power and instantly turned into specks of light. After merging with a deep black viscous fluid, it plunged into Sharon's glabella. A muffled whisper, as if suppressing pain, simultaneously sounded. "Disciple of silence" was anciently called cursed item. The essence of advancement is to allow spirituality to merge with curses through the release of desires, transforming from a puppet into a true, cursed item. This is also one of the foundations for becoming an ancient bane. Open your mind. I will use high-level curses to cleanse your spirituality and help you advance. Cherish this opportunity and comprehend it deeply. Once you successfully advance, you will be the governor of the Highland Kingdom. Casually bringing Sharon into his body, Astolph looked at Rhaena Tynker, his thoughts conveyed along with the spiritual fluctuations. I will go and probe. With my sequence, they won't be able to keep me without special preparations. You hide in the shadows and guard against Intis or the psychology alchemists. His giant-like body expanded again, and the evil vines entwined around him emitted a dense black mist, directly transforming into clouds that blotted out the sky, blown by an invisible cold wind towards the southwest. West Balam, Axelban, Uri City, closest to Starry Plateau. In the non-stop forging factory, a cold wind swept through, causing the scorching high temperature to suddenly vanish. One by one, the weary, weather-beaten faces of the workers numbly looked up, watching the thin black mist pouring into the factory. The next second, they discovered in horror that the originally arrogant Fainak overseers, after being enveloped by the black mist, strangely deformed into various animals with blood-red eyes and rapidly dissolved, making the black mist even denser. The same scene appeared in various corners of the city-state. An extremely evil and mad aura rapidly spread but did not harm the native residents of West Balam. At the center of the city-state, the god of combat church erupted with a brilliant twilight glow, but it was instantly submerged by the black mist. Marek, who had been a demigod for some time, led many members of the Temperance faction into the city-state, appeasing the residents with various thoughts. After drawing a clear line between themselves and the Highland rebels on Starry Plateau who believed in hedonism and engaged in burning, killing, and looting, Marek quickly plundered the Beyonder materials and sealed artifacts, taking away the native residents who were willing to contribute to the restoration of the Highland Kingdom. West Balam, the governor's mansion of the Fainak colonial area. Noel Cam, the Archbishop of the God of Combat Church's West Balam Diocese, a Sequence 3 Silver Knight, looked at the royal family's demigod governor in military uniform opposite him and spoke in a low voice. The Great Shepherd's meaning is this: if necessary, we can sacrifice some colonial interests in exchange for the Intis people's intervention. Those few in the royal family have also tacitly agreed to this. Before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically. A Silver Knight is extremely sensitive to evil and corrupt auras. Dark green symbols appeared in his pupils, reflecting the tide of black mist that was quietly spreading under the cover of night. An angel. How dare he? Feeling his spirituality frantically warning him, Noelcam cursed inwardly and roared at the somewhat bewildered iron-blooded knight opposite him. Quickly awaken the sealed artifact. Immediately ask the royal family's angel for help. A silver-white light, like a miniature sun, flashed by. Noelcam, whose protective power had materialized into silver full-body armor on his surface, used the light to quickly return to the church by stealth. Without any hesitation, he retrieved a half-broken horn, inscribed with unknown symbols, from behind the sealed artifact door underground. After absorbing a large amount of the Silver Knight's blood and spirituality, a desolate horn sound, as if from ancient times, slowly emanated, forming an invisible barrier that temporarily blocked the surging black mist tide. Taking advantage of this gap, Noelcam, whose spirituality and even life force were being drained by the terrifying sealed artifact in his hand, his face turning pale, hastily chanted the honorific name of Larian, the Great Shepherd of the God of Combat Church. Underground Sunia Island, in the ancient and magnificent hall, 3 figures sat quietly. The aura, enough to make living beings tremble, was blocked by array patterns, not leaking out in the slightest. Among them, the most burly figure, completely covered in silver armor, was Liam, the leader of the God of Combat Church's pontifical chasers, a Sequence 2 glory. He sat at the very center of the hall's array patterns, cooperating with the array and the auras of the other 2 angels to suppress the Trunsoist brass book, which was in a semi-sealed state in his hand. Behind this giant was Ahamatova Einhorn, who, after destroying Pritz Harbor, had quietly returned to the underground palace of Sunia Island with the aid of a sealed artifact. Chapter 457 Peter Einhorn I. Almost simultaneously, the 2 angels abruptly opened their eyes, and a muffled thunder-like cold snort resounded, clearly having learned through their respective channels the intelligence that the Sibiran colony had been attacked by an unknown angel. Saya has already fallen. Was it another angel from the Rose School of Thought who made a move? They want to seize benefits while we are at war with Loen and our attention is divided. Widely divergent thoughts flashed through the minds of the 2 angels. This timing was too coincidental yet seemed extremely reasonable. They looked at each other in tacit understanding, slowly rising with an aura of terror that seemed to conquer everything. As if soaked in blood, the dark red, almost black armor was covered in mottled rust. Their body was completely enveloped by the black armor, and on the surface of the face beneath the mask, veins protruded in a dark red state, as if flowing with flames. The creator of Fasak, the conqueror, the first emperor, Peter Einhorn I. Deep within his eyes, dark red, almost purple flames burned, and the aura he emitted far surpassed that of Ahamatova Einhorn, who was also a weather warlock. He looked at Glory Liam, who was clad in bright silver armor, and spoke majestically. The anchor of the southern continent cannot be lost. That is the land I conquered. My authority can project power, which, combined with the sealed artifacts there, is sufficient to cope. A decaying aura surged, suppressing the activity of the Trunsoist brass book. A muffled voice came from beneath Liam's silver armor. Good, for the pollution brought by using your power, I will pray to the Lord to purify you and prevent madness from eroding your will. When this national war concludes, regaining death's authority from that individual will be enough to allow the Lord to advance further, and completely clearing the pollution within this conqueror characteristic will naturally be effortless. Thus, you will be able to smoothly advance to conqueror, unlike that one from the Sauron family, and truly gain the qualification to contend for godhood. The apocalypse is approaching. Compared to that demoness, as long as you demonstrate sufficient value, the gods will tacitly approve. Peter Einhorn's gaze flickered, and he silently took a symbol representing twilight, condensed from silver-white light, from the hand of the leader of the church's pursuers. This was a symbol of status. The core of the seal beneath the church was based on the power of faith and would indiscriminately attack Beyonders outside the God of Combat sequence. Only with recognition could the meaningless consumption of the sealing power be avoided. Faesak Colonial Zone Capital, Freyans, God of Combat Church Siberin Diocese Headquarters Underground. Silver Knight Noel Khan suddenly felt a sense of dread. The ancient horn in his hand uncontrollably slipped from his grasp, enveloped by a blazing purple flame, and left the church's underground. Crash, 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 torrential rain poured down like a flood, countless lightning bolts frequently appeared, and terrifying thunder continuously echoed, like a calamity. The invisible, chilling wind was dispelled. Above Freyans, a sudden tornado, carrying lightning, flames, and hail, appeared, scattering the black mist tide that carried curses and sought to envelop Freyans. At the boundary where two completely different powers converged, the elements were chaotic, and the corresponding spirit world region also became chaotic and broken under the confrontation of high-level powers. It really is him. The black mist, which had actively avoided the sharp edge, spread out in all directions. Astolf's massive, distorted figure emerged. After transmitting a wisp of his will to Aaron through prayer, his crimson eyes slightly turned, reflecting the blurry figure at the center of the raging storm above Freyans. That was a terrifying giant with a blurred face, seemingly entirely condensed from flames. Illusory symbols of lightning, hail, mist, and other things continuously erupted from his body, dissipating into the surrounding void. Peter Einhorn, who had descended with a power projection using a sealed artifact and the Conqueror authority, also noticed Astolf hidden within the black mist tide. The aura of an abomination was as dazzling as a candle in the night. After a warning, seeing that the newly born abomination, though no longer attacking, showed no intention of retreating, Peter Einhorn slightly raised his right hand. Countless greenish-white, almost purple flames condensed into a long handle, connecting with the ancient horn to form a uniquely shaped spear. In the sky covered by storms and dark clouds, one illusory and not entirely real figure after another appeared. The convergence of iron-blooded aura made Peter Einhorn's power projection even more terrifying. The dark clouds, carrying hail and flames, obscured the crimson moon, pressing towards the distant black mist that had stopped expanding. In Freyans, the citizens who had been evacuated and resettled by the God of Combat church clergy and the Faesak governor's mansion trembled under this divine punishment-like pressure, praying for the Lord's forgiveness. Fog Sea, the black tulip appeared somewhat unreal under the illumination of the crimson moon. After approaching the territorial waters bordering Fenipod and Seeger, Klein temporarily parted ways with the Golden Dream and came to the black tulip with Vice Admiral Iceberg. Although he didn't particularly want to share a ship with Frank, given the strength of the Golden Dream's crew, they were no different from cannon fodder in front of Insangwil, and bringing them along would only be a burden. Moreover, the Black Tulip, being essentially a ghost ship, was far superior to the Golden Dream in both escaping and pursuing. Gentlemanly yielding the captain's cabin to the only lady, Klein stood on the deck as the grey-white mist before his eyes dissipated. He had already learned from Moon Emlin's prayer that Pritz Harbor had been destroyed and that Loen had officially declared war on Faesak. Flipping a gold coin to confirm the veracity of the intelligence, Klein's face showed astonishment, and he murmured with unconcealed complexity in his voice. Pritz Harbor is gone. Ludwig, standing beside him, slightly tilted his head, and two pale flames burned quietly within the eye sockets behind his silver-white mask. Dunsmith's deep voice immediately echoed in Klein's mind. It must be an angel from Faesak who personally made a move. This national war will likely surpass the 20 Years' War. The church and the military will probably find it much harder to hunt down in Sangwil as they did in the past. As a sequence for Undying, Dun had sealed his aura and directly concealed himself within Ludwig's body in the underworld, also able to communicate directly with Klein through spiritual threads. If, during a battle, that renegade archbishop were to think Ludwig was just an expendable puppet, Dun would give him a surprise. Klein silently nodded, a sense of powerlessness in the face of the grand tide once again welling up in his heart. After taking a deep breath, he asked in a low voice. Captain, can you find any trace of Insangwil? The Ripple Islands were somewhat similar to the Gargus Islands in the Sonia Sea, with scattered reefs distributed extremely chaotically. And the magic mirror roads couldn't provide a more specific location. Facing a demigod who could traverse the spirit world, startling the enemy often meant failure. Chapter 458 Raid on Sonia Island. The death ring emanated a bone-chilling cold. Ludwell pondered for a moment, then took a step forward, gazing at the sea shrouded in thin mist, and pointed his hand towards the northwest. All right, after entering the sea area, I already have a rather vague sensation. It's roughly in that direction. Before Klein could respond, Dan Smith, hidden in the underworld within Ludwell's body, instantly changed his expression, his voice suddenly urgent. No, this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. That guy is approaching us. Klein's expression froze slightly. He no longer bothered with the annoying mushrooms and walked into the ship's cabin, avoiding Frank, to find a relatively normal storage room. After setting up a spirit wall, he immediately took 4 reverse steps to arrive at Sapphira Castle. Sitting back in the bronze high-backed chair, Klein didn't hesitate at all. He beckoned towards the pile of sundries, and a blood-stained eyeball, shrouded in grayish-white mist, flew out. It was the Eye of Rusco. Looking at this ancient god's eye, Klein had the illusion of directly gazing into a deep abyss that devoured souls. He steadied his mind and allowed it to burrow into his flesh. Layers of whispers echoed in his ears. Klein took a deep breath and summoned both the sea god scepter and the blasphemy slate door. After a moment of hesitation, he raised his hand towards the pile of sundries again. A palm-sized mass, almost humanoid, filled with colorless liquid, looked like worm-like strands intertwined, with faint black glimmers reflecting within. This was the true soul body left behind after a spirit world plunderer, who had sensed the anomaly of the abyss of ferrying, was annihilated by the fully recovered Azek. It had previously been restrained within the pure white feather Azek had given him and was only sacrificed into Sapphira Castle after encountering Dan. What a pity, I'm still missing a trickster evil spirit to complete the potion, but the true soul body of a spirit world plunderer is enough for a disguise. Klein nodded imperceptibly. The flesh on his palm split open, the deep light on the surface of the Eye of Rusco flickered, and the 3 items disappeared simultaneously. He did not divine the subsequent actions, because that would definitely be interfered with by 0-08. Klein no longer lingered and immediately returned to reality. After removing the spirit wall, Klein directly used flame jump to arrive beside Ludwell and fused a subsoul of the spirit world plunderer's true soul body into the center of this puppet's forehead. Ludwell's signature silver-white mask gradually blurred, and in the blink of an eye, his appearance changed, transforming into the cold and gloomy, mad adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow. The false spirit body threads constructed by the spirit world plunderer's true soul body rapidly extended from within Ludwell's body, connecting all the puppets on the Black Tulip under Klein's control. Klein's own aura and appearance quickly transformed into those of the most ordinary low-sequence puppet. Just as he completed his disguise, the door to the captain's cabin was gently pushed open, and, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina walked out, the indifference in her brows dissipated, replaced by a hint of satisfaction and anticipation. In her hand, she held a golden-based hexagonal prism charm, with brassy glimmer quickly moving across its surface, outlining one mysterious symbol after another, like a flickering brass-colored eye. Edwina's lips curled slightly, and with a hint of a smile, she looked at the puppet, which outwardly appeared to be the mad adventurer but actually contained a demigod within, and introduced. The high-level charm, Eye of Cognition, you provided earlier can indeed succeed. Although it consumed many precious materials, if I'm not mistaken, with its help, it might be able to partially reproduce some of the authority of Sequence 3, Cognizer, to a certain extent. Klein, hidden in the corner acting as cannon fodder, narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning the high-level charm. A familiar dizzying sensation flashed by. He controlled Ludwell to relay the captain's previous discovery but did not take the Eye of Cognition charm. Such high-level charms, second only to the angel level, require a ritual to be arranged and a prayer to a high-level existence of the same pathway to truly unleash their power. However, besides the old gentleman, Eye of Wisdom, in Backlund, Klein knew no other members of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Thus, he exchanged the ritual process for this charm with Edwina, including but not limited to direct assistance, free production of Eye of Cognition charms several times, and so on. There is only one charm. As a mysticism magister, you can truly unleash its full capabilities, so it is for your use. If the situation is extremely perilous, you can also leave on your own. This was also our previous agreement. Glancing at the calm-faced Edwina, Klein, controlling the puppet, added one last sentence, then said no more. Following the tremor transmitted by Den via the spirit body threads, he looked at the scene in the distance. At the northern tip of Sonia Island, in a sea area near the deep-sea vortex, Aaron, who had received a Strolf's message, emerged from the void. His crimson-gold pupils reflected the ancient elven island shrouded in night in the distance. Even now, with his Beyonder characteristic, he couldn't discern any problems, but the constant yearning transmitted from the Nation of Disorder was enough to explain everything. Trunsoist's brass book, which was essentially the uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway, was currently somewhere on this island. Behind him, Will Septon, with a reluctant expression, floated in midair holding the dice of probability, muttering softly. Most of the angels and Grade 0 sealed artifacts of Phaenopotter and the God of Combat Church have already been restrained. Whether we can devour the bait before the hunters close the net rests on this one move. Feigning not hearing, Aaron withdrew his gaze and gave a warning, his figure gradually fading as he silently returned to the nation of disorder, suppressing the agitation of this Sapphira. Considering that it would be difficult to conceal his aura in a battle of this level, and to prevent the explosive news of the current Duke of East Tark's promotion to Angel from leaking, Aaron intended to participate in the battle in a different way. After all, with the Sapphira between them, even if he directly faced the God of Combat, Aaron was not worried about his identity being discovered. Moreover, he could exert power close to the King of Angels level within the nation of disorder. Leaning on the throne, Aaron summoned the Justiciar card and the Black Emperor card, activating the Sequence 1, Hand of Order, characteristic within the Crown of Chaos. His body transformed into endless dark gold mist, merging into the vast, near-real world outside the palace. His spirituality was elevated layer by layer. Aaron unreservedly activated this Sapphira that had accompanied him for several epochs. The feeling of fusing with the nation of disorder during his promotion to Angel resurfaced, and the dark gold points of light symbolizing the angels above the palace dome expanded one by one. In the real world, beside Wala Septon, the divine light reappeared in the eyes of the historical projection summoned by a certain sanguine duke. Cavendish Lancer's consciousness directly descended from the forsaken land of the gods. Without any hesitation, the miracle invoker's power of wish spread out abruptly. Chapter 459 Revenge begins. The surrounding void rippled, and two figures silently appeared. The quietly spreading power of wishes smoothed over the impact on the spirit world caused by the simultaneous arrival of several mythical creatures. After advancing to Miracle Invoker, Cavendish Lancer had been hiding in the forsaken land of the gods to evade the pursuit of the true creator and that fallen angel. His power of wishes was extremely adept at concealment and hiding. At the forefront was Bernadette, wearing a feathered tricorn hat and with eyes as blue as the sea. In her hand, she held a pale mask shimmering with metallic luster. It only had holes for the eyes, with no other seams, and it was precisely pale death. And before the aura of decay and deathly stillness could dissipate, a pair of cold, almost transparent eyes without eyelashes emerged behind Bernadette. Beside him, Grand Duke Solomon, Nastor slightly raised his hand towards Bernadette, the dark red light in his eyes contracting and expanding. The angelic level of chaos and distortion disturbed the sealed artifact of Sequence 0, amplifying its authority while extending the arrival of its negative effects. On the surface of pale death, the metal instantly softened, interweaving with Bernadette, who had manifested her mythical creature form and transformed into a stream of information, to reform a new figure. Within the Eye of Peeping, whose pupils had turned black, pale lines emerged, outlining an extremely complex and mysterious three-dimensional symbol. With his spirituality extended, Aaron, who further controlled the nation of disorder through the embryonic divine kingdom, no longer needed to pray for light points. The scene outside Sonia Island could clearly appear in his mind with a slight shift of thought. The entire embryonic divine kingdom began to tremble gently. Laws and order intertwined, and at the very bottom of the miniature world, the unique netherworld formed by the fusion of part of the netherworld's authority and the complete integration of the abyss of ferrying rippled. The three-dimensional symbol representing death deep within the pupil of the Eye of Peeping suddenly expanded. With the blessing of the entire unique netherworld, Bernadette, wearing pale death, was like a deity in charge of death. Deep within the spirit world, which gathered various symbols, at the center of a boundless dark world. Inside a mottled palace covered in feathers, a pure black sarcophagus stood vertically on a high platform in the center of the palace. The tadpole-shaped symbols inscribed on its surface suddenly burst into pale flames, like a torch in the night illuminating the entire netherworld. Pale Queen Siapalenke Eggers, wearing a dark black robe embroidered with gold threads and a golden bird-shaped crown, felt the source of the netherworld being pried open, but she merely watched with cold eyes, not attempting to use her authority to stop it. An undying belonging to the numinous episcopate's royal faction appeared with a solemn expression beside the high platform. After bowing, he whispered with worry in his voice. "Your Majesty, is someone attacking the netherworld?" Siapalenke Eggers' hollow eyes shifted slightly, and pieces of dark, cold scales quietly appeared on her face but vanished in an instant. Her cold voice echoed within the empty, deathly silent palace. "Ignore it. This is not something you need to know." Saying that, she paused and added. "The cult members in Cyberang should relocate as soon as possible. The world will soon fall into chaos, and His Royal Highness Azek's suggestion can be adopted." The Undying, who had distinct South Continent bloodline features, breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left this palace enveloped by angelic pressure. In the fog sea, the colorful abstract paintings distorted the mist. Inzangwil, wearing a black clerical robe and with dark golden hair, stumbled and detached from the spirit world. His eyes were no longer indifferent but filled with pain, as if he was enduring unimaginable torment. A pure white but somewhat dim quill pen moved unrestrainedly around Inzangwil, leaving lines of text on his tattered robe. For unknown reasons, Sauron Einhorn Medici suddenly returned his body to the pitiful Inzangwil. Without the obstruction of this evil spirit, Insangwil successfully escaped the Black Death, at the mere cost of the demoness of despair's curse. Grabbing 0-08, Insangwil scanned the text on his robe with a gloomy expression. Just as he was about to add a few strokes to the end of the text, his soul remaining dark blue, almost black eye reflected the black tulip and the grim-faced Gairman sparrow standing proudly at the bow. This guy isn't dead, this thought flashed through his mind, and Insangwil almost simultaneously confirmed that there were no troublesome demigod-level individuals on that ghost ship. With my ability to operate a ghost ship, unless I encounter an angel, I won't face the previous predicament again. Such a thought suddenly and strangely filled his mind. His past caution seemed to dissipate in an instant, and Insangwil seemed to have forgotten the relationship between this mad adventurer and the Death Consul. His figure suddenly vanished, leaving only a transparent, blurry silhouette in its place, but he did not flee. Instead, he had already arrived near the black tulip. A mysterious, illusory bronze door immediately formed in his dark blue, almost black eye. An invisible force expanded and extended towards Gairman Sparrow, who seemed to still be in a daze. This was Insangwil's ability to remotely extract spiritual bodies, gained through the netherworld within him, which was extremely effective against the marionettist, whose foundation lay in spiritual threads. Above Gairman Sparrow's head, a figure uncontrollably floated upwards. The next second, Insangwil's expression changed drastically, as if he had just woken from a dream, but it was already too late to stop it. The figure, faintly reflecting black fine rays like countless wriggling worms intertwined, instantly vanished into the netherworld within him. At the bottom of the black tulip's cabin, connecting and spreading mycelia covered the cabin walls like soft carpets, as if giving life to this ghost ship. The burly Frank was looking at his masterpiece with excitement, completely forgetting Klein's previous specific warning about potential demigod-level battles. In front of him, above the now dim array patterns, at the center of numerous spiritual materials that had lost their luster, a spirit-devouring mushroom had grown, several times smaller in size but entirely emerald green. Although he lacked the potion to advance to Sequence 4, Classical Alchemist, Frank, not content with his druid identity, used his clever mind to study the ghost ship's characteristics. He eventually improved the ritual magic for refining the Stone of Life in the Classical Alchemist advancement ritual, successfully grafting this characteristic onto the spirit-devouring mushroom through pseudo-life transmutation, truly solving the limitation of reproduction in the spirit world. A slightly vicissitude sigh entered his ears. Frank turned his head blankly, only to see a strange figure beside him, where many mushrooms had originally been piled. This figure seemed to have always been there, but was always overlooked. He wore an unusually simple white robe, had a light golden beard that covered the lower half of his face, and his eyes were clear and innocent like a child's, with a gentle and reserved expression. Chapter 460, The Fate of 0-08. Meeting those clear, pure, light gold eyes, Frank scratched his head. Although he didn't know who the other party was, he inexplicably felt that this middle-aged man dressed as a priest was extremely kind. Frank seemed not to have noticed the battle on the deck, or perhaps the cabin was already isolated from the outside world. His initial vigilance quickly settled, and he began to enthusiastically introduce his great experiment. Adam listened quietly, his light-colored pupils gazing at Frank for a moment. As if confirming something, he slowly averted his gaze and lowered his head, turning the pages of the book bound with parchment in his hand. On the dark brown cover was a line of ancient Fuzak, Grozel's Travels. The yellowish-brown pages slipped by one after another, and illusory and real intertwined dark stone pillars rose up, silently enveloping the entire sea area and supporting a magnificent church that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. The moment it was isolated by the church, the surface of the black tulip, which was originally covered with various mushroom mycelia, began to show obscure, dark gold patterns, which quickly intertwined and converged to form an illusory human figure. Feeling the abnormality, Aaron, who quickly descended a wisp of wool from the nation of disorder to activate the contingency left on this ghost ship, saw Adam turning Grozel's Travels to the last page. Above the black tulip, Insangwil, his face drastically changed, watched as the marionettist below, who should have had his spirit body extracted by him, suddenly turned into Admiral of Hell Ludwell. As for the true soul body of the spirit world plunderer, which disguised itself as a spirit body and burrowed into Insangwil's body in the underworld, it was like a fish in water in this spirit world-like environment, instinctively beginning to manipulate the gatekeeper's spirit body threads, causing his movements and thoughts to gradually slow down. This is a trap. Clearly feeling the abnormality in his body, Insangwil instantly became much more sober. Without any hesitation, he was about to enter the spirit world to escape this place, but his raised hand froze in place. The sea, filled with thin mist, seemed no different from before, but he had already lost his perception of the spirit world. The tightly clutched 0-08 suddenly broke free from its restraints. Its dull feathers glowed as if in a final burst of light, and its pen tip moved slightly, rapidly writing. Hariber. Just as it wrote three symbols, 0-08 could no longer move. The trembling pen tip seemed to be bound by an invisible force, unable to budge an inch. Watching the abnormality of 0-08, the sense of unease in Insangwil's heart seemed to solidify. He reached out to grab it but grasped at empty air. He turned his head in disbelief, watching this Grade 0 sealed artifact, which had helped him escape numerous encirclements, tremble violently and then abruptly vanish as if it had never appeared. Klein, who was hiding among the puppets and also witnessed this bizarre scene, no longer had time to ponder the reason. He secretly thought, good opportunity, and immediately changed his plan. The flesh in his palm squirmed, and the long-prepared sea god scepter instantly appeared, unleashing a violent lightning storm directly at Insangwil, who was stunned in place. At the same time, the mysterious, illusory bronze door on Ludwell's forehead also opened, and a pair of pale hands wearing dark rings reached out. Inside the cabin, Aaron threw Frank, who was entertaining himself, in a dream, into a pile of mushrooms. He looked strangely at Adam, who raised his hand and grabbed 0-08 from the void, placing it on the last open page of Grozel's Travels. His leisurely demeanor was very much like a parent taking a toy from a child. 0-08 seems to have consumed a lot of energy before, almost overdrawn. But where did the Red Angel evil spirit hidden in Insangwil's body go? As thoughts flashed through his mind, Aaron glanced at the true name of the god of knowledge and wisdom, which was already half-written, and then at Iceberg Admiral Edwina, who was in the captain's cabin and carried a trace of the god of knowledge and wisdom's aura, and slowly shook his head. That cunning old dragon, who had survived from the second epoch until now, even if he truly sensed 0-08's call, might not necessarily intervene to stop it. The bone church covering the sea instantly disintegrated. Adam's figure remained unchanged, but Aaron could already tell that the Creator's son's true body had left, and what remained here was merely an imagined avatar. Only when the anticipated tide of the era becomes reality will Adam be able to advance to a visionary. Aaron's eyes flickered, and a sense of urgency involuntarily rose in his heart. He raised his hand and beckoned, and a blurry, transparent phantom flew out from the open door of Conferred. Above the phantom was a single transparent eye, glowing with a faint blue light, surrounded by smaller eyes with the same characteristics. This was precisely the other main ingredient for the Bizarro Sorcerer potion that Klein lacked, the trickster aberration that Cavendish Lancer had scoured the forsaken land of the gods to obtain. Facing Dun Smith, who had achieved undying, and Klein, who wielded the sea god scepter, Insangwil, who now had nothing, was destined to meet his end. If Klein advanced to a demigod, the anomaly of Sapphira Castle would only be more intense than when he advanced to a marionettist, enough to attract the attention of those few in the astral world. Outside Sonia Island, Bernadette's blockade using Pale Death was nearing its end. Aaron was currently waiting for an opportunity to divert the god of combat's attention. Mist Sea, Black Death. Tracy, with a faint smile on his face, and many crew members with similar smiles, watched together as the Bone Church, standing on the sea in the distance, collapsed with exclamations. Having obtained the last spectator characteristic, my paranoid brother is truly just one step away from godhood. A sneer came from his side, and a translucent man in blood-stained black armor emerged from the void. The banner-like mark on his brow became even more blood-red, and his face, covered in signs of decay, showed no expression. He extended his palm, drew out an illusory longsword with dark red rust from his body, looked north, and said, "Since he has obtained 0-08, let's begin our plan. I can feel the aura of disaster growing thicker and thicker, it's truly intoxicating." Worms of time, each with 12 segments, crawled out from the bodies of the strangely smiling crew members, turning into streaks of light and transforming into a mon, wearing a pointed soft hat, beside Red Angel Medici. The blasphemer snapped his fingers, and the second blasphemy slate within Medici's body, which had turned into chaotic light, immediately surged, causing the evil spirit's aura to continuously weaken until it fell below demigod level. Amon adjusted his monocle, and his pupils reflected Klein, who was fighting Insangwil. He curled his lips and said casually in a light tone, "Do you want to bring one of my avatars? Maybe it could have a miraculous effect at a critical moment." Medici pouted. This time, he didn't mock him aloud, nor did he respond. He walked expressionlessly towards the full-length mirror left by Black Saintess Mariska in the Black Death's captain's cabin.